Awakening in a world reminiscent of a classic drama, Zhao Xiaodong finds himself in the body of a downtrodden young man sharing his name. With his uncle recently passed, he inherits 3 coveted rooms, but trouble looms as a greedy neighbor sets his sights on the property. To make matters worse, Zhao's new identity is marked as Erich Peasant, a dangerous label in this era. However, fortune favors him with a lottery system that grants him martial prowess and psychic abilities. As he navigates this chaotic life, Zhao uses his newfound strength to hunt wild boars and fish, while also becoming the most sought-after buyer in the steel factory. With a fierce determination, he aims to uplift his family and confront the predatory individuals around him. Amidst this turmoil, a budding romance with the resilient He Yushui complicates matters, igniting jealousy in others. Watch as Zhao Xiaodong battles hypocrisy and brutality in a tumultuous time, forging his own path to freedom and fulfillment. Chapter 1. A New Arrival, a Gesture of Respect. Zhao Xiaodong felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, a searing pain rippling through him that rendered thought nearly impossible. With great effort, he lifted his heavy eyelids, and the first sight that greeted him was the aged herringbone roof, its wooden grains exposed. Instinctively, he turned his neck, and his gaze fell upon walls plastered with yellowed newspapers, as a damp, musty odor stubbornly invaded his nostrils. Did I drink too much last night, and still haven't sobered up, caught in a nightmare? He pondered, only to quickly dismiss the thought. No, I only had a bottle of beer last night. He focused again on his surroundings. He found himself in a 3-room house, devoid of any partitions, allowing a clear view to the far end. The furnishings were exceedingly sparse, lending an air of desolation to the space. He lay upon a hard, earthen bed. The room contained only a peeling lacquer desk and a seemingly antiquated wardrobe. The central room held a long table and a dark red 8 Immortals table, with a portrait of a great figure neatly affixed to the wall. The northernmost room was cluttered with various scraps of wood, and a rusty bicycle leaned against the wall, its rear seat flanked by wooden toolboxes, haphazardly stuffed with chisels, saws, and assorted carpentry tools. An absurd yet astonishing thought surged into his mind. Have I time-traveled? Zhao Xiaodong was utterly bewildered. In that instant, a torrent of immense, foreign memories surged into his consciousness, crashing against his mind like a dam bursting, causing an excruciating pain that nearly rendered him unconscious. After a few rapid breaths, the pain subsided slightly, and he finally grasped his predicament. I really have time-traveled, to July of 1962. Struggling to sit up from the bed, he realized the original owner of this body had likely dissipated during a midday nap, allowing his spirit from a later time to seize control. This body is also called Zhao Xiaodong, and is just 3 months shy of 18. This morning, I just sent my adopted uncle to the mountains for burial. What weighed heavily on his heart was the realization that this place is actually the world of Qing Man Sihe Yuan. What about my system? How am I to survive in this era of scarcity and complex human relationships without it? System, please respond, he urgently called out within his mind. However, after waiting for a while, his mind remained eerily silent. Just as he was consumed by anxiety, a sudden bang-bang echoed from outside, followed by a sharp, piercing voice penetrating through the door. Zhao Xiaodong. Zhao Xiaodong. Come out. Hurry up. It's Yan Bugui, that old miser. Zhao Xiaodong immediately recognized the voice based on the memories he had just assimilated. The original owner had returned from his uncle's burial only to be threatened and intimidated by Yan Bugui, who, coupled with the original's exhaustion and agitation, had led to his untimely demise, providing Zhao Xiaodong with this opportunity. Zhao Xiaodong had been adopted by this childless uncle at the age of 10, and for the past 6 or 7 years, he had studied carpentry under him after completing middle school. Unfortunately, the original owner had not taken it seriously, and his uncle, feeling pity for the child, had resulted in his skills being merely observed by the eyes, but not yet learned by the hands. Damn it, this old fool has a vendetta against my predecessor, Zhao Xiaodong muttered under his breath, a flash of determination crossing his eyes. He rose from the bed, reached out to remove the door bolt, and flung the door open. Standing at the threshold was a middle-aged man resembling a large monkey, roughly in his 40s, just over 1.60 meters tall, and as thin as a bamboo pole. His face was gaunt, barely larger than a palm, and he wore a pair of tattered glasses through which small, calculating eyes glimmered. He was clad in faded oversized shorts and a vest riddled with holes, exposing equally thin arms and calves. This man was Yan Bugui, Behind Yin Bugui stood his wife, Yang Ruihua. She was slightly taller than Yin Bugui, around 1 meter 65, reasonably good-looking, yet equally malnourished and thin. Zhao Xiaodong, I asked you yesterday to partition these 3 rooms into 2, and you've made no progress? Your uncle has already been laid to rest. Yin Bugui frowned, his tone impatient and authoritative, as if this task were already a foregone conclusion. Indeed, Yin Bugui had approached the original owner the day before, proposing to partition the 3 eastern rooms into 2 and rent them for the meager sum of 5 yuan a year, under the pretense that he, this third uncle, would look out for the original owner in the future. Get lost, you old miser! Zhao Xiaodong's anger surged, and he shouted. You think you can rent my 2 rooms for 5 yuan a year? Why don't you go rob someone instead? I'll even offer you 10 yuan a year to rent one of your rooms. How about that? You're worse than a beast. Yin Bugui was utterly taken aback. He never expected that this timid and submissive Zhao Xiaodong, whom he had always controlled tightly, would dare to counter him so boldly. His gaunt face flushed crimson. You little brat from a landlord's family. How dare you speak to third uncle like that? You've gone too far. Is there no law? Yin Bugui, infuriated, instinctively resorted to using class to intimidate him. The original owner had indeed suffered disdain because of his wealthy peasant background, which had fostered his timid and insecure nature. Ding! Just as Yin Bugui was ranting, a clear mechanical voice resonated in Zhao Xiaodong's mind. Finally, the system has arrived. Zhao Xiaodong felt a surge of joy and quickly inquired, Quickly tell me, what kind of system are you? This system is a daily lottery system, the cold mechanical voice replied. Now issuing a binding task, please slap Yin Bugui in the face. Upon completion, the system will officially bind. Not bound yet. Slap him. Zhao Xiaodong's thoughts raced. How exactly do I do that? Literally, use your palm to strike Yin Bugui's face, the system succinctly responded. The exchange with the system took only an instant. Zhao Xiaodong's gaze hardened as he sneered at Yin Bugui. A little brat from a landlord's family? My family is wealthy peasant, not a landlord. Aren't you just a small business owner? We're both cut from the same cloth, so who has to look down on whom? Oh well. Yin Bugui was momentarily speechless, suddenly recalling that his own background was not much better. He had always used this tactic with great success, but today, Zhao Xiaodong had surprisingly reacted, leaving him at a loss for words. How dare you still call yourself Sandiyi? You are merely a volunteer mediator appointed on the streets, yet you truly believe yourself to be of great importance? Do you still wish to ride over the people and act like a lord? I curse your ancestors. Before Zhao Xiaodong's words could fade, his right arm swung fiercely, delivering a resounding slap to Yin Bugui's gaunt, sharp-featured face. The sharp crack of the slap reverberated in the air. Yin Bugui's head jerked to the side, a clear imprint of 5 fingers quickly emerging on his face, and his tattered glasses flew off, crashing to the ground with a clatter. With that single strike, Zhao Xiaodong felt a surge of pent-up frustration within him dissipate, a cathartic release of emotions he had harbored while watching dramas before his transmigration. Ouch! How dare you hit, someone Yang Ruihua gasped, startled by the sudden slap, hurriedly stepping forward to support the staggering Yin Bugui. She glanced nervously at Zhao Xiaodong, who stood tall and imposing, his expression fierce, and felt a chill run down her spine. Get lost, Zhao Xiaodong glared, his voice booming like thunder. Yin Bugui, how can you still mention the law? Let me tell you, the Qing dynasty has long perished. You incessantly refer to yourself as the Yi. Do you still harbor thoughts of restoring the old society? You have serious ideological issues. Such a labelling remark from a future era was undoubtedly devastating for someone from this time. Yin Bugui was left terrified, cold sweat soaking through his ragged vest. He anxiously glanced around, relieved to find no one was watching, and breathed a slight sigh of relief. He had originally intended to take advantage of the sparse crowd. If the situation escalated, not only would he fail to secure the house, but he would also find himself in deep trouble. Seeing Yin Bugui's pallid face and his state of distress, Zhao Xiaodong was disinclined to waste further words on him, issuing another furious command. Hurry and get out. With that, he slammed the door shut. He had more pressing matters to attend to, particularly delving into the newly activated system. Back in the stifling room, Zhao Xiaodong left the door ajar, as the oppressive heat was unbearable. He approached the table, picked up the enamel cup emblazoned with red characters, and gulped down a generous mouthful of cool boiled water. Then, he eagerly murmured within his mind, System, it must be time to bind now, right? Chapter 2. The system awakens. Initially shining brightly, the daily lottery system has been successfully bound. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in Zhao Xiaodong's mind, and soon, a faint blue light screen unfolded before his eyes. On the screen were 30 boxes, each emanating a soft glow and marked with different serial numbers. This implies that my 3 chances from the novice gift pack can be directly chosen from these boxes? Zhao Xiaodong restrained his excitement and inquired. Indeed, host. The 3 lottery chances granted by the novice gift pack do not require a reset of the roulette and can be used to directly specify 3 boxes to open. Furthermore, all 3 are guaranteed rewards of golden quality, the system confirmed. Zhao Xiaodong's eyes flickered as he grasped the crucial point. Wait a moment, this doesn't seem right. The novice gift pack grants 3 chances, but completing the task of slapping Yin Bugui's face should count as 1 lottery opportunity as well, shouldn't it? System, your rules have loopholes, and you cannot shortchange me. He attempted to negotiate for more benefits. The binding task is one matter, and completing it should yield rewards. These are 2 separate issues. You must grant me an additional lottery chance. The system seemed momentarily taken aback by this unexpected bargaining, falling silent for 2 seconds before responding. Binding tasks are considered prerequisites intended to activate this system, and are, in principle, not included in the regular lottery sequence. I do not care about your principles. Zhao Xiaodong resolutely shook his head. Rules are rigid, but humans are adaptable. Since you have issued a task, I have completed it, which warrants compensation. This must be rectified. The system fell silent once more, as if calculating a response to this unforeseen circumstance, and ultimately appeared to concede. In light of the host's reasonable request, an additional black iron level lottery chance will be granted. Now that is more like it. Zhao Xiaodong nodded in satisfaction, ceasing further disputes, and redirected his attention back to the light screen to open the novice gift pack. I choose boxes 1, 2, and 3. As he concentrated, the 3 selected golden boxes radiated dazzling light, and their lids slowly opened. The system's prompt sounded. Congratulations, host. You have received the following golden rewards. 1. 1,000 cubic meters of personal storage space. Dimensions. 10m times 10m times 10m. 2. Insights into the secret Tai Chi fist and enlightenment on the transformation stage cultivation. 3. Awakening of sea-level psychic powers of telekinesis. Upon seeing the 3 rewards displayed on the screen, Zhao Xiaodong's eyes widened in astonishment, and he blinked vigorously, barely suppressing his overwhelming joy. How do I claim them? His voice trembled slightly. Would you like to immediately assimilate all rewards? Note: all materials obtained from subsequent lotteries can be automatically stored in the storage space, the system inquired. Assimilate. Immediately assimilate. From now on, everything will go directly into the storage space. Zhao Xiaodong confirmed without hesitation. As soon as the words left his lips, a strange sensation surged within him. First, he felt as though an invisible arm had emerged from his consciousness, capable of sensing and gently manipulating objects within a small space around him. This was evidently the effect of awakening his telekinesis. Next, he distinctly perceived a vast, empty cubic space establishing a solid connection with him, allowing him to freely access and store items at will. Finally, a torrent of profound insights regarding Tai Chi, techniques, power control methods, and corresponding transformation stage bodily awareness flooded into his mind like a divine revelation. Thanks to the mental enhancement from the newly awakened telekinesis, he swiftly absorbed and comprehended this information. Simultaneously, a pure and gentle energy infused his limbs and bones, transforming his muscles to align perfectly with the cultivation of a transformation stage master. Moments later, the assimilation was complete. Zhao Xiaodong gently clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his body and his keen awareness of the surrounding environment, unable to suppress a grin. Finally, I have some confidence. His heart settled, and the previous hints of anxiety vanished. He had just been worried about being taken advantage of in this den of beasts, but now, with someone like Sha Zhu, I could easily send him flying with a single slap. At that moment, his stomach audibly grumbled. The memories from his previous life revealed that there were only a few pounds of cornmeal left in the house. Cornmeal would have to wait. Zhao Xiaodong grimaced, deciding to treat himself to a bowl of braised stew. But first, I should secure my belongings. He followed his memories to the corner of the room, skillfully prying up a loose floor tile to retrieve a small ceramic jar from underneath. Opening the jar revealed neatly rolled cash amounting to 850 yuan and 2 hefty yellow croakers. With a thought, These possessions instantly vanished from his hands and settled securely in the corner of his storage space. This is the safest place. That little thief, Dao Xingbang, should be about 10 years old now. I cannot give him any opportunity. Zhao Xiaodong thought contentedly. Next, he rummaged through the bedside cabinet for a little pocket money, finding a little over 11 yuan along with some grain and meat coupons, which he tucked into his pants pocket. Having completed these tasks, he recalled the additional lottery chance he had just negotiated. System, is there not still that black iron lottery left? Let us use it now. The light screen appeared once more, this time displaying 30 boxes in plain black. I'll just pick one at random. Let us go with box number 1. Zhao Xiaodong casually stated. The black box opened in response, and the system's prompt sounded. Black iron lottery completed. Reward, 2 bottles of chilled beer. Zhao Xiaodong scanned his storage space with his mind, and indeed saw 2 bottles of frosty beer. Not bad. Later, the stew with ice-cold beer will be delightful. He mused as he pushed open the door and stepped outside. Noticing the faint stench emanating from his clothes, Zhao Xiaodong frowned. He grabbed the water bucket from inside and headed toward the communal water pool in the front yard, intending to rinse off a bit. The water pool was situated in the center of the yard. At the entrance of Bugui had nearly shattered his molars. Throughout his life, he had never endured such humiliation. Being publicly struck by a younger adversary was a slight he could not possibly swallow. Zhao Xiaodong paid no heed to the murderous glare directed his way. He filled a basin with water and retreated to his quarters, shedding his soiled garments and refreshing himself with a brisk rinse under cold water. Gazing into the mirror at his seemingly slender yet streamlined physique, which concealed an underlying power, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Once a portly figure standing barely 5 feet 7 inches and weighing around 180 pounds, he had now transformed into a height of 6 feet and a weight of just over 130 pounds, a state he found most fitting. Suddenly, while scrubbing his arms, he discovered several small bumps. Upon closer inspection, a wave of dread washed over him. My heavens! Are those lice? Having come from a different era, he had never encountered such a nuisance. The mere thought of these tiny creatures crawling upon him filled Zhao Xiaodong with discomfort. Fortunately, as a master in the transformation realm, he merely focused his thoughts, causing his internal energy to ripple gently, obliterating every louse and flea that clung to his skin into mere dust. Once he was clean, he donned a brand new navy-striped shirt and a pair of blue trousers, garments he had previously scrimped and saved to acquire but had not yet worn. With a pair of new liberation shoes on his feet, he felt invigorated. He glanced at the pile of discarded old clothes on the ground, shook them decisively to ensure no living creatures remained, and then casually stuffed them into the stove corner of the kitchen, intending to use them as kindling. After securely locking the front door, Zhao Xiaodong strolled out of the courtyard with a small steel pot in hand. It was past 4 in the afternoon, and the sun remained merciless, baking the ground beneath him. Yet, Zhao Xiaodong walked with ease, not a drop of sweat upon his brow. For his mastery of the transformation realm had rendered him impervious to the extremes of temperature. As he ambled through the dusty alleyways, vivid slogans emblazoned on the walls, characteristic of the era, caught his eye. Hard work and self-reliance. Zhao Xiaodong murmured one aloud, a wave of emotions surging within him. It was only at this moment that he truly grasped the reality of his existence in this tumultuous age. At a nearby braised food shop, he boldly purchased 2 large bowls of braised meat and bread, pouring them into a steel pot for a total of 30 cents and 3 ration tickets. With the steaming pot, fragrant and inviting, cradled in his hands, Zhao Xiaodong returned home, satisfied. However, as he stepped into the front courtyard, he sensed several hostile gazes fixated upon him. Looking up, he saw that beside Bugui stood Zhonghai and Lu Hai, along with a few others, all gathered together, their expressions dark and foreboding, as if they intended to devour him whole. Chapter 3. Unrestrained Brilliance. Defeating all creatures standing beside Bugui were 2 men of similar age, approximately 47 or 48, along with a robust figure who appeared to be in his mid-30s, though he might be even younger, yet his visage bore the marks of age. One of them, with short hair and a square face, seemed to be naturally inscribed with the virtue of integrity, his eyes radiating a sense of moral superiority and gentle persuasion. Without a doubt, this was Zhonghai, the moral exemplar of the courtyard, adept at emotionally coercing others. The other man, with a face as plump as over-risen dough, attempted to widen his bovine eyes behind a pair of black-framed glasses that Zhao Xiaodong immediately recognized were merely plain lenses. Clutched under his arm was a black synthetic leather bag, exuding the demeanor of an overbearing bureaucrat. This was Lu Haizhong, a man obsessed with his own authority, relishing in the pretense of being a dignified elder. The last individual, who seemed to be in his 30s but was likely in his late 20s, appeared aged beyond his years due to deep-set bags beneath his eyes and a visage lined with weariness. His face was round and jowly, complemented by small, gleaming eyes that sparkled with a reckless bravado. Standing at under 175 centimeters, he possessed a sturdy build that emanated a fierce aura. This was He Yuzhu, the courtyard's embodiment of strength, yet tragically ensnared in the fate of a sycophant. Zhao Xiaodong, halt. Zhonghai was the first to speak, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Sandiyi has informed us of a conflict between you, and you even struck him? How have I instructed you youngsters? Without waiting for Zhao Xiaodong's reply, he pronounced his judgment. Have you forgotten the traditional virtues of respecting the elderly and caring for the young? As an elder in this courtyard, I shall take charge. You will compensate Sandiyi 50 yuan for medical expenses, bow an apology, and take responsibility for cleaning the entire courtyard for 3 months. Zhonghai's face was a picture of righteous indignation, mingled with just the right amount of fury, presenting himself as the very embodiment of judicial authority, as if his decree were the ultimate law. Zhao Xiaodong remained unperturbed, placing the steel pot he was holding onto a rickety table at his doorstep before leisurely turning around. Just as he was about to speak, a system notification chimed in his mind. Task issued. Slap Zhonghai, strike Lu Haizhong, and teach He Yuzhu a lesson. Reward for task completion. 3 chances for a bronze lottery draw. A flicker of intent crossed Zhao Xiaodong's mind. Accept the task. At that moment, noticing Zhao Xiaodong's silence, Zhonghai urged him again, his tone growing more severe. Xiao, your attitude is highly problematic. We must convene a meeting of the entire courtyard, where you will conduct a thorough self-critique. Your actions have severely disrupted the harmony and unity of our community. Enough. Zhao Xiaodong interrupted him without hesitation, a mocking expression on his face. Zhonghai, have you lost your mind? Sandiyi, what authority does Yan Bugui hold? And as for your teachings, who do you think you are? We are merely neighbors. What gives you the right to educate me? His gaze swept over the astonished faces of Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong as he continued. You think you have the right to decide? Who are you to impose fines of 50 yuan? It's utterly laughable. Have you all become delusional? Do you really believe you hold power like an official? Frankly, you are nothing more than a designated mediator from the neighborhood committee. I can allow you to mediate if I feel inclined. Otherwise, you are nothing. Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong could scarcely believe their ears, their eyes wide with disbelief. The Zhao Xiaodong they had previously encountered, who had not dared to breathe in their presence, was now boldly confronting them. Lu Haizhong, in particular, was seething with rage. Having toiled for half his life as an ordinary worker in a steel mill, never even rising to the position of a group leader, he had relied on the status of being the second elder in the courtyard to fulfill his desire for authority. Now, confronted with Zhao Xiaodong's blatant provocation, he blazed with humiliation, his round face turning a deep shade of crimson. You little brat, how dare you speak to us like that? I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Haizhong bellowed, raising his hefty hand to slap Zhao Xiaodong, assuming the role of an elder disciplining a rebellious junior. Zhonghai's expression darkened, showing no intention of intervening. In his traditional mindset, it was entirely justifiable for a junior like Zhao Xiaodong to be slapped by an elder. However, Zhao Xiaodong merely raised his hand casually, intercepting Lu Haizhong's strike with precision. Before Lu Haizhong could react, Zhao Xiaodong retaliated with a resounding slap. With a sharp crack, Lu Haizhong staggered back, his hefty frame wobbling precariously as if he might fall. For Zhao Xiaodong, whose strength had reached a formidable level, striking Lu Haizhong was as effortless as swatting a fly. Go to hell. Who do you think you are to lay hands on me? Zhao Xiaodong's voice was icy, laced with contempt. Lu Haizhong clutched his cheek, emitting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The sound was less like a slap and more like a grievous wound. Beside them, He Yuzhu stood in stunned silence, utterly taken aback by Zhao Xiaodong's boldness and the ruthless decisiveness of his actions. Though he often exchanged banter with Lu Haizhong, it was usually in jest, and under Zhonghai's reprimand, he typically yielded and apologized. Yan Bugui, trembling, recoiled further behind Zhonghai, his face pale with fear. Zhonghai was thoroughly enraged. Zhao Xiaodong had the audacity to strike the second elder before him, a blatant affront to his authority. If this unruly behavior was not swiftly suppressed, how could he maintain the order of respect and care for the elderly that he had painstakingly cultivated in this courtyard? You little beast. You are utterly lawless. How dare you commit violence in front of me? Today, on behalf of the entire courtyard, I shall. Zhonghai pointed an accusing finger at Zhao Xiaodong. His moral facade shattered completely. Zhao Xiaodong's actions had ripped apart the delicate fabric of his unquestionable authority within the courtyard. Shut your mouth, old fool. Zhao Xiaodong retorted mercilessly, delivering a solid slap to Zhonghai as well. Zhonghai cried out in shock, feeling the sting of the blow. At that moment, he comprehended why Lu Haizhong had screamed so pitifully. This was no mere slap, but rather akin to a red-hot iron searing his face, the pain penetrating to the marrow. While Lu Haizhong had been SD'd with a furious roar, Sha Zhu charged forth like an enraged bull, delivering a powerful straight punch aimed directly at Zhao Xiaodong's temple. He prided himself on his robust physique and years of wrestling practice. He believed that such a blow, if landed on an ordinary individual, would either result in death or a severe concussion. In his mind, this swift and thunderous strike would surely incapacitate Zhao Xiaodong, allowing him to relish the taste of retribution. However, to Zhao Xiaodong, this rapid assault appeared as leisurely as a snail's crawl. Simply raising his hand, he effortlessly seized Sha Zhu's fist, his fingers tightening around it like an iron clamp. How could this be possible? Sha Zhu gasped in horror, feeling as though his fist were trapped in a hydraulic press, the bones protesting under immense pressure with agonizing cracks. Zhao Xiaodong, uninterested in trivialities, swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps, followed by a fierce kick that struck Sha. Chapter 4. The first glimpse of brilliance as the brothers Lu Guangqi and the 2 young men from the Yan family seemed poised to engage in conflict. Zhao Xiaodong remained unperturbed, breaking into a sardonic smile. His words dripped with mockery. Zhonghai, what a grandiose display of authority you exhibit. Do you think you can simply bind someone with just a few words? Are you a magistrate from the old society or a bandit king? He stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a blade, aimed directly at Zhonghai. Based on your earlier statement, I could promptly report you to the police for attempted illegal detention and rampant bullying. What? Do you aspire to be a modern-day tyrant? Do you wish to experience the taste of peanuts, perhaps? This barrage of questions fell upon Zhonghai like a bucket of icy water, abruptly awakening him from his furious haze, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He then realized that his hasty words, spoken in a moment of desperation, could lead to disastrous repercussions if Zhao Xiaodong chose to pursue the matter legally. Why you're talking nonsense? I was merely trying to scare you. Zhonghai stammered, his voice quivering. Call the police. Yan Jieqing, you go call the police. Just say Zhao Xiaodong. He assaulted an elder without cause. At that juncture, a number of neighbors, drawn by the commotion, had gathered in the courtyard, their expressions betraying a mixture of curiosity and bemusement. Both Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong bore no visible marks of injury. Not a bruise nor a red mark could be found on their faces. Only Sha Zhu appeared somewhat disheveled, having fallen and dusted with dirt. The notion of him reporting an assault was utterly implausible. What's the matter with you? Zhao Xiaodong scoffed, his voice resonating throughout the courtyard. Lu Haizhong struck me first. Am I not entitled to defend myself? Zhonghai, you insult me, and a slap in return is merely a mild response. His gaze swept over the 3 men, his tone imbued with an undeniable air of authority. As for Sha Zhu, he initiated the attack. I showed him mercy by not incapacitating him. Now, the 3 of you, apologize to me immediately. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to bring this matter to the street office and expose the true nature of the mediators they appointed. No way, Lu Haizhong shouted, covering his face. Though his skin bore no visible injury, the searing pain coursed through him, compelling tears to flow uncontrollably. He understood that the conflict must be resolved within their own community. It must not escalate beyond that. He knew all too well that if this matter reached the street, his family's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Zhonghai, too, grasped the gravity of the situation. Zhao Xiaodong had employed some method that inflicted excruciating pain without leaving a trace. His own face throbbed with lingering agony. Observing the skeptical expressions of the neighbors around him, he knew he had no choice but to concede. I am sorry. We misjudged the situation, Zhonghai managed to utter, each word laced with humiliation. Regardless, he needed to placate Zhao Xiaodong and prevent any further escalation. Ah, so this is the manner in which your mediators operate. Without discernment, they leap to judgment? Zhao Xiaodong scoffed, feeling victorious but refraining from pressing further. Very well, I accept your apology. He raised his voice intentionally for all onlookers to hear. The incident began when Yin Bugui attempted to forcefully rent 2 rooms from my family for the paltry sum of 5 yuan a year. My slap was far too lenient. As these words left his mouth, a wave of astonishment rippled through the gathered crowd of over 20 spectators, their disdainful gazes directed toward the direction of Yin Bugui's residence. Yin Bugui's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, shielding his face with his hands as he retreated, flanked by Yang Ruihua and the children. Shaju, without uttering a word, rose to dust himself off and made a hasty exit toward the central courtyard. Lu Zhonghai and Yi Zhonghai, their expressions grim, followed suit. The onlooking neighbors, seeing the spectacle had concluded, began to disperse. Strange, Zhao Xiaodong mused to himself. Why had Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu's family not made an appearance amidst all this uproar? The chaos of the courtyard was significantly influenced by the Jia family. At that moment, a melodious voice, as sweet as a lark emerging from the valley, rang out from the flowering gate. Excuse me, is Zhao the carpenter residing here? Zhao Xiaodong turned to locate the source of the voice, spotting a young girl of around 17 or 18 standing at the gate. She wore a clean and fitted white dress, her glossy, raven hair styled into 2 neat pigtails cascading over her shoulders. Her exquisite face resembled a flawless melon seed, her skin fair as snow, and her brows and eyes were like a painting. Particularly striking were her almond-shaped eyes, framed by long, dense lashes that fluttered like tiny fans, seemingly stirring one's heart. Below her elegant nose were supple, naturally rosy lips. Standing at approximately 1.70 meters, she possessed a graceful demeanor, with the dress's waistline accentuating her delicate figure, while her slim legs extended gracefully beneath the hem. She pushed a pristine women's bicycle and stood there, radiating a beam of light into the otherwise dreary courtyard. Shaju, who had nearly reached the central courtyard, instinctively turned at the sound. Upon catching sight of her, he was rendered motionless, as if enchanted, his gaze fixed upon the girl, mouth slightly agape, nearly drooling, his heart racing as if he had encountered a fated fairy. Zhao Xiaodong collected himself and approached her, inquiring, "What business do you have with Zhao the carpenter?" The girl replied politely, "I asked Zhao the carpenter to carve a small wooden horse from a piece of wood half a month ago, and agreed to come collect it, but I haven't seen him since. That was my uncle. He passed away 3 days ago," Zhao Xiaodong stated calmly. "Oh, I'm so sorry." The girl's face reflected genuine regret. "It's quite all right." Zhao Xiaodong waved his hand dismissively. "Since my uncle accepted your request, I will complete the task on his behalf. Please wait a moment." "You?" The girl hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her bright eyes. "Rest assured, if you are unsatisfied with the finished product, I shall refund you double the payment," Zhao Xiaodong asserted confidently, raising his brow. The girl smiled awkwardly. "Well, I haven't paid a deposit yet." Just then, a young man clad in a crisp naval shirt and blue military trousers, pushing a gleaming Phoenix bicycle, entered the scene. He appeared to be around 18 or 19, handsome in appearance, yet exuding an unmistakable air of arrogance and swagger. "Xiaobai, why isn't it ready yet?" the young man inquired, his gaze scrutinizing Zhao Xiaodong. "Zhong Yuemin, if you're unwilling to wait, then just return," the girl, referred to as Xiaobai, replied coolly, casting him a sidelong glance. Zhao Xiaodong felt a flicker of surprise within. Zhou Xiaobai? Zhong Yuemin? This appears to be characters from Shui Se Lang Man. Their ages and backgrounds. Could it be that this world is not merely a Sihiyuan, but rather a fusion of numerous film and television dramas? Wait, of course, I will wait for you. Zhong Yumin immediately donned a smile, one that carried a hint of nonchalance and roguish charm. Zhao Xiaodong suppressed the tumult within his heart and turned to Zhou Xiaobai. "What size do you desire for the wooden horse? Do you have any specific requirements for the wood?" Zhou Xiaobai retrieved a piece of deep purple wood from the net bag on her bicycle. "Let us use this piece of rosewood. As for the size, it should be suitable for display on a table. There is no rush. Completing it within a week will suffice, as I intend it to be a birthday gift." She paused, seemingly uncertain about Zhao Xiaodong's craftsmanship, and added, "How about you first carve a small trinket from ordinary wood for me to see?" Shaju, who had been watching intently from the side, finally seized the opportunity to interject. He stepped forward, eager to please Zhou Xiaobai, saying, "Comrade, do not let him deceive you. I am his neighbor, and I know him all too well. Zhao Xiaodong cannot do woodworking, let alone carving. He has not inherited a bit of his uncle's skill." Zhao Xiaodong barely lifted his eyelids, turning to enter the house to fetch his tools. Zhou Xiaobai and Zhong Yumin seemed to have not heard Sha Zhu's words, not even glancing in his direction. Zhonghai, wise beyond his years, discerned Sha Zhu's intentions and sighed, discreetly pulling him aside. When Sha Zhu turned back in confusion, Zhonghai shook his head slightly and murmured, "Zizi, let it be. Do not seek to embarrass yourself. I refuse to believe it. This fellow can possess such skill?" Sha Zhu's face flushed crimson, muttering in indignation, "Whether it is a mule or a horse, we shall see when it is brought out for a walk." Zhonghai offered quiet consolation, yet his gaze remained fixed on the door of Zhao Xiaodong's home. Before long, Zhao Xiaodong emerged with a set of carving knives and a piece of poplar wood. He took a seat at the small square table at the door and, without a word, began to carve with remarkable speed. His movements were fluid and precise, as if he had performed this countless times before. Amidst the flying wood shavings, a vivid horse head began to take shape, its eyes animated and muscular lines flowing, almost as if it were about to break free from the wood. Zhou Xiaobai gasped in surprise, unable to resist stepping closer, standing beside Zhao Xiaodong, her gaze fixated on his concentrated profile. An aura of elegance and purity, reminiscent of a blend of soapberry and sunlight, subtly emanated from the young woman, stirring Zhao Xiaodong's heart slightly. "Oh my, this is quite something." Zhong Yumin also set aside his casual demeanor, drawing near with curiosity, a hint of approval lacing his tone. Zhao Xiaodong disregarded the external distractions, fully immersing himself in the dance of his carving knife against the wood. In his previous life as a master chef, he was already adept at food carving. Later, he developed this skill as a hobby and gained a modest reputation in the carving community. Now, as he returned to his former craft, it was second nature to him, effortless and light. His exquisite skill instantly captivated everyone present. Chapter 5. Astonishing craftsmanship and a secret future strategy. At this moment, Zhao Xiaodong possessed the remarkable cultivation of the Huajin stage, with mental acuity that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. While carving, he could precisely mobilize every muscle. The designs envisioned in his mind could be flawlessly replicated by his hands. Under his deft touch, the resilient wood became as pliable as tofu. In just a matter of minutes, a palm-sized, extraordinarily majestic wooden horse took shape, its mane billowing and hooves seemingly ready to leap into the clouds. So lifelike. How marvelous. Zhou Xiaobai widened her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, unable to contain her astonishment. "Your craftsmanship exceeds that of Zhao the carpenter." "Oh no, I mean, it is far better than I had imagined." "Then please keep the Zeton wood, and I shall return to collect it at this time the day after tomorrow." Zhao Xiaodong raised his elegant brows, his tone brisk. "As for the payment, you may decide what to offer." "I am Zhou Xiaobai." The young girl stated her name clearly, and without hesitation added, "I will give you 5 yuan for this small wooden horse. For the Zeton horse, I will offer you 10 yuan. Is that agreeable?" "Absolutely." Zhao Xiaodong readily accepted. This price was considered quite generous in this era. Nearby, the simple-minded Zhu and Zhonghai looked on in astonishment. They had never regarded Zhao Xiaodong with any respect, viewing him merely as a jobless, insignificant individual with no standing in the courtyard. Little did they expect that he harbored such exquisite carving skills. "My friend, your craftsmanship is truly commendable." Zhong Yuemin chuckled, patting Zhao Xiaodong on the shoulder with a hint of admiration. "It is a pity I did not bring any materials today. Otherwise, I would have certainly commissioned you to carve a figurine of Sun Wukong. Next time, I will come with Xiaobai and bring suitable wood to find you." Zhao Xiaodong smiled in agreement, escorting the two to the gate of the courtyard, and reminded Zhou Xiaobai, "Comrade Zhou, this wood is salvaged from an old piece of furniture. Upon your return, simply apply a thin layer of varnish to enhance its lustrous appearance." After watching them ride away, Zhao Xiaodong returned to the courtyard. Famished, he set aside thoughts of the 3 opportunities for the bronze lottery and sat down at the small table by the entrance, ready to eat. A refreshing breeze flowed through the doorway, providing relief from the stifling heat inside. 2 bottles of ice-cold beer were placed on the table, and Zhao Xiaodong tilted his head back, taking a hearty swig, its chill invigorating. He then grabbed a piece of braised pork intestine and sighed contentedly. The current affluent rural element poses no immediate threat, but it could become troublesome when the winds shift. As he indulged in his meal, Zhao Xiaodong calmly contemplated the future, devising a strategy to resolve the issue of his status. This task is neither exceedingly difficult nor straightforward. Perhaps I could compose a red song of significant influence? Having been trained in music before transmigrating, Zhao Xiaodong retained his foundational skills despite later becoming a chef. Moreover, the previous owner of this body had a fondness for music and had learned a bit as well. Adapting a classic red song from the future could yield unexpected results in this era. Additionally, a legitimate source of income is essential. Inserting another piece of fatty intestine into his mouth, he noted that while this delicacy was quite costly in the future, it remained affordable now. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the mountains for some hunting. The game I catch and the fish I catch could be sold openly at the supply and marketing cooperative for some cash. He recalled a memory suggesting that his second uncle possessed 2 fine bows. He would check to see if they could be of use. Having learned archery from his second uncle, and with Zhao Xiaodong now possessing the cultivation of the Huajin stage, his eyesight, arm strength, and control far exceeded that of ordinary people, making archery effortless for him. The onlookers in the front courtyard had long since dispersed, and the Yin family from the west wing had come out to enjoy the cool breeze at the entrance. The heat was unbearable. Yin Bugui sat with Yin Jieqing and Yin Jiefeng on the doorstep, watching Zhao Xiaodong relish his beer and braised pork intestine with unabashed delight, causing the 3 of them to swallow repeatedly. "Dad, why don't we also buy some braised pork and beer to try?" Yin Jiefeng could no longer contain himself and suggested softly. "Sure, as long as you pay for it." Yin Bugui fanned himself with a worn-out banana leaf, not even lifting his eyelids. "Me? Where would I find the money? All the meager earnings from odd jobs have already been handed over." Yin Jiefeng muttered, clearly dissatisfied. "That amount is barely enough for your own consumption. In life, one cannot be impoverished by food or clothing." Yin Bugui spoke slowly. "Failing to plan leads to poverty." Yin Juichin and Yin Jiefeng chimed in unison, their tone tinged with habitual resignation. "It is good to know." Yin Bugui replied with a hint of pride. "Otherwise, how could I support this family of 6? Zhao Xiaodong devoured several pieces of fatty intestine, feeling thoroughly satisfied. The flavor of the braised dish was particularly precious in this era of scarcity. "System, initiate the lottery," he mentally commanded while downing another gulp of ice-cold beer. The luminous screen reappeared before him, displaying 30 boxes radiating a bronze sheen. "I shall choose boxes 1, 2, and 3, Zhao Xiaodong thought. "Host, that is not permissible. Only one can be selected at a time. After each draw, the boxes will reset before you can participate in the next lottery." The system's mechanical voice seemed to possess a hint of humanity this time. "Then I will select box 1. Zhao Xiaodong casually decided. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 gene of rice and 100 gene of flour." The system's notification resonated. Zhao Xiaodong immediately sensed 2 bags of rice and 2 bags of flour, each weighing precisely 50 gene, had been added to his storage space. "Not bad, not bad. This will last for a while." Zhao Xiaodong nodded inwardly. "System, proceed. I will select the first box again." In the subsequent 2 bronze lottery draws, he acquired 10 gene of white rabbit milk candy and 100 gene of eggs, as well as 10 gene of pork belly and 100 gene of rendered lard. "Excellent, system." Zhao Xiaodong felt a surge of excitement. These items were valuable commodities that could be hard to procure even with money. "Splendid. By the way, system, is there a personal data panel I can view?" "Yes, I will open it for you now." The system's mechanical voice responded. The content of the luminous screen transformed, revealing Zhao Xiaodong's basic information. Host, Zhao Xiaodong age, 19 skills, secret Tai Chi, Huajin stage cultivation, special ability, telekinesis, level 2, mental strength, 19. The peak value for an ordinary adult is 10. "Ah, how succinct," Zhao Xiaodong mused, noting that a mental strength of 19 was likely the result of the merging of 2 souls. "System, please retract it." After finishing the braised dish and draining the beer, Zhao Xiaodong tidied the bowls and chopsticks, continuing to organize his new home. He cleared out some truly tattered garments that were beyond salvage, particularly the frayed mat from the Kong. He took it outside and shook it vigorously, ensuring that any small creatures that might be lurking were thoroughly expelled. He recalled that his second uncle had a bow stored in the beam of the room. Zhao Xiaodong leapt gracefully, scaling the beam with ease to retrieve a long wooden box, thickly coated in dust. Upon opening the box, he discovered 2 well-maintained bows. One was a soft bow with a draw weight of approximately 40 pounds, accompanied by light arrows, suitable for practice and hunting small game. The other was a formidable strong bow with a draw weight of 150 pounds, fitted with heavy arrows whose tips were tri-bladed armor-piercing points, rusted yet reminiscent of the weaponry used by military generals of the Qing dynasty, somehow finding its way into his uncle's possession. Tomorrow, he planned to ride into the mountains to test his skills and procure some game to enhance their meals. Zhao Xiaodong grasped the recurved strong bow, testing the string, which still exhibited excellent elasticity. He pondered the need to sharpen the rusted arrow tips. Just as he was deep in thought, a voice called from the gate, carrying a reluctant tone of announcement. Zhao Xiaodong, at 7 o'clock tonight, a meeting for the entire courtyard. Chapter 6. The grand assembly of the courtyard. Before Zhao Xiaodong could respond, the messenger hastily departed. The voice was unmistakably that of Lu Guangtian. Damn this assembly, Zhao Xiaodong muttered under his breath, having no intention of heeding it. He retrieved a hefty whetstone and meticulously sharpened the chisels, planes, and other tools from his carpenter's toolbox until they gleamed with a razor-sharp edge. Finally, he turned his attention to the tips of over 20 trident-shaped arrows, polishing them with care until they shimmered with a cold light. It was unlikely he would venture into the mountains tomorrow. The feathers on the arrow shafts were somewhat disheveled and required reattachment and reinforcement. He picked up a sharp knife intended for processing game and began honing it on the whetstone, producing a blade so bright it could effortlessly sever a strand of hair. Time flew by as he immersed himself in his task, unaware of when Yin Bugui and his family had made their way to the central courtyard. At this hour, around 7 in the evening, the sun had just dipped below the horizon, leaving the sky still bright and the summer heat lingering. In front of the main hall of the central courtyard, a tall paulownia tree stood, its lush foliage casting a vast shade. Beneath it was an octagonal table. Zhonghai, seated in the principal position and clad in a white short-sleeved shirt, leisurely fanned himself with a banana leaf fan, exuding an air of calm authority. Lu Haizhong was positioned to his right, dressed in a blue short-sleeved shirt that clung to his form, also wielding a fan, his bovine eyes scanning the gathering neighbors, striving to uphold the dignity of the elder. To Zhonghai's left sat Yin Bugui, whose short-sleeved shirt appeared considerably more worn, its white fabric slightly yellowed. He adjusted his glasses, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Old Yin, your actions today were rather thoughtless, Zhonghai chastised in a lowered tone, laden with admonition. You cannot solely focus on your own difficulties while disregarding the collective. The three of us are a unity. We must deliberate together to devise prudent solutions. Lu Haizhong immediately concurred, glaring fiercely. Exactly. Your family requires housing. Does that mean my family in Guangtian do not need it? Your actions are selfish and inconsiderate. Enough. Let us all speak less, Zhonghai interjected, waving his hand to halt their quarrel. We must not startle the snake in the grass, allowing that young man to be on guard. In due time, we shall guide him to understand that one must not only think of oneself, but also consider the greater family of this courtyard. He paused, lowering his voice further, a glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes. The aim of this assembly is singular, to instill in Zhao an understanding of respecting elders and cherishing the young, facilitating his integration into our collective. He must realize that sudden wealth at a young age is both a blessing and a test. He must first learn to honor his elders, especially those in the courtyard. As a mere child, having earned 5 coins, he may find himself overwhelmed by future wealth. It is imperative that someone aids in safeguarding it. Both Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui nodded in agreement. Lu Haizhong's mind, still grappling with the concepts, began to shift, while Yin Bugui instantly grasped Zhonghai's underlying intent. Ah, Zhonghai, you are truly cunning, he mused inwardly. I merely sought to acquire 2 rooms, yet you aim to drain Zhao Xiaodong of his entire fortune. At that moment, Zhao Xiaodong observed 5 or 6 individuals approaching from the flower-laden gate. Leading the group was a man in his 30s, cradling a young girl. His appearance was quite respectable, yet a sinister aura lingered about him. This was Jia Dongxiu. Following closely was a robust woman with a round face, her ample bosom and sturdy waist straining against her attire. None other than the vision of the foolish pillar's dreams, the enchanting Qin Huairu. Behind them trailed a squat, potato-like old woman, not yet 50, with drooping triangular eyes brimming with malice, holding the hand of a small boy with a watermelon haircut. This woman was Jia Zhangshi, known for her propensity to create a scene and summon old Jia at the slightest provocation. The boy, plump and cherubic, bore a vacant expression, evoking an inexplicable desire to swat him. Damn it, the thief's troop is here, Zhao Xiaodong thought with a cold smirk. This family had been attending a wedding banquet at Jia Zhongshi's maternal home, leaving early in the morning and just now returning. Zhao Xiaodong swiftly moved the sharpened tools, bows, and knives back into his abode, mentally commanding them into his storage space. He took a moment to test his psychokinesis. He could move objects weighing around a pound within 5 meters and effortlessly manipulate a large iron nail within 20 meters. Controlling a sewing needle was child's play. In critical moments, even a needle, if wielded skillfully, could yield miraculous results. He contemplated his next course of action. Very well, let me engage with these beasts and uncover their intentions. After securing his door, Zhao Xiaodong strolled into the central courtyard, where a considerable crowd had gathered, surrounding the recently returned Jia family. Dongxu is back? Perfect timing for the assembly. Find a spot to sit, Zhonghai remarked, his expression brightening with satisfaction as he addressed Jia Dongxu with warmth. Recently, Jia Dongxu had gifted him several fragrant melons brought from the countryside, enhancing Zhonghai's standing. Noticing Zhao Xiaodong's approach, Zhonghai cleared his throat and exchanged a glance with Lu Haizhong. Lu Haizhong instantly understood the unspoken cue. It was his moment to take the lead. He relished such occasions to assert his authority. Ahem. Lu Haizhong forcefully cleared his throat, rising to his feet, gesturing for silence. Everyone, please settle down. The meeting is now in session. Ensure your children are supervised and refrain from whispering. Currently, our nation has transcended its most challenging times, and our courtyard must embody the spirit of unity and mutual support in all matters. Stop! Zhao Xiaodong interjected decisively, standing at the edge of the crowd, visibly impatient. Do you three have any substantial matters to address? If not, do not waste everyone's time with this nonsense. How could he possibly conform to their rhythm? It was evident that this assembly was convened specifically to target him. Zhao Xiaodong, what is this attitude? Zhonghai immediately donned a look of reproach. You are undermining the collective activities and disrupting the unity of the courtyard. Zhonghai, you speak nonsense. Zhao Xiaodong retorted loudly, his voice overpowering Zhonghai's. Am I a ghost standing here if I am not participating in collective activities? As for disrupting unity, does renting 2 rooms to Yin Bugui for 5 coins a year count as unity? In this era, one could not indiscriminately cast accusations of lacking participation in collective activities or undermining unity. Zhonghai, this old rascal, was truly deserving of condemnation. Zhonghai did not anticipate that Zhao Xiaodong would respond with such swiftness. Not only did he instantly deflect the accusation aimed at him, but he also turned the tables, insinuating their collusion for personal gain. Incensed, he shot a glare at Yin Bugui, who could only lower his head in embarrassment. Just as Zhonghai was about to speak again, Jia Zhongshi, resembling a plump ball, waddled over, hands on her hips, spitting words with fervor. Zhao Xiaodong, you little rascal. 5 yuan for 2 rooms a year, right? My wife has rented them. Do you see how hard our Dongxu works for his earnings? Huiru has to take care of 3 children. It's tough as it is. Just waive the rent as a kindness to our family. Her words were brazen and unreasonable, as if Zhao Xiaodong owed her family something. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Xiaodong retaliated with a forceful slap. The instant his palm connected with Jia Zhongshi's fleshy cheek, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Task issued. Slap Jia Zhongshi. Task reward. 1 chance for a black iron lottery. Task deadline. 5 minutes. Oh, host has completed it. Reward granted. The mechanical voice of the system surprisingly conveyed a hint of anthropomorphized astonishment. At this moment, Zhao Xiaodong was too preoccupied to heed the system. His slap contained an undercurrent of internal force. Jia Zhongshi felt as though her face had been struck by a red-hot hammer, the pain radiating deeply, and she let out a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, her rotund form swaying before she plopped down on the ground. Before Jia Dongxu could react, Zhonghai leapt up, trembling with rage as he pointed at Zhao Xiaodong. Zhao Xiaodong, you are utterly lawless. How dare you publicly assault an elder? Do you not even recognize the law? Chapter 7. Disruption and Authority, Instilling Fear in Beasts. Zhonghai, silence yourself. Zhao Xiaodong's voice was icy, imbued with an undeniable sense of authority. What elder? In this courtyard, my only elder is my late second uncle. My relationship with you is merely that of neighbors. Do not attempt to entangle me in your affairs. Your antiquated theories will not deceive me. They are utterly ineffective here. Zhao Xiaodong's gaze was sharp. piercing directly to the heart of the matter. Your constant posturing in this courtyard, presenting yourself as an elder and issuing orders, reeks of feudal paternalism. Labeling him Zhao Xiaodong, hailing from a future era, was well acquainted with the various debates of the digital age. Such tactics were second nature to him. You are speaking nonsense. I have not. Zhonghai nearly leapt from his chair, fear gripping him as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead in the stifling summer night. Should this label be firmly affixed, the consequences would be dire. As long as you cease this charade, I have no interest in engaging with you. Zhao Xiaodong's tone shifted to one of nonchalance, as if he had merely swatted a fly. By the way, if this meeting is not to convey the formal directives from above, then I shall take my leave. He surveyed the room, raising his voice so all could hear. Zhonghai, understand this. The three of you, self-styled elders, are merely designated mediators by the street committee, tasked with relaying information and resolving neighborhood disputes. Just because you convene a meeting does not obligate others to attend or heed your lectures. Zhonghai took a deep breath, suppressing his anger and confusion. He could not fathom how this typically ineffectual boy had transformed into someone so sharp-tongued and incisive following his uncle's passing. For years, he had wielded his title to manipulate the entire courtyard. Yet here, before Zhao Xiaodong, it had proven utterly ineffective. Meanwhile, Jia Zhongshi was on the ground, wailing in agony. Jia Dongxiu, fueled by anger, had nearly rushed forward, only to be restrained by Shaju. Brother Dongxiu, hold on. Don't act rashly. You cannot contend with him. I just suffered a loss, Shaju whispered in counsel. His concern was not for Jia Dongxiu, but rather for the potential distress it would cause Qin Huairu. As Qin Huairu extended her hand to assist her mother-in-law, she began, Mother, please get up so we can talk. Get away, useless wretch. Jia Zhongshi, overwhelmed by pain and frustration, shoved Qin Huairu aside. She remained on the ground, beating her ample thighs, and began her signature lament. Heavenly Lord, open your eyes. We are but orphans being bullied. We can hardly survive. Old Jia, you died too early. Come and take this black-hearted one away. Zhao Xiaodong could only shake his head and scoff. Heh, isn't Jia Dongxiu nearly 30? He has children of his own, yet still claims to be an orphan? Jia Zhongshi, your words are potent in cursing yourself. Take care not to summon misfortune upon your own son. With that seemingly light remark, Jia Zhongshi's cries ceased abruptly, as if her throat had been constricted. She cast a terrified glance at Jia Dongxiu, her lifeline, fearing for his safety. Zhonghai's countenance darkened. Zhao Xiaodong's words, though aimed at Jia Zhongshi, were a direct assault on Jia Dongxiu, one of his chosen candidates for future support, and must not be compromised. Enough. Let us all speak less. Zhonghai, his face ashen, attempted to regain control of the situation. Here's the deal, Zhao Xiaodong. Your actions are always inappropriate. I will take the lead. You shall compensate Jia Zhongshi 5 yuan for medical expenses, and we will consider this matter settled. 5 yuan? Not a chance. It must be 10. Jia Zhongshi perked up at the mention of money, her pain seemingly alleviated. Zhonghai, who do you think you are, making decisions here? Zhao Xiaodong offered no quarter. What gives you the right to speak on my behalf? This is classic feudal patriarchal behavior. I am not. I did not. Zhonghai's scalp tingled, his words tumbling over themselves. He dared not accept that label. Nearby, Lu Pangpang and Yin Bugui instinctively recoiled, observing the situation with bated breath, wishing to vanish from the scene, knowing that intervening would ignite trouble. Furthermore, Zhao Xiaodong pressed his advantage, pointing towards the Jia household. Jia Zhongshi frequently engages in superstitious practices, invoking the spirit of old Jia. Do you 3 so-called elders find this acceptable? Do you believe I won't report this to the street committee tomorrow? Jia Zhongshi, initially eager for money, trembled at the mention of the street committee and superstitions, abandoning her grievances and scurrying away like a frightened rat, bolting into her home and slamming the door with a resounding crash. If you wish to trouble me in the future, ensure you clean up your own mess first. Zhao Xiaodong disdainfully surveyed the now silent crowd. Is that all? The meeting is adjourned. With that, he turned and strode away, leaving behind an air of nonchalance. Zhonghai appeared defeated, as though he had aged a decade in an instant. He nodded weakly at Lu Haizhong, who immediately understood and lethargically announced, the meeting is over. Everyone may return. Old Lu, Old Yin, come to my house for a drink later. We need to discuss how to proceed from here. Zhonghai sighed softly. If we do not quell this boy's arrogance, how can we continue our work in the courtyard? Very well. Yin Bugui readily agreed, seeing an opportunity for a free meal, a prospect he never declined. Lu Haizhong observed Yin Bugui's eager demeanor with disdain as the three men trudged into Zhonghai's home. Zhonghai resided in the northernmost rooms of the East Wing, adjacent to a small room occupied by Shaju's sister, Yushui. On the table lay a plate of peanuts, a few half-salted duck eggs, a bowl of crispy tofu, and a large bowl of braised pork with radish, indicating a generous spread. As Lu Haizhong settled in, he could hardly contain his curiosity. Old E, weren't we supposed to pressure Zhao Xiaodong to contribute to the family of our ancestor, referring to the deaf elderly lady in the back courtyard? Why did you change your stance at the last moment? What else could I do? Did you not see the situation unfold? Zhonghai shook his head helplessly. Let us wait until the old lady returns from the hospital. Forcing the issue now would only lead to our detriment. Indeed, we are left with no choice. Even the fool Zhaju cannot match him. If a confrontation were to ensue, he could easily call the authorities, leaving us at a distinct disadvantage. Yin Bugui remarked, already grasping his chopsticks. Enough of this talk. Let us drink, let us drink. Upon returning home, Zhao Xiaodong closed the door and silently intoned, "System, lottery." The system responded with a mechanical voice, indicating that the host possessed one black iron lottery opportunity and requested the selection of a box. A luminous screen appeared, displaying 30 neatly arranged black iron boxes. I shall choose the first one, Zhao Xiaodong casually declared, albeit with a hint of confusion regarding why dealing with someone of Jia Zhongshu's caliber would only warrant a black iron box. The system remained silent, offering no answer to this query, merely stating, "Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 white feathered chickens. Never mind. It is, after all, a free gift." Zhao Xiaodong decided not to dwell on it further and stored the 2 processed white feathered chickens in his storage space. That night, he lit a lamp and, utilizing his exquisite craftsmanship, completed the carving of the purple sandalwood horse customized by Zhou Xiaobai. The horse was remarkably majestic, with details vividly portrayed. The following morning, the first thing Zhao Xiaodong did upon waking was to check in. System check-in. Check-in successful. You have received a black iron level reward, a complete set of fishing gear, the system announced. Observing the 2 bamboo fishing rods of varying lengths that had suddenly appeared in his hands, exquisitely crafted with fishing line, hooks, and floats all included, Zhao Xiaodong decided to try his luck at fishing after breakfast. He wheeled his bicycle out, grasping the 7-meter-long fishing rod, while the shorter 5-meter rod was temporarily left at home. He also attached a tin bucket to the back of his bicycle, intending to use it for storing any fish he might catch. Just as he was about to head out, he spotted Yin Bugui, who was also equipped with a fishing rod and bucket, clearly intending to fish as well. Upon noticing the new fishing rod in Zhao Xiaodong's hand, Yin Bugui's eyes sparkled. "Zhao Xiaodong, are you going fishing too? Do you know how to fish?" Yin Bugui inquired, approaching with a calculating smile. Fishing is a skilled endeavor. Without experience, one is unlikely to catch anything. How about this? I will impart my over a decade of fishing experience to you, and in return, you can pay me a small tuition fee of 1 yuan. What do you say? Chapter 8. Fishing at Zhonghai. Skillfully outmaneuvering Yin Laoka, Zhao Xiaodong completely disregarded Yin Bugui's words, pushing his bicycle forward without a backward glance, leaving him standing in place. Yin Bugui stared blankly, his heart racing with anxiety, yet he remained undeterred, mounting his own dilapidated bicycle to follow at a distance. He was curious to see what this young man could catch. Zhao Xiaodong skillfully arrived at the shores of Zhonghai, selecting a spot beneath a lush tree that appeared promising for fishing. He had gathered a few worms as bait, but had thoughtfully brought cornmeal from home to prepare his ground bait, mixing it with the pig's blood tofu he had purchased along the way, kneading it into fist-sized balls. He aimed carefully and cast the first ball into the water with a satisfying splash. His primary objective was to attract fish to a depth of approximately 7 meters from the shore, a distance comfortably within his range of psychic perception. As he threaded a wriggling worm onto his hook, his gaze swept the surroundings, noticing several other anglers quietly waiting about 10 meters away. Just as he cast his baited hook into the water, expertly landing it near the ground bait, Yin Bugui approached with his fishing rod in hand, shamelessly seating himself about 5 meters away. While fumbling to bait his own hook, Yin Bugui continued to peddle his fishing secrets. "Xiaodong, heed the advice of your Uncle San, just 1 yuan. I will impart all my best techniques to you, ensuring you catch big fish daily, enough to eat and sell." Zhao Xiaodong barely lifted his eyelids, casting a cold glance in Yin Bugui's direction before focusing intently, his perception expanding like an invisible radar. The underwater scene at a depth of 5 meters became vividly clear. The water plants swayed gently, small fish darted about, and deeper down, a large fish with a broad back glided slowly, seemingly drawn by the aroma of the bait. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Zhao Xiaodong's movements appeared casual, yet the hook shot through the water with pinpoint accuracy, piercing the fish's mouth with precision. Immediately, he lifted his wrist sharply, decisively setting the hook. The fishing rod bent dramatically, creating a heart-stopping arc. The line tightened with a nerve-wracking squeal, as if it might snap at any moment. Yin Bugui's words about the 1 yuan were choked back in astonishment, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. "Hey, a big fish. It's definitely a whopper," Yin Bugui exclaimed, his voice trembling with shock. His eyes gleamed with greed as he tossed aside his shabby fishing rod, rushing forward. "Quick, hand it to me. You young ones lack experience. Let me handle it." As he reached for Zhao Xiaodong's rod, he had long coveted the finely crafted bamboo rod, knowing it was capable of tackling larger catches. "Get lost. Do you want to be slapped?" Zhao Xiaodong snapped, his eyes flashing with cold intensity, the aura of a master in the realm of energy causing Yin Bugui to retreat several steps, nearly losing his balance. The commotion drew the attention of nearby anglers and passers-by, who gathered to watch the spectacle. "Young man, stay calm. Don't yank it. Let it tire itself," an elderly fisherman kindly advised. However, Zhao Xiaodong, possessing mastery over his energy and a refined control of strength, did not require the traditional method of tiring the fish. He subtly channeled his energy, sending a peculiar vibration through the rod, causing the massive creature underwater to momentarily lose its will to struggle. Seizing the opportunity, he exerted his strength, his arms steady as a rock, directly pulling the large fish from the depths. The entire process was a blur, swift and mesmerizing. As the fish broke the surface, it appeared limp, but once it landed on the grassy bank, it sprang back to life, thrashing wildly, sending splashes everywhere. The onlookers gasped in awe, realizing it was nearly a meter long, a large Hualien, fathead fish, weighing at least 15 to 16 pounds. The crowd murmured in astonishment, unable to comprehend how such a formidable fish had been subdued so effortlessly. Yin Bugui, consumed by envy, lunged forward like a ravenous dog, eager to grasp the still wriggling fish. However, the fish, brimming with vitality, thrashed violently, its robust tail striking Yin Bugui's cheeks with a resounding slap, leaving him dazed and disoriented. The force of the blow sent his glasses flying off onto the grass a few steps away. Ignoring the pain in his face, he hurriedly crawled to retrieve his glasses, anxiously checking for damage. "Damn it, that little brat. I will make you pay for my glasses," Yin Bugui vowed vehemently in his heart. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaodong effortlessly grasped the fish by its gills, raising it confidently and placing it into the large bucket he had brought, the fish nearly filling the container. The elderly fisherman who had previously offered advice approached with a smile. "Young man, you certainly have a knack for this. How about selling me that fish? My wife loves it." Zhao Xiaodong pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Old sir, I cannot sell it. However, if you have any rare coupons or other items, we might be able to trade." The elderly man, intrigued rather than offended, promptly pulled out a notebook from his pocket. "Let me see. Here is a cloth coupon, and 4 tickets for Finjio. Oh, by the way, I also have 5 pounds of freshly rendered lard in my Jeep's trunk. I can include that." With an air of distinction, the elderly gentleman was accompanied by young men who appeared to be his driver and bodyguard, indicating he was not an ordinary individual. Zhao Xiaodong, unconcerned with the value equivalence, readily nodded. "All right, it's a deal." The two completed this transaction imbued with the essence of the times, the old man beaming as he directed his attendant to carry off the large fish, departing with satisfaction. Knowing that more large fish lurked near the baited area, Zhao Xiaodong rebaited his hook and cast his line once more. Yin Bugui hastily cast his own hook into the water, but his eyes, like hooks, remained fixated on Zhao Xiaodong's bobber. Sure enough, within 5 minutes, Zhao Xiaodong's bobber dipped violently again. With a flick of his wrist, the fishing rod once again bent into a crescent shape. After a series of seemingly tense, yet effortlessly executed maneuvers, a larger Hualien was hauled ashore, weighing approximately 20 pounds. Yin Bugui's eyes gleamed with a blood-red intensity, and his breathing grew hurried. Zhao Xiaodong, sensing that catching 2 such colossal fish was too conspicuous, decided to call it a day. He swiftly placed the second large fish into a spare net bag, hanging it beside the water bucket, preparing to pack up and leave. Upon noticing Zhao Xiaodong's intention to depart, Yin Bugui, displaying an agility unbefitting his age, darted over to seize the prime fishing spot Zhao had just occupied. A mischievous thought sparked in Zhao Xiaodong's mind. Harnessing his telekinetic powers, he subtly manipulated the fishing hook that Yin Bugui had abandoned, deftly guiding it to the mouth of the last and largest fish, which he estimated to weigh over 20 pounds. Startled, the fish gulped the hook in one swift motion. Yin Bugui watched in astonishment as the float was suddenly pulled beneath the water's surface. Overcome with excitement, he shouted, "I've got one," and vigorously lifted the rod to set the hook. The fishing rod bent at an alarmingly precarious angle. Then, spurred by Zhao Xiaodong's covert telekinetic influence, the massive Hualien erupted from the water with a tremendous splash, soaring nearly a meter high. Its silvery body glimmered in the sunlight, creating a magnificent spectacle. Wow, what a huge fish! The crowd erupted in awe once more. Yin Bugui, feeling triumphant, believed today was his moment to shine. Yet, his heart sank as he realized that his fragile fishing rod could not withstand the force of such a behemoth. Indeed, as the fish plunged back into the water, it surged towards the depths, and with a sharp crack, Yin Bugui's rod snapped in two. The front half, along with the fishing line, was instantly dragged into the abyss, vanishing from sight. "My fish! My big fish!" Yin Bugui collapsed onto the ground, wailing like a wounded animal. Gazing at the half-rod in his hands, he lamented, "My fishing rod! I spent money on that." A satisfied smile crept across Zhao Xiaodong's lips as he secured the water bucket to the back of his bicycle. Holding his own bamboo fishing rod, he leisurely pedaled home. Passing through the vegetable market, he picked up some seasonal vegetables and various spices, enjoying the remarkably low prices of produce in this era. "This 20-pound fish, I cannot possibly finish it all by myself." As Zhao Xiaodong pushed his bicycle back to the entrance of the Sihiyuan, he pondered. It was Sunday, and most of the residents who worked or studied were home. News of his catch had seemingly arrived before him, for as soon as he stepped into the front yard, a throng gathered around, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the two enormous Hualien in the water bucket and net bag, their gazes a complex mixture of envy, jealousy, and desire. Chapter 9. A flock of vultures circling, an unexpected visit to the hometown. Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong had been playing chess in the corridor of the main room in the front courtyard, where a cool cross breeze provided some relief from the heat. Hearing the commotion outside, they strolled over to investigate. At the sight of the massive, 20-pound flour cart beside Zhao Xiaodong's bucket, Zhonghai immediately assumed his usual patriarchal stance without a second thought. "Xiao," he began, "catching such a big fish is certainly a good thing, but in this hot weather, you can't possibly eat it all before it spoils. What a waste that would be. I think you should share it with the neighbors in the courtyard so everyone can enjoy a little treat." Jia Zhangshi, who had been hovering nearby with drool nearly dripping from her mouth, seized the opportunity. Before Zhonghai could finish, she thrust out her stubby hand to grab the fish, exclaiming, Yes, let me take it home to clean it. I'll bring you a bowl once it's cooked." Zhao Xiaodong was holding a gleaming butcher knife, preparing to clean the fish right by the water tank. Seeing Jia Zhangshi make a grab for it, his eyes turned cold. He pointed the sharp tip of the knife directly at her plump hand and snapped, "What do you think you're doing? Trying to snatch it out, right? Touch it again, and I swear I'll chop your hand off." The glint of the blade and the murderous look in Zhao Xiaodong's eyes sent a shiver down Jia Zhangshi's spine. She hastily withdrew her hand, finally remembering that the Zhao Xiaodong before her was no longer the easy target she could push around. Just then, Yin Bugui returned, disheveled and pushing his bicycle. The thought of his broken fishing rod and the big fish that got away filled him with both heartache and resentment. He directed all his pent-up fury at Zhao Xiaodong. "Zhao Xiaodong, you owe me half of that fish. If I hadn't taken your fishing spot, my rod wouldn't have snapped. This is all your fault." Hearing this, Zhao Xiaodong nearly laughed in disbelief. He looked at Yin Bugui as if he were a fool. "Yin Bugui, I've seen shameless people before, but never anyone as shameless as you. Listen to yourself. Do those even sound like words a human would say?" His voice suddenly rose, laced with unmistakable threat. "Fine then. Tomorrow, I'll go to Hongxing Primary School and have a nice chat with your principal." "Oh wait, school lets out. In that case, I'll go straight to the neighborhood office and tell Director Wang exactly what you just said. Let the leaders decide who's in the right." The mere mention of Director Wang from the neighborhood office sent Yin Bugui's soul fleeing in terror. His earlier nonsense had been nothing more than a bully's bluff, relying on his status as one of the Courtyard's 3 elders. If this actually reached the neighborhood authorities, he wouldn't just lose face. He'd be stripped of dignity, and might even lose his honorary title as a volunteer mediator. No. Zhao Xiaodong, I was just joking. Yes, it was all a joke. Yin Bugui's expression instantly changed. He waved his hands frantically, cold sweat beading on his forehead. That kind of talk makes no sense at all. Only a joke would sound like that. You mustn't take it seriously. Get lost. Zhao Xiaodong couldn't be bothered with further argument and dismissed him with a single word. Yin Bugui felt as if he had been granted a pardon. Not daring to argue further, he pushed his bicycle and slunk home with his tail between his legs. He knew he had to swallow this loss today. Any further entanglement would only bring more humiliation. Watching from the side, Zhonghai felt a surge of anger. Another opportunity to put Zhao Xiaodong in his place had been ruined by Yin Bugui. That incompetent fool who couldn't accomplish anything without messing it up. He wished he could chase after Yin and slap him across the face several times. Zhao Xiaodong also felt a twinge of regret. What a pity the system didn't issue a task. Beating up that old miser could have earned some rewards, but now it's just a waste of energy. Suppressing his rage, Zhonghai regrouped and once again adopted an air of righteous authority. Zhao Xiaodong, my earlier suggestion was for your own good. With so much fish, you really can't eat it all by yourself. Sharing it with the struggling families in our courtyard is a gesture of unity and mutual aid. Keep enough for yourself and give the rest to me to distribute. He paused, then added with a tone of earnest concern, and another thing, from now on, try to resolve courtyard matters within the courtyard. Don't bother the neighborhood cadres over every little thing. They're very busy with their work. Zhonghai's goal wasn't just the fish before him. He wanted to use this concession to re-establish his authority over Zhao Xiaodong. If Zhao yielded this time, he could gradually mold him into the obedient, sensible figure he desired. Zhao Xiaodong saw right through his intentions. With a cold laugh, he turned the tables. Zhonghai, you earn 99 yuan a month. Surely you can't spend all of that either, right? How about you keep what you need and let me distribute the rest to everyone? What do you say? That's money I earned through hard work. Why should I give it away? Zhonghai blurted out, but the moment the words left his mouth, he realized his mistake. He had fallen right into Zhao Xiaodong's logical trap. Did I not spend time and effort fishing? This is the fruit of my labor. Why should I have to share it? Your money is yours, but my fish has to be communal? Zhao Xiaodong sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. Besides, if I can't finish it, I can always salt it and eat it slowly. His gaze sharpened as he stared at Zhonghai, his tone turning severe. And what do you mean by courtyard matters should be settled within the courtyard? Do you have the guts to repeat that in front of Director Wang at the neighborhood office? At best, you're trying to cover things up and handle them internally. At worst, you're trying to play the local tyrant behind closed doors. If you dare say courtyard matters should be settled within the courtyard one more time, I'll go straight to the neighborhood office. And if Director Wang won't handle it, I'll go to the district government and ask if such a rule even exists. Zhonghai was left red-faced and speechless. He instinctively glanced at Xia Zhu, hoping for support, but Xia Zhu guiltily averted his gaze. He had been thoroughly beaten into fear. Zhonghai finally understood that threats of force were useless against Zhao Xiaodong. At this realization, Zhonghai felt as if countless slaps had been struck across his face, the sting burning intensely. He could no longer bear to stay, and with a humiliated snort, he turned and scurried away, his retreating figure radiating utter defeat. The onlookers, seeing there was no more drama to watch, gradually dispersed, though their eyes lingered longingly on the plump fish. Jia Zhangshi, especially, was salivating with desire as she dragged the wailing, thrashing Bang Gung toward the middle courtyard. Grandma, I want fish. I want the big fish. Bang Gung kicked his legs, refusing to move. Come on, let us go home. Later, when their family has cooked it, I'll send your useless mother over to ask for some. Jia Zhangshi coaxed helplessly. With Jia Dongshu still alive, she had to maintain some semblance of dignity for her son's sake, and hadn't yet reached the point of throwing a full-blown tantrum. Zhao Xiaodong paid no further attention to the others and focused on cleaning the big fish by the water tank. Yin Bugui sat at his doorstep, fanning himself with a tattered palm leaf fan, but his eyes were fixed like hooks on Zhao Xiaodong and the fish, jealousy burning fiercely in his heart. A fish weighing over 20 pounds, if only I had a proper fishing rod. If that bamboo rod were in my hands, today would surely have been prosperous. Yin Bugui lamented to his wife, Yang Ruihua, who was picking chives nearby. Yang Ruihua shook her head, saying, "It is of no use to dwell on it. We must think of a way to catch more fish. Nevertheless, how is it that that young fellow is so adept at fishing?" Yin Bugui paused for a moment, deep in thought. "Indeed, that lad possesses remarkable skills. I need to devise a means to extract his secrets." Zhao Xiaodong had just finished cleaning the large fish when he noticed Mr. Hu, residing in the house to the east, approaching the water's edge, carrying a strikingly vibrant goose, preparing to pluck its feathers. Zhao Xiaodong felt a spark of inspiration and approached with a smile. "Mr. Hu, your goose feathers are quite splendid. Would you consider selling them to me? I have a use for them." "Sell? Take them if you need them." Mr. Hu replied generously, then gestured towards the fish scraps in Zhao Xiaodong's basin. "However, I would like some fish oil and fish bladder in exchange, along with those fish intestines." "Very well, that is no problem," Zhao Xiaodong readily agreed, as he needed the sturdy feathers of the goose to craft his arrows. He meticulously selected the suitable plumes. Cleaning those coarse fish intestines. Frying them with fish oil to make tofu. The flavor is exquisite. Today, I shall indulge in a few extra cups. Mr. Hu gleefully weighed the fish scraps he had received in exchange, and with the addition of the goose his son had brought back, a delightful feast awaited them at noon. As Zhao Xiaodong was about to enter his home with the prepared fish and exchanged goose feathers, he noticed 3 figures approaching from the Huahua gate. A weary woman in her 40s, her complexion sallow, cradled a frail little girl of about 3 or 4 years in her arms, followed closely by a timid girl of around 7 or 8. All 3 appeared disheveled and ragged, bearing the signs of a long journey and malnutrition. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaodong, the middle-aged woman's dull eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. In a hoarse voice, she called out, "Xiaodong, at last, I have found you." Chapter 10. The unexpected arrival of relatives, a heavy burden on the shoulders. Zhao Xiaodong gazed in astonishment at the haggard woman before him, striving to sift through his memories. "You are Aunt Zhang, and these are Xiao Ling and Xiao Yu? How did you end up like this, arriving so suddenly?" "Brother," a timid voice, barely audible, emanated from the girl of about 6 or 7, named Xiao Ling. In Aunt Zhang's embrace, the roughly 3 or 4-year-old Xiao Yu stared wide-eyed, curiously and unfamiliar, at Zhao Xiaodong. Yet, without exception, all 3 were irresistibly drawn to the large fish on the cutting board, their throats instinctively moving as they struggled to swallow their saliva. The neighbors in the front yard gradually gathered around, relishing the juicy gossip that such family matters offered. "Aunt Zhang, let us talk inside," Zhao Xiaodong urged, suppressing his astonishment. "You all must be hungry. I'll prepare something right away." The weather was sweltering, and the door was left ajar. Zhao Xiaodong stood at the entrance, casting a cold look at the gathering neighbors. Though he refrained from exerting the imposing aura of a martial artist, the residual intimidation from his recent confrontation with Xia Zhu was still palpable, causing those eager to witness the spectacle to feel a surge of pressure and disperse awkwardly. Only then did Zhao Xiaodong turn back, pouring them some cool boiled water, and anxiously inquired, "Aunt Zhang, what brings you here all of a sudden? Where are my father and elder brother?" Zhang Guixiang, also known as Aunt Zhang, cradled a battered teacup in her hands, her voice hoarse and bitter. "Your father and elder brother went into the mountains to find some food to support the family half a month ago, but they never returned. Later, the villagers organized a search and found only some bloodied scraps of cloth. I simply cannot support these 2 children alone. I had no choice but to bring them to you. This is your biological sister." Zhao Xiaodong's hand faltered as he poured the water. Although he inherited most of this body's memories, the emotional core emanated from his later life, and he lacked a profound bond with the original family. Yet, a strong sense of responsibility surged within him. Having occupied another son's body, he felt compelled to shoulder the duties that came with it, lest his conscience remain unsettled. He took a deep breath, steadying his mind, and asked, "When did this happen?" "About half a month ago. I was utterly at my wit's end. By the way, what about your second uncle? Is he at home?" Aunt Zhang still clung to a glimmer of hope. "Second uncle passed away a few days ago. I just buried him yesterday," Zhao Xiaodong replied with a bitter smile, feeling the cruel hand of fate. "Indeed, calamities do not come singly." Then, what shall we do?" The last vestige of color drained from Aunt Zhang's face, her eyes reflecting confusion and helplessness. "What else can we do?" Zhao Xiaodong declared resolutely. "Since you are here, settle in comfortably. As long as I have food to eat, you 3 shall not go hungry." How can that be? Aunt Zhang gazed at her two emaciated daughters, her eyes filled with reluctance and conflict. As long as you can feed Xiao Ling and Xiao Yu, that's enough. I can manage. If it comes to it, I'll return. Aunt Zhang, what are you saying? Zhao Xiaodong interrupted urgently. Now that you're here, there's no going back. From now on, this is your home. Supporting you is not an issue. His tone was firm, attempting to instill confidence in them. You all rest for a moment, drink some water, and I will prepare lunch right away. With that, he seemingly conjured a large handful of by 2 milk candies from his pocket, which was actually a storage space, offering them a sweet treat to stave off hunger. Xiao Ling and Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled instantly, fixated on the rare delicacy. But with second uncle gone, how can you afford to feed us three? Aunt Zhang's despair gave rise to a flicker of hope. Rest assured, I will ensure you are well fed and warm, Zhao Xiaodong assured her with a comforting smile. You all take it easy. I cook quickly. Aunt Zhang and Xiao Ling finally displayed some signs of joy, while the young Xiao Yu, still naive, struggled to unwrap the candy. Shall I help with the cooking? Aunt Zhang insisted, attempting to rise. No need. You rest, Zhao Xiaodong interjected. I see you've brought luggage. You must have some clothes to change into, right? There's hot water here. Wash your faces and freshen up. He stopped her, quickly fetching several buckets of cool water and placing 2 hot water bottles in the room before turning towards the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, he focused his mind and retrieved 2 exquisite small dragon jars from his storage space. These jars, glazed both inside and out, were a warm brown color adorned with embossed dragon patterns, commonly used for storing grains. One jar contained over 20 pounds of rice, while the other held the same amount of flour, sealed to protect against moisture and pests. I'll braise this fish entirely and stick some pot stickers around the edges. Zhao Xiaodong efficiently chopped the fish into pieces, preparing scallions, ginger, and garlic before igniting the stove. As the iron pot began to emit wisps of smoke, he scooped a generous spoonful of pure white lard, just as Aunt Zhang, freshly washed and groomed, entered the kitchen. Upon seeing the large spoonful of lard, Aunt Zhang's eyes widened in shock. Xiaodong, why are you using so much oil? This is not excessive. For braised fish with pot stickers, less oil means less flavor, Zhao Xiaodong explained. Now looking somewhat refreshed, though still weary, Aunt Zhang replied, well, let me help with the fire. Let Xiao Ling lend a hand. We should save on the oil. Buying such a large fish must have cost a pretty penny. I caught this fish myself this morning. It didn't cost a thing, Zhao Xiaodong said with a hint of pride. Aunt Zhang, you just focus on tending the fire. I'll handle the fish. By the way, where are Xiao Ling and Xiao Yu? Xiao Ling is cleaning up with Xiao Yu in the room, Aunt Zhang answered, her expression appearing to relax slightly. Zhao Xiaodong sighed internally, knowing there were many questions he could not pose at this moment. The immediate priority was to ensure that this hungry family of 3 had a hearty meal. Judging by their appearance, it seemed they had not enjoyed a proper meal in quite some time. He evenly coated the fish pieces in flour and slid them into the hot oil. With a sizzle, the oil met the fish, producing an enticing sound and a rich aroma. Once the fish pieces were golden brown and firm on both sides, he added the scallions, ginger, and garlic to release their fragrance, followed by soy sauce to enhance the savory flavor, before adding water to begin simmering. On the other side, he swiftly kneaded a mass of pure white dough, skillfully shaping it into patties and affixing them along the edge of the scorching pot before covering it with a lid. Aunt Zhang, who was tending the fire, gazed in astonishment as Zhao Xiaodong used unadulterated dough for the patties. Her eyes widened once more, and her lips quivered as if to speak, yet she ultimately swallowed her words. Brother, Xiao Ling appeared at the kitchen door, hand in hand with her younger sister, Xiao Yu. Both had donned clean, albeit old, garments, which, though patched, were considerably tidier. Xiao Ling, take your sister to the room and wait. The meal will be ready shortly. Zhao Xiaodong offered the 2 girls a warm smile. He recalled the last time he had seen his father, elder brother, and these 2 half-sisters, which was during last year's New Year celebration when they returned to their ancestral home in Jibei with their second uncle. When he was around 8 or 9 years old, his biological mother had passed away, and his father later remarried Aunt Zhang. His memories of these half-sisters were rather faint. Yet, the 2 little girls were reluctant to depart, lingering at the doorway, savoring the sweetness of a by 2 milk candy, their faces aglow with rare happiness. Particularly Xiao Yu, whose sparkling saliva dribbled down her chin, completely oblivious to it. Zhao Xiaodong lifted the lid, using a ladle to scoop the boiling fish soup and drench the dough patties clinging to the pot's edge. Instantly, the rich aroma of fish intertwined with the pure scent of dough, wafting more intensely from the kitchen. The two little girls at the door inhaled deeply in unison, and Xiao Yu's saliva flowed even more freely. Zhao Xiaodong replaced the lid and said to Aunt Zhang, "Aunt Zhang, you can extinguish the fire. It will suffice to let it simmer in the residual heat for a while." Just then, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Qin Huairu, who was gracefully approaching the front courtyard, holding a small basin the size of a sea bowl. Chapter 11. A heartwarming lunch. The rich aroma of fish and meat wafted through the courtyard, mingling with the pure fragrance of freshly made guatai, creating an almost tangible presence in the air. In the central courtyard of the Jia family, Jia Zhongshi and her grandson Bongging were twitching their noses, nearly turning green with envy. "Qin Huairu, go and borrow some fish and meat from that rascal Zhao Xiaodong. And those dumplings, they are made from fine flour. Truly generous." Jia Zhongshi licked her lips, nearly drooling. One must admit, this old woman had a keen sense of smell. Despite a dull ache in half her face, it did not hinder her appetite in the slightest. Earlier that morning, she had devoured 2 sizable steamed buns made from mixed flour, accompanied by a large bowl of corn porridge, enough to rival the combined appetites of her son Jia Dongshu and daughter-in-law Qin Huairu. As Jia Dongshu was still present, Qin Huairu had to find a reason to borrow the lunchbox from Shaju, unlike in later days when she would have no reservations. "Mother, our family's relationship with Zhao Xiaodong is strained as it is. He even dares to hit uncle. How could he possibly lend us any?" Qin Huairu said with a troubled expression, casting a pleading glance at Jia Dongshu, who was wiping himself down with cold water. On such a hot day, the discomfort of 5 or 6 people crammed into a small room was unbearable. Suddenly, Jia Zhongshi yelled, her spittle flying. "That little beast can't possibly eat 10 pounds of fish by himself. If he can manage 1 pound, that would be impressive. The rest should be brought to honor me. My dear grandson Bongging is still growing and needs nourishment. Does Zhao Xiaodong not understand this? Is he that foolish?" Seeing Jia Zhongshi's furious expression and noticing Qin Huairu's pitiful gaze, Jia Dongshu sighed and muttered, "Huairu, I know this is difficult for you, but just go once, so that mother can put her heart at ease." With no other choice, Qin Huairu accepted the large bowl, which was almost the size of a small basin, that Jia Zhongshi had pressed into her hands, and steeled herself as she walked toward the front courtyard. To her astonishment, when she arrived at Zhao Xiaodong's home, she found 3 unfamiliar faces. Taken aback, she quickly donned her customary weak smile. "Xiaodong, have you got guests?" "Stop right there. Qin Huairu, who is your brother?" Zhao Xiaodong interrupted bluntly, raising an eyebrow. "If you have something to say, say it. If not, leave quickly. Go back where you came from." Since she was already there, Qin Huairu did not wish to return empty-handed, as she would undoubtedly face Jia Zhongshi's ire. Forcing a smile, she said, "Xiaodong, the fish you made smells wonderful. Bongging is at home crying for it." "You see, wishing to eat meat?" asked Jia Dongshu. "Bongging is his son. Providing for his family is his responsibility." Zhao Xiaodong sneered, his voice rising so that the neighbors could hear. "Qin Huairu, with that look on your face, are you afraid others might think Jia Dongshu cannot support his wife and child?" Qin Huairu felt her face flush with embarrassment at his words, and as she caught the odd glances from the surrounding neighbors, she could no longer bear it. Gritting her teeth, she turned and left, clutching the empty bowl. "What a bunch of beasts!" Zhao Xiaodong scoffed, closing the door behind him. Aunt Zhang stood by, bewildered and somewhat anxious. Zhao Xiaodong then turned and walked into the inner room, picking up the small, frail girl. The 3-year-old stiffened momentarily, but soon broke into a timid yet radiant smile. "Brother." Xiaoling looked up at Zhao Xiaodong with wide, eager eyes. "Come, let us set the table for a meal," Zhao Xiaodong said, carrying the little girl in one arm while taking Xiaoling's hand with the other. They entered the central room, which served as their living area. He efficiently arranged a small square table, set out 4 little stools, and filled 4 sturdy blue-rimmed bowls with cooling water. At that moment, Aunt Zhang entered with a large earthen basin, filled with glossy, aromatic braised fish. She placed the basin down and returned to the kitchen to fetch another bowl, this one filled with golden brown guatai, soaked in fish broth. "Sit down and eat heartily. To have an appetite is a blessing," Zhao Xiaodong cheerfully urged, first handing a piece of broth-soaked guatai to the little girl and then addressing Xiaoling. "Xiaoling, while you are here with your brother, eat as much as you like. Do not starve yourself. Your brother can earn enough to support you 3. Aunt Zhang had previously seen the 2 jars filled with fine rice flour and the large container of precious lard in the kitchen. and she realized that Zhao Xiaodong's circumstances were far better than she had imagined, which eased her heart slightly. The four of them ate their fill, ultimately consuming only a small portion of the fish, but the basin of guatai was completely emptied. As Aunt Zhang cleared the dishes, the little girl and Xiao Ling sat contentedly, holding their bellies and emitting satisfied hums, clearly having overeaten. "Brother, the fish is delicious," Xiao Ling said with a beaming face. "Brother." "So good." Xiao Yu leaned against Zhao Xiaodong, whispering softly. The bond of blood is innate. Within the span of a meal, Xiao Yu's initial shyness towards Zhao Xiaodong melted away, and she grew closer to him. "As long as you enjoy it, brother will cook for you often," Zhao Xiaodong said with a smile, gently caressing Xiao Yu's thin face. "Tomorrow, I will find a way to get some pork for you." He remembered that he had acquired a goose feather today, which would be perfect for repairing his arrows. He planned to venture into the mountains tomorrow to hunt, hoping to bring back some game to improve their meals. "Thank you, big brother." Xiao Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Later, I will take you to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy new clothes." Zhao Xiaodong looked at the worn-out clothes on his sisters and asked, "Xiao Ling, Xiao Yu, do you like little skirts?" "Yes, I want a little skirt." Xiao Yu's big eyes became watery and bright, appearing especially large due to her thinness. I also like it," Xiao Ling said shyly, but her gaze was filled with anticipation. At that moment, Aunt Zhang returned after washing the dishes. "Aunt Zhang, we are heading to the supply and marketing cooperative right now," Zhao Xiaodong instructed. "You and the girls will stay in the room at the north end. I will gather some materials to separate the space and make a bed along with 2 boxes, so you can settle in for now. I am so sorry to trouble you." Aunt Zhang hesitated. "We are family, so no need for such formalities." "It's settled," Zhao Xiaodong said firmly. Thus, Zhao Xiaodong pushed Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling on his bicycle, with Aunt Zhang following behind. The four of them made their way to the supply and marketing cooperative. Fortunately, there were enough cloth coupons left by his second uncle, allowing Zhao Xiaodong to buy each of them 2 sets of new clothes, along with necessary items like reed mats and blankets. On their way back, Zhao Xiaodong also found a carpenter to help partition the rooms. Upon arriving home, he immediately set to work, first clearing out the room to the north that was filled with timber. He moved the precious wood into his bedroom, while leaving the ordinary lumber outside for future use. As he toiled, perspiration beading on his forehead, a melodious and clear voice rang out at the courtyard entrance. "Comrade Zhao, are you busy?" Zhao Xiaodong looked up to see Zhou Xiaobai standing there with a charming presence, accompanied by Zhong Yuemin, whose countenance bore a playful, irreverent smile. Chapter 12. Su Damao's self-destruction and the joint action of the 2 heroes Zhou Tongji. "The wooden horse you commissioned has been beautifully carved," Zhao Xiaodong greeted with a smile as he brushed the sawdust off his hands. His home was in disarray, so he invited them not to enter. He quickly retrieved the exquisitely crafted purple sandalwood horse from his bedroom and handed it to Zhou Xiaobai. Aunt Zhang stood at the door with Xiao Ling and Xiao Yu. Her curiosity piqued as she observed these 2 distinguished guests. "Master Zhao, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable," praised Zhong Yuemin, nodding appreciatively. He then pulled out a piece of boxwood and 2 tinyuan notes from his bag, saying, "This is the material I found. I would appreciate it if you could carve me a formidable tiger descending the mountain, one that exudes majesty." Zhao Xiaodong smiled faintly and was about to respond when footsteps approached from the hanging flower door. A tall, slender figure entered. The newcomer appeared to be around 23 or 24 years old, standing nearly 6 feet tall, with a physique as thin as a ribbon fish and a long face, adorned with 2 meticulously groomed mustaches above his lips. His hair was slicked back in a center part, and he wore a short-sleeved white shirt, blue trousers, and polished leather shoes. He was indeed Su Damao, just returned from a film screening in the countryside. Su Damao immediately noticed the elegant Zhou Xiaobai, his eyes widening with intrigue. He leered at Zhao Xiaodong and exclaimed, "Oh ho, Zhao Xiaodong, where did you find such a stunning beauty? Is she your friend? Please, introduce me." His tone was flippant, laced with lewdness. He intended to impress the lovely lady but unwittingly stepped into a trap. Zhong Yuemin's previously relaxed demeanor transformed into one of cold fury, his eyes flashing dangerously. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized a thick iron chain from his bicycle basket, ready to retaliate. Zhao Xiaodong, momentarily taken aback, quickly realized that Su Damao was in for a world of trouble today. However, he found amusement in the situation and stood with crossed arms, indifferent to Su Damao's fate. "Yumin, don't do it." Zhou Xiaobai urgently grabbed Zhong Yuemin's arm, but it was too late. With a swift motion, Zhong Yuemin swung the heavy chain, the whoosh of the air accompanying its descent towards Su Damao's head. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaobai's intervention altered its trajectory slightly, and instead of striking his skull, the chain landed squarely on Su Damao's shoulder with a resounding crack. With a piercing scream, Su Damao spun around in dismay and collapsed to the ground. Ouch! That hurts. Help! Someone's trying to kill me. He wailed, clutching his rapidly swelling shoulder, howling like a wounded animal. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the courtyard. Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong rushed over, inquiring incessantly, "What is going on? What happened? Lao Yan, did you see anything?" Yin Bugui, who had been keeping his distance, approached cautiously, adjusting his glasses. "You scoundrel! You're lucky I'm not armed today." Zhong Yuemin snarled, his anger still simmering as he delivered 2 swift kicks to the fallen Su Damao. Let us go, let us go! Stop it!" Zhou Xiaobai tugged at Zhong Yuemin, fearing he would escalate the situation further. "After hurting someone, you think you can just walk away? It's not that easy." Shaju, witnessing the scene, rolled up his sleeves, prepared to intervene. Zhong Yuemin scoffed, proclaiming, "I'm the one who hit him. If you want to report me, feel free. Just remember to tell the police that the assailant is Zhong Yuemin, residing in the 3rd Military District." Upon hearing the mention of the military district, Zhonghai shivered, urgently restraining Shaju. "Zhong, don't act rashly. You know Su Damao's character. He must have provoked this trouble himself." Yin Bugui quickly changed his stance, nodding vigorously. "I saw it happen. Su Damao was the one who harassed that young lady first, and he got what he deserved. He is truly a disgrace to our courtyard." Lu Haizhong, with his considerable girth, chimed in with a mock-serious tone. "Indeed, Su Damao's behavior severely tarnishes the reputation of our courtyard. We must convene a meeting to criticize and educate him." Su Damao, wincing in pain, finally managed to rise from the ground. Hearing these remarks, he felt a surge of indignation but dared not confront Zhonghai and the others. Instead, he redirected his ire towards Zhao Xiaodong, still unaware of the changes that had transpired during his absence. "Zhao Xiaodong, this is all your fault. You must be friends with her, right? Because of you, I got beaten up. You owe me 50 yuan for medical expenses." Su Damao accused, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Xiaodong. Zhao Xiaodong, already contemplating delivering a kick, suddenly heard the mechanical voice of the system in his mind. Ding. Task issued. Slapped Su Damao. Reward. 1 chance for a black iron lottery. What a stroke of luck. Without hesitation, Zhao Xiaodong seized Su Damao by the collar and unleashed 2 resounding slaps across his face. "To hell with you. You brought this on yourself and dare to blame me? Do you want to be slapped again?" Zhao Xiaodong berated him, casually pushing Su Damao away as if discarding trash, and resumed his woodworking. Stunned by the blows, Su Damao saw stars, his ears ringing, utterly bewildered. "Su Damao, what am I to say about you?" Shaju remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. "Hurry home and apply some medicine. Some people are not worth your trouble." Zhonghai wore a stern expression, embodying fairness and authority. "Su Damao, you must reflect on your behavior. Today, considering your injuries, we will defer any public reprimand. Now hurry back." Su Damao was not truly foolish. The overwhelming force he had just experienced at Zhao Xiaodong's hands, coupled with the implications in Shaju's and Zhonghai's words, made it clear that Zhao Xiaodong was no longer someone to be trifled with. Filled with indignation and confusion, he dared not utter another word and slunk away to the backyard, nursing his wounded pride. "Shaju, at 5 o'clock, go borrow a flatbed cart and bring the old lady back from the hospital," Zhonghai instructed. "Of course, no problem." Shaju readily agreed. "This time, we owe a great deal to you and Auntie for taking care of her. Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is indeed a virtue. There are no parents without faults, only children who fail to fulfill their duties." Zhonghai declared with righteous indignation, "To be unfilial towards one's elders is worse than being a beast. Zhuzi, you must show filial piety towards the elderly lady. Of course, the old lady treats me like her own grandson." The foolish Zhuzi patted his chest in assurance. Zhao Xiaodong, listening from the side, couldn't help but reveal a hint of a sardonic smile at the corners of his mouth. He chose to disregard the group of beasts, focusing intently on his woodworking tasks. His mastery at the transformation stage allowed him to exercise exquisite control over his fingers. Shavings flew about, and wood chips fell gracefully as several pieces of timber were swiftly fashioned into precise mortise and tenon joints. Just as he was preparing to assemble the components, The workers he had arranged to come for the intermittent house arrived, bringing with them the prepared bamboo matting. Zhao Xiaodong promptly set aside his tools, ushered them inside to take measurements, and explained the method of installation. Once arrangements were finalized, he returned to the courtyard to continue crafting furniture. Aunt Zhang observed from the side, occasionally handing him a tool or supporting a piece of wood, her face etched with concern. Xiaodong, hiring help and crafting new furniture must cost quite a bit, right? Aunt Zhang inquired softly. It won't amount to much, Aunt Zhang, so please do not worry, Zhao Xiaodong reassured her with a gentle smile. Just keep an eye on Xiaoling and Xiaoyu. I can handle this work. As he spoke, a tall girl with 2 dark braids rode her bicycle through the flowering gate. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaodong skillfully engaged in carpentry, her eyes widened in astonishment. Xiaodong, you really know how to do carpentry? Chapter 13 The First Rainfall. Thoughts arise. Zhao Xiaodong looked up and was pleasantly surprised to see He Yushui. A sincere smile graced his face. Yushui, I've missed you these past few days during the break. Where have you been? I stayed at my classmate Yu Haitong's house for a couple of days, He Yushui replied, a fleeting hint of bitterness crossing her delicate features. Zhao Xiaodong's mind raced with memories of He Yushui. In their previous lives, they belonged to the same obscure social stratum, sharing a sense of mutual sympathy. However, he had the protection and care of his second uncle, making his situation far more favorable than hers. At that moment, although the foolish Zhu had begun to pursue Qin Huairu, he still refrained from crossing certain lines due to Jia Dongshu's presence. Even so, He Yushui had already endured considerable hardship, while she had not yet been reduced to the point of starvation. Going without food for 2 days out of 3 had become commonplace. It was likely that her stay at her classmate's home was an attempt to escape her unreliable brother and secure a decent meal. Of course, even at her friend's house, food still required ration tickets, and Zhu dared not refuse that, lest He Yushui suffer any consequences at home, which would reflect poorly on him. It was probably due to exhausting her money that He Yushui had no choice but to return. Come and lend me a hand, Zhao Xiaodong said with a gentle smile. Your brother will be busy picking up the deaf old lady shortly, and he certainly won't have time for you. I imagine your home is likely devoid of even a grain of rice, isn't it? He Yushui bit her silver teeth quietly, producing a soft clicking sound. Yet she forced a smile onto her face. Thank you, Donggu. This situation was quite troubling. At 17, she had just graduated from middle school. Rather than choosing a vocational school for immediate employment, she had insisted on attending high school, with aspirations of entering university, showcasing her determination and resilience. As Zhao Xiaodong gazed at He Yushui, his heart raced involuntarily. Her beauty was truly striking. Her delicate face, though somewhat gaunt from malnutrition, was framed by exquisite features and a graceful bone structure that could not conceal her natural charm. Her physique was equally remarkable. He Yushui appeared frail, as if a mere breeze could topple her, yet the little nourishment she received seemed to have been perfectly allocated. Her bosom was full, and her hips were curvaceous. Standing at approximately 175 centimeters tall, her long legs were proportionate, leaving Zhao Xiaodong in quiet admiration. The clothes she wore were clearly ill-fitting, the sleeves and pant legs too short, tightly wrapping around her developing form. This sight ignited a mix of anger and pity within Zhao Xiaodong. Damn it, that fool Zhu truly lacks compassion. He doesn't even care for such a beautiful sister. He cursed inwardly. Donggu, who are they? He Yushui inquired, her gaze shifting to Aunt Zhang and Xiao Ling standing at the door, curiosity evident in her voice. Zhao Xiaodong briefly explained the changes and circumstances at home. Upon hearing this, He Yushui's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. In the realm of brotherhood, Zhao Xiaodong and Zhu were worlds apart. Yushui, if there's ever a shortage of food at home, come to me, Zhao Xiaodong said sincerely. He Yushui's appearance was entirely to his aesthetic taste. In his future life, he had encountered numerous stars and internet beauties. Yet none could compare to the unadulterated beauty of He Yushui. Aunt Zhang observed quietly, her thoughts swirling. Earlier, when Zhou Xiaobai had visited, she had assumed that was Zhao Xiaodong's partner, but upon closer inspection, she felt otherwise. Now, witnessing the natural ease between He Yushui and Zhao Xiaodong, she speculated that perhaps this girl was indeed his romantic interest. Although the previous woman was also beautiful, her affluent background suggested she was beyond Zhao Xiaodong's reach. Meanwhile, the workers in the house had efficiently completed the partitions, applying a mixture of crushed hemp fibers and lime to both sides of the bamboo mat to ensure durability. By around 5 o'clock, Zhao Xiaodong had constructed a wooden bed and 2 wooden boxes, with leftover materials stacked in the kitchen, ready to craft a wardrobe for Aunt Zhang later. He generously paid the workers 30 yuan, and they left in high spirits. He Yushui and Aunt Zhang busied themselves in the kitchen preparing dinner. Brother, Xiao Yuer approached, tugging at Zhao Xiaodong's pant leg. Xiao Ling stood beside her, wide-eyed. Xiao Yuer had her finger in her mouth, gazing up at him expectantly. What's wrong, Xiao Yuer? Are you craving candy? Zhao Xiaodong knelt down, affectionately ruffling her hair, gently removing her finger from her mouth. I have candy, but you mustn't indulge too much. From now on, you and your sister can have a maximum of 3 pieces each day, okay? As he spoke, he magically produced 2 large white rabbit milk candies, handing one to each of them. Thank you, brother, Xiao Ling exclaimed with delight. Seeing her sister express gratitude, Xiao Yuer mirrored her innocent smile, her voice sweetly chiming. Thank you, brother. Enjoy, but we'll be having dinner soon, so just savor the taste, Zhao Xiaodong advised with a smile. He stood to inspect the freshly partitioned room. The bamboo mat, coated with lime, appeared quite smooth, although it had yet to dry completely. However, in this warm weather, it would likely be dry within a day or 2. The newly crafted bed and boxes had already been moved into the northern room. A curtain still needed to be hung on the door. Zhao Xiaodong thought to locate an old sheet for a temporary fix, planning to buy a new one later. Xiao Yuer and Xiao Ling, candy in mouth, trailed behind Zhao Xiaodong, practically glued to his side. At that moment, the rich aroma of fish stew mingled with the fragrant scent of white rice wafted from the kitchen, filling the entire small home. He Yushui and Aunt Zhang entered the living room, each carrying a heavy clay basin. One basin held the fragrant fish stew, while the other contained steaming, fluffy white rice. Dinner is ready, Zhao Xiaodong called out. Everyone, please sit down. We want to have soup today, so we'll make do with some plain water. He Yushui glanced at the extravagant meal with a hint of unease, furrowing her delicate brows. Xiaodong, eating like this. What about the days to come? Yushui, you needn't worry about that. I can manage to provide food, Zhao Xiaodong confidently interrupted. You may still stay over there. But when it comes to meals, I will take care of everything. Upon hearing this, He Yushui's delicate face flushed slightly as she cast a glance at Aunt Zhang, swallowing the words that were poised on her lips. She thought to herself that there was no rush, as time was still on their side, and such matters could be addressed later. Just as the 5 of them settled around the small table, chopsticks yet to be lifted, a commotion erupted from outside the courtyard. Zhao Xiaodong lifted his gaze to see Shuzhuz carrying the frail, deaf old lady into the front yard, with Zhonghai bustling closely behind him. The moment the old lady approached the entrance, her nose twitched instinctively, keenly detecting the overpowering aroma of fish and meat, lavishly cooked with ample lard. Zhonghai, this fish smells absolutely delightful. Go, bring me a bowl. The deaf old lady commanded Zhonghai in a tone reminiscent of an empress issuing a decree, her cloudy old eyes fixated intently on the 2 steaming clay pots on Zhao Xiaodong's table. Oh, and there's white rice as well. It smells marvelous. Serve me some of that too. Chapter 14. Confronting the ancestor, the old lady reassured, you can rest assured, I will have them deliver it to you right away. Zhonghai wore a smile on his face, readily complying. Please bring it over, so that Xiao Xiao does not have to make an extra trip. I, the old lady, am kind-hearted and best understand your youthful struggles. As she spoke, the deaf old lady trembled as she descended from Shuzhu's back, her tone as if she were bestowing a favor. Zhonghai felt utterly certain that despite any previous conflicts with Zhao Xiaodong, the current request came from the elder of the courtyard, and he believed Zhao Xiaodong would not dare to refuse this request. Shazhu supported the deaf old lady but cast a furtive glance into the room, noticing He Yushui seated there, her head lowered, seemingly oblivious to her brother's presence, which ignited a surge of anger within him. Nevertheless, he possessed enough sense to realize that he could not chastise his sister in front of Zhao Xiaodong, and had to swallow his indignation for the time being. Zhonghai strode to the entrance of Zhao Xiaodong's living room, straightened his back, and spoke in a commanding tone. Xiao Zhao, the old lady desires fish. Prepare a large bowl with plenty of good meat, and also a bowl of white rice to send over. Who do you think you are, Zhonghai? Standing at my doorstep begging? Zhao Xiaodong slammed his chopsticks down, rising with a cold glare. What? Zhao Xiaodong, you better understand. This is a request from the elder. Zhonghai's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom what he had just heard. Huh? Zhonghai, have you lost your memory? Coming at me with that again? Zhao Xiaodong scoffed, his voice echoing throughout the courtyard. Elder? Who's elder? It's been over 100 years since the Qing dynasty fell. What use is this to me? He took a step forward, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing Zhonghai. Do not think that just because you have a title in this courtyard, you can command authority. Outside of this courtyard, what are you, Zhonghai? Merely an old bachelor worker without children or family. In this courtyard, if I do not indulge you, you are nothing. Do not think you can pressure me with your elder status. It holds no weight here. Zhonghai's face drained of color as he trembled all over, especially at the mention of being childless, which struck a painful chord in his most sensitive spot. The deaf old lady's previously grim expression turned to one of astonishment, her eyes momentarily flashing with intensity. Shaju, support your elder. We must return. I am feeling unwell. No, grandmother. Zhao Xiaodong is too arrogant. You must teach him a lesson. You are a martyr's family member, and you have made straw sandals for the army. Dealing with a wealthy farmer is nothing. Shaju exclaimed, eager to invoke the old lady's protection as he saw Zhonghai rendered speechless by Zhao Xiaodong's rebuke. Martyr's family member? Made straw sandals for the army? Zhao Xiaodong seemed to find great amusement in this, his tone dripping with disdain. Shaju, are you performing a monologue? Please, say it again in front of everyone. The old lady is a martyr's family member and made straw sandals for the army. Before Zhao Xiaodong could finish, the deaf old lady's face turned ashen, her lips trembling. Shaju, I feel dizzy. Carry me back. Quickly. Her sharp voice interrupted Zhao Xiaodong, gripping Shaju's arm tightly. Wait, grandmother. Shaju was taken aback, not yet processing her urgency. Shaju, listen to the old lady. We are leaving. Zhonghai, with a darkened expression, intervened, forcefully pulling Shaju away. The old lady is unwell. We can discuss this later. Though Shaju was somewhat foolish, he still listened to Zhonghai and the deaf old lady's words, begrudgingly hoisting her onto his back as they headed to the backyard. The old lady's peripheral vision swept over the neighbors gathered to watch, noting their contemplative expressions and even some whispering among themselves. This sight almost drove her to grind her teeth in frustration. She realized that the golden image she and Zhonghai had painstakingly built over the years had been starkly cracked open by Zhao Xiaodong's few words, leaving the neighbors questioning her identity as a martyr's family member and her glorious past. Shaju, are we going home? Is there anything to eat? He Yushui approached the door, her voice soft. Before I left a couple of days ago, I only had 2 steamed buns. If it weren't for my excuse of visiting a classmate, you wouldn't have given me money and food tickets at all. Shaju waved his hand dismissively. What does it matter if you eat less? Just go home. I will bring back some leftovers for you later. He Yushui forced a smile and shook her head. She had matured 2 years prior, understanding the nuances of affection between men and women, and had secretly harbored feelings for Zhao Xiaodong for the past year. Initially, they shared a tacit understanding but could not openly express it due to their circumstances. Now that Zhao Xiaodong had explicitly invited her to dine with him in the future, it was tantamount to clarifying their feelings. Realizing this, He Yushui felt a newfound confidence and was no longer afraid of starving at the hands of her oblivious brother, emboldening her to express herself openly. Shaju paid no further attention to He Yushui and continued on his way, carrying the deaf old lady. My foolish brother. Truly the biggest fool in the world. He Yushui returned to the table, helplessly chuckling. He can be so devoted to others but forgets his own sister. Let us eat. Do not dwell on unhappy matters. Come to dinner at the appointed time in the future. Zhao Xiaodong assured as he placed a piece of fish on her plate, his tone resolute. Rest assured, since I have said it, I will certainly be able to support you all. He Yushui nodded, picking up her chopsticks and quietly eating. Zhao Xiaodong noticed glistening tears rolling down her cheeks, dropping into her rice bowl. Aunt Zhang sighed quietly beside them, attentively caring for her 2 daughters' meal. She understood that she had no place to interject regarding Zhao Xiaodong. His willingness to shelter and provide for the 3 of them was already an immense kindness. After all, according to propriety, Zhao Xiaodong, who had been adopted out, was now merely the cousin of Xiao Ling and Xiao Yu. Neither He Yushui nor Aunt Zhang doubted Zhao Xiaodong's ability to provide for them. With his swift and skilled carpentry, he would surely be able to support a family, even if he did not achieve great wealth. Once I get settled, I will also look for work. Any earnings will be better than relying solely on you, Aunt Zhang remarked. What if I do not continue high school and instead find a job? He Yushui raised her tear-filled eyes, gazing at Zhao Xiaodong. Reading is still essential, Zhao Xiaodong mused. I will find a way regarding work. First, I will secure a formal job and then gradually arrange things for you all. We shall take it one step at a time. Zhao Xiaodong understood that in a few years, challenges would loom ahead. Pursuing education was not the best option. It was imperative to secure employment beforehand. Otherwise, the fate of being sent to the countryside would be difficult to escape. The group fell silent, quietly finishing a bowl of white rice and a pot of tofu stew with fish, even mixing the fish broth with the rice, leaving nothing behind. Donggu, I will head back to tidy up and come over later, He Yushui said to Zhao Xiaodong, her gaze reflecting dependence. Or, perhaps you could get me a small bed. I could stay with Aunt Zhang and the others. Not necessary for now, Zhao Xiaodong replied, shaking his head. If you move over now, it would mean relinquishing your belongings to Shaju. Giving them to him is akin to tossing them into the bottomless pit of the Jia household. You are well aware of what kind of person Shaju is. Once we are fully settled here, we can gradually settle accounts with Shaju, he added. He Yushui nodded earnestly. She was indeed perceptive, understanding many matters more clearly than anyone else. As depicted in the original work, she had been deeply hurt. And even when Shaju perished beneath the bridge, she remained absent. Chapter 15. The conspiracy in the backyard. Zhao Xiaodong ventured into the mountains while Shaju carried the deaf old lady back to the backyard. The layout of the backyard was orderly, with 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms on each side. The deaf old lady occupied the eastern main room as a living room, along with the 2 side rooms, making it the most desirable accommodation in the courtyard. Shaju, why don't you go to my home and help your auntie cook? She bought some meat today, Zhonghai said, managing a faint smile. Upon hearing about the meat, Shaju's face lit up with joy. Sure, I'll go right away. Uncle, I have a bottle of fine wine at my place. Let us have a couple of drinks tonight. I'll prepare my specialty, braised pork for Grandma. As soon as Shaju left, Zhonghai closed the door, and the smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a sinister expression as if he were about to grind his teeth in fury. Old lady, this little wretch is absolutely lawless. Calm down. Stay composed. The deaf old lady's complexion darkened, and her murky old eyes glimmered with a haunting light. What is there to panic about? That little wretch is currently unemployed. Yet he boasts about supporting He Yushui and even that new woman. Let us see how long he can remain arrogant. If he eats up everything, he deserves to starve. Zhonghai paused for a moment. Then a cunning smile crept across his face. You are right. You see through it all, old lady. Even if Zhao Laojiu has some savings, it certainly won't be substantial enough to withstand such turmoil. His eyes shifted, and he added, by the way, as the elder responsible for guarding against enemies in the courtyard, it's quite normal for me to inquire about the origins of that new woman. Isn't it? I can always make things uncomfortable for him. The deaf old lady shook her head, dousing his enthusiasm with cold water. That might only serve as a minor annoyance. It won't have a substantial effect. The key is that this kid seems like a different person now. Too shrewd to be easily manipulated. Alas, if only Shaju could possess half of his wit. Upon hearing this, Zhonghai's face momentarily displayed a barely perceptible mockery, silently thinking, that foolish tool hopes to become enlightened? It's best for him to remain muddled for his entire life. You, old lady, may not mind, but I, Zhonghai, cannot afford to let this useful fool suddenly awaken. In the front yard of the Zhao family, after Aunt Zhang and He Yushui finished washing the dishes, Zhao Xiaodong seized the opportunity to ask Aunt Zhang with a grave expression, Aunt Zhang, my father and elder brother, were all that was found some scraps of clothing? Aunt Zhang wiped her tears and instinctively glanced at the 2 little girls, Xiao Ling and Xiao Yu, playing nearby. Zhao Xiaodong immediately understood that certain details should not reach the children's ears. He Yushui, please take the 2 sisters outside for a stroll, let them digest their food. Zhao Xiaodong gestured to He Yushui. He Yushui comprehended and gently took the hands of the 2 little girls as they exited. Once the children were gone, Aunt Zhang's tears flowed again, but her expression was one of profound anguish and numbness. Your father, there's only 1 foot left. I recognize the scar on his foot. Your brother. Only half a skull remains. The villagers helped, and they managed to piece together 2 graves. Zhao Xiaodong remained silent for a moment before solemnly stating, I will return home when I have the chance. He paused, suppressing his anger. What did this? The village head said. It was a pack of wolves. Aunt Zhang's voice trembled with fear and hatred. They tried to find those beasts, but they escaped. I will definitely kill that pack of wolves, Zhao Xiaodong whispered, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve, as if he were swearing an oath. Aunt Zhang sensed the weight of his words, but shook her head, urging him, forget it, Xiaodong. Living a good life is more important than anything else. Why bother confronting those beasts? Zhao Xiaodong did not respond, merely standing up quietly and walking outside. Some grudges must be avenged. It is a tribute to that bloodline connection. He Yushui, I'm going to get a haircut. If anything happens at home, feel free to come find me, Zhao Xiaodong instructed He Yushui, asserting that no one should dare to bully them again. He Yushui nodded silently, watching Zhao Xiaodong's upright figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. After Zhao Xiaodong returned from his haircut, he entered the courtyard only to encounter the bruised and battered Su Damao. Zhao Xiaodong had not held back when he struck him, though he did not use hidden strength. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaodong, Su Damao recoiled like a mouse spotting a cat, genuinely frightened by the beating. Yet he still attempted to save face, speaking with a false bravado. Zhao Xiaodong, you're something else. I remember those 2 slaps you gave me. Su Damao, if you want to avoid another beating, behave yourself, Zhao Xiaodong scoffed, uninterested in further banter, and headed straight home. At home, Aunt Zhang had prepared hot water, and both of her daughters had taken baths. Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling were covered in talcum powder, resembling 2 adorable dumplings. A bamboo cooling bed was set up in the breezy spot outside the door, where the 2 little girls played. Aunt Zhang was busy washing the dirty clothes they had changed out of. Xiaodong, there is hot water in the pot. Go wash up. The clothes you changed out of can be left there. I'll wash them, Aunt Zhang said. Zhao Xiaodong did not hesitate, knowing that being polite at this moment would only make Aunt Zhang more anxious. After taking a refreshing bath, he sat beside the bamboo bed and took out the goose feathers and arrows, beginning to meticulously repair them. Xiao Ling and Xiao Yu each held a tomato soaked in well water, nibbling happily while watching their brother work. Aunt Zhang, observing, furrowed her brow with concern and asked, Xiaodong, are you planning to go hunting in the mountains? I'm just going to stroll around the mountain, maybe catch some wild chickens or rabbits. Don't worry, it won't be dangerous. Zhao Xiaodong looked up with a smile, reassuring her. I'll head out early tomorrow morning and return by evening. Don't wait for me to eat. At 4 o'clock the next morning, Zhao Xiaodong quietly rose. He practiced his internal cultivation in his room for a while, feeling invigorated. Then he gently pushed open the door and took out his bicycle. Aunt Zhang seemed to have been restless, for upon hearing the noise, she quietly emerged from the north room. Aunt Zhang, I'm leaving. I left some money and tofu tickets on the table. Please buy some vegetables. The bag of cornmeal under the table is of good quality. You can mix it with other food, Zhao Xiaodong whispered. The fine cornmeal was taken out from the black iron box that morning and was far superior to the usual coarse cornmeal. A bitter yet worried smile appeared on Aunt Zhang's face. Don't worry about home. Just come back early and be safe. Yes, no problem. He Yushui will come over for a meal. Don't hold back on food for them. Zhao Xiaodong reminded her once more before pushing his bike to the entrance of the courtyard. Gently unfastening the door latch, Zhao Xiaodong mounted his bicycle, his silhouette swiftly vanishing into the hazy dawn, heading directly towards the distant mountains beyond the city. He pedaled with remarkable speed, the chain almost sparking as he finally delved deep into the suburban hills around 8 in the morning. Finding a secluded spot, he focused his thoughts and stowed his bicycle into a storage compartment. Zhao Xiaodong slung a powerful bow across his back, with arrows nestled in a self-made bamboo quiver hanging at his waist. In his hand, he grasped a meticulously crafted slingshot, while his pockets brimmed with hard clay pellets, each the size of a quail's egg, dried and baked to perfection. This slingshot was born from a passion for craftsmanship, and he wielded it with great skill. Determined to return before nightfall, Zhao Xiaodong navigated through the forest, contemplating the necessity of procuring paper and ink to recall a few uplifting melodies from the future, songs resonating with vigor and positivity. Naturally, this endeavor carried its risks. Yet, if he wished to alter his circumstances, this seemed to be the most feasible path at the moment. Otherwise, when the winds rose, the burden of being a wealthy peasant would hover over him like a threatening blade. Possessing the strength of the transformation phase and formidable mental acuity, his senses were exceptionally sharp. While his mind was preoccupied with these thoughts, it did not impede his awareness of the surroundings. Suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, he launched a clay pellet that flew with precision, striking a plump wild chicken concealed in the nearby underbrush. Chapter 16. Boar hunting in the deep mountains, returning with abundant spoils with a soft crack, a wild hare, nibbling on grass near the thicket, suddenly toppled over, its belly facing the sky, legs twitching violently for a moment. By the time Zhao Xiaodong hurried closer, the hare had already succumbed to death. He deftly unsheathed the sharp knife from his waist, and skillfully made an incision at the hare's neck. Then exerted his inner strength to let the remaining blood flow out. If the hunted game is not bled out promptly, the pungent odor becomes unbearable. After tossing the prepared hare into his storage space, Zhao Xiaodong continued to move stealthily into the depths of the mountains like a cheetah. Along the way, utilizing the extraordinary hearing and perception of a master at the transformation stage, he detected even the faintest sounds within 50 meters, such as the subtle breathing of a wild chicken in the grass. Whenever he heard a noise, he would quietly advance to within 20 meters, and then with the twang of a slingshot, a clay pellet would be launched, guaranteeing a catch. These mountain chickens and wild hares were relatively small targets, making the use of a powerful bow and heavy arrows rather excessive. After traversing 3 small hills, Zhao Xiaodong checked his watch. The hour hand pointed to 10:30, and he realized he had yet to eat breakfast. A roasted hare would suffice to satisfy his hunger, he mused. Finding a crystal-clear mountain stream, he skillfully skinned and cleaned a plump hare, roasting it over a fire while sprinkling it with salt and spices he carried. Soon, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, making his mouth water. Having consumed 1 roasted hare, the time approached 11:30. Wiping his mouth, Zhao Xiaodong pondered. It seemed unlikely to encounter wild boars today. Should he call it a day? 6 wild hares and 8 mountain chickens were still a commendable haul. After tidying up the remnants of the campfire, he just crested another hill when a sudden brightness caught his eye. Down on a gentle slope halfway up the mountain, he spotted a group of wild boars foraging. Upon a rough count, there appeared to be about 10. One large male boar weighed approximately 200 pounds, while a nearby sow was around 150 pounds, accompanied by 3 large and 3 small, the larger ones weighing 60 to 70 pounds, and the smaller ones merely 7 to 8 pounds. Zhao Xiaodong's heart soared with joy as he drew in his breath, lightened his stance, and silently glided down the slope, hiding behind a massive rock. He took a deep breath and prepared 6 or 7 heavy arrows in front of him. The wild boars, oblivious to the impending danger, were engrossed in munching on tender wild grass over 20 meters downwind. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaodong stood up, drew his bow, and released an arrow in one fluid motion. With a soft thud, it accurately pierced the eye socket of the male wild boar. The boar let out a piercing shriek, leaping 3 feet into the air before crashing heavily to the ground, its limbs convulsing a few times before falling silent. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Xiaodong did not hesitate. The bowstring twanged again, and 3 more arrows flew forth. A sow and a young boar weighing over 60 pounds fell to the ground. A clever little wild boar, attempting to flee, turned around only to be struck by an arrow that embedded itself deep in its rear, ending its life instantly. Zhao Xiaodong lowered his powerful bow, and by this time, the wild boar group had scattered in chaos, with the remaining few fleeing in panic into the dense forest. He did not pursue them further. Instead, he returned his bow and arrows to his storage space, drew his sharp knife, and quickly approached the fallen boars, methodically bleeding them out and forcing the remaining blood from their bodies. Only then did he contentedly place all 4 trophies, 2 large and 1 small juvenile, into his storage space. The harvest exceeded his expectations. Time to return home. Zhao Xiaodong glanced at his watch and smiled with satisfaction. After descending the mountain, he hopped onto his bicycle and sped back. As he neared the city, he sought a secluded corner to extract the 2 large wild boars and the 60-pound one from his storage. Using the ropes and wooden sticks he brought along, he cleverly secured the 2 large boars to either side of the bicycle's rear seat, while the 60-pound one was firmly strapped across the front bar. Upon entering the city, Zhao Xiaodong's impressive load immediately attracted the attention of the masses. Although it was 1962, the shadow of the Great Famine had not yet entirely dissipated, and meat supplies remained critically scarce. Passers-by couldn't help but glance at the robust wild boars, swallowing hard in envy. Comrade, please hold on." A man in his 30s, resembling a cadre, approached with a face full of surprise. "Did you hunt these wild boars yourself? Impressive skill. I am Li Wenkai, a purchasing agent from the steel mill. Would you consider?" Before he could finish, another middle-aged man in his 40s squeezed forward. "I am Lao Qian, a purchasing agent from the cotton spinning factory. Comrade, please let us have those boars for our factory." After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Xiaodong replied to Li Wenkai, "Let the steel mill have them this time. If I have more catches in the future, I will send them to the cotton spinning factory." "Excellent. Thank you, comrade." "Lao Qian, I'm afraid you'll have to forgive us this time," Li Wenkai exclaimed. brimming with excitement as he led the way. Lao Qian, though reluctant, understood the protocol and refrained from further argument. Zhao Xiaodong followed Li Wenkai to the steel mill, unloading the 2 large wild boars at the warehouse door next to a small canteen. I will sell these 2 large ones and keep the 60-pounder for myself, Zhao Xiaodong explained to Li Wenkai. Well, that seems fine, Li Wenkai replied, knowing that the meat of such a young wild boar is often more tender and less pungent than that of older boars. Just as the logistics personnel brought over a scale for weighing, a middle-aged man with neatly styled hair, an attractive appearance, and a slightly sinister demeanor approached. Director, what do you think of these 2 wild boars? Li Wenkai immediately donned a flattering smile and introduced Zhao Xiaodong. Comrade Xiaodong, this is our plant's deputy director Li Huide. Deputy director, Zhao Xiaodong greeted, while Li Huide smiled, admiringly surveying Zhao Xiaodong and the wild boars. Impressive, young man. You hunted them yourself? With a bow and arrow, truly a hero among youths. Zhao Xiaodong quickly exchanged pleasantries. After weighing, the 2 wild boars totaled 340 pounds. As we agreed, without meat tickets, the total comes to 272 yuan. Li Wenkai counted out the money and handed it to Zhao Xiaodong. While the price was agreed upon beforehand, although it was for wild boars, it was calculated at 8 mao per pound, slightly lower than the market price, but higher than the purchasing station, making it acceptable for both parties. I'll count the money in front of you. It's not that I distrust you, but it's just the way things are, Zhao Xiaodong chuckled, carefully counting the bills. Just as he finished, he heard a surprised voice exclaim, Hey, Zhao Xiaodong, what are you doing at our factory? Shaju had just returned from the restroom and was taken aback by the scene. Zhao Xiaodong, indifferent to the conversation, exchanged a few polite words with Li Huide before mounting his bicycle, bearing the small wild boar he had reserved for his family, and departed directly from the steel mill. The diminutive piglet, weighing around 7 to 8 jin, lay quietly in the storage compartment. Its extraction postponed for the time being. Shaju, do you know this comrade Zhao? Li Wenkai inquired with curiosity. Ah, yes, he resides in the same courtyard as us, Shaju responded, his gaze fixed on the receding figure of Zhao Xiaodong, disbelief etched on his face. Did he truly bring in that wild boar? Could there be any doubt? He is indeed a remarkable individual. Shot with a bow and arrow, Li Wenkai exclaimed in admiration. He possesses such skills? I only knew he was adept at fishing. Just yesterday, he brought back 2 fish weighing over 10 jin each. Shaju murmured. The news of Zhao Xiaodong trading fish for tickets had already been widely circulated by Yan Bugui within the courtyard. Enough of your dawdling, Shaju, Li Huide instructed firmly. Hurry and prepare these 2 pigs. Clean them thoroughly and set them aside. Tomorrow, let us prepare the meat, even if we simply stir-fry it. We must allow our colleagues to savor some hearty fare. Chapter 17. A bounty of returns around 3 in the afternoon. Zhao Xiaodong, weary from travel, returned to the entrance of the Sihiyuan on a bicycle laden with goods. As he was about to lift his bicycle over the high threshold, a figure darted eagerly towards him. It was Yan Bugui, who had been enjoying the cool breeze in the shade at the entrance, not merely to relish the comfort, but to seize any opportunity to benefit from others' purchases. Always finding ways to gain small advantages, gathering bits and pieces to eventually create a feast. As the clock approached 4, Yan Bugui, dozing on a rickety chair with uneven legs, suddenly opened his small, beady eyes upon hearing the sound of the bicycle. What he saw was astonishing. The first thing that caught his eye was a colorful wild chicken and a plump wild rabbit swaying from Zhao Xiaodong's handlebars. This sight made Yan Bugui's mouth water, instinctively prompting him to rush over to offer assistance with the rear wheel, hoping to claim a bit of a reward. However, as he drew closer, his eyes widened in disbelief. If not for the lenses of his glasses, they might have popped out altogether. A pig, a wild boar. Yan Bugui exclaimed in shock, his body freezing in place. In that moment of astonishment, Zhao Xiaodong steadied the bicycle with his left hand and effortlessly lifted the rear seat with his right, allowing the wheels to glide over the threshold. Damn it, this wretched threshold is such an inconvenience. It will soon be chopped up for firewood, Zhao Xiaodong coldly remarked as he pushed the bicycle inside. Yan Bugui stood dumbfounded, recognizing the veiled insult in Zhao Xiaodong's words, which clearly criticized the threshold while implicitly rebuking him for being in the way. You little brat, with all these good things, why don't you just choke on them? Yan Bugui muttered resentfully under his breath. Unexpectedly, just as Zhao Xiaodong reached the shadow wall, he turned back, his gaze piercing like 2 icy arrows straight into Yan Bugui's heart. Yin Bugui felt an involuntary tightening in his entire body, his bladder swelling, nearly losing control, feeling like a mouse caught in the gaze of a cat, too afraid to breathe. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaodong merely cast a cold glance at him before turning to enter the courtyard. Something is amiss. Yin Bugui slumped back onto his chair, turmoil churning in his heart. This little rascal must have some peculiar tricks up his sleeve. I can't provoke him lightly anymore. I must wait for the right moment to strike. If I can catch him off guard and force him to relinquish his house, now, that would be a private treasure. Yin Bugui harbored an unquenchable desire for Zhao Xiaodong's 3 rooms in the eastern wing, and at that moment, he was resolute in his intention to bide his time. This lad's hunting skills are indeed impressive. What a pity that I cannot benefit from it, he thought sourly. Zhao Xiaodong had just secured his bicycle at the entrance when Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer rushed out of the house like 2 jubilant little birds. The 2 girls stared wide-eyed at the wild chicken, the rabbit, and especially the conspicuous wild boar, their eyes as round as copper bells. Brother! Xiao Yuer, now entirely at ease, ran over and wrapped her arms around Zhao Xiaodong's leg, overflowing with affection. Xiao Ling approached, her surprise mingled with disbelief. Brother! Is this pig ours? Yes, indeed. Tonight, we shall feast to our heart's content. Zhao Xiaodong chuckled as he tousled his 2 sisters' hair. The girls immediately erupted in joy, Xiao Yuer even spinning in circles with her arms raised high. Donggu, you brought this back? So much. He Yushui also emerged from the house, her beautiful eyes sparkling at the sight of the bountiful haul. Anzhong appeared at the doorway, secretly wiping her tears. While He Yushui, being young, was merely excited, Aunt Zhang's heart had been in knots all afternoon, worrying for Zhao Xiaodong's safety while he hunted in the mountains. Now, seeing him return safely with so much, her anxious heart finally found peace, causing her to weep tears of joy. Yushui, hurry and boil some water. We need to get the pig ready, Zhao Xiaodong instructed, urging them to work quickly so they could enjoy braised meat that evening. However, Yushui expressed her concern. But, Donggu, with so much meat in such hot weather, it will spoil if we can't finish it. What is so difficult about that? Zhao Xiaodong replied, raising an eyebrow. I'll buy some coarse salt, and for what we can't finish, we'll cure it with salt and hang it to dry as salted meat. It will keep for a long time. Aunt Zhang and He Yushui hurried to the kitchen to boil water. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaodong skillfully skinned the wild rabbit. By the time Zhao Xiaodong, He Yushui, and Aunt Zhang worked together to scald and clean the wild boar, it was already around 4:30 in the afternoon. As adults returned from work and children from school, they soon crowded around Zhao Xiaodong's door, creating a bustling scene filled with varied expressions and murmurs. Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui gathered not far away, their eyes glinting with unspoken schemes. Jia Zhangshi, leading her dog, fixated on the wild boar that had transformed from black and yellow to pristine white, her mouth nearly watering. She leaned toward Zhonghai, her voice lowered in conspiratorial secrecy. Old master, Jia Zhangshi whispered conspiratorially. Upon seeing her demeanor, Zhonghai sensed trouble and asked coolly, what is it, old sister? Old E, look at how much meat Zhao Xiaodong has brought back. Why don't you encourage him to share some with families like ours that are struggling? Jia Zhangshi said, her face full of insincerity. I won't ask for much. Just give me 3 pounds of the best fatty meat. She had learned her lesson. Knowing that approaching Zhao Xiaodong directly would likely result in a slap across the face, a sting still fresh in her memory. Unbeknownst to her, Zhonghai and his companions shared a similar sentiment. Useless, Comrade Zhao, your awareness is still lacking, Zhonghai said with an air of righteousness, subtly undermining Zhao Xiaodong. You should wait for Zhuzi to return. I'll see if I can find a way to barter for some. Perhaps I can share some with your family then. Just as Zhao Xiaodong hung the cleaned wild boar on the persimmon tree at the entrance, preparing to eviscerate it, he overheard Zhonghai's words, and a cold laugh escaped him, resonating throughout the courtyard. Zhonghai, it's commendable that you have such a keen sense of awareness. With your monthly salary of 99 yuan, why not just give half to the Jia family and let us learn from your lofty ideals? Do you still have the audacity to speak of Zhuzi as a good person? This scoundrel, in his pursuit of another's wife, shows utter disregard for the well-being of his own sister. He is thoroughly despicable. Surely, you, Zhonghai, must have played a part in inciting this chaos, haven't you? This gang of miscreants dares to speak of advancing the community? When I find the time, I shall approach the neighborhood committee to express my grievances, urging the leaders to weigh in on this so-called advancement. Zhonghai has been secretly undermining Zhao Xiaodong, claiming his lack of awareness. How could Zhao Xiaodong indulge him? He overturned the table, exposing all those sordid affairs that ought to remain hidden. Zhonghai, taken aback, flushed with embarrassment, opened his mouth to retort, but found himself utterly speechless. Each and every one of those incidents was undeniably true. With his neck stiffened and under the scrutiny of many unusual gazes, he was forced to retreat in disgrace. Chapter 18. Zhonghai's defeat and undercurrents in the courtyard. Zhonghai returned in defeat, his face dark as he trudged back to his own home. He had meticulously prepared a set of arguments, hoping to use the moral authority he had accumulated over the years to pressure Zhao Xiaodong. Unexpectedly, the other party completely disregarded conventional reasoning, showing no regard for the established rules of the courtyard. It felt as though his well-prepared punch had landed on cotton, forceful yet ineffective, leaving him with nothing but stifled frustration. In the center of the courtyard, Zhao Xiaodong was deftly handling the wild boar. A sharp knife sliced open its belly, and the entrails tumbled into a wooden basin held by Aunt Zhang, who promptly carried it to the water trough to clean. Zhao Xiaodong then lifted the blood-drained carcass onto a sturdy chopping block. With swift, practiced strokes, he expertly dismembered, deboned, and cut the meat into pieces, completing the process in one fluid motion. The pork was sorted by cut into varying sizes and neatly arranged. He Yushui stood nearby, her pretty face filled with astonishment. "Brother Dong, when did you learn how to butcher a pig? You look so professional." Hearing this, Zhao Xiaodong's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Before his soul transmigrated into this body, he had been a genuine chef. To refine his skills, he had even spent time in a slaughterhouse, so breaking down a pig was second nature to him. Now, this skill had come in handy. The neatly arranged cuts of meat, glistening with fat and distinctly marbled, caught the eyes of the few lingering neighbors. Second Uncle Lu Haizhong sidled up to Third Uncle Yen Bugui and whispered, "Old Yen, look how fresh this meat is, and no ration tickets needed. You can hardly find such quality even in the black market. How about we try negotiating with him to buy some?" Yen Bugui adjusted his glasses and sighed. "Forget it, old Lu. Didn't you see oldie get shot down? This Zhao Xiaodong seems like a different person now, unyielding and unapproachable. I'm out of ideas. It's too hot out here anyway. I'm heading back." With that, he shook his head and walked away, hands clasped behind his back. Ignoring the onlookers, Zhao Xiaodong cleaned the pig's head, split it open with force, and gathered whatever spices and coarse salt he could find at home. He prepared a brine in a large pot in the kitchen, lit the fire, and began stewing the pig's head. Meanwhile, Aunt Zhang had thoroughly cleaned the offal. Zhao Xiaodong set aside the pork belly for separate preparation and tossed the rest, heart, liver, lungs, and intestines, into the pot to simmer alongside the pig's head. By the time everything was nearly done, He Yushui returned with a large bag of salt. Together with Aunt Zhang, she carefully salted the pork that wasn't intended for immediate consumption, preserving it for later. Looking at the basins and bowls filled with meat, both women wore satisfied smiles. Zhao Xiaodong moved a chair to the doorway to rest. Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer nestled against his legs, each holding a piece of white rabbit milk candy, licking it cautiously with expressions of pure bliss. Not far away, Bang Gung from the Jia family, leading his 3-year-old sister Xiao Dang, stared longingly at the candy, drooling with envy and desire. Most of the adults who had gathered to watch the spectacle had dispersed, but many children still lingered nearby, unwilling to leave. Just then, Silly Zhu sauntered into the front courtyard, swinging a piece of pork weighing about 4 jin. It was from the lower belly, a mix of fat and lean, and of rather mediocre quality. He stopped in front of the east wing room, waving the meat toward He Yushui, who was still busy, with a hint of pride. "Yushui, see this? I got some good meat. Come home with me, and I'll make braised pork for dinner." He Yushui looked up, giving the meat a brief, indifferent glance. Her tone was calm. "Silly brother, if you make braised pork with that, will I actually get to eat any of it? And have you bought the grain for the house yet?" Silly Zhu was taken aback, suddenly remembering that this small amount of meat wouldn't be enough to go around. He'd have to send a bowl to old lady Long in the backyard, and certainly couldn't skip first Uncle Zhonghai's household. In the end, even the pot might end up at Qin Huaru's place. He stiffened his neck and replied, "Hey, what kind of talk is that? Would I really let you go hungry at home?" "Silly brother, I'm not going back," He Yushui stated firmly. "Also, starting next month, I'll collect and manage my own ration grain and cloth coupons." Silly Zhu was completely stunned. In the past, Most of He Yushui's rations had been diverted by him to support the Jia family. Flustered and angry, he retorted, "You'll manage them yourself? Where will you get the money?" A bitter smile touched He Yushui's lips. "Silly brother, you always tell everyone that you're the one supporting me. Never mind, let us not talk about that. I don't need your support anymore. Just give me back my ration book. I know you have it, and it always ends up in the Jia family's hands. Honestly, what a blockhead." Zhao Xiaodong, sitting by the doorway, couldn't help muttering under his breath. Silly Zhu's face flushed crimson. Deep down, he knew his actions were hardly honorable, but whenever he thought of Qin Huairu's gentle demeanor and pleading eyes, he felt it was all worth it. He stiffened his neck again. "Fine, have it your way. I'll give you the ration book tomorrow." But He Yushui pressed on. "And what about my winter clothes and summer outfits over the years? Where have all my grain and cloth coupons gone? In winter, my room was as cold as an ice cellar. Not a single cold briquette in sight. Did you even know? Meanwhile, your room was always nice and warm." Struck where it hurt, Silly Zhu's face turned ashen. Unable to muster a response, he sullenly picked up the meat and headed toward the middle courtyard, grumbling to himself, "You're just a girl. So what if you were a little cold? Why can't you understand how tough things are for Sister Qin's family? Xiao Dang and Bang Gong are so young. They're the ones who really feel the cold." As soon as he entered the middle courtyard, he saw Zhonghai and Jia Dongshu sitting in the shade under a paulownia tree, drinking tea. Spotting the meat in Silly Zhu's hand, the two exchanged a glance. Zhonghai put on his usual amiable smile and called out, "Zhuzi, you're back? Come have some tea." "Oh, that's a decent piece of meat. Did you buy it?" "Perfect, you can send a bowl to the old lady tonight." Silly Zhu walked over, placed the meat on the stone table, and explained with a hint of pride, "First uncle, I didn't buy this. The factory took in 2 big wild boars and had me help with the butchering. This meat is my payment. Tomorrow at noon, the cafeteria will even have an extra dish, stir-fry pork with leeks. Wild boar meat. It can be a bit gamey, but with your skills, Zhuzi, you'll handle it just fine," Jia Dongxu remarked, swallowing hard as he leaned closer. "Hey, Zhuzi, how about I join you for a couple of drinks tonight? By the way, the factory got lucky. Where did they manage to get wild boars from?" Silly Zhu's expression turned complicated. He replied gloomily, "Zhao Xiaodong sold them to the factory. I heard. He hunted them with a bow and arrow." "What? He hunted them?" Zhonghai and Jia Dongshu both exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with disbelief. "Is it really him? Has he hunted so many wild boars? How could this be possible?" It was indeed true. He had used a bow and arrow to accomplish such a feat. The factory had rewarded him with 270 yuan. Sha Zhu's tone was laced with envy and jealousy. "How much?" Jia Dongshu's voice suddenly rose, sharp as though someone had clasped their hands around his throat. 270 yuan. Almost 300. Sha Zhu reiterated, each word piercing Jia Dongshu's heart like a needle. Jia Dongshu grew anxious, turning to Zhonghai. "Master, you must devise a plan. This Zhao Xiaodong has quietly come into such a windfall. How can he manage this fortune alone?" In his mind, the money had come too easily to Zhao Xiaodong, akin to a pie falling from the sky. Surely, a portion of it should rightfully belong to the Jia family. After all, he was the prince of this courtyard. Zhonghai offered a bitter smile, sipped his tea, and replied slowly, "What is the rush? Solutions must be pondered with care." After these past 2 days of interaction, he recognized that Zhao Xiaodong was no longer the naive individual he once was. He had transformed into an unpredictable variable within the courtyard, impervious to their usual tactics. "Shashu, I want to eat braised pork." Bong Gung had appeared out of nowhere, his eyes fixated on the piece of meat on the table, his gaze fervent. Observing this, Zhonghai took the opportunity to express a communal sentiment. "Shazhu, how about this? We take the meat to my home for preparation. In the evening, let us invite the old lady over to share a drink together. We should also ask Huairu and her mother-in-law to come lend a hand and join us for the meal." Shazhu's facial muscles twitched, and he forced a smile in agreement. "Sure, Elder Yi, I will follow your lead." Suddenly, he recalled something and turned to Jia Dongshu. "Dongshu, my grain ledger, is it still at your place? Yushui just asked me for it." Upon hearing this, Jia Dongshu's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? Shazhu, what do you mean by that?" "The ledger." Shazhu's words were caught in his throat, creating an awkward moment. Zhonghai's gaze shifted between the two, silently calculating the unfolding situation. Chapter 19. Undercurrents and lingering doubts. Zhonghai furrowed his brow, attempting to steady Shazhu. "Zhuzi, you are well aware of the situation at Dongshu Ji's house. It relies solely on his ration, and times are tight. You consume little in the factory canteen, and your household hardly requires much grain. However, Shaju appeared exceptionally resolute, his forehead knitted in concentration. Uncle, this time it's different. Yu Shui is determined to reclaim her grain quota. Previously, I managed to placate her with money and grain tickets, but now she has Zhao Xiaodong backing her up, and her stance is quite firm. If we do not return the grain quota, I fear we might face serious repercussions. Don't you go? You ought to return and fetch the book for me. Zhonghai's expression darkened ominously, silence enveloping him for a moment before he gritted his teeth and said to Jia Dongxiu, go and retrieve it for him. In the current circumstances, we cannot withstand this pressure. Jia Dongxiu's face contorted with indignation, nearly leaping to his feet. Why should we? It was Shaju who willingly offered it. Yu Shui is merely reclaiming her rightful ration, which is only fair. Zhonghai interrupted him, his tone brooking no argument. If Zhao Xiaodong exposes that boy to the authorities, none of us will escape unscathed. That Zhao Xiaodong is truly a calamity. Jia Dongxiu's countenance turned a ghastly shade, akin to a man who had swallowed a fly. Over the past 3 years, the grain supplied by the He siblings had significantly eased the Jia family's burden, and now to relinquish a portion felt akin to carving out his flesh. In his mind, those resources had long been considered the Jia family's, and there was no rationale for returning them. At that moment, a rich and savory aroma of braised meat wafted through the air, forcefully invading everyone's nostrils, prompting involuntary deep breaths. Ah, this marinade is quite exceptional. It has a certain finesse. Shaju twitched his nose, astonishment flickering across his face. Zhao Xiaodong never possessed such culinary skills before. Perhaps it is the work of a relative? Upon hearing this, Jia Dongxiu's eyes brightened, as if seizing an opportunity. Indeed, master, a relative has come to stay at their residence, yet they did not inform you, the overseer. Zhonghai was initially taken aback, but then a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes as he lowered his voice. Your words serve as a reminder. It is everyone's duty to guard against enemy agents. Those with unclear backgrounds must not be permitted to reside here freely. He abruptly stood, declaring, You all wait here. I shall consult with old Lu and old Yen. He turned to Shaju. Hurry and prepare dinner. With that, he hurried towards the back courtyard. At that moment, Zhao Xiaodong was in the kitchen, deftly stirring a large pot of bubbling braised meat with long chopsticks. The pot contained not only a split pig's head, but also 2 plump hind legs and 4 substantial trotters, all simmering enticingly in a richly colored broth. Aunt Zhang and He Yushui had already coated the remaining pork with generous amounts of coarse salt, neatly arranging them in a small jar for curing into salted meat. Noticing that the braising liquid had reduced sufficiently, Zhao Xiaodong secured the pot's lid, added a few pieces of durable hardwood to the stove, and lowered the heat to allow the flavors to meld thoroughly. Meanwhile, Aunt Zhang busied herself at another counter, skillfully preparing dough for pancakes. Once their tasks were complete, Zhao Xiaodong took a small stool and sat at the door, fanning himself with a palm leaf while observing the playful antics of Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer, though his mind was preoccupied with other matters. Should he perhaps pin something to improve his family's standing? He pondered silently, recalling how his second uncle had gone to the village to purchase land in 1947, resulting in a classification as a wealthier peasant. Otherwise, his family would have been categorized as impoverished. He Yushui, having finished her tasks, settled beside Zhao Xiaodong, her fair face tinged with worry. Brother Dong, do you think my silly brother will truly manage to reclaim the grain quota tomorrow? During my most difficult times over the past 2 years, I nearly starved, and my share of grain filled the Jia family's insatiable void. Your brother, Sai, he is rather foolish. Zhao Xiaodong shook his head, exhaling a deep breath. Indeed, he used to bring home some food, but he has changed entirely since then. He Yushui sighed softly, recalling times of unbearable hunger when she could only quench her thirst with cold water. If it weren't for you occasionally providing me with food, I might not have survived. Pausing as if recollecting something, she continued, the past 2 years have been truly difficult, but actually, during 1948 and 1949, grain prices soared alarmingly. However, my father seemed to have connections, allowing him to procure grain from the countryside, especially during harvest season. Zhao Xiaodong's interest piqued, and he inquired, How do you know this? You were quite young then, weren't you? I heard my father mention it occasionally later on. It seemed he was involved in some dealings in the countryside with your second uncle, possibly related to land purchases, He Yushui recalled. Zhao Xiaodong's brow furrowed, keenly sensing that there might be undisclosed matters lurking behind this. Yushui, do you recall which village my second uncle went to buy land? Yushui shook her head. I am not certain, but your brother must know something. However, we cannot ask him directly, lest we alert him. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Xiaodong's eyes. He had yet to articulate his thoughts, and Yushui had already discerned his intentions and concerns. The girl's acumen and sensitivity surpassed his expectations. Yes, you are right. We must not rush this. It requires careful consideration. Zhao Xiaodong nodded in approval, whispering, Yushui, you should act as though you are unaware of everything. I will handle it all. Understood, Yushui replied obediently, then was captivated by the increasingly rich aroma of the braised meat, her excitement bubbling over. Brother Dong, let us go see how the meat is doing. Zhao Xiaodong rose and entered the kitchen, using a strainer to retrieve the tenderly braised pig head and hind legs, placing them in a large wooden basin to carry outside. The offal remained in the pot, continuing to simmer and absorb the essence of the marinade. With practiced ease, he disassembled the pig's head, deftly extracting 2 prime pieces of cheek meat, the most succulent and chewy portions from the entire head. Xiao Yuer, Xiao Ling, come here, each take a piece. Zhao Xiaodong offered the meat to the eagerly awaiting young girls. Brother, I want to eat the fatty meat. Xiao Ling exclaimed, fixating on the glistening fatty portions in the basin with wide eyes. Fatty meat. Delicious. Xiao Yuer chimed in, her voice high-pitched. Zhao Xiaodong couldn't help but chuckle. You too. Eating too much fatty meat at once will upset your stomachs. Just have a little to savor. With a resigned smile, he sliced off 2 tender pieces of crispy pig snout and handed them to the girls. Observing the 2 children savoring the delectable meat with blissful smiles adorning their cherubic faces, Zhao Xiaodong contemplated procuring some hawthorn to aid their digestion, while also considering that Aunt Zhang and Yushui might require a bite as well. A large basin of enticing braised meat lay upon the old table at the entrance, its aroma enticing several children from the courtyard, their eyes gleaming with longing. Zhao Xiaodong felt a pang of reluctance, hesitating over whether to share a morsel with the little ones. No. Yushui perceptively discerned his thoughts and firmly whispered, let us head inside. I need to speak with you. With that, she deftly lifted a wooden basin and proceeded towards the main room. At that moment, Aunt Zhang entered, carrying a stack of freshly baked flatbreads. I shall fetch the corn porridge, Aunt Zhang remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow, her face radiating with satisfaction. For her, the ability to enjoy a hearty meal in peace was the greatest happiness. Once inside, Yushui earnestly analyzed, Donggu, were you considering sharing some meat with the children outside? You must not entertain that notion. If you give today, they will assuredly come sniffing around whenever we prepare something delicious in the future. At that point, whether to give or not becomes a dilemma. Especially with the persistent Jia family's children, they will certainly latch on to you. Look around. Aside from those 2 from the Jia family, there is Yin Jiequang and Yin Jieti, as well as the dog from Wang Dashan's household. Who else from the other sensible families in the courtyard has allowed their children to come peering in at this hour? She paused, then continued. Other households teach their children not to disturb neighbors during mealtimes. The presence of these children may very well be encouraged by their adults, seeking to take advantage. Once your kindness is extended, it could lead to endless troubles down the line. Upon hearing her words and witnessing the clarity and depth in Yushui's gaze, Zhao Xiaodong felt an epiphany, gaining a profound understanding of this seemingly delicate young woman. She was not only astute and intelligent, but also possessed a keen insight into the human dynamics and intricacies of life within the courtyard. Chapter 20. The aroma of meat invokes various states of being within the abode of Zhao Xiaodong, for individuals gathered around the table, poised to partake of their meal. Having absorbed the words of Yushui and Aunt Zhang, Zhao Xiaodong nodded with genuine understanding, acknowledging that he would heed their counsel in such matters henceforth. He recognized that despite being a traveler from another realm, he must humbly learn the intricacies of human relationships and survival wisdom pertinent to this particular era. The table was adorned with 2 generous platters of exquisitely sliced marinated meat, the rich, reddish-brown pieces glistening with a tantalizing sheen, accompanied by tender green cucumber shreds, pristine white scallion slices, and peeled garlic cloves. Aunt Zhang's unleavened flatbreads were thin yet resilient, exuding the distinct aroma of freshly prepared dough. Meat. Meat. The little fish darted excitedly around the table, while Xiao Ling struggled to remain seated on her stool, her eyes fixed longingly upon the meat platter. Zhao Xiaodong first prepared a modest wrap of meat for each of the children, cautioning them, eat slowly. The meat is quite oily, and excessive indulgence is unwise. We shall all need to consume some hawthorn to aid digestion afterwards, including you, Yu Shui, and Aunt Zhang. The intense aroma of the meat not only stirred the appetites of the children, but also served as an invisible touchstone, reflecting the myriad conditions of life within the courtyard. The first to be impacted were the Yin family in the front courtyard, who were also preparing their evening meal. Yang Ruihua was simmering a thin pot of corn grits porridge over the coal stove, the water quantity meticulously calculated to ensure each person received precisely one bowl, no more, no less. Today, Yin Bugui was fortunate, having caught more than a pound of small fish. Yang Ruihua exerted considerable effort to scale and clean the little fish, intending to prepare a dish of braised mixed fish to accompany cornmeal pancakes. Yin Jiequang squatted by the stove, stoking the fire, while Yin Jieti assisted nearby. Yang Ruihua carefully retrieved a dark, greasy cloth woven from corn husks and delicately drizzled a few precious drops of rapeseed oil upon it, swiftly applying it to the hot iron pan. The fish sizzled as it hit the pan, followed by the addition of scallions, ginger, and garlic, a splash of soy sauce, cold water, and a sprinkle of salt, all covered with a lid. The entire process showcased a remarkable frugality in the use of oil. Did we perhaps use a bit too much oil today? Yin Bugui stood at the kitchen door, fanning himself with a palm fan. Not venturing in to assist, merely directing verbally. Life requires careful budgeting. One can neither starve nor be poorly clothed if one is prudent. Father, this hardly qualifies as excessive. I can barely see the oil. Yin Jiequang emerged from the kitchen, wiping sweat from his brow, having just stuffed a piece of hardwood into the stove, temporarily pausing the need for additional fuel. Indeed, Zhao Xiaodong's family used a copious amount of oil when they prepared fish yesterday, Yin Jieti added, her face reflecting yearning. The three sons of the Yin family bore a resemblance to their mother, handsome yet, like Yin Bugui, exceedingly thin. Only their daughter, Yin Jieti, took after her father, with a gaunt face and a frail figure. Bah, that little brat. Relying solely on the meager inheritance left by his uncle, Yin Bugui seethed at this rate. He will surely squander it all. Father, you are mistaken. Yin Jieching stepped out of the room. Silly Zhu mentioned that Zhao Xiaodong hunted 2 wild boars and sold them to the factory, earning nearly 300 yuan. He has prospered through his own efforts and his carpentry skills. He carved a small horse and sold it for 10 yuan. Upon hearing this, Yin Bugui felt as though his insides were ignited with jealousy, reproaching his son. Look at him. Younger than you by several years, yet so accomplished. You are 21, still a temporary worker, and unable to find a partner. This struck a nerve with Yin Jieching, who retorted defiantly, if I cannot find a proper job, is it not because you are reluctant to spend money to help me? Is it my fault? Did I not support your education? Yin Bugui's ire grew. If you had the skills of Lu Haizhong's family, you could have enrolled in a vocational school and emerged as a cadre. With each word, Yin Bugui's frustration mounted. You lack ambition, yet you blame me. Yin Jieching fell silent, his face flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, in the dim little room of the deaf old lady in the back courtyard, Zhonghai sat respectfully across from her. Old lady, Zhao Xiaodong is becoming increasingly intolerable. If we allow him to continue disrupting things, he shall surely ruin the good atmosphere we have maintained in this courtyard for years. Zhonghai expressed his concern. Is there any way to have him leave this place? The old lady's cloudy eyes shifted in the dim light, akin to flickering will-o'-the-wisps. Zhonghai, your mind is troubled. If you wish for him to depart, there are numerous ways. It merely requires a bit of money, and there is no need for me to expend my precious connections. Those connections should be reserved for emergencies concerning you and Juzi. Zhonghai was taken aback, hastily waving his hands. No, you mean to say, that is a method from before the liberation, which is utterly unacceptable now. The old lady shot him an irritable glance. What are you thinking? I mean, you should seek a larger house elsewhere and arrange for someone to negotiate a swap with Zhao Xiaodong, supplementing the price difference privately. This is a good idea, but first, Zhao Xiaodong may not be willing to swap. Secondly, Zhonghai furrowed his brow, contemplating the challenges involved. Enough. No need for your endless deliberations here. You must find a solution yourself. The old lady interrupted him impatiently, before inquiring, by the way, you mentioned Juzi had procured meat today? He is preparing it at my home. I will have Juzi bring you a large bowl shortly. Zhonghai hurriedly replied. At that moment, within the abode of Zhonghai, Silly Zhu had already transformed the piece of pork into a large basin of braised meat, sautéed a dish of shredded potatoes, and prepared a cucumber salad. Upon Zhonghai's return, the Jia Dongshu family of 5 had also entered. Beholding the fragrant dishes laid out upon the table, Zhonghai instructed silly Zhu, first take a bowl of meat to the old lady. Then return to share a drink with me. Silly Zhu acquiesced and carried a large bowl of meat out, casting a furtive glance at Qin Huairu as he departed. Upon his return, the scene at the table left him momentarily speechless. The small basin of braised meat was nearly empty, with Jia Zhongshu's cheeks bulging as she greedily stuffed her mouth, oil glistening as it dripped down her chin. Zhonghai and Tan Jinhua's faces were barely able to conceal their irritation, yet Jia Zhongshu remained blissfully unaware, focused solely on her voracious consumption. Jia Dongshu appeared embarrassed, but was not idle, busily vying for meat for Qin Huairu and Bang Gong, who were equally engrossed in their meal. Zhuzi, I apologize, Jia Dongshu offered sheepishly. It has been ages since we indulged in meat. My mother, Huairu and Bang Gong also need nourishment. It's perfectly fine. Qinjia, you should eat your fill. Though silly Zhu felt the pinch of parting with his meat, he managed to muster a smile upon seeing Qin Huairu. Zhonghai could no longer bear the sight, frowning as he addressed Qin Huairu. Huairu, you should take this remaining meat back with you for Bang Gong and Xiaodang. I have a can of luncheon meat and some peanuts. The 3 of us can make do. Luncheon meat? Oh, how delightful. That is also delicious. Jia Zhongshu's eyes brightened at the mention. Chapter 21. The debt of human relations and the fishing incident. Zhonghai's gaze was as sharp as a knife, piercing through Jia Zhongshu with intensity. Observing this, Jia Dongshu hurriedly pulled his mother away, urging, Mother, say less and let's return home quickly. Huairu, take the children back. Jia Zhongshu wished to argue, but upon seeing the mixture of desperation and anger in her son's eyes, she reluctantly swallowed her words and followed Qin Huairu out. Zhuzi, you have witnessed this, Zhonghai sighed, adopting a tone of earnest counsel. The Dongshu family is indeed in a difficult situation. You 2 have grown up together as brothers. If you are able, lend them more support. Rest assured, uncle, no problem. Zhuzi assured with a thump on his chest. Jia Dongshu, recognizing the futility of clinging to grain, willingly handed some over to Zhuzi, saying, Zhuzi here. If Yushui needs it, just return it to her. He endeavored to appear magnanimous, hoping to alleviate the awkwardness. Upon returning home, Jia Zhongshu felt a heaviness in her chest after overindulging in rich braised pork, incessantly rolling her eyes and belching, her stomach grumbling. I cannot endure this any longer. I must take a stroll to settle my stomach. She clasped her belly and staggered out the door. At Zhao Xiaodong's home, dinner had concluded, and he was outside enjoying the evening breeze with Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer, while Aunt Zhang and he Yushui busily tidied the dishes inside. Just as Zhao Xiaodong sat down, he noticed 2 figures approaching from the Huamen. One was Su Damao, with a gaunt face, and the other was a young woman of about 22 or 23, who followed closely beside him. The young woman, donned in a fashionable dress, had a round face and a bobbed haircut. With fair skin, large eyes, and a small mouth, though her nose was somewhat flat. Her head appeared slightly oversized, reminiscent of the chubby dolls depicted in traditional Chinese paintings. This was Su Damao's newlywed wife, Lu Xiaoyi. Su Damao had just returned from his father-in-law's house with his bride. Bruises on his face had yet to fully fade. Upon spotting Zhao Xiaodong, Lu Xiaoyi stormed over, furious. Xiao, what have you done? Look at what you've done to my husband. Newly married and immersed in affection, she was naturally heartbroken to see her husband harmed. Is he hurt so badly? Zhao Xiaodong scoffed. He brought this upon himself. Su Damao, if you have ill intentions elsewhere, I am indifferent. But if you dare to bring your troubles to me, be prepared to be punished. Su Damao shrank back, intimidated by Zhao Xiaodong's fierce gaze. Lu Xiaoyi cast a doubtful glance at her husband before addressing Zhao Xiaodong again. Xiaodong, why do you resort to violence so easily? You were not like this before. Humph, if I were still the same as before, I would have been devoured alive by now, Zhao Xiaodong retorted coldly. If even someone like Su Damao dares to bully me, who else should I target? Can't you let him go this once for my sake? Lu Xiaoyi implored, attempting to appeal to emotions. For your sake? Zhao Xiaodong feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow. Lu Xiaoyi, what standing do you hold in my eyes? You. Lu Xiaoyi was taken aback, then recalled, when your uncle passed away in the hospital, was it not I who encountered you and helped arrange for his body to be transported? You were in a daze then, waking up in confusion. Zhao Xiaodong paused, quickly sifting through fragmented memories and indeed recalled the incident. His late uncle had passed away in the hospital, and it was Lu Xiaoyi, out of sympathy, who had stepped in to assist. This matter, I cannot quite recall. Zhao Xiaodong's tone softened. However, Lu Xiaoyi, I acknowledge your kindness. I will repay this debt of gratitude in due time. But do you think it worthy to expend it on someone like Su Damao? You are simply unreasonable. Lu Xiaoyi was rendered speechless, glaring at Zhao Xiaodong before dragging Su Damao away. Following this fright, Su Damao resolved to steer clear of Zhao Xiaodong in the future. Zhao Xiaodong shook his head and turned to He Yushui, who had just emerged, offering a bitter smile. Look at the affairs of the day, what a spectacle. The next morning, Zhao Xiaodong prepared himself neatly, taking his fishing rod as he set out. He intended to catch more fish that day, hoping to leverage Li Huaida's connections to supply the steel mill's cafeteria or procurement department, thereby finding a formal position. Once his work stabilized, he would delve into the matter of his uncle's land purchase. Surely, within a decade, there must be some informants still alive in the village. Zhao Xiaodong mused inwardly, suspecting that this affair was closely tied to Zhonghai and Bugui. Perhaps his uncle had been ensnared by them. At precisely 7 o'clock, Zhao Xiaodong pushed his bicycle and prepared to depart, wearing an old watch left by his uncle on his wrist. Aunt Zhang, seeing him leave with a fishing rod, felt a sense of relief, knowing fishing was generally safe. Bugui also spotted Zhao Xiaodong heading out and hastily mounted his dilapidated bicycle, bringing his own fishing rod along. Zhao Xiaodong's rear bicycle rack held 2 burlap sacks and a large fish net he had woven from nylon rope. In addition to cornmeal, he had saved some pig's blood in his storage, intending to use it as bait once he arrived at his destination. Reaching a secluded river bend, Zhao Xiaodong mixed cornmeal with pig's blood in a small basin, casting 2 clumps into the water as bait. Just then, Bugui rushed over. Pig's blood. This must be pig's blood mixed with cornmeal, Bugui observed, eyeing the bait in Zhao Xiaodong's hands, clicking his tongue, so much grain thrown into the water. What a waste. Stay out of my way and stop your incessant chatter, Zhao Xiaodong replied impatiently, shooting him a glare. Xiaodong, consider that I have taught you for a few years. Bugui persisted with a forced chuckle. How about you share a bit of that bait with me? Just a small portion. Sure, Zhao Xiaodong replied with a blank expression, bring me a yuan. No money, no deal. What? You want money? I am your teacher. You have to acknowledge that. Bugui attempted to assert his authority. Bugui. Zhao Xiaodong's voice turned frosty. If you dare to utter the words, a lifetime of fatherhood, do not blame me for striking you. Do you believe I won't go to school and publicize your feudalistic thoughts? Please, just joking. Bugui, frightened, waved his hands, cold sweat beading on his forehead. And besides, you haven't taught me anything substantial. I merely attended Hongxing Primary School, and you have tricked me into partaking of your food. Zhao Xiaodong, with unrelenting candor, exposed the truth that even if one had imparted knowledge, it was merely a duty performed for remuneration. In my presence, there exists not a shred of camaraderie. One ought to reflect on their own worth. Bugui, his face suffused with embarrassment and his neck reddened, retreated to a spot several meters away from Zhao Xiaodong, where he sat in dismay. Yet, he remained undeterred, contemplating that perhaps proximity might afford him some advantage. Zhao Xiaodong, dismissing him entirely, donned his fishing gear and elegantly cast his line into the river. No sooner had the hook touched the water than he felt a substantial creature tugging below. With a flick of his wrist, the fishing rod gracefully bent into an arc. Before long, a magnificent catfish was effortlessly drawn to the surface, thrashing energetically on the shore. Beside him, Bugui watched in astonishment, his eyes wide with envy, as jealousy churned within him, leaving him powerless to act. Chapter 22, Fishing by the Lakeside. A playful encounter with Bugui. As Zhao Xiaodong exerted a force with his arm, a magnificent catfish weighing over 20 pounds was hoisted from the water, its tail thrashing and splashing water around. With deftness, he unhooked the fish and placed it into the fish net submerged in the water. Beside him, Bugui watched with wide eyes, his already prominent gaze now resembling that of a famished rabbit. Red and eager, as he involuntarily smacked his lips, as if he could already savor the exquisite taste of the fish. His demeanor suggested he would gladly transform into a fish to dive in himself. The ensuing moments unfolded as a personal exhibition for Zhao Xiaodong. Every 5 or 6 minutes, the fishing line would suddenly tighten, water would surge, and yet another sizable fish would be dragged ashore, each weighing no less than 10 pounds. In the blink of an eye, the fish net was filled with 7 or 8 hefty catches, sinking heavily in the water. The continuous commotion had already attracted numerous onlookers from around the lakeside, their exclamations of astonishment echoing. Sensing it was time to conclude, Zhao Xiaodong thought it prudent to cease, lest he draw undue attention. Just as he prepared to reel in his line, a voice filled with surprise broke through the crowd. "Ah, Comrade Zhao. It's you. My, what a bountiful catch you have." Turning to see who it was, Zhao Xiaodong recognized the enthusiastic procurement officer from the Hongqing steel plant, Li Wenkai. Li approached with palpable excitement, his gaze fixated on the bulging fish net. "Ah, it's you, Li. I've had a stroke of luck, managing to catch 7 or 8, totaling around 100 pounds, Zhao replied with a faint smile, a hint of pride in his voice. "By the way, does your factory need any fish? I'm pondering how to deal with them." "Absolutely. We need them. Your timing couldn't be better," Li responded, his smile broadening. He had recently earned a promotion to group leader of the 3rd procurement team after successfully procuring 2 wild boars, and while out for a stroll, he had spotted Zhao's impressive haul from a distance. "Perfect. Then I shall arrange for you to take them," Zhao said, though hesitance crept into his voice. "It's quite hot today. By the time they arrive, the fish may not be fresh." "No problem. I'll handle it," Li assured him, waving his hands. "Comrade Zhao, bear with me a moment. I'll call the factory and have them send a truck with a large water tank right away." Watching Li hurriedly depart, Zhao Xiaodong cast his line once more and soon reeled in 2 large grass carps, eliciting further gasps of admiration from the crowd. "Zhao Xiaodong, don't you think you've caught enough? At this rate, you might just deplete the lake of its big fish." Bugui could no longer contain his envy and interjected, secretly hoping Zhao would leave so he could claim this prime fishing spot. Zhao's expression darkened at Yan's words. "Bugui, is this lake owned by your family? If you covet my fishing position, just say so directly instead of beating around the bush with such nonsense. It's shameful for a teacher to engage in such underhanded tactics." He felt a twinge of regret that the system had not issued a task to confront Yan, or he would have relished the opportunity to slap him twice. The onlookers erupted into laughter, chattering amongst themselves. Is Bugui really behaving like this? Truly unbecoming. Indeed, this has been his character for quite some time. Like a toad on a footpath, he neither bites nor leaves people be. Just ignore him. He is merely making noise. Hearing the ridicule, Bugui's face shifted between shades of green and white, yet he stubbornly refused to leave. As Zhao Xiaodong removed another large fish from his net and prepared to bait his hook again, he refrained from using his mental powers immediately. The moment the hook touched the water, the float was swiftly pulled under, signaling a substantial catch. A flick of his wrist revealed he had hooked a sizable turtle weighing around 4 to 5 pounds, its gleaming shell now dragged ashore. "My, Comrade Zhao, your luck is indeed extraordinary. You've even caught a turtle." Li Wenkai returned just in time, his joy palpable upon witnessing the scene. "Just luck," Zhao smiled. "Have you arranged for the truck?" "It will arrive shortly." Li rubbed his hands together, grinning. "This is splendid. Director Li is hosting important guests tonight, and with this turtle, we can prepare a signature dish, Balong Bg, a true delicacy." As they spoke, Zhao Xiaodong cast his line into the water once more. With a subtle shift of his thoughts, he extended his mental energy, quickly locating an even larger turtle beneath the surface. With a deft motion, he maneuvered the hook to the turtle's mouth, and as it bit down, he effortlessly pulled up another turtle, approximately 5 to 6 pounds, flailing its limbs on the shore. This spectacle drew another round of cheers from the crowd, while Bugui grew increasingly agitated, pacing like an ant on a hot stove, anxiously circling Zhao's fishing position. "This turtle must be worth at least $5. Zhao Xiaodong's earnings today might just surpass my entire month's salary." Yin calculated rapidly, his feelings of envy and bitterness boiling within him like hot oil. "All right, let us call it a day and pack up," Zhao Xiaodong began, reeling in his line. Before he could finish, Bugui, unable to contain his impatience, lunged forward, swiftly casting his own hook into the very spot Zhao had just vacated, desperate to seize the opportunity before someone else could. Observing Bugui's eagerness and lack of decorum, Zhao Xiaodong silently chuckled, deciding to teach him another lesson. He discreetly unleashed a thread of mental energy, entangling Yen's hook and forcefully pulling down. The float was instantly submerged, creating an exaggerated black float. "I've got a bite," Bugui exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he gripped the rod tightly, straining to lift it. The makeshift rod bent into a dramatic arc, creaking ominously as it neared its breaking point. Yan Bugui was both astonished and elated, fearful that his fishing rod might snap once more. In a moment of desperation, he instinctively laid the rod flat, attempting to leverage his physical strength against the formidable fish beneath the water, gradually wading deeper into the lake. Old Yan, do not enter the water. That area is deep. Are you seeking your own demise? An elder angler shouted urgently upon witnessing the scene. At that moment, Zhao Xiaodong observed the steel mill workers hoisting their heavy catch in a net, making their way towards a nearby truck. Inside the truck bed lay a large metal water tank, into which the workers carefully transferred their haul. His peripheral vision caught sight of the water's surface, where Yan Bugui, after entering the water, began to flail about in a state of disarray. He had evidently overestimated his swimming ability and underestimated the complexities lurking beneath the surface. After only a couple of frantic splashes, his feet slipped, and he inhaled a few mouthfuls of water, losing his balance in the ensuing chaos. "Help, help me," he cried, his desperate pleas swiftly drowned out by the lake water filling his mouth and nose. Leaving him to bob helplessly in the water, the treasured fishing rod long since lost from his grasp. Fortunately, there were plenty of kind-hearted onlookers, and soon 3 or 4 capable men leapt into the lake, working together to drag the waterlogged and pale Yan Bugui back to shore. Collapsing on the ground, he coughed violently, expelling several mouthfuls of lake water, his belly swollen as if a small basin had been placed upon it. Once he regained his breath, the first thing he did was struggle to lift his head, calling out with a quavering voice, My fishing rod. Is there anyone kind enough to help me retrieve it?" An elderly man shook his head in resignation, sighing, "Alas, old Yan, you truly value money over your life. Hurry and expel the water from your stomach. Otherwise, you shall surely fall ill." Zhao Xiaodong cast a fleeting glance at the prostrate Yan Bugui, then turned away, heading towards the truck to settle the day's fishing expenses with Li Wenkai. The breeze from the lake swept past, bringing a touch of coolness and dispersing the earlier commotion. Chapter 23. Li Huaida's recruitment. Yan Bugui lay languidly in the muddy ground, weakly clawing at his throat, retching murky lake water, his appearance utterly disheveled. Zhao Xiaodong, observing this scene, could not help but smirk subtly, shaking his head before turning away, dismissing the avaricious man entirely. In the truck, both Zhao Xiaodong and Li Wenkai placed their bicycles in the cargo bed and settled into the cab. As the truck roared to life, the group set off towards the steel mill. Amid the bumpy ride, Zhao Xiaodong suddenly recalled that he had yet to complete his system check-in for the day, and he silently intoned, "System, check-in. Check-in successful. You have received 1 black iron treasure box. Please choose to open it." The system's cold voice echoed in his mind, and soon, 30 identical black iron boxes materialized before him. As was customary, he casually thought, the first one. The black iron treasure box opened, revealing a pack of premium white-skinned Zhonghai cigarettes. Zhao Xiaodong was momentarily taken aback. "I don't smoke. However, this could serve as a splendid means of socializing." He reconsidered, realizing it would soon prove useful. Upon arriving at the steel mill at 9:30 in the morning, Zhao Xiaodong jumped out of the truck and spotted Li Huaid waiting with a broad grin by the vehicle. Having received a call from Li Wenkai about Zhao Xiaodong bringing in a large batch of fresh fish, Li Huaid was even more convinced of the young man's remarkable abilities. Yesterday's wild boar was no mere coincidence. With a beaming smile, he approached, exclaiming, "Comrade Zhao, you've worked hard. Thank you immensely for supplying our factory with such coveted resources. Director Li, you are too kind. It is you who have afforded me this opportunity." Zhao Xiaodong replied with a smile, casually retrieving a pack of unmarked white-skinned cigarettes from his pocket, actually from his storage space, and naturally offered, "Director Li, would you care for one?" Li Huaida's gaze sharpened. He was an aficionado and recognized that such white-skinned cigarettes were not easily acquired, symbolizing a certain status and connections that he rarely enjoyed himself. He hastily accepted, his smile widening. "Ah, this is a fine item. Comrade Zhao, you are most generous. I do not smoke. Please keep the pack for yourself, Director Li. Let it serve its purpose," Zhao Xiaodong smoothly insisted, placing the entire pack into Li Huaida's hands, the gesture appearing both natural and intimate, the small gift perfectly timed. "Then I shall not be polite," Li Huaid said, elated, carefully stowing the cigarettes away before calling out, "He Yuzhu, hurry and bring people over to weigh the fish. We need to properly store these fine specimens for future hospitality." He Yuzhu, along with 2 apprentices, approached and was taken aback by the sight of so many large fish, surprised at Zhao Xiaodong's capabilities. Xiao Zhao, these fish are quite substantial. I will pay you 50 cents per pound. How does that sound? Li Huai lit a white-skinned cigarette and took a leisurely puff, also offering one to Li Wenkai, while he Yu could only watch. That's perfectly fine, Director Li. You decide, Zhao Xiaodong readily agreed. And these two old soft-shelled turtles, I have my eye on them. I will give you $10 for each. Director Li, I can only sell one. I must keep the other for my family's enjoyment, Zhao Xiaodong clarified. Agreed. We shall proceed as you wish. Li Huai readily concurred. In short order, the accounts were settled, and Zhao Xiaodong received 68 yuan. Director Li, there is one more matter, Zhao Xiaodong said, rubbing his hands together, feeling somewhat bashful. I would like to purchase some scrap materials from the factory, and also, I wish to borrow some equipment to create a few small items. I hope that is not too much trouble. What trouble could there be? Li Huai waved his hand generously, instructing Wenkai to assist him. Just let him know what you need. He paused, lowering his voice to lead Zhao Xiaodong and Li Wenkai aside. Xiao Zhao, I have an idea for you to consider. Director Li, please continue. Zhao Xiaodong felt a surge of interest, sensing the crux of the discussion had arrived. Your talent for sourcing materials is indeed impressive. Li Huai exhaled a smoke ring. I am considering officially hiring you as a procurement officer at our steel mill. What do you think? Completing basic tasks each month would be a breeze for you. The factory will pay you a salary, and you can still hunt and fish to sell to us. Your working hours will also be flexible. Zhao Xiaodong felt a thrill of joy. He had been seeking a stable unit to affiliate with, and this opportunity felt like a perfectly fitting pillow for his weary head. Director Li, I am grateful for your trust. What is there to hesitate about? Li Wenkai chimed in supportively. Xiaodong, this is a splendid opportunity. From now on, we will be colleagues. Thank you for your support, Director Li. I will certainly work diligently. Zhao Xiaodong promised, embracing the opportunity. Excellent. Do try to procure some rare items for us in the future, especially. You know what I mean, Li Huai said, his eyes twinkling. Understood, understood. I shall venture into the mountains first thing tomorrow, Zhao Xiaodong replied, fully comprehending the underlying meaning. Very well, I shall arrange for your paperwork immediately, Li Huai said, his spirits high. Whatever you need, follow Wenkai now. Zhao Xiaodong and Li Wenkai then proceeded to the machining workshop. I wish to salvage some parts from a few discarded electric motors. Zhao Xiaodong explained his intentions, planning to construct several small motors and assemble a few fans, as the heat was quite oppressive. Not a problem. I will take you to see Director Wei, Li Wenkai readily agreed. Director Wei of the machining workshop was very welcoming upon realizing Li Wenkai had brought Zhao Xiaodong. After listening to his request, he immediately gave his approval. Zhao Xiaodong rummaged through the scrap materials, selecting usable parts, and soon became engrossed in work at a machinist's table in a corner of the workshop. Li Wenkai watched in awe as Zhao Xiaodong moved deftly, his actions showcasing the skills of a seasoned machinist. Xiaodong, you can do this too? Li Wenkai exclaimed in astonishment. I know a little, Zhao Xiaodong chuckled modestly. In his previous life as a chef, he had often tinkered with and repaired kitchen equipment, gaining considerable understanding of electrical machinery. Such skills, in this era, proved to be quite sufficient. Before long, he had assembled 4 motors, 3 small and 1 large, and fashioned 3 fan blades from leftover materials. By the time he finished tidying up, it was already noon. Li Wenkai eagerly invited, Xiaodong, it's already 12 o'clock. Let us have lunch together. No, I must decline, Zhao Xiaodong politely refused. My family must be waiting for me to eat. How about this? I will treat you and Director Li to drinks another day. I will bring my household registration book this afternoon at 3 to handle the paperwork. All right. My uncle probably has plans tonight, so let us schedule the drinking for another day. I'll be waiting for you at 3 this afternoon, Li Wenkai affirmed. Zhao Xiaodong hurriedly rode back to the courtyard, arriving home by 12:30. As soon as the bicycle was assembled, my younger sisters, Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling, rushed over. Brother, why did you take so long to come back? Xiao Yu's tummy is rumbling with hunger. Xiao Yu clung to his leg, playfully coaxing him. Aunt Zhang and He Yushui also emerged from the house upon hearing the commotion. I was caught up with some matters at the factory, which caused the delay. In the future, you should eat first when it's mealtime. Don't wait for me, Zhao Xiaodong expressed with an air of apology. Let me fix this electric fan first, so that we can enjoy our meal in a cooler atmosphere. Chapter 24. Displaying skills and establishing a home. It's all right. We will wait for you to eat together, Aunt Zhang said gently, her curious gaze falling upon the pile of parts that Zhao Xiaodong had brought back. Donggu, are you assembling a fan? But these parts do not resemble a finished product, He Yushui remarked, peering closely at the motor and metal sheets on the ground. Zhao Xiaodong chuckled, offering no further explanation as he began to attach the 3 blades to the motor shaft. He brought over a small table, placed it on the larger one, and stood upon it to push open a panel in the ceiling. Just as he was about to secure the hook to a rafter, his peripheral vision caught sight of a small wooden box, thick with dust, hidden away in the ceiling compartment. A thought struck him. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, he quickly stowed the box in his storage space. Now was not the time to examine its contents. He would investigate it later when he had the chance. He swiftly secured the hook, connected the capacitor salvaged from an old motor, and turned on the power. The fan blades began to rotate slowly, then accelerated, producing a refreshing breeze. How delightful! It feels so refreshing, Xiao Ling exclaimed joyfully, spreading her arms to embrace the wind. Indeed, there is wind. Such a strong breeze. Xiao Yuer clapped her hands excitedly, her face beaming with joy. Aunt Zhang gazed up at the whirring fan, her expression somewhat dazed, as if she could hardly believe that the stifling room had transformed into such a comfortable space in an instant. This one is large, suitable for the living room. I also made 3 smaller table fans, Zhao Xiaodong said, retrieving 3 additional small motors from his bag. Once I return from the factory this afternoon, I will assemble them. We'll each have one by our beds, and we won't have to fear the heat at night. At that moment, Aunt Zhang and He Yushui brought in lunch. The leftover marinated meat from the previous night had been reheated in its broth, the aroma even more pronounced. The staple was steamed buns made from a blend of flours. Zhao Xiaodong took a bite of the bun, its coarse texture causing him to frown slightly. Coming from a future era, he found it somewhat unaccustomed. However, seeing Xiao Yuer and Xiao Ling cradling their buns filled with marinated meat, eating with earnest satisfaction, and observing Aunt Zhang and He Yushui sharing the same precious expressions, he understood that people of this era held a reverence for food that was unimaginable to him. Suppressing his discomfort, he began to eat earnestly. During the meal, Zhao Xiaodong mentioned his progress with the steel mill. The paperwork is nearly complete. Starting tomorrow, I will be the purchasing agent at the steel mill. Really? That's wonderful. Aunt Zhang and He Yushui chorused in unison, their faces radiating genuine joy. In this era, securing a formal job was akin to being handed a guaranteed livelihood, a momentous occasion. Donggu, after your meal, you should head to the factory quickly. Work is important, He Yushui expressed with concern. If only I weren't still in school, I would want to find a job too. Haidang said she plans to join the steel mill in a few days. Zhao Xiaodong pondered for a moment and replied, when I return from my trip to the countryside tomorrow, I will find an opportunity to speak with factory director Li and see if I can help you in any way. Yes, thank you. Donggu. He Yushui's eyes brimmed with gratitude, along with a hint of unnoticeable affection. I have brought back the grain book. After I buy the supply grain each month, I will return the book to Xiaogu. I was thinking it might be best to separate the grain book to avoid complications. Zhao Xiaodong nodded in agreement. After the meal, noticing that there was still time, he gathered several pieces of jujube wood, sawing them into planks, and then planed them down to create a few small and exquisite fan blades. Donggu, you are truly impressive. You can even make electric fans. He Yushui admired as she watched his adept movements, her large eyes filled with admiration. This endeavor requires not only money but also permits. It's quite a challenge. I simply enjoy tinkering with electrical gadgets and have self-studied some books, Zhao Xiaodong explained vaguely. Aunt Zhang nodded appreciatively. Having this skill is excellent. You will never go hungry wherever you go. In her view, Zhao Xiaodong's job would provide a salary, and his skills could earn him necessities, ensuring a more secure life. As the time approached, Zhao Xiaodong tidied up. With the fan now in place, the room felt significantly cooler. Xiao Yuer and Xiao Ling lay on the bamboo bed, a small towel draped over their bellies, comfortably asleep. Zhao Xiaodong arrived at the steel mill with his household registration booklet, completed the final onboarding procedures, and received his uniform and a shared bicycle. Team Leader Li, I look forward to your guidance in the future, Zhao Xiaodong said politely to Li Wenkai, casually slipping a pack of white wrapper Zhonghai cigarettes into his hand. This is a rare treat, Li Wenkai exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. I've only seen them at my Uncle S and have hardly smoked any. Xiaodong, how is the fan you made coming along? It's assembled and works quite well, Zhao Xiaodong replied. By the way, could you help me make one as well? Li Wenkai rubbed his hands together. We only have one at home, and I can't get a permit to buy another. Sure, I'll help you out when I have some free time, Zhao Xiaodong readily agreed, though he knew the principles behind it were not complicated. Even a skilled worker with some electrical knowledge could manage it. Finding a skilled worker knowledgeable in electricity is quite a challenge. Li Wenkai shook his head, not finishing his thought as they reached the door of Li Huaide's office, thus halting their conversation. Inside the office, Li Huaide outlined the factory's ambitious plans for development, encouraging Zhao Xiaodong to work diligently. Rest assured, factory director, I cannot guarantee much else. But I will certainly procure game like pheasants and hares, Zhao Xiaodong assured. The last time I ventured into the mountains, I spotted traces of wild goats. I will strive to bring some back this time. Li Huaide's eyes brightened. Excellent. The day after tomorrow, I have an important reception. The more game, the better. By the way, regarding your housing situation, the factory should allocate you a residence, he continued. Thank you for your concern, factory director. I already have a home. It was purchased by my second uncle before the liberation, and it now belongs to me, Zhao Xiaodong explained. It's in the large courtyard where he usually lives. Oh, I know the 95th courtyard. Since it's your own property, then the allocation of housing matter. Li Huaide pondered. However, there's still the east wing of the front courtyard and the east cross courtyard. Zhao Xiaodong's heart raced, and he cautiously inquired, Factory Director Li, may I exchange the east wing of the front courtyard for those rooms in the east cross courtyard? The ones previously rented to the supply and marketing cooperative as a warehouse. The building may be older, but he was willing to renovate it, and he would also be willing to cover any price difference. The east cross courtyard, though aged, had a vast yard, approximately 200 square meters in size. Currently, everyone was focused on the building itself, and few had realized the value of that expansive courtyard. The east cross courtyard. Sure, it's a deal. Once you return from your trip, you can handle the paperwork, Li Huaide agreed without hesitation. The repairs are your responsibility. That is wonderful. Thank you, Factory Director. Zhao Xiaodong struggled to contain his excitement. Indeed, you shall proceed directly to the countryside tomorrow, without the need to report to the factory. Depart early. Are you adept at riding a tricycle? That would be quite convenient. Li Huaide has considered this matter thoroughly. I can ride, Zhao Xiaodong replied eagerly. Excellent. Wenkai, please accompany Xiaodong to the logistics department and allow him to take that idle tricycle. Li Huaide instructed. Zhao Xiaodong felt a surge of joy within. Not only had he secured his position, but he had also unexpectedly gained access to a spacious courtyard, and his transportation dilemma was resolved. He was filled with anticipation for his journey to the countryside the following day. Chapter 25. A confrontation with the fowl as Zhao Xiaodong rode his tricycle back to the Sihiyuan. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. He parked the vehicle and moved aside the threshold, which had been cleverly altered to be removable, and pushed the motorcycle into the front yard. Upon entering, he noticed Yin Bugui standing at his door, peering inside while conversing with He Yushui, who was blocking his way. It seemed that Yin Bugui sought refuge from the heat of the electric fan, but He Yushui had denied him entry. What is going on here? Yin Bugui, what do you intend to do? Zhao Xiaodong's expression darkened as he spoke in a cold tone. Startled, Yin Bugui turned around, forcing a strained smile. Xiaodong, why do you speak to me like that? I am, after all, one of the elders in the courtyard. Zhao Xiaodong interrupted him without hesitation. His voice icy. Yin Bugui, if you dare to assume the role of an elder again, do you believe I want to slap you? Yin Bugui recoiled, his bravado diminished, yet he managed to retort, Zhao Xiaodong, don't be unreasonable. I came here to discuss a matter with you. I fell into the water at your fishing spot, and now I feel awful, just returned from getting a shot for my fever. What? Do you expect me to compensate you? Zhao Xiaodong scoffed. Yin Bugui, can you be any more shameless? You greedily occupied a fishing spot and fell into the water, yet you have the audacity to come to me for money? Do you want me to report this to your school and see if you still have the face to teach? Please, no? Don't involve my workplace. Yin Bugui panicked at the mention of escalating matters to his job. His gaze shifted to the old turtle in the bucket by the door. I want to ask for money. Given my predicament, could you at least let me have that old turtle to help my recovery? His eyes glinted with avarice. Get lost. Zhao Xiaodong had no desire to entertain further nonsense. Just then, Zhonghai stormed out, furious. He had just returned with Lu Haizhong and stumbled upon the scene. No matter the situation, you cannot simply insult someone older than you. Is there no decorum left? Decorum? To hell with decorum. Zhao Xiaodong erupted, relishing the confrontation. Elders? You three old men constantly parade around, suppressing the youth under the guise of respect. You really think too highly of yourselves. It's a world of equals now. Why should you be so esteemed? Zhonghai, You cling to your feudal patriarchal ideals. I suspect you are dissatisfied with national policies and wish for a restoration. The accusation made Zhonghai pale. He hastily denied it. That is not true. You're talking nonsense. I just believe that as neighbors, the older should be respected. Respect for age? Huh. Those executed counter-revolutionaries were older than you. Why don't you go pay them your respects? Zhao Xiaodong's words pierced sharply, leaving Zhonghai breathless, struggling to articulate a response. Stop your nonsense. You all act so grand, Zhao Xiaodong derided, surveying them contemptuously. Zhonghai, you're just searching for someone to support you in your old age. Your selfishness could collapse the bed. You're unwilling to open your heart to the Jiao family, yet you drag everyone into your meetings to showcase your chosen elderly candidate, Jia Dongxiu. Do you think we are all fools? Zhonghai turned pale, stuttering, unable to form a coherent reply. The facade had been shattered. How could he maintain his authority in the courtyard now? What else with the stammering? And you, Lu Haizhong? Zhao Xiaodong redirected his ire. You're just an official wannabe. Unable to secure a position in the factory, you brandish your role as a volunteer mediator like a badge of honor, trying to assert your dominance here. Tell me, what level of official are you as a mediator? Is there any formal position? Do you receive a salary? Lu Haizhong's face flushed crimson with rage, his chest heaving as he attempted to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. Finally, Zhao Xiaodong turned his attention back to the retreating Yin Bugui. Yin Bugui trying to escape? Do you still have the audacity to call yourself a teacher? Where is your dignity? Did a dog eat it? You lurk by the entrance, scheming against your neighbors, taking advantage of others while you drown in your own greed. You expect me to pay you? Would you accept 2 slaps instead? Zhao Xiaodong surveyed the gathering crowd of neighbors, determined to unveil the true nature of the 3 so-called elders before all. My salary is low, only 27 yuan and 50 cents a month, and I have to support 6 people. Can I not be calculating? Yin Bugui attempted to justify himself. Calculating? You're merely miserly. Stop making excuses. Just because your life is difficult, does that give you the right to take advantage of others? Zhao Xiaodong sneered. And regarding your salary, are you fooling anyone? After teaching for over a decade, your salary hasn't increased? When school starts, I will ask your principal if he is withholding your pay. Yin Bugui, terrified, waved his hands frantically. No, please, don't. It's not like that. Humph, Yin Bugui. Your salary must be at least 60 yuan, right? Always whining about 27 yuan and 50 cents. How disgusting. Zhao Xiaodong exposed him. Not 60. I only make 57 yuan and 50 cents. Yin Bugui blurted out in desperation, realizing his blunder too late. He covered his mouth, but it was too late. He could feel the icy stares of his children behind him, filled with resentment. Look at your behavior. It's as if a refuse truck passed by your door, and you all must taste the bitterness. Get away from me. Your presence disgusts me. After Zhao Xiaodong's outburst, he ignored the group of beasts and retreated into his home, slamming the door shut. Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui exchanged glances, embarrassed and defeated. They slinked into Zhonghai's house under the scrutinizing gazes of their neighbors. Upon entering, Zhonghai could no longer contain his fury, grabbing the enamel teacup from the table and smashing it to the ground. The inscription of outstanding worker shattered along with the cup, leaving only the dark base. That little wretch. How dare he speak to me like that? Zhonghai trembled with rage, grabbing a cigarette, but failing to light it after multiple attempts. In his fury, he threw the entire box of matches to the ground and stomped on it. He is a perceptive man. Yin Bugui's eyes flickered as he murmured, over the years, we have relied on the facade of being elders to lord over the courtyard. Zhao Xiaodong today has ruthlessly stripped us of our very skin. Without this layer, who will regard us with any seriousness? Lu Haizhong, brimming with pent-up frustration, yearned to vent his anger but was at a loss for words, merely glaring with his bulging eyes. Panting heavily, no, this situation cannot be allowed to stand. Zhonghai, with a sinister glint in his eyes, declared fiercely, we must devise a means to expel this scourge from the Siyuan. Chapter 26. The deaf old lady visits to expose her and drive her away? Such words are easy to utter, but the house in question was genuinely purchased with hard-earned money, the deed firmly in hand. Yin Bugui furrowed his brow, finding this matter quite troublesome. Zhao Erkue had indeed been far-sighted, securing the property rights early on. Now, we had no leverage whatsoever. Lu Haizhong nodded in agreement, stating, Old Yin makes a valid point. If this house were still allocated by the steel mill, we could unite with the residents in the courtyard and devise a plan. However, as a private property, it poses a challenge. Zhonghai took a deep breath, suppressing his frustrations, and spoke. I encountered Zhu Zi at the factory today. He mentioned that Zhao Xiaodong has become a procurement officer at the steel mill. However, I didn't see him riding that motorcycle back. He turned to a woman nearby, saying, Old lady, go fetch some snacks. Tonight, old Lu, old Yan, and I will enjoy a drink. Upon hearing this, Yan Bugui's face broke into a smile, as he sensed opportunity. Old E, you are being overly narrow-minded. Since he has entered the steel mill, what status do you and old Lu hold there? To put pressure on a newcomer should be a piece of cake. Old Yan, you are unaware of the circumstances, Zhonghai replied with a bitter smile. While we can converse effectively in the workshop, Zhao Xiaodong works in the logistics department, which is unrelated to us. Our reach is limited. Old E, I have a piece of information for you. Listen closely. The electric fan at Zhao Xiaodong's home. Do you know how it came to be? He crafted it himself, using scrap materials processed by the factory. He borrowed space in the mechanic workshop to do the work. He paused to gauge Zhonghai's reaction before continuing. Tell me, isn't it a waste to have such talent relegated to menial tasks and logistics? We must consider the factory's interests and ensure that talent is placed in the most suitable positions for the benefit of socialist construction. The role of a procurement officer could be filled by anyone, but a skilled individual like him is a rarity. Would you not agree? Upon hearing this, not only did Zhonghai grasp the implication, but even the slower-witted Lu Haizhong began to comprehend. Indeed, such a promising talent must not be allowed to drift aimlessly. Tomorrow, I will approach Factory Director Yang and discuss this. A talent like him should learn the craft from me. As a level 8 technician, I will certainly impart all my knowledge to cultivate him. A smile finally appeared on Zhonghai's face, as the pent-up frustrations seemed to find an outlet. The three men smoked and chatted, growing increasingly congenial, as if they could already envision Zhao Xiaodong easily under their thumb. Zhonghai's mind began to race. As long as he could bring this young man into the mechanic workshop, right under his watchful eye, he would have ample opportunities to train him, ensuring he would be as obedient as Sha Zhu, securing his own future comfort. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, Sha Zhu possesses culinary skills, while Zhao Xiaodong can hunt. My later years will surely be more splendid than a deity's. With the thought of Dong Su and Huai Ru's attentive care, well, his life compared favorably to others. Just as Zhonghai was lost in pleasant reverie while smoking, Jia Dong Su entered, lifting the curtain. Master, haven't you eaten yet? Are the three gentlemen planning to have a few drinks? Jia Dong Su greeted with a smile. I just got home. After work, he had secretly visited Bugui City to procure some high-priced grain. With 5 mouths to feed at home, he was the only one with a ration. The others relied on such means to fill their bellies. You arrived just in time. Come, join us for a drink. Zhonghai warmly invited, pleased with his apprentice. Although Jia Dong Su was somewhat too obedient to his mother, Zhonghai valued this filial piety. He began to contemplate ways to bring the Jia family back to the countryside when the opportunity arose. Just then, Jia Dong Su's son, Bang Gong, rushed in like a gust of wind. You child, your nose is so keen. Wherever there is delicious food, you are always the first to arrive, Jia Dong Su teased, his tone laced with affection. Children are like that, Zhonghai observed, looking fondly at Bang Gong, who represented another layer of security for his future. By the time Zhonghai approached 60, Bang Gong would have grown into adulthood, perfectly positioned to care for him. At that moment, a rich and enticing aroma wafted in, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Wow, what dish is that? It smells amazing, Jia Dong Su exclaimed. It smells like braised chicken, but much richer, Yan Bugui sniffed. It's coming from the front courtyard. It must be from Zhao Xiaodong's house. He has definitely stewed that old tortoise. Father, I want to eat old tortoise. Bang Gong tugged at Jia Dong Su's sleeve, exclaiming, his family's food. Never mind, Jia Dong Su shook his head. Look, your great-grandmother has made fried tofu. There is also pig's head meat, just as satisfying. In the front courtyard, the onlookers had dispersed, and Zhao Xiaodong began preparing the old tortoise. He skillfully slaughtered it by the water basin, scalded it with boiling water, meticulously scraped off a layer of dark skin, and then chopped the tortoise meat and a white chicken into pieces, ready for braising together. Brother Dong, what you're making is belong BG. Your skills are impressive. He Shui leaned against the kitchen door, watching Zhao Xiaodong stir-fry with astonishment. When did you learn this? I used to enjoy reading various books. For a while, I helped my second uncle make furniture for restaurants, and I would sneak into the kitchen to watch the masters cook. Picking up a few tricks, Zhao Xiaodong explained. Wow, Brother Dong, you are truly clever. With your skills, I would say you surpass my Sha by far. He Yushui remarked, handing Zhao Xiaodong a towel soaked in cold water. The kitchen was filled with steam, and although Zhao Xiaodong had a unique constitution that didn't mind the heat, he still found it more comfortable to have a bit of coolness. He let the bawang biji simmer slowly on low heat and stepped outside for some fresh air. A piece of hardwood was placed in the stove, ensuring a steady fire for a while without constant vigilance. Aunt Zhang was in the main room with Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling, enjoying the breeze from the electric fan. Upon returning to the main room, Zhao Xiaodong continued to tinker with the small electric fans, completing the remaining 3 before dinner. Eagerly awaiting installation. With these, sleeping at night will be much more comfortable. Zhao Xiaodong expressed his satisfaction. Just the electricity costs, Aunt Zhang remarked, somewhat distressed. Aunt Zhang, don't worry, it won't cost much. I can earn it. Zhao Xiaodong reassured her with a smile. He Yushui served the aromatic bawang biji in a large earthenware basin on the table. The staple food consisted of steaming mian buns, accompanied by a pot of refreshing corn congee. Just as the group was about to take their seats and begin their meal, a middle-aged woman, Tan Jinhua, entered the room, supporting an elderly woman who was hard of hearing, without even knocking at the door. What is going on? Who permitted your entry? Zhao Xiaodong immediately rose, his expression darkening. He Yushui and Auntie Zhang attempted to speak, but he silenced them with a glance. Zhao's boy, do you not recognize my elderly matriarch? When your second uncle Zhao Erkue was alive, he treated me with the utmost respect, addressing me as elderly matriarch. The elderly woman leaned heavily on her cane, adopting an imposing stance. Are you not going to invite me to sit down? Your culinary skills smell delightful, but what is simmering in that pot? Zhao Xiaodong scoffed, interrupting her without courtesy. Leave. You old hag. Do you think a little respect grants you the right to act presumptuously? Are you forcing my hand to expose all your hidden secrets? Listen, old woman, I advise you to keep your distance and not provoke me. Otherwise, I have countless ways to make you aware of your place. Do not assume that your age and past influence grant you power here. If it comes to a confrontation, do not expect to play by your outdated rules. You are nothing. Chapter 27. The deaf old woman provokes trouble and unwittingly gets slapped, just as Zhao Xiaodong felt the surge of anger rising within him. Fixating on the retreating figure of the deaf old woman, a sudden, melodious chime echoed in his mind. Ding! A system task has been issued, slapped the deaf old woman. A cold, mechanical voice reverberated through his consciousness, announcing a reward of 1 bronze lottery draw. Is the system mistaken? You want me to strike her? Zhao Xiaodong was taken aback, murmuring to himself that this old woman was untouchable. If I slap her and she collapses, would I not be burdened with caring for her until her end? I cannot accept this task. The task must be completed, otherwise, the host will face severe penalties. The system's voice was devoid of emotion, stating that failure to complete this task would result in the freezing of subsequent tasks. Additionally, all of the host's sign-in rewards for the next year would be deducted. Zhao Xiaodong was instantly stunned. The freezing of tasks was one matter, but the loss of sign-in rewards. He had discerned the pattern. While daily sign-ins yielded mundane items, the rewards during festivals were substantial. To cancel a year's worth? The loss would be catastrophic. This predicament has escalated considerably. As thoughts raced through his mind, he made a swift decision. He must not approach this overtly. Meanwhile, the deaf old woman noticed Zhao Xiaodong's changing expression and assumed he was intimidated by her, feeling a slight relief from her pent-up anger. Though she was uncertain how much Zhao Xiaodong truly knew about her, she did not dare to push him too far. Jinhua, help me back, she commanded. In these times, some young people have completely forgotten the old virtues of respecting their elders. The deaf old woman deliberately raised her voice, laced with self-pity, casting a lingering glance at the fragrant dish of bawang biji on the table. She could smell that this dish was extraordinary, for she had seen the world and tasted fine delicacies. Aunt Tan Jinhua, with a quick flick of her eyes, understood and promptly assisted the deaf old woman as they turned to leave. Zhao Xiaodong was filled with fury. This old hag, even in her departure, sought to mock him with her sarcastic remarks. If he did not teach her a lesson, his frustration would remain unquenched. Wait, telekinesis. I still have telekinesis. A sudden inspiration struck Zhao Xiaodong. Hadn't he just signed in for a packet of embroidery needles? No, using the needles would be too devious. Right. I could use telekinesis to manifest a hand and deliver a resounding slap without anyone noticing. Standing at the entrance of his home, he coldly observed as Tan Jinhua supported the deaf old woman, moving about 5 or 6 meters away. With a thought, he concentrated his invisible telekinetic force, shaping it into an unseen hand aimed squarely at the wrinkled cheek of the deaf old woman, delivering a fierce slap. As the deaf old woman walked, she seethed internally. "You little brat, wait until I get my revenge. You will soon know my strength." Suddenly, she felt a tremendous force strike her left cheek, her head ringing as it involuntarily jerked to the right. Smack! The sharp sound of the slap echoed through the quiet evening courtyard, startling those nearby. The courtyard was bustling, as families gathered outside to enjoy the cool evening air. The Yin family had all come out, ostensibly to cool off, but in reality, they were drawn by the enticing aroma of meat wafting from Zhao Xiaodong's home. While others casually enjoyed the scent, the Yin family had a purpose. Who dares to strike me? The deaf old woman clutched her instantly swollen cheek, both startled and furious, her eyes glinting with rage as she scanned the surroundings. "Old lady, no one hit you." Tan Jinhua, standing close to her, was equally bewildered, having not seen anyone approach. The old woman suddenly calmed down. Indeed, the area was empty, confirming that no one was there. Yet, the fiery pain on her face and the distinct imprint of a slap were undeniably real. Had she truly encountered a ghost? Something is amiss. The sun has not yet fully set. A chill crept up her spine as she felt a sense of foreboding. "Jinhua, hurry, help me back." She dared not linger, gripping Tan Jinhua's arm tightly as she quickened her pace. Upon returning to the courtyard of Zhonghai's home, Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui were enjoying peanuts and pig's head meat while drinking, with Jia Dongshu present, occasionally feeding morsels to his eagerly waiting son, Bangum. "The old lady is back? Sit down. I saved a bowl of food just for you," Zhonghai greeted with a smile. "How about that? Zhao Xiaodong is a real nuisance, completely lacking in respect for the elderly. He needs proper education. He's nothing but a troublesome brat. Zhonghai, have you found a way to deal with him?" The deaf old woman huffed as she took a seat, her cheeks still throbbing. As for the strange slap she had just experienced, she had discreetly instructed Tan Jinhua not to disclose it to anyone for now, intending to later confide in Zhonghai alone. "I have a plan. That kid possesses a bit of cunning. He can tinker with electric fans and has become a purchasing agent at the factory. I intend to wait for Director Yang to return from his trip, then I will speak with him to transfer Zhao Xiaodong to the second workshop, where I will personally mentor him, teaching him how to behave," Zhonghai declared with a confident smile. "Excellent. That is a splendid idea." The deaf old woman's eyes lit up, recognizing the need for proper education to instill respect for tradition and elders. Yin Bugui nearby proudly waved his tattered palm leaf fan, feeling like Zhuge Liang strategizing from within a grand plan. Back at Zhao's home, Zhao Xiaodong wore a cold smirk, disregarding the hushed whispers and curious glances of the neighbors in the courtyard as he turned and retreated into the main room. "Time to eat. What a bore," he muttered as he sat down and picked up a steamed bun made to his specifications. A delightful mixture of cornmeal and white flour that improved the taste considerably. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system resonated in his mind once more. "Task completed. Reward: 1 bronze lottery draw. Special warning. Henceforth, tasks completed via telekinesis or other non-direct methods will not be recognized." Zhao Xiaodong paused momentarily, then shrugged, acknowledging the system's swift response to rectify the loophole. The lottery draw could wait, he thought to himself. At the dining table, Zhao Xiaodong served 2 plump chicken legs to Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer, placing a whole chicken wing into He Yushui's bowl. He intentionally left the chicken legs uncut. "Dong Guyu." He Yushui's face flushed crimson, her heart swelling with sweetness. Zhao Xiaodong's actions, though unspoken, have unmistakably conveyed a sense of familial belonging, filling her heart with a tacit happiness and a comforting sense of stability. Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer, however, were too preoccupied to ponder such matters, eagerly devouring the fragrant chicken legs with gusto, their faces glistening with grease, their eyes squinting joyfully. "The chicken legs are truly delightful. Brother, you are the best," Xiao Ling mumbled as she bestowed a card of goodwill upon Zhao Xiaodong. Brother belongs to me." Xiao Yuer playfully leaned against Zhao Xiaodong. "No, he is our brother," Xiao Ling corrected with utmost seriousness. "Well, I suppose I can share a little with you." Xiao Yuer tilted her head, appearing quite magnanimous. Zhao Xiaodong chuckled, reaching out to pinch Xiao Yuer's cherubic yet still fragile face, pondering earnestly on the necessity of nurturing his two younger sisters into plump and healthy girls. Yu Shui, after dinner, I will install a small fan in your room, Zhao Xiaodong remarked to He Yu Shui. You should also fetch some fabric to make yourself a couple of new outfits. I have the money. He Yu Shui's garments had long faded to a pale hue, patched over with numerous stitches, and were notably short. At his words, her nose tinged with emotion, she softly acknowledged with a quiet accepting his goodwill without objection. After dinner, Zhao Xiaodong efficiently installed the small fan for He Yu Shui. Subsequently, he took another fan and made his way to the courtyard, intending to set one up in the small room where He Yu Shui currently resided. Just as he passed through the moon gate, he spotted Sha Zhu standing by the water basin, engaged in a playful tug with Qin Huairu, seemingly engrossed in some conversation. Chapter 28. He Yu Shui's electric fan. On this particular night, the steel mill had a hosting duty, and after tirelessly completing his tasks, Sha Zhu proudly returned to the courtyard, carrying 3 hefty aluminum lunchboxes. The occasion was a gathering hosted by Deputy Factory Director Li, a prestigious event that afforded him the opportunity to reap some rewards. As he stepped into the courtyard, he noticed Qin Huairu, resembling a merciless laundry maiden, leisurely scrubbing clothes by the wash basin. The Jia family had already bathed, and the few summer garments they had were quickly washed, yet Qin Huairu seemed intent on taking her time, evidently waiting for Sha Zhu with the lunchboxes in hand. The Jia family was well aware that if Sha Zhu returned late, it either meant he had a hosting duty at the mill or had taken on private work. In either case, he would return with sumptuous dishes. Sure enough, upon seeing the substantial lunchboxes Sha Zhu was carrying, Qin Huairu's face immediately broke into a smile, causing Sha Zhu's heart to flutter, leaving him with nothing but foolish grins. Zhuzi, with so many dishes, you can't finish them all by yourself. They'll spoil by tomorrow, Qin Huairu said sweetly, naturally extending her hand. Just give them to me. Bang Gung has been mentioning. However, Sha Zhu unexpectedly countered, gently brushing aside Qin Huairu's hand, his fingers intentionally grazing her hand. Sister Qin, I can give you 1 box, but after working hard all day, I deserve a little something for myself too, he replied playfully. Can you really go hungry while flipping dishes on the stove? Always bickering like a child, Qin Huairu teased, throwing him a reproachful glance. She reached out again. Fine, just give me all 3 boxes. You just want a couple of bites, don't you? There are peanuts at home for drinking. Just then, Zhao Xiaodong and He Yu Shui strolled in from the front courtyard, inadvertently witnessing this scene. Zhao Xiaodong couldn't help but let out a snicker. Sha Zhu's expression darkened instantly, a mix of embarrassment and anger prompting him to shove 2 of the lunchboxes towards Qin Huairu. Quick-witted as she was, upon noticing the presence of others, Qin Huairu promptly accepted the boxes and hurried back home. Zhao Xiaodong, what are you laughing at? Sha Zhu directed his ire towards Zhao Xiaodong. If it had been anyone else ruining his good fortune, Sha Zhu would have already swung a fist. Yet, facing Zhao Xiaodong, a flicker of awareness reminded him that this was a man he could not provoke. He was Sha Zhu, but he was not truly foolish. What am I laughing at? Zhao Xiaodong sneered. I'm laughing at your own sister being so hungry that her stomach is touching her back, looking as thin as a photograph, while you have the leisure to keep someone else's wife and children well fed. Damn it. Where were you when Yu Shui was starving, drinking cold water to fill her belly? Sha Zhu was momentarily speechless, his face reddening with embarrassment, yet he stubbornly retorted, What does that have to do with you? He Yu Shui was raised by me. Enough. Zhao Xiaodong interrupted brusquely. Your duty is to take over your father He Daqing's work and care for Yu Shui. Don't act as if you're doing her a tremendous favor. Besides, how have you been supporting Yu Shui these past 2 years? Should I lay it all bare in front of everyone? Sha Zhu, now feeling cornered, snapped back in frustration. This is our family's matter. What right do you have to meddle? Stay out of it. At this point, Sha Zhu's feelings for Qin Huairu had not yet reached the obsessive state he would later exhibit. It was more about seizing small advantages. He could share the lunch boxes, but lending money was out of the question. His stinginess remained intact. Yu Shui has decided to date me. She is now my fiancée, Zhao Xiaodong stated flatly, yet with an undeniable authority. Her matters are now my matters. He Yu Shui, overhearing this, felt her cheeks flush crimson, akin to a ripe apple, while an uncontrollable excitement and joy surged within her. In her heart, she longed for this relationship to be publicized, as it felt like a definitive commitment. What? You two? I disagree. I absolutely disagree. Sha Zhu exclaimed, leaping up as if his tail had been stepped on, shouting, "Zhao Xiaodong, you can forget it." "Who needs your approval?" Zhao Xiaodong cast a disdainful glance at him. "This is merely a notification for you. What are you even? Does Yu Shui's fate hinge on your nod? Do you dare claim to be her competent brother? Do you have the face to say that?" Sha Zhu found himself at a loss for words, stammering for a while before finally managing to say, "Anyway, I disagree." "Huh," Zhao Xiaodong scoffed. "Don't just speak for yourself. Even if your irresponsible father He Daqing were to return, he wouldn't have a say. The state has long advocated for autonomy in marriage. Do you think that's just for show? It seems you, Sha Zhu, have some issues with national policy." Upon hearing such a heavy accusation, Sha Zhu was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. He immediately shouted, "No, absolutely not. I support marriage freedom. I firmly support it." Inside, he felt like crying. Zhao Xiaodong's words were too biting, always bringing things to a higher level. Who could endure that? The main house of the courtyard housed Sha Zhu, while He Yushui lived in a small room in the east wing, adjacent to the 2 rooms of Zhonghai's family. Across from them, in the west wing, was a room belonging to the Jia family. Zhao Xiaodong's earlier remarks were clearly heard by Zhonghai and his companions inside. Especially the remark about parents not interfering had greatly angered Zhonghai. In his mind, parents were paramount, and elders, like himself, certainly held authority as well. Yet, at that moment, he dared not step out to retort, fearing that the hat of opposing state policy would be placed upon his head, a burden he could not bear. "Go cool off. I'm going to install an electric fan for Yushui," Zhao Xiaodong said dismissively. Striding into He Yushui's small yet orderly room, efficiently setting up the small electric fan. "Yushui, get some rest early. I'll head back now. I'll come over for dinner tomorrow," Zhao Xiaodong said, pulling out 50 yuan and some fabric coupons to hand to He Yushui. "Take this money and these coupons." This is too much," He Yushui said, clutching the money, her face growing even redder. "Too much? Just take it. If you run out, let me know." Zhao Xiaodong waved his hand, gently pinching her thin cheek. "You're still too thin. You need to eat more and gain some weight." "Donggu." He Yushui elongated her words, twisting her body, her heart sweet as if filled with honey. "All right, I'm leaving now. I'll be out in the countryside for procurement tomorrow. I don't know what time I'll be back," Zhao Xiaodong reminded her. "Be careful on the road," He Yushui urged with concern. After Zhao Xiaodong left, He Yushui sat on the edge of her bed, gazing at the whirring electric fan, feeling a warm wave of happiness fill her heart, nearly overflowing. "Yushui, this electric fan is truly remarkable." Qin Huairu, standing at the door, expressed her admiration with a hint of envy, suggesting, "How about I bring bonging and shouting over tonight to squeeze in with you? With this fan, sleeping would be much cooler." She calculated that it was a perfect opportunity for the 2 children to enjoy a restful night. However, He Yushui lifted her head, and the gentle shyness that once graced her face was replaced by a cold smirk. "Qin Huairu, you truly have the audacity. If you wish to enjoy the electric fan, purchase one for yourself. You are not welcome here." Qin Huairu's eyes widened in shock. She could hardly fathom that the usually courteous He Yushui had transformed so dramatically today. "Yushui, how can you speak to me like this?" Qin Huairu attempted to maintain her fragile demeanor. "I am well aware of the kind of person you are," He Yushui replied with an icy tone. "Previously, I had no choice but to engage in pretense with you. Now, there is no longer any need." Chapter 29. He Yushui's outburst surprises Qin Huairu. "I have treated you so well, and yet you dare to accuse me of being insincere." Qin Huairu's eyes widened, her expression one of incredulous grievance. He Yushui let out a cold laugh, years of pent-up dissatisfaction finally bursting forth. "Qin Huairu, you claim to care for me? Your so-called kindness merely amounts to emptying my room of anything movable, doesn't it? After I painstakingly saved some food, your children devoured it all in an instant. Yet, to avoid inciting resentment from that oblivious fool, I must feign a willingness to be close to you. Otherwise, with his foolishness, he would surely watch me starve to death. Now you have your sights set on my electric fan as well? Alas, Qin Huairu, I have someone backing me now. I have a partner. I shall no longer pretend to be cordial with you. Get out." He Yushui's voice rose sharply, imbued with unprecedented assertiveness. "And return my wooden box and those 2 chairs. If even one is missing, I will go to the street office tomorrow, and if that fails, I will seek the police." In He Yushui's modest room, there had once been a sturdy wooden box for clothes and 2 elm chairs. Now, however, she found herself perched on a rickety stool with 3 uneven legs. all her clothes and belongings piled on the Kong. Fortunately, the Kong was large enough. Otherwise, she would have nowhere to put them. At that moment, Shaju appeared at the doorway, encountering the tearful Qin Huairu, unceremoniously expelled by He Yushui. Sister Qin, step aside. Let me show this ungrateful girl a lesson today. Shaju's anger surged, feeling humiliated before Qin Huairu. It's my fault, I will go back and bring her the box and chairs. Qin Huairu sniffled, tears flowing freely. Our home is small, and the children have suffered. There's nowhere to put the clothes. Return what? How dare she? Shaju bellowed, waving his hand towards He Yushui. He Yushui, hurry and give this electric fan to Sister Qin. And as for the box and chairs, at your age, you should be ashamed for snatching things from children. Hurry up. Shaju, your words are quite amusing. He Yushui replied. Unfazed, her tone calm yet piercing. Am I snatching from children? That would only apply if they were my own. What concern do I have for someone else's children? Furthermore, these items rightfully belong to me. How have they transformed into my taking from others in your mouth? This. Shaju realized his argument was untenable, but seeing Qin Huairu on the verge of tears scattered his meager reasoning. He stubbornly invoked a moral high ground, stating, an elder once said, a courtyard is like one family, and we must help each other. That was his opinion. You may believe him, but I do not. He Yushui retorted directly. Across the way at the Jia household, Jia Zhongshi could no longer contain herself, envious of the electric fan. Upon hearing He Yushui's words, she almost rushed out to intervene, but was firmly restrained by her son, Jia Dongxiu. Mother, don't go out and make trouble. He Yushui is not the same as before. Didn't you see how Zhao Xiaodong could come to her aid at any moment? Jia Dongxiu whispered. Those two scoundrels. Jia Zhongshi spat angrily, yet she dared not step outside. Huairu, come home. Jia Dongxiu called out. Seeing no advantage, he hurriedly summoned his wife back, unwilling to allow Shaju's gaze to linger on her. Shaju was left speechless by He Yushui's rebuttal. He truly did not dare to resort to violence, having learned of Zhao Xiaodong's formidable nature, which left no trace of his actions. Hearing her husband call for her, Qin Huairu quickly turned and hurried home, her retreating figure nearly causing Shaju's eyes to pop out. He Yushui snorted coldly and slammed the door shut. Shaju clicked his tongue in disappointment and returned to his own room, where a food container filled with mixed dishes awaited him from dinner. He poured himself a glass of loose white liquor and drank in silence. Juzi having a drink? Zhonghai's voice sounded at the door, hands behind his back, his face adorned with the concern of an elder. Is there a gathering at the factory tonight? Upon seeing Zhonghai's ostensibly virtuous face, Shaju quickly stood up. Uncle, you've come. Please, sit and share a drink with me. This dish is quite good, although it's a mishmash. It's filled with fine ingredients. No, I just had drinks with your second and third uncles. Zhonghai waved his hand dismissively, then shifted the topic. I heard you and Yushui had a quarrel? Humph. That girl has become uncontrollable, and now she is entangled with Zhao Xiaodong. Shaju seethed. I will never agree to this. Zhonghai nodded in satisfaction. Juzi, your concern as an elder brother is commendable. However, Yushui is approaching 18 and is of marrying age. If you obstruct her, you may very well invite trouble. After all these years raising her, she seems to have forgotten all sense of gratitude. Shaju felt even more aggrieved. Indeed, she no longer listens to me at all. If you ask me, since you cannot stop her, it would be better to go with the flow, Zhonghai advised, lowering his voice, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Let them be together, but ensure you demand a proper bride price. Also, have her move in with the Zhao family. That way, your house will be freed up. Your Qin sister's family is quite pitiful, crammed into one room with 5 or 6 people. It would be better to let them stay in your house first. Shaju's eyes lit up, excitedly slapping his thigh. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Just let Qin's sister stay in the house. Zhonghai inwardly cursed him for being a fool. He had initially intended to scheme slowly under the guise of borrowing, but this simpleton was ready to give it away outright. Well, there's no rush on this matter. Zhonghai steadied him. First, you need to secure the bride price. Given their current affections, if you ask for 200 yuan, Zhao Xiaodong might very well agree. Once the bride price is settled, then we can discuss having Yushui vacate the premises. Shaju nodded repeatedly. Yes, uncle, I will follow your advice. After all, these 2 rooms will be enough for me when I marry. Uncle, about introducing me to a partner, you mentioned last time. That. Let us wait until Sunday. I will definitely bring someone for you. Zhonghai smiled slightly. You are already 26 or 27. This time, don't be too picky. At present, Zhonghai genuinely wished to help Shaju find a wife, of course, someone he could control. Shaju remained steadfast in his desire to find a beautiful woman, one whose visage could rival that of Qin Huairu, preferably possessing the same voluptuous figure. He failed to reflect upon his own appearance. Very well. I shall await your arrival at home this Sunday. Shaju grinned foolishly, hoping not to be introduced to any more unsightly individuals as he had been last time. Rest assured, I guarantee your satisfaction. She will undoubtedly be more charming than Dongshu's wife. Zhonghai responded nonchalantly, intending to tidy up the house and present himself in a more respectable manner. At Shaju's age, he was considered a typical bachelor, well past the prime for marriage. Zhonghai recognized that he could no longer delay, especially with the persistent urging from the deaf old woman in the backyard, leading him to concoct this two birds with one stone scheme. Deep down, he held a certain disdain for Shaju. How could he dare to seek a celestial beauty without first assessing his own reflection? After Zhonghai departed, Shaju, filled with excitement, indulged in another 2 liang of liquor, daydreaming about marrying a wife and providing for Qin Huairu. The following morning, at 5 o'clock, as dawn began to break, Zhao Xiaodong rose quietly. After preparing himself, he pushed out his motorcycle, its engine's roar shattering the tranquility of the morning. Aunt Zhang had also risen early, standing at the doorway, her face etched with concern as she watched Zhao Xiaodong ride away into the distance. Chapter 30. Traces in the Deep Mountains, Righteous Rescue of Zhong Yuemin. As dawn's first light barely broke, Zhao Xiaodong had already arrived at the mountain's base on his roaring motorcycle. He securely stowed the bike into his storage space, took a deep breath of the crisp mountain air, and set off into the hills. The morning mist had not yet fully dissipated, and the forest path was slick, but it posed little challenge to his agile stride. While pressing forward, he focused his mind and connected with the system. System, initiate 1 black iron draw. As usual, select the first box. This black iron draw was today's sign-in reward, and he held little expectation for it. Congratulations, host. The black iron box draw yields 2 watermelons. The system's cold, mechanical voice announced. Zhao Xiaodong curled his lips slightly. Just as expected. He then continued, now begin the bronze draw. This time, select the final box. This was the reward from his previous mission. It should yield something better. Congratulations, host. The bronze box draw yields 1 sewing machine. All necessary purchase vouchers are included. The system's voice remained devoid of inflection. A spark of delight flickered in Zhao Xiaodong's heart. A sewing machine. This was an exceptionally practical major item under current circumstances. With it, Auntie Zhang's various mending and sewing tasks for the neighborhood committee would become far more convenient. His mind's eye already pictured Auntie Zhang's joyful expression upon seeing the machine. Pulling his thoughts back to the present, he quickened his pace. Crossing the first small hill, he moved with effortless speed. This area, being close to the outskirts, showed clear signs of frequent villager activity. Faint footprints were visible on the ground, and naturally, no substantial game was in sight. He did not linger, proceeding directly toward deeper territory. Once past that hill, the scenery transformed entirely. The trees grew denser, human traces vanished, and the air was thick with the primal scent of decaying vegetation unique to old-growth forests. Not far into this area, his sharp eyes caught a slight movement in the grass about 20 meters away. A gray-brown hare, ears perked alertly. With a thought from Zhao Xiaodong, an ordinary sewing needle silently shot forth, piercing precisely through the hare's eye socket and into its brain. The hare convulsed, kicking out violently before collapsing to the ground, its limbs twitching feebly a few times before falling still. He walked over and stored the still warm hare in his storage space. Inside, a prepared sharp knife automatically performed the bleeding process, the rabbit's blood dripping steadily into an empty wooden bucket. Along his journey, he had prepared 4 or 5 such buckets specifically for collecting game blood, particularly rabbit blood, which would serve as excellent bait for future fishing trips. He continued deeper, his figure weaving nimbly through the rugged mountain forest. Roughly an hour later, he paused at the entrance to a secluded valley. This place was now deep within the mountain's heart. Without skills like his, an ordinary person might not reach it even after a full day and night of travel. His journey thus far had been fruitful. Over 30 hares, more than 20 vibrantly feathered pheasants, along with numerous wild pigeons and partridges. These were all rare delicacies. For the pheasants, he had taken special care to preserve their blood intact, planning to bring it back for consumption. Its delicate, crisp texture was far superior to that of domestic poultry. Unfortunately, he had yet to encounter any larger game, not even a shadow of a wild boar. Zhao Xiaodong frowned slightly, calculating inwardly. If absolutely necessary, he could only submit more of these smaller creatures to fulfill his quota. Just as he was about to turn back for a more thorough search, two sika deer appeared in a clearing ahead amidst the trees. Their forms were elegant as they lowered their heads to graze on moss. Zhao Xiaodong's brows arched like drawn swords, and a sturdy bow instantly materialized in his hands. Knocking an arrow, drawing the bow, his movements flowed seamlessly. 50 meters away, the two deer had just sensed danger when two arrows streaked through the air like meteors, embedding themselves with pinpoint accuracy into their skulls. Deer blood. This was truly a potent tonic. A look of pleasant surprise crossed Zhao Xiaodong's face. He swiftly stored both deer, carefully collecting the precious blood into another clean bucket. Submitting one deer will be sufficient, he decided privately. I'll keep the other for myself. And these deer antlers are top quality goods too. They won't spoil in the storage space anyway. With these gains, his quota was more than covered. Submitting even a third of those hares and pheasants would be ample. Right, there's also that small wild boar from before stored in the space. I can submit that as well. Thinking of the cured wild boar meat currently sun-drying in his courtyard yard, which under the intense sun would likely transform into delicious jerky in another 2 or 3 days. His mood brightened further. On the return journey, he casually bagged more fowl and hares, and even luckily came across 2 musk deer, each weighing around 30 jin. By a little past 9 in the morning, he was nearing the mountainous border region. Suddenly, several sharp gunshots shattered the forest silence, followed immediately by the furious roar of a wild boar. Zhao Xiaodong's heart tightened. He immediately sprinted toward the sound, pushing through a thicket. The scene before him made his gaze sharpen. One wild boar, weighing about 100 jin, lay dead on the ground. Another, a massive male boar weighing over 200 jin by sight, was covered in gunshot wounds, blood dripping, as it madly rammed a not particularly sturdy poplar tree. The tree trunk was only about 10 centimeters in diameter, and 3 men were clinging to it like candied haws on a stick. The lowest one less than 2 meters from the ground. The poplar shook violently under the boar's assault, on the verge of giving way. Beneath the tree lay a fallen Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. The situation was critical. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Xiaodong raised his hand and let an arrow fly. The shaft whistled through the air, striking with unerring precision into the boar's eye socket, penetrating deep into its brain. The boar let out a piercing, agonized shriek, staggered in place for 2 circles, then collapsed with a heavy thud. Its limbs twitched a few times before falling still. It's safe now. Come down, Zhao Xiaodong said, putting away his bow as he walked over calmly. He didn't need to tell them twice. The 3 men in the tree, still shaken, scrambled down. The lowest one was a young man dressed plainly, with an honest, simple face typical of a laborer. Above him were 2 others. One was Zhonghai, whom Zhao Xiaodong recognized, and the other was a square-faced young man whose brow carried a stubborn, determined air. Thank you. Thank you so much, Master Zhao. Zhonghai wiped cold sweat from his forehead, his voice still trembling slightly. If you hadn't arrived in time today, the 3 of us would have been done for. TSK. You were lucky to even manage climbing that tree. Zhao Xiaodong shook his head, a note of retrospective fear in his tone. But wild boars are the fiercest and most vengeful creatures. You must be doubly careful entering the mountains in the future. By the way, this boar I shot belongs to me, right? He pointed at the largest male boar. Of course. Of course. Both of them are yours. Zhonghai hurriedly exclaimed. Had it not been for your intervention, our lives would have been lost. And we would not dare to claim the spoils. Allow me a moment to catch my breath. My legs still feel weak. The 3 of them collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, their faces yet to fully regain their color. Zhonghai remarked, I told you this creature was not to be trifled with. Yet you refused to believe, boasting about taking it down with a single shot. The youth, imbued with a sense of the common folk, could not help but complain. His name was Li Kueyo. Well, it's fortunate we didn't all end up as casualties. Thanks to this brother. It was my fault. Zhonghai, being straightforward, repeatedly admitted his mistake. Kueyo, your quick response saved both me and Haiyang. Had we waited for Master Zhao, we would have met our demise first. The square-faced Zhonghai, still shaken, echoed his sentiment. Indeed, Yuemin, you were truly unreliable this time. You nearly led to our deaths. Thank you, Kueyo. All right, it's all behind us now. Zhonghai waved his hand, I will treat you to dinner tonight at Lao Mo, Moscow restaurant, to ease your fright. One meal will not suffice. We need at least 3. Zhonghai shouted. Li Kueyong, however, appeared hesitant, rubbing his hands together and saying, that place is far too expensive. Why waste money? What is so special about Lao Mo's food? Enough of this. We will discuss it later. Zhao Xiaodong interrupted them, asking, I am preparing to descend the mountain. What about you? Shall we go together? Together. Zhong Yuemin promptly stood up, but how do we transport this heavy wild boar down? We initially intended to hunt rabbits and wild chickens. This is easily resolved, Zhao Xiaodong said, pulling out a sharp axe from behind and handing it to Li Kueyong. Brother, would you mind going over there to chop down some thicker bamboo? I see some over that way. He then drew his hunting knife from his waist and began to bleed the 2 wild boars. Li Kueyong responded affirmatively, taking the axe and briskly heading towards the bamboo grove. Zhong Yuemin observed Zhao Xiaodong's adeptness and could not suppress his curiosity. Master Zhao, you must be skilled in martial arts, for your prowess is remarkable. Zhonghai also approached, his face filled with admiration. Indeed, Master Zhao, how did you hone such skills? That last arrow was incredible. Zhao Xiaodong continued his work, merely smiling faintly. To make a living in the mountains, one must possess some means of self-defense. Soon, Li Kueyong returned, carrying several well-carved bamboo poles. Zhao Xiaodong directed them to securely bind the wild boars, fashioning a makeshift stretcher. The 4 of them combined their strength, hoisting the heavy prize as they retraced their steps homeward. The forest gradually faded into the distance, and the harrowing episode appeared to reach a temporary conclusion. Yet this serendipitous encounter in the deep mountains had undoubtedly etched a profound impression in each of their hearts. Chapter 31. The Return from the Hunt. A bountiful harvest. Zhao Xiaodong responded nonchalantly to his companion's inquiries, stating that he had practiced some martial arts in the past, albeit of a rather rudimentary level. He then shifted his gaze to the group, asking how they had ascended the mountain. We arrived in a jeep, Zhonghai indicated, pointing towards the direction of the mountain's base. Zhonghai exchanged a knowing glance with Zhong Yuemin, both of whom sensed the subtlety in Xiaodong's words. However, it was evident that this was not the opportune moment to delve into the intricacies of martial arts lineage. There would be ample time in the future for the truth to surface. At that moment, Li Kueyong approached, dragging several green bamboo poles. Zhao Xiaodong efficiently bound the bamboo together with vines to create a makeshift sled. Once he had securely placed the wild boar onto the sled, he began to make his way down the mountain. The descent was remarkably effortless. Within a mere 10 minutes, they found themselves beside the jeep. Master Zhao, how will you return? Would you like to ride with us? Zhong Yuemin inquired warmly. I rode here on a tricycle. Please wait a moment while I fetch it, Zhao Xiaodong replied, turning to leave. He could not retrieve the motorcycle from the storage space in front of everyone. After rounding a bend and ensuring the area was clear, Zhao Xiaodong extracted the motorcycle from the storage. He placed a pair of antlers belonging to a doe in the cargo bed, along with a robust badger, a mountain chicken, a hare, a partridge, and over 40 wild pigeons. When he appeared beside the jeep, riding a motorcycle laden with game, astonishment erupted from the group. Good heavens! Master Zhao, your haul is truly remarkable, Zhong Yuemin exclaimed, his eyes wide, while Zhonghai and Li Kueyong mirrored his astonishment. It's merely some wild game. Zhao Xiaodong chuckled heartily, encouraging them to take what they liked. Feel free to take a mountain chicken or a hare if you desire. He was well aware of Zhong Yuemin and Zhonghai's family backgrounds and sought to cultivate a friendship. Moreover, he held a strong appreciation for Li Kueyong's character, deeming him worthy of deeper camaraderie. How can we accept such generosity? We have already taken this wild boar, Zhong Yuemin quickly demurred. Perhaps we could buy some? Zhonghai began, but suddenly paused mid-sentence, realizing the impracticality of his suggestion given Zhao Xiaodong's evident affluence. How about this? If you need anything, we can trade other resources in exchange, he offered. Zhao Xiaodong waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for such formality. Just take a hare and a mountain chicken each. I want to be sharing the partridges and pigeons. As he spoke, he handed the wild game to them, and then shifted the wild boar into the motorcycle's bed. Since you are so generous, we shall gratefully accept, Zhong Yuemin replied with a smile. Shall we visit you this afternoon? I have some timber I can bring. That sounds fine, Zhao Xiaodong readily agreed. I'll take my leave now. You all should hurry back to handle the wild boar. The heat is intense today. It may spoil if left too long. With a roar, the motorcycle sped away, leaving behind a trail of dust. This Master Zhao is truly generous, Zhonghai remarked, gazing at the receding figure of the motorcycle. Indeed, he is worth cultivating a friendship with. Zhong Yuemin concurred. We must prepare a substantial gift for our visit this afternoon. After all, he has saved us. I'll see if I can procure something valuable from my father, Zhonghai resolved. The implication was clear. He intended to borrow something of worth from his father. Zhong Yuemin had the same notion. Only Li Kueyong wore a troubled expression. I fear I won't be able to present anything suitable as a gift. Do not fret. The gifts we prepare will represent our collective gratitude, Zhong Yuemin reassured him. These wild chickens are for you to take home, to nourish your uncle. Such kindness deserves no words of thanks. Li Kueyong nodded appreciatively. Let us depart swiftly, Zhonghai urged. The wild boar must be distributed. The profits will be shared equally. Li Kueyong had already been contemplating this, though he had hesitated to voice it. Now that Zhonghai had brought it up, he readily agreed. When Zhao Xiaodong returned to the factory, it was still before 10 in the morning. The motorcycle came to a steady halt in front of the food warehouse adjacent to the third canteen. A small cold storage unit was available within the warehouse. Upon hearing the news, Li Huaid and Li Wenkai had been waiting there. Li Huaid, in particular, beamed with delight at the sight of the wild game. Fantastic. Xiaodong, you even managed to catch a cicada. You truly are skilled. And the badger, partridges, and wild pigeons. All excellent finds. Li Huaid exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. Wenkai, hurry and call someone to weigh these. Have Shaju bring the team to process all of this for storage. It will be perfect for tomorrow, he commanded. The scene quickly became bustling. Shaju, accompanied by his apprentices, arrived and was left wide-eyed at the sight of the vast array of wild game. Zhao Xiaodong approached Li Huaid, who was observing the flurry of activity, and said, Director Li, I got up early to venture into the mountains today. I am utterly exhausted. I would like to request leave. Leave? Nonsense. Just go home and rest. Li Huaid waved his hand dismissively. You've come in so early. You certainly deserve a break. Remember to come in tomorrow morning. I have almost completed what I promised you. Now, go to the finance department to collect your payment. After a pause, he pointed to the motorcycle. This vehicle is now assigned for your use. Thank you, Director. Having this motorcycle will make things much more convenient, Zhao Xiaodong replied, overjoyed. However, I wish to make some modifications. The tricycle is less practical for carrying loads than a standard one. You have that skill? Li Huaid raised an eyebrow in surprise. Xiaodong can even make electric fans. Li Wenkai quickly added, I mentioned it to you before. Ah, I see. The youth is indeed impressive. Li Huaid nodded in approval. Feel free to make the modifications you need. Just retrieve any necessary parts from the scrapyard. Zhao Xiaodong promptly went to the finance department. Li Huaid, stroking his chin in contemplation, pondered how to extract further value from Zhao Xiaodong's talents. I've even asked him to make an electric fan, Li Wenkai interjected. Just one. Li Huaid shot him a glance. Leave that to him. When he comes to work tomorrow, have him come directly to my office. After receiving 280 yuan in cash from the finance department, Zhao Xiaodong rode his motorcycle back home. Around 11:30, the sound of the motorcycle engine startled Xiao Yuer and Xiao Ling in the courtyard. The two little ones rushed out. Brother, you said you would take me out to play today? Xiao Yuer exclaimed, clinging to Zhao Xiaodong's leg and refusing to let go. Just wait a moment. Brother will take you for a ride. Zhao Xiaodong affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. Brother, are these rabbits and wild chickens? Xiao Ling asked curiously, eyeing the wild chickens, hares, and two unfamiliar partridges in the cargo bed. He Yu Shui and Aunt Zhang also emerged from the house upon hearing the commotion. At noon, we indulged in a delightful dish of wild chicken and rabbit stew. Zhao Xiaodong, with a smile, instructed He Yu Shui to braise the wild chicken and rabbit, while the partridge would be reserved for soup. Certainly, I shall attend to it right away, He Yu Shui replied with a beaming smile. The continuous indulgence in rich meats had noticeably brightened her complexion. Xiaoling and Xiaoyer also appeared much more vivacious than usual. Observing their transformations, Zhao Xiaodong felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Yu Shui, you may not be accustomed to handling such game, Yin Bugui, who had emerged from nowhere, remarked, his eyes fixated on the quarry. I will assist in the preparation. Simply leave the skins and entrails to me. Chapter 32. The fragrance of dishes fills the courtyard. Some rejoice, while others grieve. Your calculations are indeed astute. Zhao Xiaodong cast a cold glance at Yin Bugui, dismissing him without reservation. Stay out of it. He intended to personally handle the game meat, but He Yu Shui cheerfully interjected. Brother Dong, let me take care of it. You've been busy all morning and must be tired. Go and cool off under the electric fan. Very well. I shall take the two little ones for a joyride. Zhao Xiaodong relaxed his brows, recalling how they had been eager to ride in a vehicle since last night. He meticulously cleaned the back of the truck and settled the two little girls into their seats. The two children sharing one seat did not seem cramped at all. Yan Jiequang, Yan Jieti, and other children had already gathered, their eyes filled with envy upon seeing Xiao Yuer and Xiao Ling perched on the motorcycle. The motorcycle sped out of the courtyard, racing against the wind. The laughter of the two children rang out like silver bells, their little faces flushed with excitement. Observing their innocent and carefree demeanor, Zhao Xiaodong felt a surge of warmth in his heart. After taking a circuitous route, he stopped the motorcycle not far from the courtyard. Brother, why aren't we going home? Xiao Ling asked curiously, blinking her eyes. You two wait in the vehicle. I'm going to buy a couple of watermelons. Zhao Xiaodong nimbly jumped off the motorcycle and turned into a nearby alley. After walking a few meters, he discreetly retrieved two hefty watermelons from his storage space when no one was around. As he returned with the watermelons, the two children erupted in joyful cheers. Xiao Ling felt a flicker of doubt. How could brother buy watermelons so quickly? There were no vendors in that alley. However, this thought was quickly overshadowed by the delight of seeing the watermelons. Upon returning to the front yard, Zhao Xiaodong had to lift the threshold of the gate once more. This movable threshold was a courtesy of the supply and marketing cooperative renting the East Courtyard, which had modified it for the ease of transporting goods. Zhao Xiaodong mused. Only the cooperative could afford such privileges. If a private individual wanted to modify the threshold, those three old fossils in the courtyard would certainly demand a hefty price. Brother, hurry and bring the watermelons inside. I can't lift them. After disembarking, Xiao Yuer gazed longingly at the watermelons. We'll eat the watermelons after dinner. Zhao Xiaodong chuckled, ruffling her hair, as lunch was about to be served. I'll fetch some well water to chill the watermelons. In the corner of the central courtyard stood a bitter water well, which had rarely been used since the installation of running water. However, it was excellent for chilling fruits in summer, and leftover food could be suspended in a basket in the well to preserve it for 2 to 3 days. Of course, in this era of scarcity, leftovers were already a rarity. Zhao Xiaodong placed the two watermelons in a disused water tank at the kitchen door. This tank had long been dry, and he had filled it with well water from the central courtyard. Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer excitedly leaned over the edge of the tank, their small hands playing with the floating watermelons. Xiao Yuer had to stand on tiptoe on a small stool to reach them. The tank was quite large, approximately 80 centimeters in diameter and over 1 meter tall. Xiao Yuer, come down. Aunt Zhang called out upon hearing the commotion. Xiao Ling, watch over your sister. She must not play near the water tank. Xiaodong, close the tank lid. Zhao Xiaodong was taken aback. If the children continued to play by the tank, the consequences of a slip could be dire. He hastily secured the lid and placed a stone on top. Xiao Yuer, Xiao Ling. Go cool off by the electric fan. Smell that? The dishes that Sister Yushui has prepared are so fragrant. Let us go eat. Xiao Ling sensibly took her sister's hand and led her into the main room. Yushui was carrying 2 bowls brimming with dishes into the main room, with Aunt Zhang following behind, carrying a bamboo basket filled with golden cornmeal pancakes. The rich aroma of braised wild chicken and rabbit meat wafted through the courtyard, drawing the attention of neighbors peeking in. At that moment, the sounds of quarrels between Jia Zhangshi and Bang Gung echoed from the central courtyard. Qin Huairu looked on with a headache at the elderly and the young, as they were embroiled in a fierce dispute over meat. Mom, go get a bowl of meat. I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. Bang Gung shouted hoarsely. Yes, Bang Gung is growing and needs nutrition. Go ask that kid in the front yard for a bowl of meat. Jia Zhangshi fanned the flames beside her. I want chicken. Go get that wild chicken from their house. Bang Gung bellowed with wide eyes. Qin Huairu wished she could silence Jia Zhangshi. This old woman constantly used her grandson's desire for food as an excuse to compel her into such humiliating tasks, and most of what was brought back would end up in Jia Zhangshi's insatiable maw. It's not happening. You all know what happened last time because of the meat. Qin Huairu shook her head in resignation, and besides, even if I went, they wouldn't give it to me. Jia Zhangshi understood this reasoning as well, only able to curse in frustration. This little brat. Why doesn't he choke to death? Those who indulge alone always meet a bad end. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. Other families had long finished lunch, while Zhao Xiaodong's and Yin Bugui's households were just preparing to eat. Zhao Xiaodong's family was delayed due to processing game meat. while Yin Bugui's family intentionally postponed their meal so that they could manage with a bowl of corn porridge and a steamed bun for dinner. Yin Bugui fiddled with his abacus. With this adjustment, we can save 6 steamed buns. At this moment, each person at the Yin family's table had a bowl of corn porridge, 2 steamed buns, and some pickled vegetables to share. This is the same old fare. How can we eat this? Yin Jiecheng grumbled. Indeed, we should at least have a bit of meat. Yin Jiefang chimed in. Look at Zhao Xiaodong's family. They have meat at every meal that s because they have the means. Yin Bugui rolled his eyes. Zhao Xiaodong found a job. Fishes like he is stocking up, hunts, and does carpentry. Is it so surprising that he has meat? Want to eat meat? Go learn to hunt from him. The 2 Yin brothers exchanged glances, both feeling a stir of interest. Right? We could just learn from him. Yin Jiecheng exclaimed excitedly. I'll go ask him later. Why would he teach you? Yin Jiefang remained calm. Let us give it a try first. Yin Bugui urged. Let us eat. The aroma of the meat is truly enticing. Close your eyes and eat the steamed bun, and pretend you're eating meat. He inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and began to gnaw on the coarse steamed bun made from cornmeal. This bun was made from rough ingredients, difficult to swallow, and could only be managed with the thin porridge. Chapter 33 Unexpected Discovery in the Dim Light. Xiao Yuer and Xiao Ling each held a glistening rabbit leg, savoring it with grease dripping from their lips. Brother, you always have the best food. Xiao Yuer suddenly recalled something and mumbled, Why haven't Dad and Big Brother come? When will Mom and the others return from that faraway place? Zhao Xiaodong's expression remained calm upon hearing this. After all, he had never met the father and elder brother of this body, so there was no emotional connection to speak of. However, Aunt Zhang bowed her head, silent tears falling into her bowl. Xiao Yuer, look how delicious this chicken wing is. Zhao Xiaodong promptly placed a piece of chicken wing into Xiao Yuer's bowl. He Yushui cleverly took the opportunity to speak. Donggu, I wish to separate the household registration from Shaju. What do you think? That might indeed be a solution, but you need to secure a job first, Zhao Xiaodong pondered. Tomorrow, I will visit factory director Li to seek a way. At worst, I can spend some money to get you a position. He Yushui nodded gratefully, indicating she would follow Zhao Xiaodong's arrangements. After the meal, the 2 children were fixated on the 2 large watermelons. I will go cut the watermelon. He Yushui announced as she stood up. Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer immediately jumped up, following her outside. Aunt Zhang silently began to clear the dishes. Xiaodong, I brought the children here to see if you could take care of them. Aunt Zhang suddenly spoke. If you can, I will leave them with you. If not, I will take them away, though I dread the hardships that lie ahead. Zhao Xiaodong was momentarily taken aback. Aunt Zhang, you do not plan to stay here? I must leave. Aunt Zhang shook her head. In these few days, I have come to see that you genuinely care for the 2 children. I still have elderly parents at home, and I am their only daughter. Zhao Xiaodong sighed, unsure of what to say. I too am reluctant to part with the children, but taking them with me may not be in their best interest. Aunt Zhang's voice trembled. I have always worried about my parents. Now that you and He Yushui are here, looking after them should not pose a problem. As long as they are well fed and warmly clothed, that is all that matters. After a moment of silence, Zhao Xiaodong asked, When do you plan to leave? Tomorrow, Aunt Zhang replied softly. I apologize for the trouble, but I truly have no other choice. Very well. Please visit them often. Once I have settled my affairs, I will take them back to pay respects to father and brother, Zhao Xiaodong assured her. However, once you leave, the 2 children will likely. I have already told them that I will return to take care of my grandparents. I will visit them in the future, Aunt Zhang declared firmly. It is better for you to return. Once I establish myself here, I will find a way to arrange a job for you, so you can bring your parents to the city. Zhao Xiaodong contemplated. But you have a rural household registration, making it difficult to find work, unlike He Yushui, who is a junior high school graduate. I won't trouble you further. Aunt Zhang waved her hands repeatedly. I will visit the children whenever I can. There is no need to worry about travel expenses. Zhao Xiaodong solemnly replied. You are leaving tomorrow, so I will prepare something for you. No, those matters are not your concern, Aunt Zhang interrupted hastily. Just take good care of the 2 little sisters. You need not worry about anything else. You must take the dried meat I prepared tomorrow, Zhao Xiaodong insisted. I will give you some national grain tickets, and we need to exchange them. Also, take 300 yuan. This was Zhao Xiaodong's way of repaying the debts of the original owner. After all, it was the Zhao family's responsibility. No, I cannot accept. Aunt Zhang's tone was resolute. Now that the disaster year has passed, I will not starve when I return. Do not refuse. It is settled, Zhao Xiaodong stated definitively. Aunt Zhong was overwhelmed with gratitude, hastily lowering her head to continue clearing the dishes. At that moment, He Yushui entered with the cut watermelon, while Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer each held a large piece, munching and bouncing joyfully into the room. "Brother, you must try a bite. It is so sweet." Xiao Yuer tiptoed, offering the watermelon to Zhao Xiaodong. The two children, with juice smeared across their faces, resembled two little kittens. "So sweet." Zhao Xiaodong chuckled as he took a bite, accepting the watermelon from He Yushui. "Xiao Yuer, you can eat it yourself, but you and Xiao Ling mustn't indulge too much." After finishing the watermelon, Zhao Xiaodong returned to his bedroom to check the grain ledger and see how much food was left for the month, contemplating whether he could exchange it for grain tickets. "By the way, I still need to examine that small box I found yesterday. It contains items collected by my second uncle." Zhao Xiaodong suddenly recalled. He retrieved the wooden box from his storage space. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find 5 small yellow fish and 2 large yellow fish neatly arranged inside, along with a neatly folded yellowed piece of paper. "Goodness, the small and large yellow fish. These must be preserved well," Zhao Xiaodong mused, unfolding the folded paper. A single glance left him wide-eyed. Well, Zhonghai, Yan Bugui, and He Daqing. You 3 old foxes. Lu Haizhong and Jia Dakuai are no good either. It was indeed an agreement, clearly stating that Zhao Eru, Zhonghai, Yan Bugui, and He Daqing had jointly purchased a piece of land in Zhangjiazhuang. Although Zhao Eru was the one who appeared on the surface, the land was purchased with contributions from all 4, and the harvested grain was to be divided equally among them. The witnesses were none other than Lu Haizhong and Jia Dakuai. Zhao Xiaodong recalled that his second uncle had mentioned that all the land had been donated after the liberation. Later, during the classification of land ownership, he had been classified as a middle peasant due to the small amount of land he owned. At the time, he had not paid much attention, but now he realized the gravity of the situation. If this were to be unearthed, the consequences would be dire. His second uncle was indeed reckless. Fortunately, all the land had been donated, otherwise, they would be finished. Zhao Xiaodong secretly felt relieved. Observing the signatures and crimson seals of each individual on the agreement, Zhao Xiaodong let out a cold smile. Heh, now I have something to hold against them. Even if I can only be classified as a middle peasant, that is still a victory. He carefully put the items away and leisurely strolled to the front yard of Yan Bugui's house. Yan Bugui was at the door, organizing his fishing gear in preparation for an afternoon fishing trip. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaodong approach, a look of surprise crossed his face. "Yan Bugui, you, Zhonghai, and He Daqing are truly remarkable," Zhao Xiaodong remarked coldly. What do you mean by that?" Yan Bugui's heart sank, a vague sense of impending doom creeping in. Chapter 34, Negotiation Leverage. Mutual needs. What does this mean? Back in the day, you all partnered to buy land, yet it was my uncle who bore the entire burden alone. Zhao Xiaodong's face darkened. Truly remarkable. I am heading to the street office right now to submit this agreement. No, you mustn't. I cannot allow that. Yan Bugui was terrified, his spirit nearly shattered. You cannot allow it? Damn it. Do you think I am free from consequences? You, a mere small landowner, wish to usurp the property of a wealthy farmer? Zhao Xiaodong scoffed, quickly seeking to consult with Zhonghai on a strategy. Regardless, I will go to the street office to request a change in status, so you should hurry. I am preparing to set off. Yan Bugui trembled all over. Wait, just hold on. I will find old E right away. Zhao Xiaodong leisurely returned to the house, knowing that he no longer needed to worry about preparing national grain coupons for Aunt Zhong. Yan Bugui hurried away on his bicycle. In less than 20 minutes, he appeared at Zhao Xiaodong's doorstep, drenched in sweat alongside Zhonghai. He Yushui had already retreated to her room for an afternoon nap, and Aunt Zhong had taken the 2 children into the bedroom. Let us speak plainly. This matter will not end easily. Zhao Xiaodong stated unequivocally that he would certainly report the situation. Moreover, it was evident that my uncle was deceived into taking the blame for you. You cannot put it that way. We did pay at the time. Zhonghai's face was filled with anxiety. Where's the evidence? Zhao Xiaodong interjected without hesitation. This? What evidence could there be? Yan Bugui hastily defended himself. We are all. Without evidence, there is nothing to discuss. Zhao Xiaodong waved his hand dismissively. Zhonghai's facial muscles twitched. He understood all too well that if the accusation of deceiving Zhao Eru into taking the blame was substantiated, his position would surely be jeopardized. Fine, Zhao Xiaodong. Even if your uncle willingly took the blame, what price must we pay? Zhonghai decided to lay all cards on the table, yet he added, truth be told, this matter is not as significant as it seems. We cannot produce evidence of payment, nor can you prove we did not pay. So do not expect us to capitulate easily. Zhao Xiaodong sneered. You and Yin Bugui must provide 100 jin of fine grain coupons and 100 jin of coarse grain coupons. National grain coupons. Once the coupons are secured, I will not mention the matter of my uncle being deceived into taking the blame. However, I still need to go to the street office to request a change in status. Zhonghai nodded. No problem. That portion of land can be distributed among the households. I will still maintain my agricultural worker status. It was merely to secure food back then, not an intentional exploitation. But on my side, that is not feasible. I am already a small landowner, and with this additional land, Yin Bugui remained anxious. That is not an issue. With this additional land, you will still be classified as a small landowner. Zhonghai reassured him. That is good. That is good. Yin Bugui wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Zhao Xiaodong, regarding the change of status, you need not go to the street office. Old Yin and I can handle it, Zhonghai suggested. The grain coupons will be delivered to you shortly. He feared Zhao Xiaodong might say something inappropriate at the street office. Zhonghai pulled Yin Bugui out of the courtyard. Old E, how about you cover the entire cost of the grain coupons? Yin Bugui's small eyes darted around. You know my family's situation. That bit of supply grain is barely enough to get by. Zhonghai rolled his eyes. Yin Bugui's family often exchanged fine grain for coarse grain, and they could hardly finish the supply grain, having secretly converted it for cash. Did he think this little scheme could escape his notice? How could the 6 members of the Yin family consume supply grain and still claim to be insufficient? Me cover it all. Dream on. Old he would also have to contribute, but he certainly would not. He Yushui is now in league with Zhao Xiaodong. Zhonghai retorted impatiently. Hurry up and follow me to the street office. After leaving the street office, we will go to Gezi City to buy the grain coupons. You need not return for money. I will lend you some, and you can repay me later. Yin Bugui's face twisted in distress, almost dripping with bitterness. This. I suppose that is acceptable. Yin Bugui reluctantly agreed, already calculating his potential losses. About an hour later, Zhonghai and Yin Bugui returned. Zhao Xiaodong, take a look. This is your new household registration book. Zhonghai handed the new household registration book to Zhao Xiaodong. He had conveniently taken Zhao Xiaodong's old registration book along the way. Zhao Xiaodong opened the registration book and saw that the status had been changed to agricultural worker. I did not expect you to have such connections at the street office. Zhao Xiaodong raised an eyebrow, managing to finalize the matter without needing to be present. Here are the grain coupons you requested. Zhonghai, reluctant to engage further, handed the coupons to Zhao Xiaodong. All right, this matter is settled. Zhao Xiaodong counted the grain coupons. So, regarding your agreement, Zhonghai ventured, testing the waters. Do not even think about it. This agreement is my uncle's legacy. Why should I give it to you? Why do you and Yin Bugui not hand over your agreements to me? Zhao Xiaodong scoffed. This, very well. In any case, it is of little use now. Zhonghai feigned nonchalance. It may not be of great use, but it is akin to a thorn embedded in flesh. It hurts upon contact, yet cannot be removed. Zhao Xiaodong sneered. It is precisely to discomfort you. Zhonghai remained silent, turning to Aunt Zhang and the 2 children, who were cooling off under the electric fan. If these 3 relatives are to stay long-term, they must register at the street office. I forgot to remind you a few days ago. Aunt Zhang emerged from the bedroom with the 2 children. Zhao Xiaodong nodded. Indeed, this is a necessary procedure. Zhonghai turned to leave, having taken the afternoon off from work. Yin Bugui hurried to keep up. Aunt Zhang, here are 200 jin of grain coupons. Please take them back. Zhao Xiaodong handed the coupons to Aunt Zhang, stating that he would send more once these were used up. No need. This is more than enough. The brigade is still distributing grain, and with these, it will last a year. Aunt Zhang received the coupons, her hands trembling with excitement. We shall discuss it then. Zhao Xiaodong waved his hand. I will go fetch your money. By the way, I also need to buy you a train ticket. I will take you to the station tomorrow morning. The train station is quite close. Zhao Xiaodong rode his bicycle back and forth in just 20 minutes to purchase a ticket for the 6 o'clock train the following morning. Just as he was about to hand the ticket to Aunt Zhang, he heard someone calling from outside. Master Zhao, we have arrived. Zhao Xiaodong stepped outside to see Zhong Yuemin, Zhang Haiyang, and Li Kuiyong had already reached the front yard. The 3 rode 2 bicycles, carrying a crate of white wine and a large net bag filled with canned goods. Li Kuiyong was busy unloading the wine. Chapter 35. Unresolved emotions. Today, There was a commotion outside the courtyard, prompting Zhao Xiaodong to rise and greet his guests. He found Li Kuiyong carefully placing a box of 20 bottles of Wulianya, tightly bound with rope, on the square table at the entrance. Zhonghai was holding a bulging net bag. Most notably, Zhong Yuemin was carrying a piece of wood, roughly the diameter of an egg and about a foot long. The wood exhibited a natural curve, and though its surface was not smooth, it exuded a profound hue. Zhao Xiaodong's keen eye instantly recognized it as a rare piece of rosewood. "What are you all up to?" Zhao Xiaodong inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. "Master Zhao, we are here to express our gratitude for your life-saving assistance last time," Zhong Yuemin replied, wearing his characteristic, somewhat rebellious smile. "By the way, could you take a look at this piece of wood and see if you could carve something from it?" At this mention, Zhao Xiaodong recalled that he had promised to carve a tiger figurine for Zhong Yuemin, which was already completed. "Come in and have a seat," he said after a brief contemplation. "Since you are here, you must stay for dinner tonight. You brought the liquor, didn't you? Yushui, please serve some watermelon to cool our guests down." Yushui had just returned from outside and responded promptly. The leftover watermelon from lunch had been kept in a basin, soaking in cool water, and was now perfectly ready to be served. "It's not too much trouble, Master Zhao. May I call you Brother Zhao?" Zhong Yuemin scratched his head, suggesting, "I'd like to treat you all at Dua Tower tonight. The food there is decent. There's no need for extravagance. Let us just enjoy a simple home-cooked meal," Zhao Xiaodong insisted, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "I'll step out for a moment. I managed to procure some game this morning, and we'll bring it back to enhance our feast. Please sit and enjoy the watermelon while I'm gone. Yushui, could you and Aunt Zhang start preparing the ingredients we have at home?" Earlier that morning, Yushui had purchased fresh vegetables, cucumbers, eggplants, peppers, potatoes, and tomatoes. After giving his instructions, Zhao Xiaodong hurriedly rode off on his bicycle. To Yushui and the others, it was clear he was heading to the steel mill to retrieve his stored game. Indeed, Zhao Xiaodong carried a bamboo basket and a large bowl when he left, further solidifying their assumptions. Before long, Zhao Xiaodong returned, the bamboo basket containing a small wild boar weighing about 5 to 6 pounds, meticulously cleaned, along with 3 plucked wild chickens and 2 similarly prepared wild rabbits. The large bowl held a thick, bright red chicken blood. Meanwhile, Yushui had efficiently prepared the cucumbers, mixed the eggplants, and made a sugar-dressed tomato salad. "Yushui, please place the wild boar into the old marinade pot to cook it thoroughly," Zhao Xiaodong instructed while tying on an apron. "I'll stir-fry some spicy potato shreds and make a dish of chili stir-fried chicken blood along with a quick fry of double crispy vegetables. The wild chickens and rabbits can be stewed together." With deft movements, Zhao Xiaodong quickly prepared a plate of appetizing sour and spicy potato shreds, tender and flavorful chili chicken blood, and crispy double-fried vegetables. The wild chickens and rabbits were bubbling away in the pot, waiting for the right moment to be served. After removing his apron, Zhao Xiaodong joined Zhong Yuemin and the others at the 8 Immortals table. "Brother Zhao, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. I apologize for the trouble you've gone to today," Zhong Yuemin expressed sincerely, drawn in by the aroma of the dishes. Zhao Xiaodong's culinary prowess was indeed commendable, having previously reached the level of a first-class chef. The seemingly simple plate of sour and spicy potato shreds displayed skill in knife work, cooking time, and seasoning, far surpassing that of an average cook. "It's merely a home-cooked meal," Zhao Xiaodong smiled, raising his wine glass. "Let us drink." As they enjoyed several cups of wine, the atmosphere grew warmer. Yet, Zhao Xiaodong's mind was preoccupied with a poignant thought. He felt a sense of unresolved emotions regarding the so-called romance of the privileged youth, often paid for with the blood of commoners. Now that he had encountered the honest and loyal Li Kuiyong, he harbored the desire to lend him a hand in altering his fate. "By the way, what are you all currently busy with? How did you come to venture into the deep mountains for hunting?" Zhao Xiaodong casually asked, setting down his wine glass. "Zhong Yuemin and I are waiting to start our 3rd year of high school," Li Kuiyong chimed in. "As for me, I need to earn a living, but I don't have a formal job yet." "Oh." Zhao Xiaodong looked at Zhong Yuemin and Zhonghai with a hint of curiosity. "You both are from privileged families. It shouldn't be too difficult to have your families arrange a formal job for him, should it? Our parents are in the military, where discipline is strict. We cannot intervene in such matters," Zhonghai replied earnestly while sitting up straight. He didn't voice that their relationship with commoners was not strong enough to warrant special favors from their family elders. Zhao Xiaodong quickly grasped the underlying meaning. Just as he was about to speak, Li Kueyong interjected, his tone filled with gratitude. Brother Zhao, Yuemin and Haiyang have already helped me tremendously. Finding a job is not an easy task. I cannot put them in a difficult position. I see. Zhao Xiaodong pondered for a moment before speaking. I work as a purchasing agent at the steel mill. If you're willing, you could come help me with some tasks. I'll look for an opportunity to see if I can get you a position there. Even if it starts as a temporary job, there will be a chance for permanent employment in the future. It won't take long. Brother Zhao, this isn't appropriate. Li Kueyong shook his head repeatedly. We've only just met, and I owe you my life. How can I trouble you further? If you acknowledge me as your brother, then let us dispense with such formalities. Zhao Xiaodong interrupted him, his gaze fixed on Li Kueyong's posture. I can tell from the way you walk that you've trained in martial arts for a few days. Martial artists should be straightforward. Indeed, Kueyong, Zhong Yuemin chimed in. Haiyang and I have limited capabilities. We cannot assist you much. Brother Zhao has connections, so don't decline. All right, then it's settled, Zhao Xiaodong declared decisively. Tomorrow morning at 9, meet me at the steel mill gate, and just ask for Zhao Xiaodong from the purchasing department. At that moment, Aunt Zhang and He Yushui entered, carrying 2 large, steaming pots of marinated wild boar and a stew of wild chickens and rabbits. The small wild boar had been perfectly marinated, its savory aroma mingling with the delicate fragrance of mountain delicacies, filling the entire hall. The meal was a delightful feast. Meanwhile, Aunt Zhang and He Yushui set up another table for Xiao Ling and Xiao Yu in the northern bedroom. After a delightful meal, Zhong Yuemin and the others rose to bid farewell. Zhao Xiaodong promptly retrieved the magnificent wooden sculpture of a fierce tiger that he had meticulously carved. Yuemin, this is the tiger you requested. Zhao Xiaodong presented the sculpture. Brother, the big tiger. The little girls, Xiao Yuer and Xiao Ling, gazed in awe at the lifelike wooden tiger, their eyes wide with wonder, murmuring softly. Observing their excitement, Zhong Yuemin graciously offered to hand the sculpture to the children, then let the sisters play with it. No, Zhao Xiaodong quickly interjected. I will carve 2 more for them later. By the way, the piece of rosewood you brought is excellent. I shall carve a dragon for you. In the future, when you find good timber, I will help you create a complete set of the 12 zodiac animals. Wonderful. That's splendid. Zhong Yuemin exclaimed, elated by the prospect. I will hasten to find quality materials. After bidding farewell to the trio, Xiao Yuer and Xiao Ling continued to gaze longingly at Zhao Xiaodong. All right, enough with that expression, Zhao Xiaodong chuckled, ruffling the hair of the 2 little girls. Shall I make you both rocking horses? Yes. Xiao Ling clapped her hands in delight. Although Xiao Yuer was somewhat puzzled, she too beamed with a bright smile. By the time Zhao Xiaodong finished crafting 2 small, sturdy rocking horses from the fine wood, it was already past 8 in the evening. The 2 children eagerly climbed aboard, rocking back and forth, their laughter ringing out. The horse heads were roughly carved, yet they exuded a lively essence. The specially shaped ears served perfectly as handholds, allowing the children to grip securely as they swayed. Chapter 36 Meeting Li Huai'd unexpected gains at 5 o'clock the following morning. He Yushui arrived early. Zhao Xiaodong was to escort Aunt Zhang to the train station, and He Yushui came to help look after Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling Yushui. I will trouble you to look after these 2 children in the future, Aunt Zhang said, peering into the inner room where Xiao Ling and Xiao Yu were still deep in slumber. Her face etched with reluctance and concern. Please rest assured, Auntie, He Yushui assured earnestly. Even when I start working, I will bring them to the factory's kindergarten and take good care of them. Aunt Zhang nodded and turned around, only to see Zhao Xiaodong stuffing a dozen jars of canned goods into her luggage. She hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. We can't take this much back, Wei Dong. Just 2 jars at most to show our appreciation. Lowering her voice, she added with a hint of helplessness and caution, if we take too much, it won't be a blessing when we return to the village. Rather, it will invite trouble. Even these dried meats must be hidden carefully. Zhao Xiaodong was momentarily taken aback, and then he realized that this was no longer the age of material abundance. In the current context, these jars of pork and beef were indeed eye-catching and precious commodities. All right, I understand. Zhao Xiaodong complied. Then we shall set off. Yushui, I entrust the house to you. After I see Aunt Zhang off, I will head straight to the factory for roll call, but I will definitely return in the morning. Please prepare breakfast and eat with the 2 children. He lifted a sealed wooden box onto the back seat of the motorcycle, while Aunt Zhang carried a bag containing her change of clothes. She had carefully stowed away the money and ration tickets. Inside the wooden box, Neatly arranged were pieces of dried meat meticulously wrapped in oil paper, the outer layer tightly covered with moisture-proof oilcloth, and finally locked to ensure not a whiff of scent would escape. After successfully seeing Aunt Zhang onto the train and watching her settle in, Zhao Xiaodong exited the station and rode his motorcycle back to the steel mill. As soon as he stepped into the procurement department's office, which was over 30 square meters and furnished with 6 worn desks, he had barely taken a seat when the team leader, Li Wenkai, hurried over. "Wei Dong, come with me quickly. Director Li is looking for you," Li Wenkai said, a smile on his face. Is there something else needed?" Zhao Xiaodong asked, his expression somewhat hesitant, recalling the wild game he had submitted the day before. No, it's about the electric fan," Li Wenkai waved his hand. "You'll know when you get there." Zhao Xiaodong followed Li Wenkai to the office of Deputy Director Li Huide. Li Huide appeared exceedingly warm, personally guiding him to a seat on the sofa, while Secretary Wang hurriedly brought over 2 cups of hot tea. "Wei Dong, I've heard that you can assemble electric fans?" Li Huide asked directly. "Yes," Zhao Xiaodong nodded, responding cautiously. "I had previously read books on this subject at the library and enjoy tinkering, so I know a little." "Good. I will find a way to organize the production of a batch, primarily for internal use and necessary external contacts. Do you think you could take charge of the technical guidance and teach the workers?" Li Huide pondered. "Once the task is completed, the factory will certainly not treat you unfairly." Zhao Xiaodong did not immediately agree, but raised a question. "Director Li, is this approved by superiors?" Unauthorized production might. Although he hailed from a more prosperous era, he was well aware of the seriousness of the planned economy in this time. "Not much, just a little," Li Huide chuckled, his tone imbued with a knowing undertone. "For personal use, or as gifts, strictly controlled in quantity, the higher-ups won't interfere." I was thinking, if this works out, perhaps we could eventually try producing table fans and standing fans." Zhao Xiaodong expressed a hint of regret. "Table fans and standing fans can certainly be included." Li Huide immediately seized the opportunity, clearly more intrigued. "There's a small warehouse next to the preparation workshop that is vacant. I will assign 20 skilled fitters to form a temporary production team. Comrade Li Wenkai will lead, and you will serve as the technical deputy, primarily responsible for production." He paused and added, "You will also temporarily take on the role of team leader for the procurement department's 3rd group." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaodong understood that this temporary group was likely to become a permanent fixture. In this era, many temporary institutions, once established, were often difficult to disband. "Thank you for your trust and support, Director Li. I will do my utmost." Zhao Xiaodong promptly expressed his commitment. "This group will be under the logistics department," Li Huide further clarified, saying meaningfully, "In the future, the factory office will need these sought-after items for various exchanges with brother units and superior departments, and they can also be used to reward exemplary workers." Zhao Xiaodong was acutely aware that this was undoubtedly Li Huide utilizing his authority to forge connections and accumulate resources, thereby enhancing his leverage in the power struggle with Director Yang. "Director Li, I happen to have a personal matter, and I would like to ask for your assistance." Zhao Xiaodong seized the opportunity to speak. "I need 2 slots to enter the factory. One is for my partner, who graduated from middle school. The other is for a reliable young man I know. Looking to work at the factory? I just happen to have openings, so I'll give you 2. Li Huide generously waved his hand. "I meant, I will pay for." Zhao Xiaodong hurriedly clarified. "Oh, no need." Li Huide interrupted him, his face displaying a candor reserved for those he valued. "You are someone I regard highly, with capabilities that greatly support my work. I have always been generous with my own people." After a moment's thought, he continued, "Let your partner work at the broadcasting station as an announcer. What about the other young man?" "Thank you so much. The other young man has training in martial arts and can handle 3 or 4 people without issue," Zhao Xiaodong replied sincerely. "Then the security department would be a perfect fit," Li Huide decisively concluded, "but they must have urban residency. If not, they can only be treated as temporary workers for now." "That won't be a problem. They both have urban residency," Zhao Xiaodong assured confidently. "My young brother is scheduled to come by today. I will go pick him up at the factory gate. Go ahead and bring him directly to handle the paperwork," Li Huide said, smiling as he waved him off. As Zhao Xiaodong departed, he found himself somewhat admiring Li Huide's boldness in utilizing talent. Though the man had his personal interests and questionable style, as a superior, he was indeed willing to allocate resources and provide opportunities to those who demonstrated their worth. In the original narrative, even the foolish Zhu had faced him defiantly, yet Li still recognized his culinary skills. If a petty leader were in charge, the foolish Zhu would have been dismissed long ago. Arriving at the factory entrance, he glanced at his watch, which indicated precisely 9 o'clock. Li Kueyong's figure appeared punctually outside the gate, looking somewhat anxious and scanning his surroundings. "Kueyong, follow me," Zhao Xiaodong greeted the security guard and led Li Kueyong into the factory area. "Zhao Gu, if this puts you in a difficult position, we can forget it, truly," Li Kueyong expressed unease, not wishing to burden Zhao Xiaodong, who had recently become an acquaintance and had saved his life. "What are you saying? Did you bring your household registration booklet and photographs?" Zhao Xiaodong inquired. "Yes, I brought everything as you instructed." Li Kueyong quickly retrieved a small cloth bag from his pocket. "I am taking you to meet factory director Li. He has approved a formal worker position for you in the security department." As they walked, Zhao Xiaodong whispered instructions. "The initial salary may not be high, but later, I will take you fishing and hunting to supplement your income." Recalling the numerous hardships Li Kueyong endured in the original narrative, even losing the courage to pursue love due to a barren existence, ultimately succumbing to illness, Zhao Xiaodong felt a surge of unresolved emotions. Many in later generations yearn to be carefree and unrestrained like Zhong Yuemin, yet the majority live as Li Kueyong, struggling against the tide of time and the weight of life's burdens. In helping Li Kueyong at this moment, he sought to personally alter the fate of this sincere and loyal individual. Chapter 37. The Yin family's blind date banquet. Li Kueyong was utterly bewildered, feeling as though he was walking on clouds, a sensation almost surreal. Before his arrival, his greatest hope had merely been to secure a temporary position at the steel mill, which in his eyes was an immense favor granted by Zhao Xiaodong. The steel mill was a state-owned enterprise, employing thousands, a job that was a source of pride, straightening one's back. Not only were the benefits substantial, but the wages also surpassed those of smaller factories significantly. He had thought that being accepted as a temporary worker would be an extraordinary stroke of luck, never anticipating that Zhao Xiaodong would directly secure him a permanent position, and in such a desirable role as that in the security department. "Brother Dong, this is too much," Li Kueyong exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. "I know that acquiring a coveted position like this would cost at least several hundred yuan, and even then, it's rare to find someone willing to sell. Your generosity is overwhelming." "Kueyong, enough," Zhao Xiaodong interjected, his expression turning serious. "Since you call me brother, you shall heed my arrangements. Be a man, be forthright, and let us proceed with the paperwork." Li Kueyong's eyes instantly glistened with tears. He blinked forcefully, suppressing the wave of emotions, and nodded vigorously. "Brother Dong, then I shall refrain from further needless words." His family's circumstances were dire. His father was bedridden and unable to work, while his mother relied solely on crafting paper boxes for meager income. He had 3 younger brothers and 2 sisters to support, and the entire family was crammed into 2 dilapidated rooms, with the weight of their modest existence resting heavily on his shoulders as the eldest son. Zhao Xiaodong's intervention was akin to a life-saving grace, significantly alleviating his family's plight. Li Kueyong silently vowed to remember this kindness, promising that should Zhao Xiaodong ever need assistance, he would not hesitate to risk his life. After meeting Li Huaid and receiving a few encouraging words, Secretary Wang led Li Kueyong to handle the employment and housing allocation paperwork. Zhao Xiaodong also took the opportunity to arrange for a housing exchange, trading his originally assigned residence for the east courtyard of a Sihiyuan. The factory was reasonable, allowing him to postpone his move until the east courtyard was suitably renovated. Zhao Xiaodong rode his bicycle back to Nanluo Guxiang with some drafting tools in tow, intending to sketch various designs for an electric fan that afternoon. When Li Huaid learned that he was capable of drafting engineering blueprints, he was genuinely astonished, as this skill was typically reserved for technicians. As midday approached, a clerk from the factory's housing management department arrived at number 95 Sihiyuan on a bicycle. The front courtyard featured a main house facing south, with 2 spacious empty rooms on the east side. The adjacent 2 rooms were occupied, leading to a passageway toward the courtyard. In contrast, the Yin family's residence in the west wing could not compare to the 2 well-sized rooms allocated to Li Kueyong. The housing clerk unlocked the door with a key, provided a few brief instructions, and departed, needing to report to the street office. He took the lock with him, as it was public property. He Yushui led Xiao Yuer and Xiao Ling, who were following Zhao Xiaodong, to observe the commotion. However, the 2 little girls appeared rather glum, their eyes slightly swollen, clearly having cried after their mother's departure. They wept for a brief moment, but behaved well. Without causing any fuss, He Yushui quietly said to Zhao Xiaodong, "Please keep an eye on them. I must return to prepare lunch." At that moment, Li Kuei-yong emerged from his newly assigned home, his face radiating uncontainable joy. "Brother Dong, this house is truly bright. The furniture is quite complete as well. This afternoon, I'll bring my younger siblings over to tidy up." "Very well, I shall not keep you from lunch," Zhao Xiaodong replied with a smile, understanding Li Kuei-yong's eagerness to share his joy with his family. "Who are you? This house has been assigned to you," a grim voice interjected. Yin Bugui stood at his doorstep, his expression far from pleasant. Today was Yin Jiecheng's blind date. He had deliberately refrained from going out for odd jobs. Aunt Yang Ruihua was busy in the kitchen, preparing for the arrival of the suitor and matchmaker. Yin Bugui had returned from fishing shortly after 10, bringing back 2 crucian carp weighing about half a pound each, which would serve as the main dish for the banquet. The half-pound of pork had been meticulously transformed by Yang Ruihua into 3 dishes. A bit of fatty meat rendered for oil, the residue used to cook half a pound of tofu, the rendered lard carefully set aside, enough to last the family for some time, and the lean meat sliced into strips, half stir-fried with chili and the other half made into cucumber and meat soup. At this moment, the 6 dishes on the Yin family's table were already laid out. Smashed cucumber, tofu with oil residue, braised crucian carp, stir-fried meat with chili, braised eggplant, with a sprinkling of minced meat, and finally, cucumber and meat soup. Each dish was exquisitely prepared, though the meager portions were disheartening to behold. Yin Bugui had been supervising in the kitchen, oblivious to the heat, continually reminding Yang Ruihua to use less oil and salt. Only after the meal was nearly ready did he notice the commotion in the front courtyard's main house. 3 days prior, the original occupants of those 2 rooms had moved out, and Yin Bugui had begun to contemplate asking Yin Jiecheng to apply to the street office, only to be met with the response that these were factory family accommodations, not subject to street allocation. As a temporary worker, Yin Jiecheng did not qualify for housing allocation. While Yin Bugui was mulling over possible connections to pursue, he was taken aback to see the house swiftly claimed. "Indeed, I am an employee of the steel mill. Isn't it perfectly normal for the factory to allocate housing?" Li Kuei-yong stood tall, pride evident in his voice. He felt a deep sense of honor in becoming a worker at the steel mill. "You, I am the 3rd uncle in this courtyard. How could you move in without first informing me?" Yin Bugui said, his embarrassment turning to anger. "3rd uncle? What rank is that?" Li Kuei-yong rolled his eyes intentionally. "We stopped recognizing that title 2 years ago, even if it hadn't been abolished. It doesn't grant you any authority over the factory's housing allocations, does it? Should I return to the factory to consult with the leadership?" Li Kuei-yong's words left Yin Bugui speechless. If this matter escalated to the factory, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Yin Bugui quickly donned a smile. "Oh, that's not what I meant. I certainly didn't intend that. And what did you mean then? Do I look unfamiliar to you? Making you think I am easy to bully?" Li Kuei-yong's expression darkened. "Absolutely not. I am merely expressing concern as a neighbor, purely out of goodwill." Yin Bugui, feeling embarrassed, hastily turned and retreated into his own home. Upon entering, he was met by the disgruntled expression of Yin Jiecheng, who had just returned from a fresh shave. "Father, I gave you 3 yuan, and this is all you managed to procure?" Yin Jiecheng exclaimed, his ire directed at the meager array of dishes on the table. "Well, consider the cost of these ingredients," Yin Bugui retorted, his small eyes narrowing. "Factor in labor and firewood, and see if it even amounts to 3 yuan. And what about this pot of rice? Calculate its worth. It surely cannot be valued at 3 yuan. Yin Jiecheng was nearly beside himself with rage. "If this paltry meal leads to the failure of my matchmaking today, what will you do if it fails?" Yin Bugui shot back, equally incensed. "Have you even considered that if you had dedicated yourself to your studies from the outset, like Lu Guangqi, and secured a place in a vocational school, you wouldn't be fretting over such a job or this meal?" Chapter 38. Disrupting the Blind Date Banquet. Yu Zhu shows remarkable efficacy enough. Enough. Everyone, please quiet down. Jiecheng, hurry and guard the entrance. The guests should be arriving soon, Yang Ruihua said with a resigned expression, attempting to mediate the escalating tension. "All right, I'm on it." Yin Jiecheng, seething with frustration, turned and left in a huff. Yin Bugui also stormed back into the house, feeling that it was futile to dwell on those 2 rooms. Ultimately, they were not his. Li Kuei-yong, drenched in sweat from his labors, approached the communal water faucet in the courtyard. Without hesitation, He removed the white short-sleeved shirt he had only just started wearing since his employment and, now bare-chested, cupped his hands to wash his body with water. He then rinsed his shirt vigorously under the faucet, wrung it out to a damp state, and prepared to put it back on. In these times, it was quite common for men to go shirtless in the summer, making Li Kuei-yong's choice of a shirt today a rare display of formality. However, Zhao Xiaodong's attention was drawn to a small object hanging around Li Kuei-yong's neck. It was a jade bead, approximately the size of a quail egg, strung on a red cord. The bead appeared rather ordinary, even somewhat cloudy. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Energy source detected. It is recommended that the host acquires it. Absorption will significantly enhance mental strength and concurrently amplify telekinetic abilities. A flicker of interest ignited within Zhao Xiaodong, and he maintained a composed facade as he addressed Li Kuei-yong. Kuei-yong, that charm around your neck is quite unique. Where did you acquire it? This? Oh, I found it, Li Kuei-yong replied, glancing down before casually pulling it out. I showed it to someone. They said it wasn't worth much. If it were valuable, I would have sold it already to support my family. I find it quite appealing. Would you consider selling it to me? Zhao Xiaodong inquired tentatively. Brother Dong, if you like it, just take it. Li Kuei-yong interjected, not waiting for him to finish. With a swift motion, he broke the red cord and pressed the bead into Zhao Xiaodong's hand. No need for formality between us. The moment the bead touched his palm, Zhao Xiaodong felt a rush of cool energy emanating from it, swiftly coursing up his arm to his mind's eye. Instantly, he experienced a profound clarity and elation, as if he had been cleansed. With a surge of excitement, he silently commanded, System, display the data panel. Host, Zhao Xiaodong age, 19 skills, secret Taijiquan, transformative stage, superpower, telekinesis, level 3, mental strength, 29. Note, the peak for average adult males is around 10. Observing the vibrant numbers on the panel, Zhao Xiaodong felt a rush of exhilaration. Remarkable. My telekinesis has elevated by 1 level, and my mental strength has surged by 10 points. He immediately sensed that within a 10-meter radius, he could effortlessly manipulate objects weighing approximately 10 pounds. Even at a distance of 20 meters, he could influence small items weighing 1 or 2 pounds, albeit with diminishing control as the distance increased, a qualitative leap indeed. This transformation occurred in the blink of an eye. As he glanced down at the jade bead in his hand, he noticed that its previously dull luster had vanished, and its surface now bore several minute, nearly imperceptible cracks. Yuli? What brings you here? Li Kuei-yong suddenly froze. His gaze fixed on the moon gate. There stood a striking young woman, accompanied by an elderly lady, while Yin Jiecheng nodded and bowed, engaging in conversation. Kuei-yong, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Li Kuei-yong, Yuli's face momentarily displayed clear embarrassment and resignation. Li Kuei-yong harbored affection for Yuli, a sentiment she was well aware of. Yet, given Li Kuei-yong's family circumstances, it was clear that not only would her family disapprove, but even she herself found it challenging to confront the heavy reality. Thus, Li Kuei-yong had never broached the subject, and Yuli chose to remain oblivious. I started working at the steel mill, and they assigned me these 2 rooms, Li Kuei-yong said, suppressing his excitement, his voice slightly strained. This revelation undoubtedly served as a small bridge over the seemingly insurmountable chasm between him and Yuli. Really? You found a job? And they allocated you housing? Yuli's eyes sparkled with surprise, her delight unmistakable. Yes, look, these 2 rooms are over 30 square meters each. I plan to partition them to create 4 smaller rooms, 2 for myself and 2 for my younger siblings. My parents will continue to live in the old place. Li Kuei-yong eagerly pointed out the rooms, his words brimming with dreams of the future. Zhao Xiaodong observed this exchange keenly. Having recently gained substantial benefits from Li Kuei-yong, he felt an even stronger resolve to assist his friend. Kuei-yong will have plenty of opportunities to earn money in the future, Zhao Xiaodong interjected at an opportune moment, his tone calm, yet imbued with persuasive strength. While the fixed salary at the security department isn't particularly high, I can help him earn some extra income openly, making it easy to support his family. At that moment, Qiu Shui rushed over, calling out, Yuli Jia, what brings you to our courtyard? Where's Haitang? Yu Shui, you live here? Yuli felt even more uneasy upon encountering a familiar face. Haitang is at home. Beside them, Yin Jiecheng was utterly flabbergasted. Coming to his senses, he hastily exclaimed, Yuli, this way, this way. This is my home, the West Wing. I'm not going. Yuli bit her lip fiercely, seemingly resolute. She turned to the matchmaker, Luani, and said, Ani Lu, I apologize, but regarding today's matter, let's leave it at that. What? Wei Ve already arrived at the entrance. Yan Jiecheng became anxious. He had long harbored feelings for Yuli, and after going through the trouble of arranging the match, he couldn't fathom why she would suddenly change her mind now that they were at the door. What kind of person was Luani? With her extensive experience, she could see through the situation in an instant. Yuli, you are from the same courtyard as Kuei Yong. You should know better than I do about his circumstances, Luani said, lowering her voice while ensuring those nearby could hear her. Yes, Kuei Yong has secured a job and housing, but you must think long-term. She paused, casting a scrutinizing glance at Li Kuei Yong, her demeanor tinged with a hint of cold reality. Given his father's condition, it's likely he won't last much longer. Kuei Yong, I mean no offense, but this is the truth. Even without the burden of his father, he has 3 younger brothers, 2 sisters, and an elderly mother to support. After deducting expenses for his entire family, how much will be left from his salary? How will he provide for a wife and children? And when will his younger brothers be able to earn money? That will take at least 3 to 5 years. Even if the younger brothers have become self-sufficient, there are still 2 younger sisters, merely 7 or 8 years old. The words of sixth aunt fell upon Yuli like a bucket of cold water, gradually awakening her from the surprise she had just experienced. Indeed, the burdens of reality still weighed heavily upon them. Could she possibly urge Li Kuei Yong to abandon his younger siblings? Such words would never escape her lips, and she understood that Li Kuei Yong would never entertain such a notion. Li Kuei Yong's gaze dimmed as well. He inhaled deeply, striving to muster a smile. Yuli, you should go on blind dates. I wish you well. The bitterness in his words was unmistakable. The Yin family had gathered around, and the expressions on Yin Bugui, third aunt, and Yin Jiecheng were grim. Wait, allow me to say a few words. Zhao Xiaodong interjected with a smile, shattering the heavy atmosphere. Kuei Yong, from now on, every Sunday, accompany me into the mountains for hunting. After work, whenever you have time, come fishing by the river. His tone was casual, yet imbued with an undeniable confidence. As for hunting, I guarantee you will earn at least this amount each month. He extended 5 fingers, implying 50 yuan, and fishing? Earning a few extra coins, like 10 or 8 yuan, isn't difficult. Altogether, can this not support a whole family while also taking care of your own small household? Without waiting for a response, he turned to Li Kuei Yong and inquired, by the way, how old are your 3 younger brothers? Li Kuei Yong, still somewhat dazed, instinctively replied, one is 17, and the other 2 are 16, all in middle school. The second one will graduate next year and wishes to continue to high school. Why continue studying? Zhao Xiaodong interjected decisively, waving his hand. They are practically young men now. Can you rely solely on yourself to support the family? Kuei Yong, I mean this sincerely. As the eldest brother, you must sometimes consider their needs and not indulge them too much. They should all find some work to support themselves. While wanting to study is commendable, one must also assess whether the family's circumstances allow for it. Zhao Xiaodong cast a meaningful glance towards Yuli, then patted Li Kuei Yong's shoulder, adding, you cannot let down the sincerity of that young lady. You must be responsible and also learn to plan. Chapter 39. A sudden turn in fate. Zhao Xiaodong's words carried a weight that left Li Kuei Yong and Yuli momentarily bewildered, their minds swirling with confusion. Who is this person? Yuli directed her inquisitive gaze towards Zhao Xiaodong. This is Donggu. My job and this house were all arranged by Donggu. Li Kuei Yong quickly interjected, his tone brimming with gratitude. Can you really help Kuei Yong earn money? Yuli looked at Zhao Xiaodong, her eyes sparkling with hope and a hint of uncertainty. It doesn't have to be much, just an extra 50 yuan a month would ease our lives tremendously. That is absolutely not an issue. He Yushui interjected eagerly, her tone resolute. Sister Yuli, look at our family. We have meat on the table every day, all thanks to Donggu's hunting. He also supplies quite a bit of game to the steel mill, which has earned him several hundred yuan. Bringing Kuei Yong along will definitely work. She paused and added, just from fishing alone, the monthly share is certainly more than 50 yuan. Donggu is quite capable. Your family? Yuli keenly sensed the underlying implication in He Yushui's words. He Yushui's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, fiddling with the hem of her clothes. Observing this, Yuli immediately understood and refrained from probing further. Yushui, please prepare the meal and make a few extra dishes today. Kuei Yong and Yuli will stay here for dinner. Zhao Xiaodong instructed He Shui with an air of nonchalance. Sure, I'll go right away. I have some canned goods to open. Little fish, little Ling, let us go, He Shui responded, ushering the children back to the courtyard. Meanwhile, the Yin family was already seething with rage. Zhao Xiaodong, what do you mean by this? You're openly intercepting our engagement target. Yin Bugui shouted, his voice thick with anger. Yin Jieqing, beside him, was anxiously tearing at his hair and pacing in agitation. If it weren't for the knowledge of Zhao Xiaodong's formidable prowess, Yin Jieqing would have likely charged at him by now. This is like an old woman picking lice. Absolutely absurd. Li Kueyong sneered in retort, pointing out, what connection does Comrade Yuli have with your family? How has she become Yin Jieqing's engagement target? Is it wrong not to find someone appealing during blind dates? Yuli quickly clarified, her voice laced with indignation. Yin Jieqing, don't speak nonsense. I came for a blind date, and I simply found you unappealing. If you continue to tarnish my reputation, I will go to the street committee and the police. You. Yin Jieqing sputtered in outrage, pointing at Li Kueyong. What makes him better than me? Of course, he is better. A far cry from it. Yuli cast him a disdainful glance, her tone firm. I simply do not find you appealing. Zhao Xiaodong's temper flared as well, and he scoffed. Do you still have the audacity to cause trouble? Do you look down upon Kueyong? Are you unaware of your own family's circumstances? You have to count how many pieces of pickled vegetables you can afford, right? Yin Jieqing, Yin Jiefeng lives at home and has to pay for food and lodging. Perhaps even using a piece of paper to go to the restroom will cost you. A family of 6 crammed into 2 small rooms. He surveyed the Yin family's cramped west wing, his tone dripping with sarcasm. With such conditions, you still think you are superior? We were just about to negotiate for another house. Yin Bugui blurted out in a moment of desperation. Oh, buy a house? Do you have the money for that? Zhao Xiaodong pressed on. You earn 27.5 yuan a month to support 6 people. Yin Jieqing and Yin Jiefeng can barely scrape together some change. What will you use to buy a house? Zhao Xiaodong cleverly exploited Yin Bugui's frequent mention of his salary, effectively leading him to dig his own grave. Yin Bugui was left speechless, his face flushed red with embarrassment. Kueyong, come with you Li and me, Zhao Xiaodong declared, raising his brow. My home has a fan, it will be cool. We'll have lunch there. He turned to the matchmaker. You must be Luani, right? You should join us too. It's a hot day, and it's a hassle to make the trip. The matchmaker, Luanti, readily accepted without hesitation and cheerfully followed along. The onlookers, satisfied with the unfolding drama, began to disperse, discussing amongst themselves as they left, looking forward to the evening when Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong returned, anticipating another chapter in the saga. Upon arriving at Zhao Xiaodong's home, the 8 immortals' table was already laden with dishes. A plate of hot and sour shredded potatoes, a bowl of braised eggplant with crispy pork, all served generously. A small bowl of glossy braised meat sat beside it, which He Shui had brought out. An open tin can revealed enticing braised ribbon fish. The staple food consisted of a mix of white and cornmeal buns, accompanied by a sweet and sour tomato and egg soup. The aroma wafting from the dishes made the newcomers swallow hard in anticipation. Wow, this meal. Truly sumptuous. Luanti exclaimed in delight. Yuli was momentarily taken aback by the spread. Everyone, please take a seat and eat, Zhao Xiaodong beckoned. Kueyong, you have things to attend to this afternoon, so we want tea drink today. We'll go fishing around 5 o'clock. Thank you, Donggu. Li Kueyong quickly expressed his gratitude. I will bring my younger brothers over shortly to tidy up the house. We need to find a way to partition it. Building a wall with bricks should suffice. No need for a thorough cleaning just yet, Yuli chimed in after sipping her soup. In the evening, we can gather some old city wall bricks. We should be able to find them. Let us borrow a flatbed cart and bring your 3 younger brothers to help. She glanced at Li Kueyong, her tone resolute. Donggu is right. We can't always indulge them. You need to have your own life. Though Yu Li and Li Kueyong were both around 20, slightly older than Zhao Xiaodong, addressing him as Donggu felt entirely natural. In their hearts, Zhao Xiaodong was the dependable elder brother who could make decisions. All right, I will follow your lead. Donggu, we will return at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Li Kueyong nodded in agreement. Wow, Kueyong, you've encountered a benefactor. Luanti remarked sincerely as she enjoyed her meal. Donggu, I truly don't know how to thank you. Li Kueyong still felt somewhat baffled by Zhao Xiaodong's unwavering support. Kueyong, it is you who has helped me immensely, Zhao Xiaodong replied, his expression growing serious. That bead of yours may not hold value to others, but it is of utmost importance to me. Previously, I had always regarded you as a person of integrity, worthy of friendship, thus I casually assisted you in finding employment, with no intention of further involvement. He paused momentarily and candidly expressed, after all, each individual has their own path to tread, and my capacity to assist is limited. However, the situation has changed, having accepted your generosity and benefited from your kindness. I find it difficult to reconcile my conscience if I do not continue to help you navigate through life's challenges. Yu Li, listening intently from the side, finally comprehended Zhao Xiaodong's earlier mention of aiding Li Kueyong's brothers in securing temporary work. It turns out there was a deeper connection at play. Nonetheless, such dedication is indeed commendable. After the meal, Yu Li eagerly volunteered to wash the dishes. The matchmaker, Aunt Lu, departed with a satisfied smile. And as she left, Zhao Xiaodong discreetly slipped her 5 yuan as a token of gratitude for Li Kueyong. Once the dishes were cleaned, Yu Li and Li Kueyong inspected the 2 newly acquired rooms. Observing the interior and exterior with increasing delight, Yu Li's smile remained unwavering. These were genuine usable spaces, with one room exceeding 30 square meters and the total area surpassing 70 square meters. In these times, it was nothing short of a dream house. Yan Jieqing stood at his doorstep, his gaze dark and brooding, fixated on them, as if he wished to consume Li Kueyong whole. As the 2 prepared to depart, Zhao Xiaodong called out, "Kueyong, feel free to take my bicycle. I was planning to replace it with a new one anyway. This one will serve you well for your errands." Li Kueyong, taken aback, replied, "Donggu, this. Do not be so formal with me." Zhao Xiaodong interrupted with a smile. "Remember to come by at 5 in the afternoon. You will need to assist me while I go fishing." Chapter 40. Fishing at Zhonghai. Each with their own thoughts, Li Kueyong ultimately mounted his bicycle, carrying Yu Li away from the Sihiyuan. Watching their figures fade into the distance, Yan Jieqing felt as though his heart had been brutally carved out. In his mind, Yu Li had long been designated as his future wife. How could she so swiftly depart with another, on the verge of becoming someone else's bride? It was akin to a cooked duck that had flown away from the pot. The mere thought of Yu Li's voluptuous figure, long legs, and curvaceous form ignited within Yan Jieqing a fierce urge to confront Zhao Xiaodong. It was all Zhao Xiaodong's meddling. Had he not interfered, such a situation would not have arisen. Yan Bugui was equally infuriated, dizzy with rage, as he uttered words without thought. He had a position available, yet he would rather extend it to a stranger than consider his old neighbor. It was simply treachery. Indeed, if that position had been granted to me, this house would rightfully belong to me. Yan Jieqing's heart ached, tears streaming down his cheeks, as if something that belonged to him had been forcefully taken and given away by Zhao Xiaodong. Just wait until tonight. A full courtyard meeting must be convened to criticize him. Yan Bugui's small eyes sparkled with a calculating light. He must compensate our family for the losses. He has ruined such a significant event for our family. He cannot escape responsibility. Zhao Xiaodong returned to his bedroom, preparing to enter the storage space to draft blueprints. Just as he settled onto the bed, Xiao Yuer and Xiao Ling timidly crept in. Brother. Xiao Yuer nestled beside Zhao Xiaodong, her little lips pouting. Mommy has gone. I miss Mommy. As she spoke, her large eyes filled with tears. Xiao Ling, being slightly older, did not directly ask for their mother, but her big eyes were also brimming with hurt. Don't cry. Your brother is here. Zhao Xiaodong gently rubbed Xiao Yuer's head, soothingly assuring her, Did Mommy not promise you? As long as you behave, she will return to see you soon. I will be good. Xiao Yuer nodded pitifully. Her voice nasally, Brother, can I go play on the rocking horse? Can I skip my nap? The 2 children were not accustomed to taking naps, and they had not developed the habit in recent days. All right, go play. Later, your brother will take you out, Zhao Xiaodong promised with a smile. Xiao Yuer and Xiao Ling then broke into joyful laughter, hand in hand as they exited, their little faces still adorned with tears, resembling flower buds glistening with morning dew. Zhao Xiaodong lay on the bed, his consciousness sinking into the storage space. The paper and drawing tools had long been prepared. Utilizing telekinesis to draw in the space was far more effortless than outside, consuming only a fraction of the mental energy required elsewhere. He swiftly completed several blueprints for motors of varying power, as well as designs for ceiling fans, table fans, and floor fans. In less than half an hour, all the drawings were finished. It would not do to submit them this afternoon. Zhao Xiaodong pondered privately, for otherwise, such high efficiency might arouse unnecessary suspicion and lead to trouble. With this thought, He rose to check on Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer. The two little ones were gleefully riding the rocking horse under the living room's fan. He Yushui was seated nearby, mending clothes. In this era, it was common for garments to be patched when torn, and due to the fabric being primarily made of easily worn pure cotton, they wore out quickly. It would be wise to find an opportune moment to bring out the sewing machine, Zhao Xiaodong thought to himself. Brother, I want a little tiger too, Xiao Yuer exclaimed, hopping off the rocking horse and running up to Zhao Xiaodong, her little face filled with anticipation. All right, brother will carve one little tiger for you and Xiao Ling, Zhao Xiaodong replied with a smile. He retrieved 2 pieces of poplar wood, and with swift strokes of his knife, 2 adorable little wooden tigers soon took shape. Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer cheered in delight. All right, take them to play, Zhao Xiaodong said, patting the heads of the 2 little ones. They clutched their new toys tightly, giggling as they scampered back to the bedroom. Seemingly eager to climb onto the bed to play. They seem a bit tired. I will keep an eye on them, He Yushui said, setting down her needle and thread. Yes, I will find a way to get the bicycle and sewing machine back tomorrow and the day after, Zhao Xiaodong mentioned. You are tall, so I will buy you a lightweight Phoenix bicycle. This model is more aesthetically pleasing than the heavier version, and it costs a bit more. Is that necessary? The steel factory is just a short walk away. Besides, you have your motorcycle. He Yushui hesitated. I may not always be available to pick you up and drop you off, Zhao Xiaodong replied earnestly. I will buy you a bicycle. In the future, you will primarily be responsible for taking Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer to and from school. Tomorrow, I will take you to the steel factory to complete your employment paperwork and also ensure the children are enrolled in kindergarten. Since it's all at the factory, it will be convenient. Well, all right then. Though He Yushui felt a pang at the thought of the expenses, she ultimately nodded in agreement, knowing Zhao Xiaodong could earn money. Zhao Xiaodong began to organize the fishing gear, mixing corn flour with wild rabbit blood and wild boar blood, storing it in a bottle as bait. Everything was prepared, and it was already a little past 4 in the afternoon. Li Kuiyong also rode over with Yu Li, bringing along a fishing rod. Then let us set off, Zhao Xiaodong said with a smile. At that moment, Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer also woke up, rushing out, clamoring to join them. Zhao Xiaodong lifted them onto the sidecar of his motorcycle, while He Yushui sat behind him, holding the fishing rod. Zhao Xiaodong started the motorcycle, leading the way, with Li Kuiyong cycling closely behind with Yu Li. Yin Bugui watched from the side, gritting his teeth. He knew that with Zhao Xiaodong's skills, this fishing expedition would surely yield a bountiful catch. Yet, Zhao Xiaodong deliberately excluded him from any benefit, as if to intentionally vex him. I am not going. Yin Bugui thought furiously. I will stay home and wait for Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong to return. This is not over. A full courtyard meeting must be held. This time, Zhao Xiaodong is in the wrong. Let us see how he will continue to act so arrogantly. Zhao Xiaodong and his companions arrived at Zhonghai, finding a suitable spot to park. Li Kuiyong also stopped nearby. Zhao Xiaodong used the blood bait and corn balls to create 2 fishing spots, spaced about 6 to 7 meters apart. While He Yushui took the children to catch grasshoppers, Zhao Xiaodong effortlessly cast his line, and without surprise, he soon reeled in a large head fish, flowering carp, weighing around 15 to 16 pounds. Xiao Ling, Xiao Yuer, and He Yushui excitedly gathered around. Li Kuiyong and Yu Li also looked on in astonishment as Zhao Xiaodong easily brought the big fish ashore. Donggu, your fishing skills are truly remarkable, Li Kuiyong exclaimed enviously before hurrying back to tend to his own fishing rod. Zhao Xiaodong subtly employed his mental prowess to probe the surroundings and discovered that Li Kuiyong was indeed fortunate, as a hefty fish weighing over 20 pounds was languidly swimming in his domain. A flicker of intention crossed Zhao Xiaodong's mind, and the fishing hook beneath the water seemed to come alive, deftly gliding towards the fish's mouth. Li Kuiyong noticed the float being violently yanked underwater, a surge of joy swelling within him as he hastily lifted his rod. Instantly, an immense force erupted from the depths, revealing that the formidable fish was clearly beyond his capacity to easily subdue. Chapter 41 Zhonghai's Bounty. The resurgence of Yi Lao. In an exhilarating moment, Li Kuiyong's fishing rod bent into a dramatic arc, the line straining and emitting a high-pitched whine, while the rod itself groaned under the immense pressure on the verge of snapping. Just as the situation became precarious, Zhao Xiaodong's thoughts stirred, and an invisible telekinetic force penetrated the water, precisely striking the forehead of the large fish lurking 8 or 9 meters away. The fish froze abruptly, its struggle ceasing instantaneously. Li Kuiyong, lamenting the imminent escape of what seemed to be a prized catch, suddenly felt his grip lighten. The fish, now devoid of resistance, was effortlessly dragged toward the shore. Once out of the water, the fish commenced a frantic thrashing, but it was too late. Zhao Xiaodong swiftly stepped forward, deftly inserting his fingers into the fish's gills and hoisting it up, preparing to place it into the fish basket. "Young man, wait a moment. It's good to see you again," a cheerful voice called out. Zhao Xiaodong turned to find it was the elderly man, Yi, who had purchased a large fish from him previously. The old gentleman was holding a fishing rod, accompanied by two robust young men, one carrying a bucket and the other a small stool. "Ah, Yi, it's you," Zhao Xiaodong greeted with a smile. "Are you interested in this one? You'll need to discuss it with my brother Li Kueyong, as it was he who caught it." Of course. Such a large fish is a rare find." Yi Lao replied with a warm smile. "I'll offer you 20 yuan. How does that sound?" "Well, it might not be quite appropriate to sell it privately," Zhao Xiaodong cautioned. "What is inappropriate about it?" Yi Lao waved his hand dismissively. "This fish is the result of your labor. Not a low-price acquisition for resale. It hardly counts as speculation. Of course, if the quantity were larger, it would need to be reported to the state." "All right then. 20 yuan sounds good," Yuli exclaimed excitedly from the side. She could hardly believe that, in such a short time, they would pocket 20 yuan. "I've struck it rich," Yi Lao mused, lifting the hefty fish and estimating its weight, declaring it to be around 23 or 24 jin. "The larger the fish, the rarer it is. In addition, I'll throw in some industrial coupons. You young couple will surely find them useful." He beamed at Li Kueyong and Yu Li, who both flushed with embarrassment, yet Yu Li extended her hand to accept the valuable coupons. "What is your surname, old man?" Zhao Xiaodong inquired. "Just call me Yi." The elder chuckled heartily. "I must be off now, having caught such a fine specimen. I need to celebrate with my old friends." With that, he turned to leave, and a young man accompanying him deftly picked up the large fish. Not far away, a jeep was quietly waiting for them. After bidding farewell to Yi Lao, Zhao Xiaodong returned his focus to his fishing rod. Over the next half hour, he successfully caught 3 more sizable fish, each weighing over 10 jin, making the fish basket noticeably heavier with 4 large catches. Sensing that the bigger fish in this area had been sufficiently fished out, Zhao Xiaodong subsequently reeled in 2 more perch, each weighing over a jin. Li Kueyong was not idle either. With Zhao Xiaodong's subtle assistance, he landed an 8 or 9 jin grass carp, followed by 2 more carp weighing over 3 jin each, all thanks to his own skill. "It's getting late. Let us tidy up and head home to prepare dinner," Zhao Xiaodong suggested to He Yushui. "As for these fish, let us stick to the usual arrangement and send them to the steel mill." Young man, wait." A middle-aged man in his 40s came running over, panting heavily, his face eager as he looked at Zhao Xiaodong. "Do you remember me? It's Lao Qian from the color weaving factory." "Oh, Section Chief Qian. Now I recall," Zhao Xiaodong said, suddenly enlightened. "Are you interested in these fish?" "That's fine, but this time I would like to exchange them for some fabric coupons or perhaps some actual fabric." "Not a problem. Count on me," Lao Qian assured, slapping his chest confidently. "Just let me see how many fish you have. Can our weaving factory lack for fabric?" Zhao Xiaodong counted his haul, hanging the 4 large fish on the back of Lao Qian's bicycle. After all, once delivered to the factory, they would end up in cold storage, making no difference whether they were alive or dead. He rode his motorcycle, first escorting He Yushui and the 2 exuberant children back to the courtyard before heading to the color weaving factory. When Zhao Xiaodong arrived at the factory gate, Lao Qian was just returning, breathless from the effort of pedaling the bicycle loaded with fish. Weighing in at 57 jin, he announced, "I'll give you 57 yuan. This price is absolutely fair." Lao Qian said cheerfully, "If you want fabric, I might not have too much in stock, but..." "What do you mean by not having too much?" Zhao Xiaodong furrowed his brow. "I mean, you could consider purchasing some defective fabric." Lao Qian lowered his voice, a hint of mischief in his tone. "That stuff is quite cheap. It's simply fabric that has some uneven coloring or a few more skipped threads than usual. If the tailor is careful, you won't even notice. There's also mixed yarn fabric, perfect for making bed sheets, curtains, or even children's clothes. It's truly a great bargain." Hearing this, Zhao Xiaodong chuckled. "It's quite cost-effective, I assent it?" "Cost-effective? Exactly. You've used the perfect term." Lao Qian's eyes lit up, and he praised. "Comrade Zhao is quite the cultured individual. I see you excel at both fishing and hunting. How about joining our factory as a procurement officer?" "Perhaps not. I'm all ready." Zhao Xiaodong shook his head, politely declining. "Hey, our textile factory may not have much to offer, But we certainly have plenty of beautiful female workers. Lao Qian winked playfully. If you come by, you won't have to worry about finding a partner. I already have a partner, Zhao Xiaodong replied with a dry laugh. Moreover, I am currently the team leader of the third group in the procurement department at the steel mill. Lao Qian was taken aback for a moment, then smacked his chest in regret, exclaiming, "Oh, how I wish I had insisted on bringing you to our factory that day by the lake." Li Wenkai must have gained a significant advantage. He has surely received a promotion by now. Knowing that the former leader of the third group was Li Wenkai, he realized Zhao Xiaodong must have taken his place. In the future, if I need fabric, I'll still trade with you. Zhao Xiaodong concluded the conversation with a smile. Ultimately, Zhao Xiaodong exchanged the fish for 3 pieces of fabric. One was a classic navy blue, a versatile color suitable for all ages in that era. The other 2 were vibrant mixed yarn fabrics. Mixed yarn fabric is made from the remaining assorted yarns of various colors left over from production, with each batch differing in color and thickness. The woven fabric features random patterns of checks or stripes, celebrated for its affordability, often used internally for employee benefits. Many bed sheets, curtains, and children's clothing in the homes of textile workers originate from this fabric. Zhao Xiaodong rode his motorcycle back, facing the cool evening breeze. When he suddenly recalled that he had yet to partake in his daily lottery draw, he silently murmured, "System, I wish to draw, and I shall choose the last box." The system's cold notification resonated. "Congratulations, host. You have drawn 2 picture books from the black iron box." Zhao Xiaodong's expression darkened as he gazed at the 2 old picture books that had inexplicably appeared in his storage space, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him. Chapter 42. The Schemes of Beasts. The undercurrents before the Grand Assembly as Zhao Xiaodong rode his motorcycle back to the Sihuan at number 95. The evening sun cast a warm golden hue upon the gray tiles and blue bricks. Upon entering the front courtyard, he was greeted by the rich aroma of braised fish wafting through the air. "Brother, you're back. What is all this fabric?" Little Ling, like a joyful fawn, was the first to rush over, her curiosity piqued by the items in the sidecar. "This is a sewing machine. In the future, your sister Yushui will use it to make new clothes for you," Zhao Xiaodong replied with a smile, ruffling little Ling's hair before carefully retrieving the brand-new sewing machine he had just taken from his storage space. Upon hearing about new clothes, little Ling's eyes sparkled with delight. Following closely behind, little Yuer tiptoed to peek inside, but, upon discovering the absence of snacks, pouted in disappointment. "Donggu, shall we share a drink this evening?" Li Kueyong approached with enthusiasm, having brought back a fresh green fish and 2 carp, which were now simmering enticingly. His 3 brothers joined him, their initial reluctance fading as the prospect of a meat feast brightened their expressions. "No need for such formality, Kueyong. Please, enjoy your meal. We have important matters to attend to afterward," Zhao Xiaodong said with a wave of his hand, smiling. "This fabric is my gift to celebrate your move." He then presented a vibrant piece of mixed yarn cloth, a coveted item that was hard to procure even with money. Gratefully, Li Kueyong accepted the gift. This scene stirred jealousy in the heart of Yan Bugui and his family, who were hidden behind the window of the West Wing. Yan Jiqing, in particular, felt a burning rage as he witnessed the woman he coveted laughing amiably with another man, the intimacy cutting deeply into his heart. On their way back, Li Kueyong and Yuli had intentionally stopped by the supply and marketing cooperative to acquire various household items. Yuli was filled with excitement, having witnessed Li Kueyong's ability to earn money, accumulating over 20 yuan in no time. If the fish were sold, they could earn even more, filling her with hope for the future. Zhao Xiaodong moved the sewing machine and fabric into the house, and upon seeing this, he Yushui beamed with joy. "Yushui, please start cooking while I assemble the sewing machine," Zhao Xiaodong instructed. While he Yushui busied herself steaming one perch and braising another, Zhao Xiaodong efficiently assembled the sewing machine in the northern bedroom within mere minutes, all under the attentive gaze of little Ling and little Yuer. By the time Zhao Xiaodong's family sat down for dinner, Li Kueyong had already taken his 3 brothers out with the borrowed cart, leaving only Yuli to tidy up in the front yard. Their destination was the scattered bricks of the old city wall that had been torn down in the early 1950s, which had become a common material for residents to build small kitchens and partition rooms. Just as Zhao Xiaodong and he Yushui finished their meal with the children, Shaju approached with a dark expression, brusquely stating, "Zhao Xiaodong, there's a full courtyard meeting at 7:30. You are to attend punctually." With that, he turned to leave but cast a glance at Yuli, who was busy at the entrance, his eyes betraying a mix of resentment and dissatisfaction. "Yu Shui, you really have a knack for attracting attention. Your classmate's sister is so stunning. And yet you Haven T introduced me," Sha Zhu thought bitterly, lamenting that Li Kuiyong had taken advantage of the situation. Fuming, Sha Zhu returned to the courtyard of Zhonghai's home, which was filled with swirling smoke. Both Yin Bugui and Lu Haizhong were present, along with Jia Dongxiu, who was casually sipping tea. "Zhuzi, did you deliver the notice?" Zhonghai inquired after sipping his tea. "I did. That Zhao Xiaodong has truly become arrogant." Sha Zhu replied indignantly. "He is causing trouble for the neighbors indeed." Yin Bugui interjected vehemently. "If he can act so brazenly towards our family today, he could interfere with Lu's son's matchmaking tomorrow, and the day after. Ruin your chances, Sha Zhu. Such behavior cannot be tolerated. We must teach him a lesson tonight to steer him away from this misguided path," Zhonghai declared, putting down his teacup with a look of deep concern. "After all, he is a child we've seen grow up. I heard from the workshop director that he might have some talent as a mechanic when factory director Yang returns in a few days. I plan to discuss bringing him into our workshop for personal mentorship." This statement did not go unnoticed. Not just Yin Bugui and Sha Zhu, but even Lu Haizhong grasped the underlying implication that Zhonghai intended to manipulate Zhao Xiaodong for his own purposes. "But it's true that he ruined Jiqing's matchmaking," Yin Bugui persisted. "Tonight, he either returns Yuli to us or compensates us with a job position. That position Li Kuiyong has is undoubtedly due to Zhao Xiaodong." Lu Haizhong perked up at the mention of a job position. "Is that true? Old Yin, can you confirm it? Let us not jump to conclusions. The meeting will clarify everything," Zhonghai said, maintaining control of the situation. In the front courtyard, Yu Shui watched Sha Zhu's departing figure with a furrowed brow, worriedly stating, "Donggu, given their demeanor, it seems they are coming for you tonight. That depends on whether they possess the capability." Zhao Xiaodong scoffed dismissively. "They may act tough within these walls, but once beyond, they are merely ordinary workers." He shifted the topic, asking, "By the way, Yu Shui, what would you do if Sha Zhu or others try to force you out?" "Force me out?" Yu Shui's lovely face displayed astonishment. "Indeed, that house has long attracted attention. Now that you have clearly aligned with me, there is no guarantee someone won't exploit this to push you out and claim that house for themselves." Zhao Xiaodong analyzed coolly. "Some individuals in this courtyard are far from benevolent. What should I do then?" Yu Shui asked, slightly panicked. "That depends on your own thoughts," Zhao Xiaodong replied. "The house left by He Daqing should rightfully belong to you half. However, it is now mostly occupied by Sha Zhu. If you wish to separate completely," Yu Shui hesitated, then softly suggested, "How about I keep the room I currently live in and separate my household registration from Sha Zhu's, establishing my own independent household?" "Very well, I respect your decision." Zhao Xiaodong nodded, declaring that if they were to capitalize on this matter tonight, he would heed her suggestion. After dinner, Xiao Yuer and Xiao Ling sat on the bamboo bed, munching on sweet watermelon while playfully teasing one another. The evening breeze brought a refreshing chill. Zhao Xiaodong glanced at Yu Shui beside him and said, "Yu Shui, you will accompany me tomorrow morning. We shall finalize your employment matters at the factory." Yu Shui looked at him with a gentle gaze. Her eyes filled with trust, replying, "Yes, I will follow your lead." As the two enjoyed the coolness at the door and engaged in casual conversation, the sound of a gong resonated from the courtyard, signaling nearly 7:30. "It sounds like a circus," Zhao Xiaodong scoffed with disdain. At that moment, Li Kuiyong returned with 3 younger brothers, hauling a heavy load of city wall bricks. They were all drenched in sweat, preparing to neatly stack the bricks at the entrance. Li Kuiyong intended to personally construct the wall partition, thus saving a considerable amount on labor costs. Chapter 43: The General Assembly of the Entire Courtyard. A display of authority at this moment. Yin Bugui stepped out of the room, clad in a meticulously ironed short-sleeved shirt made of high-quality cotton, a garment he typically hesitated to wear. The effort he put into his attire underscored the significance he placed on the impending General Assembly. His gaze fell upon Li Kuiyong, who was busily stacking bricks at the entrance. A flicker of malice crossed his eyes as he proclaimed, "Li Kuiyong, the General Assembly is about to commence. Why aren't you hurrying over? The main agenda today concerns you. Get lost." Li Kuiyong retorted curtly without lifting his head, irritation lacing his words. "It's my first day moving in. What business do I have with you? I don't have time to listen to your senseless chatter." He had just returned with a load of bricks and intended to make another trip before nightfall, leaving no room for Yin Bugui's antics. He was planning to hire a mason the day after tomorrow, hoping to quickly construct the partition wall with the help of his 3 younger brothers. Initially, he considered tackling the task himself, but after weighing his own skills, he decided against taking that risk. Yin Bugui was nearly choked by Li Kuyong's brusque dismissal, his face turning a deep shade of purple. What kind of attitude is that? You refuse to attend the assembly when asked. Clearly, you lack a sense of collective honor and disrupt neighborhood unity. Yin Bugui shouted, wielding the familiar tactic of shaming others. To hell with your collective honor. Li Kuyong straightened his back and spat contemptuously. I come from 3 generations of impoverished farmers, rooted in the proletariat. Since when does a petty landlord like you have the right to accuse me of lacking community spirit? Keep ranting, and I swear I'll smack you. You, arrogant fool. Yin Bugui pointed a trembling finger at Li Kuyong, struggling to formulate a rebuttal. It was evident that his past was divulged to Li Kuyong by Yu Li. Zhao Xiaodong, observing nearby, nodded in approval. Surprised by Li Kuyong's incisive remarks that struck at Yin Bugui's vulnerabilities, leaving him defenseless. Dad, let's go to the meeting. Why waste time with him? Yin Jieching gritted his teeth, pulling at Yin Bugui with frustration. Seizing the opportunity to retreat, Yin Bugui begrudgingly led his 2 sons toward the courtyard. Zhao Xiaodong chuckled and shook his head, turning to He Yushui beside him. Yushui, please keep an eye on the younger ones at home. I'll go meet them. East brother, I'll go with you, He Yushui replied firmly. They will surely mention my silly brother and the matter regarding the house. This afternoon, Qin Huairu specifically asked me to attend tonight. Then let us go together. Zhao Xiaodong nodded, then addressed the 2 little girls. Xiao Yuer, Xiao Ling, you shall join us. But you must promise to sit quietly, all right? As he spoke, he magically produced 2 children's books, one for each of them, titled The Monkey King and the 3 Strikes of the White Bone Demon, which he had won in a lottery earlier. Thank you, brother, Xiao Ling exclaimed, delighted as she clutched her book, pride radiating from her face. Now I have my own children's book. Xiao Feng's tattered one isn't even worth showing me. This is brand new. Xiao Yuer also grinned broadly, holding her book close. Once you finish, lend it to me to read, He Yushui said, her eyes sparkling with interest. Then she inquired, who is Xiao Feng? Xiao Feng is Xiao Feng, the village chief's daughter, Xiao Ling answered brightly, lifting her wooden toy tiger. I also have a little tiger now. She certainly doesn't. Zhao Xiaodong locked the door behind them, carrying a long bench in one hand and a small stool in the other as he walked ahead, with He Yushui trailing behind, leading the 2 exuberant little girls. At that moment, the courtyard was bustling with activity, filled with chatter and laughter. Near the main house's corridor stood a towering paulownia tree, beneath which was an 8 immortals table. Zhonghai sat at the head of the table, flanked by Yin Bugui and Lu Haizhong, resembling 2 imposing sentinels. Even more striking was the deaf old woman, who sat on the steps behind Zhonghai, her elevated position giving her an air of authority reminiscent of a ruler listening to counsel. On the 8 immortals table were 3 enamel teacups and a round enamel fruit plate filled with peanuts and sunflower seeds, a special privilege for the 3 elders during meetings. The Jia family, including Sha Zhu, along with the primary members of the Lu and Yin families, occupied the front rows, albeit maintaining a safe distance of about 2 meters from the table. Other residents and children scattered behind, with the little ones darting through the crowd, laughing and playing, while adults engaged in hushed conversations, creating a cacophony of sound throughout the courtyard. Yushui, sit with the children toward the back, Zhao Xiaodong instructed. I will move to the front. Do they think they can conduct this meeting smoothly? Not a chance. Just a moment. If things get heated and they come after my silly brother. Be gentle. He Yushui hesitated before quietly advising, sensing that if conflict arose, Sha Zhu would be the first to leap to Zhonghai's defense. Rest assured, I have it under control, Zhao Xiaodong replied with a steady smile. As they conversed in hushed tones, Zhonghai had already spotted the tall and robust Zhao Xiaodong, who stood out in the crowd. He discreetly exchanged glances with Lu Haizhong. Understanding the cue, Lu Haizhong rose immediately, clearing his throat as he exerted his authority. Ahem. Everyone, please quiet down and keep an eye on your children. We are about to commence the meeting. The meeting is starting. First, let me say a few words. Currently, the situation nationwide is flourishing, and it will only improve. He began, but then noticed Zhao Xiaodong's unexpected approach. Zhao Xiaodong, what are you doing? Why aren't you sitting down? Just as Lu Haizhong was about to elaborate on his grand statement, he found Zhao Xiaodong striding directly toward the 8 immortals table instead of taking a seat. Zhao Xiaodong, what do you think you're doing? Zhonghai slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming with authority. Today's assembly is to address your issues. You will sit here properly, face everyone, and accept criticism and education. Criticism and education? What gives you the right to criticize me? Zhao Xiaodong scoffed, and before he finished speaking, his palm crashed down heavily on the sturdy elm with 8 immortals table. With a resounding crash, the robust table splintered apart, sending the teacups and fruit plate tumbling to the ground, scattering peanuts and sunflower seeds everywhere. Zhonghai, Yin Bugui, and Lu Haizhong were taken aback, leaping to their feet in a state of panic. Zhao Xiaodong, you have gone too far. Zhonghai pointed at Zhao Xiaodong, trembling with rage. The 3 men were utterly astonished. How could such a sturdy wooden table be shattered by a single strike? Had that blow landed upon a person? The crowd below was equally dumbfounded, soon erupting into a cacophony of buzzing discussions, each person craning their necks to witness the spectacle with heightened interest. Sha Zhu stared in disbelief, his heart racing with fear. Goodness! Could this be the legendary Iron Sandpalm? How fortunate I was not to engage him last time. It seems that in the future, if I wish to deal with him, I'll have to resort to more covert methods. What do you intend to do? Zhao Xiaodong's gaze was as piercing as lightning, fixed upon Zhonghai. I demand to know what you, Zhonghai, plan to do? To criticize and educate me? Who bestowed upon you such authority? You are merely a street-appointed volunteer mediator, tasked with preventing enemy infiltration and resolving neighborhood disputes. Who granted you the power to admonish and educate the residents? Today, I shall confront the street office and the police station to ascertain whether you have overstepped your bounds and taken upon yourself the responsibilities of both government and law enforcement. Chapter 44. Fury unleashed at the 8 immortals table. A battle of wits amongst the foul Yan Bugui and Lu Haizhong sensed the precariousness of the situation and instinctively recoiled, fearing that Zhao Xiaodong's powerful hand might shatter their composure, just as it could the table. Zhonghai took a deep breath, striving to regain his poise. He surmised that although Zhao Xiaodong possessed formidable skills, he would not dare to commit violence under the watchful eyes of the crowd. As long as he stood firm in reason, he had nothing to fear. Zhao Xiaodong, cease your nonsensical tirade. I am conducting my work under the guidance of the street office. Zhonghai suppressed his anger, attempting to reclaim the narrative. Indeed, I cannot criticize you, but as an elder of this courtyard. Enough. Zhao Xiaodong interrupted him without hesitation. I care not for your status as an elder, but surely you are not mine. The onlookers, eager for entertainment, craned their necks, captivated by the unfolding drama. Such live spectacles were rare in these times of scarce amusement. You, very well. By what right do you destroy public property? Zhonghai, sensing the tide turning against him, hastily shifted the focus toward the pile of shattered wood. Public property? What I destroyed was merely the tool of your tyranny. Zhao Xiaodong retorted with a cold laugh, his voice rising sharply. You, Zhonghai, sit in the center, flanked by Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui, as if you were a local emperor. Are they your civil and military ministers? His gaze swept across the assembly, his voice resonant. What do you take us neighbors for? Issuing commands as if we are beneath you? The emperor. You must clarify your position today. Zhonghai felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat forming instantly. If the label of local emperor were firmly affixed to him, it would be a dire predicament. No, absolutely not. You slander me. Zhonghai's voice quivered with tension as he repeatedly gestured in denial. Even if you did not aspire to be a local emperor, you are gravely disconnected from the community. Zhao Xiaodong pressed on. You are merely an 8th-level worker, overseeing over 100 residents in this courtyard. Do you think you can deliver reports like a factory leader? Just because you are not perched upon a lofty podium with a microphone, does that silence our voices? He scoffed with utter disdain. What? You are upset because I shattered your apparatus of authority? The trio of Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui found themselves intimidated by his commanding presence. Instinctively denying his assertions in unison, No. That is well. Zhao Xiaodong declared sternly, everyone, sit down properly. If anyone wishes to speak, step forward and do so from this spot. He gestured toward the location of the 8 immortals table. With that, Zhao Xiaodong turned as if to leave. Yin Bugui, in a panic, leaped up and shouted, Wait. Zhao Xiaodong, you have disrupted my son's matchmaking today. You must provide an explanation. Zhao Xiaodong turned back, a mocking smile on his face. Ah, seeking to confront me? Very well, then speak before all present. How have I interfered with your son's courtship? Go on. He paused, his tone shifting to one of authority. However, I must remind you, I believe everything I have said and done today is justified and true. If you feel any of my words are unfounded, let us go to the street office or the police for arbitration. Yin Bugui was left speechless, his mouth agape, struggling to respond. Zhao Xiaodong's words had struck true, exposing the Yin family's manipulations, their frugality, and the housing crisis, all laid bare without exaggeration. Seek what street office? What police? Lu Haizhong interjected hastily. Our courtyard has its own rules. Matters concerning the courtyard should be resolved here. His sudden outburst, however, caused him to forget that Zhonghai was still seated at the other end of the bench. The bench tipped precariously, and with a loud thud, Zhonghai fell unceremoniously to the ground. Zhonghai quickly braced himself, avoiding injury, but the humiliation of the fall was far more damaging. His face flushed crimson as he awkwardly rose amidst the crowd's snickers. Courtyard matters resolved within the courtyard? Who decreed that? Zhao Xiaodong seized the opportunity, his tone chilling. It seems someone wishes to establish dominion within this courtyard, to create an independent kingdom. Who granted you such authority? Even the street office lacks the power to dictate how street matters are concluded. His piercing gaze swept over the three elders. Ah, now I understand. Our courtyard is rife with deceitful characters, yet still manages to be lauded as an exemplary yard year after year. It appears this honor is maintained through concealment and misrepresentation. Yin Bugui and Lu Haizhong, overwhelmed by the barrage of accusations, found themselves at a loss. Unable to counter his logic and too intimidated to engage physically, they stood frozen in indecision. Meanwhile, Su Damao and Lu Xiaoyi, positioned at the back of the crowd, were similarly engrossed. Lu Xiaoyi, seated beside Xiao Yu'er, found herself increasingly enchanted by the child's earnestness as he flipped through his picture book. At that moment, Su Damao could no longer contain himself, rising to voice his support. Yes, Zhao Xiaodong speaks the truth. Why must courtyard affairs be settled in the courtyard? The last time Sha Zhu assaulted me, was it not covered up by your silence? His agitation escalated, pointing toward Sha Zhu and shouting, Damn it, Sha Zhu! If you dare lay a finger on me again, I will risk my life and report you. Let us see who will protect you then. Sha Zhu erupted in anger, springing to his feet. This was intolerable. If residents started reporting every assault, how could he continue to reign supreme in the courtyard, striking fear into whomever he pleased? Su Damao, are you looking for trouble? Very well, I shall oblige you. Sha Zhu rolled up his sleeves, preparing to charge toward the back. Seated at the front next to Qin Huairu, he had been delightfully stealing glances at her ample figure. Now, navigating through the throng to confront Su Damao would prove quite the challenge. Sit down, behave yourself. We are in the middle of a meeting. Zhonghai's sharp reprimand finally restrained the impulsive Sha Zhu. Internally, Zhonghai was both anxious and furious. Zhao Xiaodong's provocation threatened to fracture the unity of the courtyard. If Sha Zhu truly struck Su Damao, the latter would undoubtedly report it, and then he would find it impossible to suppress the chaos. Zhonghai resolved to devise a strategy to swiftly rein in Zhao Xiaodong or to expel him from the courtyard entirely. Otherwise, governing this courtyard would become an arduous task. He now deeply regrets his impulsive decision, having been misled by Yin Bugui, straying from the original plan to patiently deal with Zhao Xiaodong upon Director Yang's return. This has left him in such a passive predicament, caught in a dilemma. Zhao Xiaodong, allow me to express a few thoughts. Zhonghai forced a semblance of fairness upon his countenance. Let us momentarily set aside the facts. Do you truly believe you bear no responsibility in this matter? As the old saying goes, it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a single marriage. Zhonghai, cease this at once. Zhao Xiaodong interjected without hesitation, his voice frigid. Set aside the facts? What nonsense is that? Our elder has repeatedly taught us to be pragmatic. Yet you now wish to disregard the truth. What does that imply? Do you harbor dissent against his guidance? This statement pierced Zhonghai's heart like a searing blade, sending chills down his spine. No, absolutely not. That was not my intention. Zhonghai exclaimed in panic, his voice trembling. I misspoke. We cannot disregard the facts. We must adhere to the truth. We must be pragmatic. Chapter 45. The tongue battle among the fowl, separation and establishment of households. Well, that statement is indeed a mistake on your part. However, the saying it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage is utterly preposterous and exposes your feudal mindset. Zhao Xiaodong seized the opportunity to press on, his voice resonating throughout the courtyard. Zhonghai, do enlighten us. From whence comes this so-called ancient wisdom? Who uttered such words? You must clarify. Zhonghai felt a wave of panic wash over him, akin to a cat's claws raking at his insides. He understood that Zhao Xiaodong was about to label him yet again, and he hastily defended himself. This saying, it is a legacy passed down from our ancestors. Ancestors? That is but an old calendar from the bygone era, a shackle that has long oppressed women. Zhao Xiaodong asserted with righteous fervor, in this new age, women hold up half the sky. Do you understand the concept of marital freedom? Have you seen the movie Xiao Er He Jiahan? This barrage of pointed questions struck Zhonghai like a series of bricks to the head, leaving him dazed and confused. I. Zhonghai stammered, rendered speechless and reluctant to utter another word. It was not that he lacked a retort, but rather he feared that speaking would only invite further accusations. What do you mean what? The belief that it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage is nothing but a remnant of feudal toxicity. Zhao Xiaodong scolded sharply. Have you considered the feelings of both parties? Why should an unhappy marriage remain intact? Zhonghai, you are propagating feudal ideologies. Zhonghai was at a loss for words, left only to glare at Zhao Xiaodong in seething silence. Zhonghai, one must acknowledge their mistakes and apologize when wrong. The long-silent deaf old lady finally interjected, attempting to mediate the escalating tensions. It was imperative to return to the matter at hand. If she did not intervene, Zhonghai would find himself in an untenable position. I apologize. It was indeed my error earlier. Zhonghai inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his anger, and continued. Now, Zhuzi, if you have something to say, please do so. Shaju suddenly sprang to his feet. What I wish to discuss today pertains to the He family. However, since we all reside in the same courtyard, we are like one family. He Yushui, your timing is impeccable. I have advised you kindly, yet you refuse to listen, insisting on entangling yourself with Zhao Xiaodong. Therefore, I suggest you pack your things and move to his home. The He family's house no longer has a place for you. Shaju declared vehemently, as if I have wasted years raising you. Before He Yushui could respond, Zhao Xiaodong scoffed. Shaju, you are truly foolish. You claim to have raised Yushui? How did you manage that? By leaving her to starve? Furthermore, you took on He Daqing's responsibilities, and it is your duty to care for your underage sister. That is your obligation. Do not use it as a bargaining chip. This is a matter between Yushui and me. It does not concern you. Shaju retorted, struggling to contain his fury. How could it not concern me? Yushui is my partner, my fiancé. Zhao Xiaodong stated calmly yet firmly. Do you dare say it does not concern me? What do you intend to do? Surely you can support He Yushui now, right? Shaju spat angrily. Moreover, you ought to provide a betrothal gift, correct? Since you can hunt, contribute a 200-pound wild boar, along with 50 pounds of fish. You should move He Yushui's belongings today, and in the future. Zhonghai's face momentarily flashed with a malevolent grin. He had already plotted that once He Yushui moved into Zhao Xiaodong's home, regardless of whether they shared a bed, rumors would be spread, tarnishing their reputations first. For they had yet to reach the age for marriage. Shaju, you truly live up to your name, Zhao Xiaodong said with disdain. Do you believe that house belongs solely to you? You are sorely mistaken. How could it not? I am male. The He family's property rightfully belongs to me. Shaju's eyes widened in disbelief. TSK, your thinking is still trapped in the old society. Zhao Xiaodong shook his head. In this new era, women hold equal rights to men. That house belongs to He Yushui as well. She has lived in that small room, accommodating you. Now you wish to seize even that small space. You are truly less than a beast. What? That house belongs to He Yushui as well? Shaju gasped in astonishment. You might consider asking Yen Bugui. He should have some understanding. Zhao Xiaodong replied coldly. Zhonghai Lu Haizhong. And Shaju all turned their gazes toward Yen Bugui. Yes, it is true. Yen Bugui could only admit helplessly. Originally planning to move into He Yushui's room, Jia Zhongshi was left dumbfounded, while Jia Dongshu and Qin Huairu, who had intended to enjoy themselves without Jia Zhongshi's prying eyes, now wore expressions of disappointment. Jia Zhongshi immediately began to wail, No, that house must be for our family. He Yushui paid no heed to Jia Zhongshi's cries, turning instead to Shaju. Brother Shaju, please hand me the household registration book. We shall separate our households tomorrow. As for the house, you can have the 2 main rooms. From this moment forth, our sibling bond shall cease. Shaju jumped up abruptly. He Yushui, what do you intend to do? Brother Shaju, you often say that one person eating their fill does not leave the whole family hungry. He Yushui spoke with a calm, yet chilling tone. I never took it to heart before. However, your actions today have thoroughly chilled my heart. He Yushui was genuinely heartbroken. She had not anticipated that Shaju would be willing to cast her aside for outsiders. Jia Zhongshi's bold claim for the house surely indicated that Shaju had privately agreed to it. Revealing that to him, she was merely an insignificant sister. Zhonghai could no longer contain himself. There is no logic in this. A married woman cannot return to claim her share of the family fortune? This matter. Zhonghai, do not speak further. The deaf old lady interrupted Zhonghai once more. This sudden interruption jolted Zhonghai back to reality. He recalled that no matter what he said, Zhao Xiaodong would always find a flaw to pin on him. Old Jia, come up and see. Someone is bullying us orphans and widows. Come and take him away. Jia Zhongshi plopped down onto the ground, once more resorting to her ritualistic theatrics. Zhonghai, now is the time for your three mediators to earn their keep. Zhao Xiaodong stated coldly. Someone is engaging in feudal superstition before you, and you remain willfully blind? Then I shall speak with Director Wang of the street. Zhonghai's head throbbed with frustration as he glared at Jia Zhongshi. Sister-in-law, kindly close your mouth. Do you wish to be sent back to the countryside? Dongshu, why haven't you taken your mother back home? Jia Dongshu, his previously handsome face now shadowed with malice, shot Zhao Xiaodong a fierce glare before approaching Jia Zhongshi. Mother, let us go home. Do not create a scene. This cannot be. Someone is bullying us orphans and widows. Jia Zhongshi continued to wail, lamenting the plight of our large family crammed into a single room, expressing despair about how we could possibly endure such a life. Zhao Xiaodong offered a slight smile and inquired, Jia Zhongshi, how old is your son? And your grandson? How can you still claim to be a widow with no support? Are you not cursing Jia Dongshu to an early demise? Jia Zhongshi was taken aback, realizing that the term widow with no support was indeed inappropriate in her context, as it implied a wish for her son's untimely death. She opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 46. The Unmasking of Hidden Illness. No, I didn't. I was just speaking off the cuff. It doesn't count. Jia Zhongshi flailed her arms in panic, her voice shrill in protest. Whether it counts or not is not for you to decide, Zhao Xiaodong replied, shaking his head, his enthusiasm waning. Forget it. There is nothing more to discuss with you. Xiaoling, Xiaoyer, we shall return. Shiage, fetch the household registration book and grain book. I will handle the household separation procedures tomorrow, He Yushui said, calmly yet firmly addressing Shaju. Zhao Xiaodong picked up a long bench, while Xiaoling and Xiaoer tightly clutched their little books, with a wooden tiger nestled in their embrace, following closely in his wake. The innocent and naive demeanor of Xiaoyer softened the heart of Lu Xiaoyi, evoking a surge of maternal affection. Xiaoyer, would you like to go home with your sister? There are sweet cookies at my place. Lu Xiaoyi could not resist kneeling down to tease Xiaoyer, gently pinching her little cheek. Though the child's face lacked fullness, after days of good food and care, the previous pallor had vanished, revealing a rosy hue akin to a small apple. I want to go. My home has plenty of delicious food too. Xiaoyer instinctively attempted to gesture, but with one hand holding the little book and the other clutching the wooden tiger, she found it impossible to free her hands. Her clumsy movements of reaching out and retracting her hand amused Lu Xiaoyi, causing her to chuckle. Zhao Xiaodong, how about you let me borrow your little sister for a couple of days to play? Lu Xiaoyi jested with a smile. Do you like children? Why not just have one of your own? Zhao Xiaodong retorted lightly. Lu Xiaoyi's smile instantly froze, her complexion shifting from red to dark. Having been married to Su Damao for over a year, her womb remained silent, and the pressure and sorrow of this reality were known only to her. Xiaoyi, let us go. Su Damao, his face contorted with anger, seized Lu Xiaoyi's arm. We're going home to continue your medicine. I refuse to believe, having witnessed Zhao Xiaodong's verbal onslaught against Zhonghai and the others, he regretted having offended Zhao Xiaodong earlier. Had they joined forces, they could have dominated the courtyard. Yet, Zhao Xiaodong, fully aware of their struggles, deliberately struck at their sore spots, and Su Damao found it unbearable to contain his fury. Hey, Lu Xiaoyi, given that you were somewhat reasonable before, I'll return the favor this time, Zhao Xiaodong said. Raising an eyebrow, his voice low yet clear, reaching every ear present. I will reveal to you the true reason behind your inability to conceive. Lu Xiaoyi was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing red, soon ignited by a glimmer of hope. You truly know? What other reason could there be? Su Damao hastily interrupted, his tone betraying his unease. Xiao Yi, just take your medicine regularly, huh? Su Damao, your words are short and thin. Your complexion pale, and your eyes darkened. Zhao Xiaodong scornfully assessed Su Damao, recognizing the telltale signs of insufficient kidney energy and depleted vitality. In simpler terms, you lack fertility. You're talking nonsense. How could I possibly be infertile? I am quite capable. Su Damao erupted, leaping up as if his tail had been stepped on, shouting, you know nothing of medicine. You are merely speaking absurdities. Martial arts and medicine are not mutually exclusive, Zhao Xiaodong replied evenly, though his tone carried an undeniable certainty. As a practitioner of martial arts, I possess some understanding of meridians, vital energy, and hidden ailments within the human body. The root of your inability to conceive lies in the dead seeds within you. This is precisely the same issue you share with Zhonghai. Even more absurd is your shared approach, blaming your wives for your own shortcomings, forcing them to endure bitter remedies for years. How pathetic and laughable. He was no medical expert. He merely leveraged his knowledge of the narrative to strike with precision. You slander me. Zhonghai and Su Damao shouted in unison, their faces paling instantly. The neighbors, who had initially intended to disperse, suddenly gathered again, their necks craned, eyes sparkling with excitement. Am I slandering you? Zhao Xiaodong sneered, raising his voice sharply. Well then, go to the hospital for an examination right now. If I am wrong, I shall gift you both my 3 houses. His gaze, sharp as a knife, pierced Zhonghai. And you, Zhonghai, you must have known about your condition for at least 20 years, didn't you? Otherwise, with your character, you would have long since cast aside your wife for someone who could bear children. You are indeed a true scoundrel masquerading as a gentleman, a complete hypocrite. Zhao Xiaodong was on a rampage tonight. He understood that unless he inflicted pain and fear upon these beasts in one fell swoop, trouble would continue to arise. Though he could not eliminate them, being constantly surrounded by buzzing flies was undeniably irritating. Zhonghai stammered, pointing at Zhao Xiaodong, his fingers trembling, his throat rattling, yet unable to utter a word. Zhao Xiaodong's words pierced through the deepest, most shameful secret he had concealed. What do you mean, what? Do you dare to take your wife to the hospital for a checkup right now? Zhao Xiaodong pressed on, his contempt almost tangible. Your wife was never ill. She was forced to drink medicine for over 20 years. How did her heart condition arise? It was likely due to those various concoctions. Nearby, Idama's Tanjinhua staggered at these words, nearly collapsing to the ground, observing Zhonghai's guilty and breathless demeanor. Unable to meet her gaze after sharing a bed for over 20 years, she realized the truth. In an instant, her heart turned to ashes. Lu Xiaoyi's eyes widened, fixated on Su Damao, her voice trembling with agitation. Su Damao, you will come with me to the hospital right now. Did you already know? Is that why you've been dragging your feet about getting checked, shifting all the blame onto me? Speak. What do I know? If I had known earlier, would I not have sought treatment? Su Damao lamented, attempting to defend himself. Fine. I will go. I shall get checked tomorrow. If it turns out I'm fine, Zhao Xiaodong, I will not let this rest. Just you? You think you can confront me? Zhao Xiaodong scoffed, as if he had heard the grandest of jokes. Your condition, at its root, is beyond remedy. Accept your fate and cease struggling. With that, Zhao Xiaodong paid no further heed to the ashen-faced Su Damao and the wavering Zhonghai, calling out to He Yushui before turning to leave. Xiao Yer and Shaoling hurriedly followed, their short legs scurrying to keep up. Zhonghai felt darkness enveloping him, and stars danced before his eyes. He forced himself to take a deep breath and wave to the onlookers among the neighbors, his voice dry and hoarse. Everyone, please disperse. How could one trust the words of a half-baked itinerant doctor? Indeed, when has Zhao Xiaodong ever treated patients? It must be mere nonsense. Jia Dongshu hurriedly stepped forward to support Zhonghai, offering him a way out. Master, do not be agitated. There is no need to stoop to his level. Though he spoke thus, the crowd was all too aware, their hearts as clear as day, having already believed him to a significant extent. Jia Dongshu's actions were merely a facade to uphold appearances. Shaju also came to his senses, quickly chiming in. Uncle, let us return home to rest. Who in the courtyard does not know one another? Zhao Xiaodong a healer? The sun must be rising in the west. Unable to hold on any longer, Zhonghai was nearly supported by Jia Dongshu and Shaju as they staggered toward home. Tan Jinhua followed behind with a vacant expression, as if her very soul had been lost. The deaf old lady, left neglected on the side, was taken aback. It was always Tin Jinhua who looked after her, but now who would care for her? Shuju, come here, carry Grandma to the back courtyard. The deaf old lady had no choice but to call out loudly to Shaju. Jia Dongshu intended to check on Zhonghai's situation at his home, but was abruptly seized by Jia Zhongshu. Dongshu, do not go tonight, Jia Zhongshu said, her face wearing a cruelly triumphant smile as she lowered her voice. This is quite advantageous. From now on, this old man will cling to our family for dear life. He has handed over his lifeline, begging us to exert control over him. Chapter 47. Beneath the painted skin. When Zhonghai returned home, he slumped into a chair, his face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of pig liver. He took several deep breaths, forcing down the tumultuous surge of emotions, and gradually, an almost indifferent calmness settled upon his features. Oldie, speak to me honestly, is what Zhao Xiaodong said. True? Tan Jinhua's voice trembled, each word seemingly squeezed from her teeth. What truth or falsehood? Are you not aware of the reality? Zhonghai discarded his pretense entirely, his tone cold and devoid of any emotion. If it weren't for this, would I have spent so many years with you? He cast a sidelong glance at Tan Jinhua, laced with a condescending sharpness. Do not forget, you were merely a starving refugee back then. After all these years, have I ever wronged you? Tan Jinhua felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. As though she was encountering this man, with whom she had shared a bed for over 20 years, for the very first time. The resentment and fury that had been bottled up inside her astonishingly dissipated in that moment. She came to a realization, given her circumstances back then, merely surviving was a stroke of fortune. What further entitlement did she have to demand more? Regardless of Zhonghai's selfish motives, he had indeed provided her with a means to live and had supported her for over 20 years. You should have told me sooner. Tan Jinhua's voice was laden with profound fatigue. Then I wouldn't have to endure so many years of bitter medicine. The medicine must still be brewed as usual, Zhonghai interrupted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. The essence must be extracted, twice daily, without fail. As for whether you drink it or not, that is up to you. A faint, bitter smile appeared on Tan Jinhua's face. She understood that Zhonghai intended to maintain the facade, burdening her with the stigma of being unable to bear children. Even if the deception could not fool the discerning, he still sought to deceive himself and continue this charade. Meanwhile, Shaju had carried the deaf old lady back to the backyard and settled her in before turning away in distress. The matter of He Yushui wanting to separate households weighed heavily upon his heart. If word got out, how would others perceive him? He Yushu? Would they accuse him of mistreating his own sister? Did he still have any face left in the courtyard or at the steel mill? Zhuzi. The deaf old lady watched his retreating figure and sighed, rummaging beneath her pillow for a yuan and a crumpled meat ticket. Grandma has a yuan and a meat ticket. Tomorrow, go buy some meat and stew it until it's tender. No need. Grandma, how can I use your money? Shaju waved his hand in agitation. Tomorrow, I will bring you back a lunchbox of braised meat. With that, he left without looking back. The deaf old lady shook her head in resignation. She knew well that the braised meat tomorrow would likely not reach her lips. When Zhao Xiaodong returned to the front courtyard, He Yushui was already busily heating water, preparing to bathe the two little girls. These mundane tasks would naturally fall upon her from now on. Zhao Xiaodong sat on the edge of the Kong, a hint of surprise on his face. The small electric fan above whirred, bringing a slight coolness. Just moments ago, when he had publicly torn away the veils of Zhonghai and Su Damao, the system's distinctive mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Host has triggered the hidden task beneath the painted skin. Task requirement: publicly disgrace Zhonghai and Su Damao. Task status: exceeded expectations. Reward: golden lottery box X1. There was even a hidden task. Zhao Xiaodong mused silently. Realizing that this was closely tied to teaching those beasts a lesson, he would need to be more cautious in the future. The golden box surely contained something remarkable. Without hesitation, he mentally commanded, "System, utilize the golden lottery opportunity, open the final box." Congratulations, host, you have obtained the inheritance of national-level medical skills. Would you like to merge immediately? National-level medical skills. Zhao Xiaodong's heart surged with immense joy. This is incredibly powerful. Merge. Immediately merge. He confirmed without hesitation. Despite Zhao Xiaodong's extraordinary mental acuity, the overwhelming torrent of information flooding into his mind still caused an intense throbbing pain, as if his head might burst. This process seemed to last an eternity, Yet in reality, it was merely around a minute, during which all knowledge, experience, and techniques related to medicine were indelibly imprinted in the depths of his memory, as though innate. "Brother, why aren't you coming out to eat watermelon?" The sweet voice of Xiao Yu rang at the door. Xiao Ling lifted the curtain, and Xiao Yu carefully entered, cradling a slice of juicy watermelon. "Brother, I've brought this for you." "Thank you." Xiao Yu, Zhao Xiaodong smiled as he received the watermelon, the tumult in his heart gradually subsiding. He took one child by each hand and led them into the living room where He Yushui sat, nibbling on watermelon. "East Gu, the water is boiling. Let them finish this piece of watermelon before going to bathe," He Yushui said softly. "I will boil another pot of water for you later." Zhao Xiaodong nodded. "Tomorrow morning, we will go to the steel mill and finalize your employment. After that, we will find someone to start renovating the East Courtyard." "Renovating the East Courtyard?" He Yushui looked up in surprise. "Yes. I exchanged these 3 rooms for the East Courtyard with the factory," Zhao Xiaodong explained. "Living here is too inconvenient. With people coming and going, it's overly noisy. Most importantly, there isn't even a decent toilet. The thought of having to endure the stench and swarms of flies in the public latrine every day was something he could no longer tolerate. The dual torment of sight and smell had long since worn him down. "That's wonderful." He Yushui's eyes brightened. "The East Courtyard is spacious and quiet. But it will require quite a bit of money to renovate, right? I've heard that the roofs are leaking and the windows are nearly all broken." "Money is not an issue." Zhao Xiaodong smiled confidently. "The key is that the space is ample enough for us to make changes." The next morning at 7:30, He Yushui dressed Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling in clean new clothes and carefully settled them in the sidecar of the motorcycle. Exiting the courtyard, Zhao Xiaodong started the motorcycle, with He Yushui sitting sideways behind him. The bumps of the vehicle caused He Yushui to instinctively lean closer against Zhao Xiaodong's back. Feeling the warmth and softness that seeped through her thin clothing, Zhao Xiaodong could not help but feel a stir within him, as certain youthful impulses quietly took root. After all, it is the body of a 19-year-old. He chuckled inwardly, regaining his composure and focusing on driving. The process of completing the employment formalities at the steel rolling mill proceeded smoothly, taking merely half an hour, and He Yushui was set to commence work the following day. Subsequently, Zhao Xiaodong approached Li Huai, presenting 2 design blueprints. "Director Li, here are the designs for 2 types of motors. I assure you that I will finish the complete blueprints for 3 types of fans by the end of the day." "Excellent. That is wonderful. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaodong," Li Huai exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he accepted the blueprints. Should this endeavor succeed, it would stand as his singular achievement. Moreover, with Director Yang currently absent, no one could usurp this accolade. Although he could not comprehend the specific technical parameters, the blueprints were drawn with precision and elegance, clearly the work of a skilled hand. "Very impressive. I have already allocated the necessary personnel. Have you even detailed the manufacturing process? By instructing the technicians to follow the blueprints, the workers will undoubtedly be able to execute the task." The more Li Huai examined the designs, the more satisfaction he felt. "Yes, I will bring the complete blueprints tomorrow." Zhao Xiaodong pondered for a moment and then made a request. "By the way, Director Li, I would like to repair the Eastern Courtyard. The factory's maintenance team. Would it be possible to borrow them?" "Absolutely. Leave it to me," Li Huai replied with a grand gesture, readily agreeing. The maintenance team currently had minimal work, and they fell under the logistics department's purview. "Assisting you with the repairs is no trouble at all, but the materials used will need to be billed according to actual consumption." Chapter 48. The turmoil at the East Courtyard in terms of material costs. "There is no issue. I have saved some money from hunting. It is sufficient," Zhao Xiaodong replied succinctly. "That is reassuring. The factory has some old materials in stock. Their quality is absolutely guaranteed, but regarding the price, you understand," Li Huai lowered his voice, a knowing smile playing on his lips. At this point in the conversation, Zhao Xiaodong naturally grasped the implication. The so-called old materials were merely a formality. A nominal fee would suffice. "Understood. Thank you for your consideration, Director Li. I will hurry back to finish the drawings." Zhao Xiaodong expressed his gratitude earnestly. After leaving the steel mill, Zhao Xiaodong drove with He Yushui and the 2 little ones back home. Along the way, he remembered that he had not yet utilized today's daily lottery. System, conduct a black iron lottery and select the 30th box. He silently intoned. "Congratulations, host. You have won 2 pounds of hairtail fish and 4 pounds of cat's eye snail." Zhao Xiaodong was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to receive seafood this time. However, Considering that Sijiaching is not far from Jinmen, the appearance of these marine products is not particularly surprising. He decided to indulge in them that evening. Subsequently, he took He Yushui to the street and the police station, successfully completed the household registration procedures, and obtained an independent household register and grain book. He then visited the supply and marketing cooperative, where he purchased a brand new Phoenix 28 lightweight bicycle for He Yushui. This bicycle could be deemed top of the line. A narrow handlebar equipped with a bell, a leather seat, a chrome-plated rear rack that gleamed in the sunlight, and a fully enclosed chain box. The entire vehicle exuded elegance and style. He Yushui joyfully pushed the bicycle to the police station to get a steel stamp, then rode alongside Zhao Xiaodong's motorcycle all the way back to the Sihiyuan. Upon returning home, Zhao Xiaodong gathered bamboo strips and skillfully crafted children's safety seats. In just a couple of hours, 2 sturdy and exquisite bamboo safety seats were completed, one installed on the front crossbar and the other on the back seat. Henceforth, whenever Zhao Xiaodong had to go out, the responsibility of picking up Xiao Ling and Xiao Yu would fall upon He Yushui and this new bicycle. As Zhao Xiaodong sat at the entrance admiring his handiwork, he noticed Li Kuiyong's 3 brothers pulling a cart filled with old city wall bricks into the courtyard. Yuli was nearby, serving a large basin of cool boiled water to the sweating brothers. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 individuals dressed in work uniforms approached. They were team leader Lin and his 2 group leaders from the steel mill's maintenance team. Upon learning that this task was personally assigned by Li Huaid, they treated Zhao Xiaodong with utmost courtesy. Team leader Lin, thank you for making the trip. Shall we head out to inspect the site now? Zhao Xiaodong greeted them with a smile, casually pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket to offer. He produced a pack of white-packaged Zhonghai cigarettes. Team leader Lin and his companions recognized the brand immediately, and their respect deepened, for this was not something that could be obtained merely with money. Oh, Director Zhao, you are too kind. Team leader Lin accepted the cigarettes with both hands, beaming. We will follow your lead and take a look right away. Upon hearing the title Director Zhao, Zhao Xiaodong was momentarily taken aback before realizing it referred to his temporary position as the deputy director of the workshop. He handed the pack of cigarettes to team leader Lin and led the 3 through the front yard towards the central courtyard. Just then, Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong returned with Jia Dongshu and Sha Zhu. Sha Zhu had no catering tasks today and returned early, carrying 2 aluminum lunchboxes. Even without catering, he had his ways of bringing back leftovers. As the 4 entered the central courtyard, they saw Zhao Xiaodong accompanied by 3 unfamiliar individuals, walking towards the narrow passage beside the east room of the main house. Zhao Xiaodong, stop right there. What do you think you are doing? Zhonghai's heart raced, and he urgently shouted. Lu Haizhong, Sha Zhu, and Jia Dongshu quickly surrounded him. At this moment, Zhao Xiaodong and the others had arrived at the old moon gate of the east courtyard. The door was secured with a small, rusted iron lock. Zhao Xiaodong glanced at the lock, grasped it, and with a slight effort, he heard a crisp snap as the lock was forcibly broken. This lock had aged too much. The key was likely long gone, so it was simpler to act decisively. Zhao Xiaodong, you are vandalizing public property. What are you trying to do? Zhonghai exclaimed, both astonished and furious. What am I doing? Are your eyes deceiving you? Zhao Xiaodong raised an eyebrow, his tone icy. The factory has allocated this east courtyard to me. I am merely inspecting my property. What business is it of yours to interfere? I am the elder of this courtyard. All matters within it fall under my jurisdiction. Zhonghai blurted out in desperation. Oh, you dare to call yourself an elder? Zhao Xiaodong scoffed, his gaze sharp as a blade. Do you wish to provoke a beating again? Should I summon Director Wang from the street and inquire if the appointed volunteer mediator intends to establish an independent kingdom within the Sihiyuan, acting as a local tyrant? His disdain was unmistakable. You claim to govern everything? Today, I am merely opening my own door. Come and try to control me. Let us see how capable you are. By your logic, if a murder were to occur in this courtyard, would you prefer to cover it up internally? Zhonghai's face turned pale as he realized the presence of team leader Lin and his companions, his heart sinking. He recognized team leader Lin from the maintenance team. Lin team leader? What brings you here? Zhonghai hurriedly adopted a cautious demeanor. Oldie, I didn't realize you held such sway in this courtyard. Team leader Lin remarked with a smile that held deeper meaning. Team leader Lin, you jest. Zhonghai forced an awkward smile. I was just joking with the young people in the courtyard. He regretted his impulsiveness, realizing how easily he was provoked by Zhao Xiaodong. Even in the absence of outsiders, he should not have instigated this troublemaker. To hell with jokes. Who is joking with you? Zhao Xiaodong said bluntly, delivering a sharp slap to Zhonghai's face. What do you think you are, to take advantage of me? We are all comrades in revolution, meant to coexist as equals, yet you presume to act as if you are superior? Your feudal mindset is deeply ingrained. Zhonghai was utterly stunned by the slap, clutching his instantly reddened half of the face, staring at Zhao Xiaodong in disbelief. He had assumed that with outsiders present, Zhao Xiaodong would exercise some restraint, but to his astonishment, the latter was entirely unyielding. Why you dare to hit someone? Zhonghai trembled with rage, struggling to articulate his words. Beside them, Lu Haizhong and Sha Zhu found their eyelids twitching in agitation. Had it been anyone else, Sha Zhu would have rushed in with clenched fists. Yet in the presence of Zhao Xiaodong, memories of the shattered Boss Yin table rendered his legs weak, leaving him too fearful to move. Zhao Xiaodong let out a cold snort, dismissing them entirely as he pushed open the creaking moon gate and entered the desolate Dong Kwa Yuan alongside Captain Lin and another group leader. Meanwhile, another group leader named Zhang remained at the entrance, casting a sympathetic glance at the pale-faced Zhonghai before letting out a resigned sigh. Old Group leader Zhang lowered his voice. There are matters best left unaddressed until you have clarity. Furthermore, some things are beyond your purview. Considering our acquaintance, I advise you to refrain from confronting this situation further. Otherwise, there will be little I can do to assist you. At this moment, Bugui hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Zhonghai merely glanced at him before turning back with a forced smile towards Group Leader Zhang. Group Leader Zhang, would you care for a cigarette? Could you enlighten me about what is truly happening? No more cigarettes. Group Leader Zhang waved his hand dismissively, stating plainly, the factory intends to allocate housing to Director Zhao, who has exchanged his property for this Dong Kwa Yuan. Henceforth, this place will belong to Director Zhao privately. Do you understand? Chapter 49. Hidden Agendas and Calculated Maneuvers. Wait a moment. Why do I hear you calling him Group Leader Zhao one moment and Director Zhao the next? Zhonghai covered his face, the searing pain serving as a stark reminder of his recent humiliation, yet he was more intent on unraveling the truth. Group Leader Zhao is the head of the third group in the procurement department, Zhang Group Leader explained. And he also concurrently holds the position of Deputy Director in the newly established Temporary Experimental Workshop, as well as serving as the Chief Technical Advisor. Technical Advisor? Him? Zhonghai's expression was one of disbelief. What expertise does he possess? Carpentry. While his carpentry skills may be commendable, we are a steel rolling mill. I am aware that the temporary workshop is staffed entirely with fitters. Is it merely because he can tinker with an electric fan? This, I cannot elucidate. Zhang Group Leader shook his head, clearly unwilling to elaborate further, and swiftly made his way into the eastern courtyard. With both Factory Director Yang and Secretary Zhang absent, Li Huaid is acting recklessly. Zhonghai ground his teeth in frustration, vowing silently to expose this individual's true nature upon Director Yang's return. Bugui's small eyes flickered rapidly, his mind evidently concocting some devious schemes. Lu Haizhong, with a bulging belly, approached, his expression fluctuating between gloomy and contemplative, clearly lost in his own thoughts. Only Sha Zhu wore a face of indignation, exclaiming, "Damn it! He must have latched onto Li Huaid's coattails." Sha Zhu refrained from speaking. Zhonghai interjected, a plan forming in his mind. "Why don't you come to my house and cook a couple of dishes? Lao Lu, Lao Yin, let us share a drink and discuss matters." I won't be going. I have some urgent matters at home." Bugui unexpectedly declined, leaving the others momentarily stunned. Was it possible for Bugui to pass up an opportunity? The sun surely hadn't risen in the west today. "I won't go either," Lu Haizhong pondered for a moment before chiming in. "I've already fried eggs at home, and I prefer to drink alone, to clear my mind and contemplate." After speaking, both Lu Haizhong and Bugui hurriedly departed. What is going on with those two? Sha Zhu scratched the back of his head, bewildered. Observing Sha Zhu's naivety, Zhonghai could only shake his head in resignation. Nearby, Jia Dongshu grinned. "Master, if you wish to drink, I shall accompany you. I happen to have procured some pig intestines on the way back, perfect for stir-frying with chili." In this era, pig intestines were far less valuable than in later times, regarded as a rather inexpensive delicacy. "All right. I also have some pig head meat at home, and a piece of tofu. Let us go, the three of us shall indulge." Zhonghai managed a forced smile. Meanwhile, after Su Damao brought Lu Xiaoyi home, she sensed something peculiar about the day's events. "Su Damao, why did you pull me along? Furthermore, Yin Bugui and Lu Haizhong seemed odd today, Lu Xiaoyi remarked. What's so strange about it? Su Damao scoffed. Lu Haizhong is obsessed with power. Upon hearing that Zhao Xiaodong has become an official, he must be scheming to ingratiate himself. As for Yin Bugui, that's even easier to guess. He is simply hoping to gain something, likely contemplating whether he can secure a position from Zhao Xiaodong. However, both are deluding themselves. That Zhao Xiaodong is quite ruthless and harbors grudges. He will surely repay past grievances to these two gentlemen. Lu Xiaoyi interrupted impatiently. Oh, you think you're so clever. What about your illness? I'm taking medicine and actively cooperating with treatment. Isn't that sufficient? Su Damao's gaze flickered as he replied. Xiaoyi, the doctor mentioned there is still hope for my condition. I'll give you 6 months. If you cannot be cured, don't blame me for being unsympathetic. Lu Xiaoyi retorted fiercely. The two had indeed visited the hospital that day, and the results confirmed Zhao Xiaodong's words. The issue lay with Su Damao. The Western medicine offered little hope, while traditional Chinese medicine prescribed a remedy to try. Su Damao had no choice but to bring home a large bag of herbal medicine, and now it was his turn to drink the bitter concoction. Xiaoyi, let us keep this matter from your parents for now. Can we wait until I'm healed before telling them? Su Damao pleaded cautiously. Get lost. It depends on my mood. Lu Xiaoyi waved her hand irritably. Su Damao felt a slight relief. Her words likely meant she wouldn't rush to inform her family immediately. In the eastern courtyard, Zhao Xiaodong and Captain Lin inspected the premises, grimacing at the sight. The roofs of the 3 main rooms had gaping holes, allowing the sky to be seen above. The gaps between the blue bricks on the ground were overrun with weeds. This is quite a significant undertaking, Zhao Xiaodong remarked. Not a major issue, Captain Lin replied optimistically. The walls are sturdy, absolutely no problems there. The main task is to repair the roof. The beams and purlins are of good quality, requiring no alterations. We simply need to replace the tiles, repair the flooring, and repaint the walls. You mentioned wanting to construct a toilet. We can easily build one in that corner. The wall outside leads to a dead-end alley, and next door is a government office utilizing a courtyard. Group leader Zhang chimed in with a smile. Indeed, they have installed a flush toilet over there, with the septic tank located at the end of this alley. We can connect the drainage pipe, and since it's a dead end, it won't be a concern. Zhao Xiaodong nodded. Well then, let us partition off a room in the eastern wing. Half for a kitchen and half for a restroom. The running water can be directly connected from the courtyard. Captain Lin added. All right, we will commence work tomorrow and aim to complete it within 2 days. After surveying the site, Zhao Xiaodong treated Captain Lin and his team to a meal at a nearby eatery. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found He Yushui had already bathed Xiao Ling and Xiao Yu, dusting them with talcum powder. The 2 little girls smelled delightful and appeared as delicate as porcelain dolls, seated on a bamboo bed at the door to enjoy the cool breeze. Before Zhao Xiaodong could speak with He Yushui, Yin Bugui scurried over like a large black rat, appearing at his side. Xiaodong, third uncle wishes to inquire about something. Yin Bugui forced a sycophantic smile onto his knife-like face. Stop right there. Zhao Xiaodong interrupted him with a cold expression. Yin Bugui, our relationship has not reached that level. You may address me directly by my name. Zhao Xiaodong's frigid demeanor left Yin Bugui feeling quite embarrassed, yet he steeled himself to continue. Here's the thing. I've heard you've become an official now. Might you assist our family in transitioning to formal employment? Also, regarding your current house, could you allocate a room for him to reside in? The more he spoke, the more animated he became, his eyes shining. You see, since you interfered in his blind date, if this can be arranged, we can consider the matter settled. In future matters within the courtyard, third uncle will certainly stand by your side. Zhao Xiaodong let out a cold laugh, cutting through his daydreams. Yin Bugui, have you taken your medication today? This question momentarily stunned Yin Bugui, and he inwardly wondered, what medication? I'm perfectly fine. Chapter 50. The Yin family's schemes fall flat, and unexpected wealth beneath the water. Observing Yin Bugui, standing in a daze, Zhao Xiaodong let out a cold laugh. Haven't taken your medicine, have you? Then go home and take it. Don't lose your mind here. Only then did Yin Bugui realize that Zhao Xiaodong's inquiry about his medication was an insult to his sanity. You, Zhao Xiaodong, are you determined to make a mortal enemy of our Yin family? Yin Bugui clenched his jaw, his expression twisted with rage. I offered you a chance to resolve our grievances, and yet, bah, what are you, Yin Bugui? A mortal enemy? Do you truly believe your family can intimidate me? Zhao Xiaodong scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Very well, let us consider it a blood feud. From now on, we shall rely on our own abilities. Yin Bugui, are you truly so dim-witted? The moment you attempted to extort my property, this enmity was sealed. Are you just now coming to that realization? You, just wait. Yin Bugui's face turned ashen as he spat out a hollow threat before dejectedly returning home. Upon entering the house, Yin Jiecheng was pacing like a distressed monkey. Father, what are you doing? Are you truly intent on making a mortal enemy? How will I ever secure my position now? He has such strong ties with Deputy Factory Director Li. You've ruined everything. Yin Bugui, incensed, retorted, I did all of this for your sake. Otherwise, would I let him hit me? That scoundrel does not even regard me. They're the deputy director of the workshop now. Once the electric fan production begins, they will be official cadres. Yin Jiecheng exclaimed indignantly. And you? Just a first-grade teacher. What do you have to compete with him? Don't say it's all for me. Even if Zhao Xiaodong agreed, you would still come asking me for hundreds for your position. Forget it, I'll find my own way. Yin Bugui rolled his eyes. All right, you've finally learned a thing or two from me. Remember, even between father and son, financial matters must be clear. No one should think they can deceive the other. Yin Jiecheng angrily slammed the door and retreated to his room. The Yin family's small quarters, consisting of 2 rooms and a self-built kitchen, had been divided into 4 small spaces. Yin Bugui and his wife occupied one room. Another served as the living room, while Yin Jiecheng and his 2 brothers squeezed into one, with Yin Jie residing in the smallest room. The 3 brothers felt exceedingly cramped. Old man, Jiecheng is no longer a child. He needs to prepare for marriage, sighed Sanda Mayang Ruehua, her brow furrowed as she spoke to Yin Bugui. We must at least get him a room. Do I need you to tell me that? Yin Bugui replied, equally troubled. I was just thinking of swindling Zhao Xiaodong for some money. Who knew? He's quite slippery, and I couldn't outsmart him. He Zhang's old house is to be vacated as he moves to live with his daughter. That room is private property. I will find a way to acquire it, but it will certainly cost money. This money, I will have Yin Jiecheng repay with interest. Yang Ruehua sighed. You must hurry, otherwise. I know. I just need to pressure old Zhang for a few days to negotiate a better price. Yin Bugui gritted his teeth. Otherwise, that room will cost me 200, not a penny less. In the front yard, Zhao Xiaodong and He Yushui were sitting outside, enjoying the cool evening breeze. Despite the scorching heat of the day, the nights cooled rapidly, given the lack of towering buildings and concrete to retain heat. Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer, clutching their wooden toy tigers, were already drowsy. Brother Dong, I'm going to wash up and sleep now. I have work tomorrow. I'll carry them to bed, He Yushui said gently. All right, go ahead, Zhao Xiaodong smiled and nodded. At that moment, Li Kuei-yong returned with 3 younger brothers, hauling the 3rd load of bricks. Kuei-yong, still not enough bricks? Zhao Xiaodong greeted with a smile. Enough. Including those for a small kitchen, it will be more than sufficient, Li Kuei-yong replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, a satisfied smile on his face. I'll invite the bricklayer over to start work tomorrow. Good. Once the house is ready, you can almost prepare for your wedding, Zhao Xiaodong teased, then noticed the dampness of the bricks. Wait, why are these bricks wet? As if they've just been pulled from the water? Because they were, Li Kuei-yong explained with a bitter smile. A few years back, when they demolished the city wall, these bricks were everywhere, and no one wanted them. Now, it's quite difficult to find them. It took me several days to gather these. Tonight, I simply went into the water to search. I remembered there was a place where many wall bricks were discarded. It turns out they are still there. I can go back there for more if needed. Zhao Xiaodong nodded with a smile and turned to head back inside, but Li Kuei-yong followed him, his expression hesitant. Is there something else? Zhao Xiaodong inquired. Brother Dong, there's a bit of a matter. Li Kuei-yong lowered his voice. Shall we go inside to discuss? Sure. Zhao Xiaodong's gaze flickered as he led Li Kuei-yong into his bedroom. Brother Dong, look at this. Li Kuei-yong cautiously pulled out a small gold bar from his pocket, his voice even lower. I found it underwater. I found a total of 6, but I only dared to bring one back. Worried my 3 brothers might blabber. Zhao Xiaodong glanced at the gleaming gold bar before turning his attention back to Li Kuei-yong. What are your plans? To report it? Impossible to report it. Li Kuei-yong gritted his teeth. Brother Dong, how about we share this fortune? You can take a portion as you see fit. He paused, his tone earnest. In truth, I shouldn't take a single cent. But my family's situation. My father is waiting for money to buy medicine. I understand. But I will take none of this money. It is all yours, Zhao Xiaodong stated firmly. Alternatively, I could buy it from you at market price. This piece would be worth 310. Absolutely not. I only want the money for this one piece. Li Kuei-yong insisted resolutely. Let us not argue. You know I'm not short of this little money. Zhao Xiaodong patted his shoulder. When I go into the mountains, I can acquire everything. By the way, from now on, you will openly accompany me on hunting trips, and I will give you a third of the share. But this money, I will not separately compensate you. He considered carefully. This way, when you spend this money, it will have a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, if you suddenly come into money, it would be hard to explain. Brother Dong, whatever you say, I will do. Li Kuei-yong promised earnestly. He Yushui, wait a moment before sleeping. Zhao Xiaodong called out to He Yushui, who was about to return to her room. I'm going out for a bit to ask Kuei-yong to help me get some special bricks. He Yushui paused for a moment. Bricks? Haven't they all been arranged at the factory? She knew that the materials for repairing the East Courtyard were the responsibility of the steel mill, and they would settle the account later. I require those old city wall bricks that have been soaked in water, as their varied texture will be useful for future carvings. Zhao Xiaodong has devised a reasonable excuse. We shall return shortly. Li Kuei-yong has already sent his 3 younger brothers off to bed, urging them, you 3, hurry and take a shower before sleeping. There are still 3 steamed buns and some pickled vegetables here. Eat before you rest. Sleeping in the summer is uncomplicated. One merely needs to find a spot to lie down. Chapter 51. The hidden treasure beneath the water. Upon hearing that they no longer needed to accompany the work, the 3 brothers were instantly filled with joy. They rushed to the tap, hurriedly washed their hands, and eagerly grabbed the steamed buns to devour. Li Kuei-yong loaded the cart and followed Zhao Xiaodong out of the courtyard. The 2 arrived at the bank of a narrow river, about 7 to 8 meters wide. During this era, the river water had not yet suffered pollution. It was crystal clear, in stark contrast to the murky waters of later times. Donggo, you can wait on the shore, Li Kuei-yong said as he swiftly stripped down to just his shorts. I will go fetch some bricks from the city wall for cover. Let us go together. We can work faster in pairs, Zhao Xiaodong replied with a faint smile, also shedding his outer garments and stepping into the water in just his shorts. As Zhao Xiaodong submerged, he quietly began to scan the surroundings with his mental powers. Indeed, near the pile of bricks, he sensed the presence of 5 small yellow fish. What surprised him even more was that his mental energy reached a seemingly inconspicuous small wooden box buried in the mud, which contained a considerable number of yellow fish. It appeared that the 6 scattered gold bars had leaked out from this box. With a mere thought, Zhao Xiaodong stealthily retrieved the small wooden box into his storage space. The 2 of them successfully brought back over 50 heavy bricks from underwater, expending tremendous effort to haul them back to the courtyard, where they were all stacked in a corner of the eastern courtyard. As they unloaded the bricks, Zhao Xiaodong lowered his voice and said to Li Kuei-yong, for those 6 small yellow fish, I will give you 2,000 yuan based on market price. I will give you 300 for immediate needs. For future expenses, you can say you borrowed it from me. If I hand you the full 2,000 now, you won't have a secure place to keep it. Additionally, I will find a way to help you get some receipts. No, Donggu. I can go to Gezi City to exchange for receipts myself. If I really can't manage, I will trouble you then. Li Kuei-yong repeatedly waved his hands, his face filled with gratitude. He never expected that knowing Zhao Xiaodong would lead to such a dramatic change in his life, and he felt an overwhelming sense of appreciation. By the way, I will pay attention to the work situation for your 3 younger brothers. It should not be a problem to find a few temporary positions, Zhao Xiaodong added. But they all want to continue their studies. Li Kuei-yong's expression turned troubled. Want to study? Zhao Xiaodong replied flatly. That is fine. You can make your own decision. However, I reiterate, you cannot bear the burden of these 3 mountains alone. Should they be allowed to exploit you for their education? Do you think being the elder brother means you must endlessly sacrifice? What about your own life? Don't think that having 2,000 yuan changes everything. You will have your own children in the future. Do they not deserve a good life? Each person must walk their own path. They are practically adults now. You are not obligated to shoulder everything. Li Kuei-yong remained silent for a moment before finally making up his mind. Then I will find them temporary work. In the future, I will find a way to help them secure permanent positions. This way, I can also feel I have done right by them. He understood that even if he sent his brothers to study, they would still face pressures of work and family after graduation. It was better to let them start working now, secure permanent positions earlier, and perhaps even catch a chance for housing allocation. Exactly. Bring them to find me tomorrow afternoon, Zhao Xiaodong nodded. When Li Kuei-yong returned home, he found that his 3 younger brothers had already laid out reed mats on the ground and fallen asleep. In this season, lighting a mosquito-repelling stick and sleeping on the ground was quite common. Elder brother, you're back? The second brother, Li Kuan, rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up. Tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, take Kuei Shu and Kuei Wen to wait for me at the steel factory's entrance. Li Kuei-yong instructed. I asked Dong Gu to find temporary work for you. Elder brother, I still want to study, Li Kuei frowned. Indeed, elder brother, we want to study too, Li Kuei Shu and Li Kuei Wen added as they woke up, yawning in agreement. Study? Who doesn't he want to study? Who supported my education back in the day? Li Kuei-yong's tone turned cold. I am indeed your elder brother. But I started earning a living at 11 or 12. You are already 16 or 17. Can't you be independent? I have found you work. Do well, and getting a permanent position is not impossible. This is an opportunity that money cannot buy. But we just want to study, Li Kuei murmured in grievance. Want to study? Who will support you? Father is, and with mother's meager income, can it sustain the three of you? Li Kuei-yong hardened his heart. I have supported you for 6 or 7 years. I have done enough for you. Now, I also want to marry, and will soon have my own children to support. The three brothers exchanged glances. Although they still felt somewhat unjust, they understood that their elder brother had indeed reached his limit and could only nod in agreement. Then it settled. Tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock at the steel factory entrance. Do not be late. Li Kuei-yong sighed with relief. From now on, the four of us will have jobs. How can this family not thrive? The next morning, Zhao Xiaodong arrived at the factory and submitted the complete blueprints. For the parts requiring plastic components, Li Huai immediately dispatched someone with the blueprints to the chemical plant, insisting on having 10 to 8 sets of samples returned by noon. Zhao Xiaodong guided in the experimental workshop for the entire morning. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the plastic components were delivered, with 20 sets of each type. The workshop immediately began assembling the electric fans. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Xiaodong waited at the workshop entrance for Li Kuei-yong and his 3 younger brothers. Wait here for a moment, Zhao Xiaodong instructed before turning to find Li Huai. Earlier that morning, he had discussed the arrangement for 3 temporary workers with Li Huai, who had readily agreed. Zhao Xiaodong's arrival made Li Huai understand his intentions. Xiao Wang, take the 3 of them to complete the onboarding procedures and arrange for them to work as apprentices in the experimental workshop, Li Huai commanded with a beaming smile. Li Huai clearly recognized Zhao Xiaodong's value. Although the electric fans had not yet entered formal mass production, success was assured. Meeting Zhao Xiaodong's small request was effortless and inexpensive. Moreover, the apprentices would have a master to teach them skills, with compensation comparable to formal workers, significantly increasing their chances of securing permanent positions. Li Kuei and the others followed Secretary Wang. Li Kuei-yong also returned to his post in the security department with peace of mind. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 20 units of each type of electric fan had been assembled. Select the 5 best from each type and load them onto the truck. We are going to the department to report. Li Huai exclaimed excitedly, turning to Zhao Xiaodong. Director Zhao, please take one of each type back for trial use, and make sure to identify any areas needing improvement. Zhao Xiaodong smiled faintly, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he carried home a ceiling fan, a table fan, and a standing fan. The remaining items were certainly already arranged by Li Huai for the purpose of fostering connections. Just as he entered the front courtyard of the Sihiyuan with 3 large cardboard boxes, Yin Bugui darted over like a cat sensing a scent, his eyes fixed intently on the fan designs printed on the boxes. Zhao Xiaodong, did you really purchase these electric fans? And 3 at once. Yin Bugui's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice altering in pitch. Chapter 52, The Fan Incident and Unrequited Devotion. Yin Bugui, when did you transfer to the Public Security Bureau? You're not even in uniform. Zhao Xiaodong cast a disdainful glance at Yin Bugui, his tone laced with unabashed sarcasm. You. Yin Bugui found himself momentarily speechless, nearly choking on his words. Zhao Xiaodong was clearly mocking him, insinuating that he was meddling in affairs that were none of his own. Just as he was about to utter a retort, he caught Zhao Xiaodong's half-smirk, and the discomfort on his face intensified. I am a volunteer mediator at the courtyard. It is my responsibility. Yin Bugui hastily corrected himself. You have no such responsibility. Zhao Xiaodong sneered. Go ask around the neighborhood to see if you have any authority over this matter. This is the realm of the Public Security Bureau. What do you want? To take matters into your own hands? No. Absolutely not. Yin Bugui was drenched in cold sweat. The accusation of taking matters into his own hands was a grave one, akin to a death sentence in ancient times. Even if he were not facing execution now, he would certainly find himself imprisoned. Heh, are you implying that I acquired these items through dubious means? Zhao Xiaodong continued to mock him. If you suspect me, then go to the police station and report it. I await your visit. Zhao Xiaodong was genuinely irritated. Bugui was like a toad, harmless yet irritating. Today, in order to bring back 3 electric fans, Xiao Ling and Xiao Yu were picked up by He Yushui on a bicycle. As He Yushui pushed the bike into the courtyard, she immediately sensed the tense atmosphere. Donggu, you've brought back more electric fans? Our family is about to run out of space. He Yushui exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the cardboard boxes. If we have too many, just leave them. Zhao Xiaodong smiled as he walked over and lifted Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling off the bicycle seat. Why not let each person have one? At that moment, Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Sha Zhu, along with Jia Dongsu, returned to the courtyard one after another. Upon seeing the electric fans Zhao Xiaodong was unloading, their eyes instantly glistened with envy. On such a sweltering day, having an electric fan would be a blissful relief. Yet they knew they could not afford one. Watching Zhao Xiaodong effortlessly bring back 3, it was impossible not to feel a pang of jealousy. Old Lu, you've returned just in time. Yen Bugui, feeling as if he had found a lifeline, hastily stoked the flames of discord. I was just asking Zhao Xiaodong where he got so many electric fans. Good grief, he lectured me without acknowledging our roles as mediators at all. Dad, please stop. Yan Jiecheng rushed into the courtyard, having overheard his father provoking Zhao Xiaodong again. Anxiously, he stamped his foot. Director Zhao. These electric fans were given to him by the factory for trial use and improvement. Indeed, old Yan. Lu Haizhong immediately assumed a serious tone, stating with feigned authority, these are rewards from the factory leadership for personnel who have made contributions to the research on electric fans. As a teacher, you should. Enough, old Lu. Zhonghai interrupted Lu Haizhong, his voice weary. Old Yan is unaware of the circumstances. It's terribly hot. Let us all hurry back and freshen up. With that, he lowered his head and quickly made his way toward the central courtyard. However, Sha Zhu and Jia Dongsu's gazes were magnetically drawn to the 3 boxes adorned with electric fan designs that Zhao Xiaodong had placed at the entrance, their faces betraying their greed. Zhao Xiaodong ignored them and began assembling the standing fan, needing to connect the base, support, and fan head. Sha Zhu, with a cunning glint in his eye, directed his attention to He Yushui, who was preparing to busy herself in the kitchen. Yushui, you have so many electric fans already. Why not give me that little bedside fan? Brother, that's not mine, it belongs to Donggu. He Yushui replied coolly. Aren't we practically family? His is yours. Sha Zhu hastily retorted. At that moment, he dared not mention any opposition to the marriage. We are not yet married. He Yushui's tone grew colder. Even if we were, that would still belong to the Zhao family. How could you casually take it back to your own home? No, I have already separated from you, brother. You've always been concerned about appearances. How could you say such a thing today? In truth, if Sha Zhu were a bit more reliable as an elder brother, He Yushui would not mind discussing with Zhao Xiaodong about gifting him a fan. But alas, Sha Zhu was a fool. If that fan were to end up in his hands, it would likely be lost within a quarter of an hour, swiftly making its way to the Jia family. Moreover, the object of his affections, Qin Huairu, would most probably not benefit from it, as Sha Zhu would inevitably prioritize the insatiable Jia Zhongshi. Embarrassed by He Yushui's cutting remarks, Sha Zhu's face flushed, and he could only grunt in annoyance as he turned to walk toward the central courtyard. Jia Dongsu, noticing, hurriedly followed closely behind, his attention fixated on the 2 aluminum lunchboxes that Sha Zhu was carrying. As the 2 made their way to the central courtyard, Jia Dongsu signaled to Qin Huairu, who was washing clothes by the water basin. Understanding immediately, Qin Huairu shook off the droplets from her hands and swayed her hips toward Sha Zhu. Zhuzi, what delicious treats did you bring back today? Show me. Qin Huairu's voice was laced with an exaggerated sweetness. Sha Zhu was instantly entranced. As Qin Huairu washed clothes, a large patch of her chest became damp, and in the summer heat, her attire was thin. With her ample curves, every movement caused a ripple that left Sha Zhu breathless, nearly causing him to bleed from his nose. Neither Sha Zhu nor Jia Dongsu noticed that not far behind Qin Huairu, Zhonghai was hiding behind a window, his concealed gaze fixated on her swaying form. Dazed by her allure, Sha Zhu instinctively extended the net bag containing the 2 lunchboxes toward her. Hee, one box of braised pork and another of a mixed dish. Sha Zhu grinned lecherously, proudly announcing, I snagged these from a lunch hosted by Li Huaida. They've been chilling in the freezer, still cold to the touch. Thank you, Zhuzi. Qin Huairu cooed, her tone sweetly teasing. The bamboo shoots are growing, and they need nutrition. Without you, our bamboo shoots may never grow tall. At that moment, Jia Zhongshi's voice boomed from the doorway, calling out, Qin Huairu, where have you been? Hurry back. The bamboo shoots need meat. Quickly. What's there to discuss with a fool like Sha Zhu? Qin Huairu offered Sha Zhu a dazzling smile, her eyes sparkling. Thank you, Zhuzi. I'm heading back now. Listening to her dulcet tone and watching her sway away, Sha Zhu felt that all his efforts were worth it. He smacked his lips and returned to his sparsely furnished abode, where only a bed, 2 weathered wooden boxes, a table, and 2 dilapidated chairs resided. Without a hint of concern, Sha Zhu sat down and retrieved a bottle of bulk liquor. Just as he was about to take a sip, it dawned upon him that he had no snacks to accompany his drink. Peanuts. I still have a bag of peanuts under my bed. Hastily, Sha Zhu bent down to rummage beneath the bed, only to find an empty paper bag, leaving him both amused and exasperated. That mischievous child, Banggong. Sha Zhu murmured to himself, well aware that the bag of peanuts had undoubtedly been pilfered by Banggong. He took a swig of the fiery liquor, accompanied by the salty pickles on the table, when suddenly a wave of intense indignation and resentment surged within him. What a pity. Such a wonderful wife and child, they all belonged to him, Jia Dongxiu. This short-lived scoundrel, why didn't he die sooner? As he continued to drink and ass. Chapter 53. The turmoil of the lunch boxes and the scheming of the birds. Jia Dongxiu and his son Banggong had long been seated at the table, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads, their eyes wide with anticipation as they fixed their gaze on the entrance. Qin Huairu entered, balancing 2 aluminum lunchboxes. The Jia family's dining table was adorned with a few bowls of corn porridge that reflected their shadows and several dark-colored steamed buns made from mixed flour, the sole dish being a plate of stir-fried potato strips, devoid of oil and salt. Clearly, the entire family was eagerly awaiting the contributions of Sha Zhu. Qin Huairu, what are you dawdling for? Jia Zhongshi bellowed in her shrill voice. Aren't you bringing the lunchboxes over? Do you intend to hide them away and feast by yourself? Mother, I was just trying to heat the dishes, Qin Huairu explained helplessly. They were taken from the factory's cold storage. They're still frozen, and it's meat. You wasteful creature. What kind of weather is this? Is there any need to heat it? You are just wasting firewood. Jia Zhongshi immediately launched into a tirade. Our family, Dongxiu, has truly suffered 8 generations of misfortune to marry a woman who cannot manage a household. Hurry and bring them here. Huairu, there's no need to heat it in this weather, Jia Dongxiu interjected, his tone carrying an inexplicable air of superiority. Our family practically has meat every day. We are not like those impoverished souls who can hardly afford to eat meat and end up with diarrhea after a bit of grease. He spoke with pride, completely oblivious to the fact that most of the meat they consumed was pilfered by Sha Zhu from the canteen, with the instances of them purchasing meat themselves being few and far between throughout the year. Indeed, our Jia family is of high standing. Jia Zhongshi chimed in, her eyes narrowing. Your ability to marry into this family is a blessing earned by your ancestors over 8 generations. With a clench of her jaw, Qin Huairu placed the 2 cold lunchboxes on the table and proceeded to open the lids. Look at this oil, Jia Zhongshi exclaimed, astonished. A thick layer of white pork fat had congealed atop the box of braised pork, nearly making her drool. It is indeed cold, Jia Dongxiu nodded in satisfaction, reaching for the box of braised pork. Let me divide it. The meat appeared abundant, but the sauce took up most of the space. There were only 11 small pieces, quite diminutive. We will each have 3 pieces, and Huairu and Xiaodang will have 1 each. Jia Dongxiu quickly apportioned the meat. The layer of congealed pork fat was, of course, reserved for himself, Banggong, and Jia Zhongshi, while the sauce was generously ladled into Xiaodang's and Qin Huairu's bowls. Consider yourselves fortunate. The essence of this meat lies in the sauce, Jia Zhongshi exclaimed, her spittle flying. You are fortunate to have married into our Jia family, allowing you to enjoy meat nearly every day. Just relish it in secret. Meanwhile, Jia Dongxiu relished the meat, happily sipping on bulk wine. Qin Huairu felt a suffocating bitterness rising within her, almost making her want to vomit blood. However, at this juncture, she could only swallow her grievances. Where could she go if she left the Jia family? Back to the countryside to endure hardship? Damn it. Zhao Xiaodong has so many electric fans, yet he doesn't even offer me one to use. After downing a cup of wine, Jia Dongshu complained indignantly. They can't possibly use them all. Go and find that old curmudgeon Zhonghai. Jia Zhongshi immediately suggested, insisting he should procure at least 2 electric fans for their family. Otherwise, we simply cannot endure this summer. Having consumed 2 cups of wine and 3 pieces of meat, Jia Dongshu rose to his feet and declared, "All right, I shall go visit my master." It seemed Yin Bugui had also gone there, undoubtedly for the sake of the electric fans. When Jia Dongshu arrived at Zhonghai's home, the Yi family was preparing to dine. Lu Haizhong and Uncle Yin Bugui were indeed present. Yin Bugui, unusually, had not come empty-handed. He brought a few charred little salted fish he had caught while fishing, which had been unwanted by anyone else, salted, dried, and cooked as a dish. Lu Haizhong, on the other hand, had brought some quality goods, cicadas caught by the Lu brothers, which he had trimmed and lightly fried in a bit of oil before drizzling with soy sauce, making for a decent accompaniment to the wine. Ideally, they should have been deep-fried for flavor, but that would have consumed too much oil. As Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui settled down, they noticed Jia Dongshu sauntering in empty-handed. Lu Haizhong and Uncle Yin Bugui were already accustomed to this behavior. "I'll pour the wine, master, let me," Jia Dongshu proclaimed as he plopped down, grabbing the wine bottle to fill the cups for everyone, not neglecting to fill his own. The table was laden with crispy tofu, smashed cucumber, 5 spice peanuts, and a rather tempting plate of salted duck eggs. Zhonghai cast a fleeting glance at Jia Dongshu, saying nothing. Yet, Jia Dongshu could hardly contain himself, eagerly using his chopsticks to grab a large piece of crispy tofu and stuffing it into his mouth, chewing with oil oozing from his lips, a sight that ignited Zhonghai's ire. "Bastard! Can I still count on you to support me in my old age?" Zhonghai cursed inwardly. "If it weren't for Bonging and Huiru, I wouldn't care if you starved on the streets. Damn it, to avoid arousing suspicion, I must feign indifference toward Bonging. Now, it's reached a point where Bonging avoids me. What a nuisance. Jia Dongshu, why don't you just die sooner? Old E, that Zhao Xiaodong is completely disregarding the 3 of us," Yin Bugui remarked, gnawing on a salted duck egg, not forgetting to sow discord. "Are his electric fans even legitimate? When I ask him something, why can't he just speak properly? Some insults are inconsequential, but his attitude shows he has no regard for us 3. Lu Haizhong had initially been contemplating how to curry favor with the rising Zhao Xiaodong, but upon hearing Yin Bugui's words, his ambition flared. Having lost hope of an official career, he placed great importance on the title of the second elder. Zhao Xiaodong's disdain for that title was tantamount to a slap in Lu Pangpang's face. Indeed, old Yin speaks wisely. Lu Haizhong's chubby face darkened. "We must suppress Zhao Xiaodong's arrogance. What was it he was being arrogant about?" He didn't finish his sentence, stumbling over his words. "His audacity." Yin Bugui quickly displayed his knowledge. "Yes, we must suppress Zhao Xiaodong's audacity." Lu Haizhong, filled with fury, declared they should act without waiting for factory director Yang to return. "We need a plan right away." "There are indeed ways," Yin Bugui said slyly, narrowing his eyes. "Later, old E, you go find Zhao Xiaodong and say the deaf old lady wants an electric fan. Let him honor her with one. Let us see how he responds. If he concedes, that would mean he's bowed down. With this leverage, it will be much easier to handle him in the future. For instance, that new eastern courtyard he obtained. It's unrealistic to expect all of it, but surely we can carve out a section for ourselves to build houses, right?" Upon hearing this, Jia Dongshu jumped to his feet, exclaiming, "Exactly. That's absolute. His family comprises only a few members. It is only natural for them to allocate a large piece of land to us." Indeed, Lu Haizhong has also come to this realization, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "My eldest son Guanqi is on the verge of marriage and is in dire need of a house. Securing a plot of land to construct a new home would be splendid." Well, Zhonghai pondered, seemingly swayed by the notion. They all seemed to have conveniently forgotten how the deaf old lady had previously troubled Zhao Xiaodong, only to return in disgrace. "Master, you must assist us with this request," Jia Dongshu implored eagerly. "Just look at how cramped our living situation is." Chapter 54. The fragrant melon stirs up trouble among the birds. Zhonghai hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded and said, "Very well, I shall first procure an electric fan for the old lady. The weather is unbearably hot, and at her advanced age, it must be quite difficult for her." He raised his glass, feigning an air of righteousness. "As juniors, We must fulfill this small filial duty. Otherwise, how are we different from beasts? As he uttered these words, Zhonghai cast a meaningful glance at Jia Dongshu. Unfortunately, Jia Dongshu was engrossed in his meal and failed to catch the hint of respect for the elderly. Observing Jia Dongshu's demeanor, Zhonghai's expression darkened. Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui exchanged glances, both revealing a sense of amusement in their eyes. They were acutely aware that relying on Jia Dongshu to support Zhonghai and his wife was nothing short of a pipe dream. Not only was Jia Dongshu himself unreliable, but that devout old woman from the Jia family would never permit her son to care for Zhonghai and his spouse. She would only seek to extract benefits from Zhonghai, ensuring that he never basked in the Jia family's glory. Yin Bugui discreetly kicked Jia Dongshu under the table. He was always eager to engage in acts of goodwill that required no expenditure. Jia Dongshu looked up just in time to meet Zhonghai's cold gaze, and he quickly reacted with feigned indignation, exclaiming, "Indeed, we cannot disrespect the elderly. That would be worse than being a beast. Master, I will accompany you to find Zhao Xiaodong shortly." The more he spoke, the more fervent he became, as if he had uncovered some significant leverage against Zhao Xiaodong. If he were to show disrespect for the elderly, it would reflect poorly at the factory, jeopardizing even his position as deputy director of the workshop. Furthermore, the deaf old lady was a war widow. She had once made straw sandals for the army. Well then, let us eat swiftly. Zhonghai finally smiled, feeling that Jia Dongshu was somewhat on the right track and that his years of support for him were not in vain. Of course, his support for the Jia family and his hope that Jia Dongshu would care for him in old age were merely a small part of his motives. The primary reason remained Qin Huairu and Bengong. Contemplating this, Zhonghai felt a secret sense of triumph. Zhao Xiaodong, that young lad, indeed possessed some medical prowess to discern my difficulties with progeny. However, recognizing the problem does not preclude me from having heirs. If only I had not encountered Lu the divine physician back in the day. Alas, the efficacy of Lu's medicine lasted only a few days. Fortunately, during that brief period, Huairu conceived my child. If only Lu the divine physician had not perished, it would have been splendid if he had left behind the secret formula. As Zhonghai pondered these thoughts, he urged the others to eat and drink. Before long, 2 bottles of 63-degree erguo were empty. Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, Yin Bugui, and Jia Dongshu had all drunk to the point of flushed faces, their senses pleasantly dulled by intoxication. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaodong and He Yushui had finished their dinner with the 2 younger sisters. He Yushui was tidying up the dishes in the kitchen, while Zhao Xiaodong played with Xiao Yuer and Xiao Ling beneath the electric fan. After having given Zhonghai a sound thrashing last time, Zhao Xiaodong grumbled to himself, relieved that he could still count on the daily guaranteed lottery draw. System, I wish to sign in and draw. I choose the first box. The black iron box has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 pounds of Yangjiao honey melon. Zhao Xiaodong felt somewhat speechless, but having something to eat was better than nothing. Moreover, this Yangjiao honey melon was quite a rarity in these times. Seizing the opportunity when the 2 younger sisters were not paying attention, he summoned 5 Yangjiao honey melons from his storage space and placed them on a small table nearby. Each melon weighed approximately a pound, totaling just right at 10 pounds. Brother, what is this? Xiaoling asked, sniffing curiously. It smells so good. The unique sweet aroma of the Yangjiao honey melon began to fill the living room. Watching Xiao Ling nibble on her fingers in anticipation, Zhao Xiaodong felt a pang in his heart. This child did not even recognize a Yangjiao melon. Beside her, Xiao Yuer gazed longingly, her little face expressing a desire to eat. This is a fragrant melon, incredibly sweet, Zhao Xiaodong replied with a smile, picking one up. I will peel it for you to enjoy. At that moment, He Yushui emerged from the kitchen, drying her hands, and exclaimed in surprise, Donggu, when did you buy these melons? They are so large and look fantastic. Zhao Xiaodong suddenly remembered that during these times of food scarcity, even ordinary families might not have enough to eat, making such fruits a rare sight. He deftly peeled 2 melons and cut them into portions, ensuring that the servings for He Yushui and the 2 little girls were equal in size to his own. The 4 of them, basking in the cool breeze from the electric fan, savored the sweet, juicy melons, with the 2 little girls getting their hands and faces sticky with the melon juice. Just as they were enjoying a few bites, a throng of people suddenly burst in through the door. Zhonghai led the charge, attempting to stride straight in. Zhao Xiaodong shot a cold glance, and Zhonghai, about to cross the threshold, faltered, a pained expression crossing his face. Zhao Xiaodong, I have come to inform you that an assembly for the entire courtyard will be held shortly, and your presence is mandatory. Zhonghai steeled himself and declared. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it, thinking how foolish he was to personally confront this unfavorable situation. He should have maneuvered in a more advantageous setting. Lu Haizhong was momentarily taken aback and blurted out, Old E, didn't we agree that? Yin Bugui quickly pulled him back, inwardly scolding, Lu Haizhong, you idiot. Why would you say something like that in front of Zhao Xiaodong? Realizing his mistake, Lu Haizhong fell silent, chastened. Ha, very well, I shall attend, Zhao Xiaodong replied leisurely as he continued to savor the melon, a bemused expression adorning his face. Jia Dongshu had come along with his son, Bang Geng. Bang Geng stared at the fragrant melons in Zhao Xiaodong's hands, drawn in by the enticing aroma, and immediately began to shout, Dad, I want to eat fragrant melon. Go get me one. Jia Dongshu felt a wave of embarrassment. Under different circumstances, he would have shamelessly asked for one. But facing Zhao Xiaodong, he simply lacked the courage to humiliate himself. As the crowd surged in and out, He Yushui anxiously inquired, Donggu, what do they intend to do? Even if they are holding a courtyard assembly, is it necessary to create such a commotion? Usually, we would just have Jia Dongshu or Shaju inform us. Who knows what schemes they are concocting? It is certain that they have no good intentions and are likely plotting against me, Zhao Xiaodong thought with a cold smirk. If they wish to play, then I shall indulge them in their game. A few pretentious and insignificant mediators have truly overestimated their own importance. As the legitimate deputy director of the workshop, it would be a trivial matter for me to make things difficult for them. Brother, I wish to join the spectacle, Xiao Ling exclaimed, her face uplifted with eager anticipation as she gazed at Zhao Xiaodong. Yes, brother, take me along, Xiao Yuer chimed in, lifting her face, smeared with melon juice, from the remnants of the fruit. Very well, let us go together, Zhao Xiaodong replied with a smile. He Yushui placed the remaining 3 melons into the water tank to keep them cool for our return. He Yushui complied, carefully placing the 3 melons into the large water tank filled with well water at the kitchen entrance, securing it with a lid and pressing a stone on top. However, neither Zhao Xiaodong nor He Yushui noticed that behind the shadow wall, Bang Geng was peeking out, half of his head exposed. Greedily fixated on the water tank, his eyes glinting with mischief. Chapter 55 Unveiling the Deceptive Mask and Rebuking Hypocrisy. The 5 or 6 households in the front courtyard gradually made their way to the central courtyard. Zhao Xiaodong did not see Li Kuyong and speculated that he might have returned to his parents' home, unaware if there was any matter concerning his family. Just as the front courtyard emptied, Bang Geng stealthily emerged from his hiding place. He tiptoed to the water tank, pushed aside the stone lid, lifted the cover, and retrieved 3 large cantaloupes from the water. Wrapping them in his discarded shirt, he sneaked back home, skirting the wall. This lad truly possessed audacity, daring to swagger back home with the stolen goods despite the throngs gathered in the central courtyard. Upon entering the central courtyard, Zhao Xiaodong noticed that Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui were no longer seated at the 8 immortals table, but stood side by side at the forefront. He placed the long bench he had brought and sat down alongside He Yushui, who held 2 small wooden horses for Xiao Yuer and Xiao Ling to play on, rocking back and forth. A group of curious children quickly gathered around the 2 little girls. Zhao Xiaodong's attention was drawn to the children, causing him to overlook Bang Geng's clandestine return home. However, Jia Zhongshi did notice. Upon seeing Bang Geng, bare-chested and sneaking something into the house, she immediately understood that her clever grandson had succeeded once again. She refrained from entering right away and waited for Bang Geng to come out dressed before she quietly inquired, Grandson, what did you get? Cantaloupes. 3 enormous cantaloupes. Bang Geng replied boastfully, I took them from Zhao Xiaodong's family. Under Jia Zhongshi's guidance, Bang Geng had developed a sharp tongue, framing his theft as merely taking and doing so with a sense of righteousness. Cantaloupes? Once the courtyard meeting concludes, we shall feast upon them, Jia Zhongshi instructed. By the way, why didn't you take more? There must be meat at their place too. It was locked. I took them from the water tank outside, Bang Geng explained. I put them back in the tank to keep them fresh. The water is freshly drawn from the well. It's ice cold. Indeed, it will be even more delightful to eat later. Jia Zhongshi drooled in anticipation. I must learn to pick locks, Bang Geng resolved, clenching his small fist, determined that once he mastered it, he would procure more treasures from Zhao Xiaodong's home. Everyone quiet down. The meeting is commencing, Lu Haizhong shouted, trying to restore order. No more talking. Today, we shall hold a unifying assembly, a victorious assembly. Also, second uncle, with your education level barely beyond the 3rd grade. What do you think you are doing up there with all that rhetoric? Sha Zhu sneered, baring his teeth. It's so hot, and there are too many mosquitoes. We have no interest in your pretentiousness. You are no real official. Quickly, let first uncle address the important matters. Once he finishes, we can all return home to shower and rest. We have work tomorrow. Lu Haizhong was left speechless. Why you? Sha Zhu, just wait for me. I will not share the same fate as you. That means we cannot coexist. Do you understand what that means? Sha Zhu chuckled, delivering a final jab. Second uncle, even if you spilled all your limited knowledge, it wouldn't fill 3 complete characters. Shut up, Zhu. Apologize to second uncle. Zhonghai glared at Sha Zhu, his eyes reflecting approval. Fine, I will heed first uncle's advice. Second uncle, I apologize. Tomorrow during the vegetable distribution, I shall scoop some dried goods for you, Sha Zhu said nonchalantly. Old Lu, let it go. Zhu is just a mouthy kid, not ill-hearted. Zhonghai feigned consolation, secretly reveling in the situation. Lu Haizhong had long coveted his position, and Sha Zhu's outburst served to remind Lu Haizhong who truly held sway in the courtyard. Let us get on with it. Speak of the important matters, Lu Haizhong said. His face darkened with displeasure. The heat is becoming unbearable. Even at night, sleep is restless. Zhonghai cleared his throat and delved into the topic. We rugged men can endure, but our elders in the courtyard are aging and cannot bear this suffering. Zhao Xiaodong, considering your family has so many electric fans, I have decided you shall lend one for our elders' comfort. Are you seeking a fight, Zhonghai? Zhao Xiaodong stood up abruptly, rebuking him sharply. Who do you think you are to make decisions on my behalf? And our elder? Our elder is resting peacefully in the ground. How dare you claim kinship without merit? Do you fear your ancestors' coffins might collapse under the weight of your presumptions? Zhonghai looked shocked, as if he had heard blasphemy. You, that elderly lady is a widow, a recipient of the 5 guarantees. Huh? What's so special about being a recipient of the 5 guarantees? It's not an honor. Zhao Xiaodong sneered, his voice echoing throughout the courtyard. It is a form of care and support from the state and society for the childless and elderly. That she benefits from such care is due to our hard work and contributions. It does not grant her the right to act arrogantly or impose her will upon us. So why must we prioritize her whenever we have something good to eat? And if we express dissatisfaction, she threatens to shatter our windows? What is this? This is nothing short of shamelessness. Zhao Xiaodong's words struck like thunder, reverberating through the central courtyard, leaving everyone in a daze. Why must we prioritize her when we have good food? Exactly. Last time I bought half a pound of meat to nourish my child, she devoured most of it. And I dared not utter a word. Right. I felt wronged. I merely expressed my displeasure, and she scolded me for disrespecting the elderly, even smashing my window. First uncle even said it was well-deserved. The crowd erupted with suppressed murmurs of agreement. How dare you speak such nonsense? The elderly lady is a widow. She supported the Red Army by making straw sandals. Sha Zhu leaped up as if his tail had been stepped on. You. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Xiaodong swiftly stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to his ugly face. Sha Zhu, clean your mouth. Speak again, and I will strike you. Zhao Xiaodong glared at him coldly. This slap brought Sha Zhu back to his senses. You insult and bully the widow. Sha Zhu covered his face, his bravado faltering. He now comprehended that he was not on the same level as Zhao Xiaodong. Just moments ago, when Zhao Xiaodong charged at him, he saw it clearly, yet his body could not react in time. She is a widow? Who declared that? Step forward and let me see. Zhao Xiaodong's voice was frigid, imbued with an undeniable authority. As for the absurd notion of crafting straw sandals for any so-called Red Army, it was nothing short of sheer folly. He surveyed the crowd, meticulously dissecting each point. What place is this? It is Si Jiucheng. Prior to liberating this city, the Red Army had scarcely set foot in this vicinity. How could an elderly woman with bound feet possibly deliver straw sandals? Would she fly to the south to do so? Furthermore, straw sandals are predominantly worn in the south. Who in the north has ever witnessed soldiers marching into battle clad in such footwear? To demand that this elderly lady craft straw sandals is nothing but a deliberate act of cruelty. She is merely an ordinary, solitary elder, who has cloaked her in these illusory accolades. What is the intent? And what of our ancestors? Zhonghai, are you attempting to instigate a feudal restoration or something of the sort? Zhao Xiaodong ultimately directed his ire towards Zhonghai. Do you desire an electric fan? Very well, if you are truly filial. Then procure one with your own funds. No tickets? Then go to Gezi City. If you are willing to spend money, you will surely obtain one. Zhonghai's countenance turned ashen, beads of cold sweat cascading down as he hastily gestured in denial. No, there is absolutely no intention of restoration. I am merely contemplating respect for the elderly and love for the young, providing assistance to those in need. Chapter 56. The hypocrisy of false facades. Respect for the elderly? Affection for the young? Assistance for the impoverished? Then why do you not use your own funds for these noble causes? How dare you take from others to purchase your own good reputation? Zhao Xiaodong's derisive laughter echoed, each word cutting like a knife. And whom do you regard as deserving of your respect? Apart from the deaf old woman, who else is there? And which youth do you truly cherish? Have you ever cared for any child in this courtyard other than those from the Jia family? Assistance for the impoverished? Beyond the Jia family, whom else have you aided? Even in the case of the Jia family, it is not assistance for the impoverished. The Jia family is not poor. You are merely investing in them, hoping that Jia Dongshu will provide for you in your old age. Do not use the guise of aiding the impoverished as a means of covering your shame. Have I truly erred? I merely. Zhonghai was rendered speechless, his mind a blank slate. Morality is intended to restrain oneself, not to be wielded as a tool for the coercion of others. The disdain in Zhao Xiaodong's tone was palpable, as if it could solidify into a tangible form. With your type of behavior, fostering the elderly and establishing your own moral exemplar image while attempting to drag others into financially supporting your facade. He fixed his gaze on Zhonghai, enunciating each word with precision. It is evident that you, Zhonghai, are not a paragon of virtue. Rather, you are a hypocrite who revels in morally coercing others, compelling them to fund your self-aggrandizement. A true villain. Zhonghai staggered slightly, his complexion paling. Hold on. Auntie Tanjinhua hurriedly rushed over to support the swaying Zhonghai. Meanwhile, Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui had already quietly retreated to the back, fearful of being swept up in the tempest. Is this too much for you to bear? Zhao Xiaodong remarked coldly. Tomorrow I shall call the street office to formally address the issues concerning the three of you. What a farce. A hypocrite, a man blinded by power, and a miser who would taste the saltiness of refuse trucks. What a disgrace. Having said this, Zhao Xiaodong cast one last glance and, with the long bench in hand, turned away, accompanied by He Yushui and the two young girls. The residents of the courtyard observed this scene, most clicking their tongues, their faces reflecting a mixture of unfulfilled curiosity and silent understanding, before turning to return home. Zhonghai, supported by Tanjinhua, drank a few sips of hot tea before his complexion improved slightly. Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui, lacking the audacity, followed suit. Old what shall we do next? If that lad truly reports us to the street office. Yin Bugui's face was filled with alarm. If this jeopardizes our jobs. Indeed, I was thinking about progress. Lu Haizhong was equally flustered. What is there to fear? Zhonghai shot them a glare, forcing himself to remain calm. Does Director Wang trust us, or does he rely solely on Zhao Xiaodong's one-sided account? We must actively seek out Director Wang, admit that our methods require improvement, and request his critique. Let us diminish the severity of this matter. Even in regard to the old woman, there shall be no real consequences. Hearing this, Yin Bugui felt a bit more reassured. Everyone in the courtyard is perceptive. After such an uproar, the old woman will likely not behave as she once did. Moreover, now that Zhao Xiaodong has exposed the truth, the residents will undoubtedly harbor resentment towards you, oldie. After all, everyone has, to some extent, shown filial piety, and they have suffered losses. This is manageable. Zhonghai gritted his teeth and declared resolutely, this Sunday, I will foot the bill for a feast for the entire courtyard. I can afford to spend a bit more. He took a breath and continued. We absolutely cannot allow the spirit of unity and mutual assistance within the courtyard to be undermined by Zhao Xiaodong. Upon hearing of the prospect of a free meal, Yin Bugui immediately perked up. Wonderful. Splendid. Today is Saturday. Tomorrow morning, I shall accompany you to Gezi Market to arrange everything. Yin Bugui exclaimed, then his eyes lit up. By the way, I have quite a few small salted fish at home, perfect for accompanying drinks. Just, whatever quantity you have, I shall take it all. Zhonghai replied nonchalantly, then corrected himself. No, it It is merely a mutual arrangement among neighbors. Yes, a mutual arrangement. All right. Yin Bugui's smile was wide enough to reveal his teeth. Lu Haizhong gave Yin Bugui a disdainful glance, shook his head, and rose to take his leave. Yin Bugui, grinning with satisfaction, returned home. Lu Haizhong stormed back home, seething with anger. Upon entering, he found his two sons, Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu, hunched over the coal stove, using chopsticks to roast cicadas. A distinct scent of charred protein wafted through the air. Those who appreciated the aroma found it delightful, while others deemed it pungent. Witnessing his sons audaciously indulging in their spoils, Lu Haizhong's anger flared. He approached and delivered 2 resounding slaps to their faces. Damn it! How many times have I told you to bring the cicadas back for me to enjoy with my drinks? Lu Haizhong bellowed, furious that they dared to consume them themselves. What use are you 2 worthless beings to me? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. He suddenly pulled out his thick leather belt and swung it down upon them. Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu, crying out for their father, dashed around the courtyard in a panic, knowing that fleeing too far would only invite a more severe beating upon their return. It was summer, and both boys were bare-chested. When the leather belt struck, it left vivid red welts upon their skin. The courtyard echoed with their anguished cries. Old Lu, just a bit of scaring is enough. Zhonghai hurried over upon hearing the commotion, helplessly attempting to persuade him. These 2 little brats have no memory whatsoever. Lu Haizhong's fury remained unabated. They consume my food and drink and dare to show me no filial respect. How can I expect them to care for me in my old age? I have no expectations from them at all. I must rely on my eldest son, Guangqi. In Lu Haizhong's heart, his eldest son, Lu Guangqi, was the true flesh of his flesh, a precious gem. In contrast, Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu were akin to refuse picked from a garbage heap. Zhonghai shook his head and turned to visit the deaf old woman. Old lady, it is hot. You must have stayed up late, right? Zhonghai entered the room and found the deaf old woman still fanning herself with a palm leaf fan at the entrance. In the minds of the older generation, the banana leaf fan brings forth a chilling breeze, unsuitable for the elderly and young, while the palm leaf fan offers a gentler breeze. I feel restless and cannot sleep. The deaf old woman furrowed her brow. Zhonghai, have you convened a meeting in the courtyard again? What has happened? She keenly sensed that something was amiss. Otherwise, Zhonghai would not come at this hour. Zhonghai, who had been waving a banana fan, came to a halt with a bitter smile. He recounted the events that had just transpired, concluding with the exclamation that he had not anticipated such audacity from that young scoundrel, who not only showed no respect for elders, but also spoke nonsense, inciting discord among the people. The others in the courtyard were merely swayed by hearsay, and one could only speculate about their thoughts at this moment. The expression on the face of the deaf old lady darkened significantly. She understood that Zhonghai intended to leverage her status to compel Zhao Xiaodong to submit, yet she had failed to anticipate that Zhao Xiaodong had already seen through her ancestral facade. Regrets surged within her. She wished she had informed Zhonghai sooner that Zhao Xiaodong was aware of her true background. Otherwise, Zhonghai would not have acted so recklessly, leading to such an irretrievable situation. Now, thanks to Zhao Xiaodong's uproar, who would genuinely respect her as an elder in the future, to wield power as she once did would likely invite someone to expose her past to the authorities. Zhonghai, what can I say to you? Could you not have waited just a few days? The bitterness in the old lady's tone was palpable as she lamented the chaos that ensued. By the way, Director Yang is returning the day after tomorrow, correct? Zhonghai responded affirmatively, but inwardly he derided, Old hag, if it weren't for the remnants of your past connections and the possibility that you might possess some secrets, who would have the patience to humor you? Chapter 57, Severing Ties and Changing Fans. Devotion ultimately misplaced indeed. Factory Director Yang will return the day after tomorrow. I must devise a means to remove Zhao Xiaodong from this courtyard. Zhonghai finally revealed his true intentions. Initially, I had contemplated bringing him under my wing for proper guidance. However, it has become evident that he is nothing more than an ungrateful wolf, unworthy of my efforts. The deaf old lady comprehended that Zhonghai wished for her to seek out Director Yang Weiming to sabotage Zhao Xiaodong's employment. But what power did she possess to accomplish such a feat? Zhonghai, you are aware that once someone is a formal worker, they cannot be dismissed unless they commit a crime and are apprehended. The deaf old lady managed a bitter smile, recalling the fondness she shared with Director Yang, which has now been nearly exhausted in favor of you and Juzi. This final bit of goodwill must be preserved for my own survival. Well, I shall first approach Director Yang and see if it proves fruitful. If not, then I will leave it to you, dear old lady. Zhonghai pondered for a moment, then resolutely declared, this wretch must be removed, or tranquility shall never return to this courtyard. The deaf old lady opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately swallowed her words. Very well, let us work towards expelling him first. She sighed. It seems even this last bit of goodwill must be sacrificed. Upon returning home, Zhao Xiaodong waited for He Yushui to finish bathing the two little girls and putting them to bed before he carried the fans to He Yushui's room. At this moment, a small ceiling fan hung above He Yushui's bed, while a newly acquired table fan rested on her desk, both whirring and bringing a refreshing breeze to the room. Zhao Xiaodong, feeling it inappropriate to linger, hurried back to his own room after ensuring the fans were set up. No sooner had he left than Zhuzi appeared at He Yushui's door. Yushui, you already have 2 fans. Can you spare one for me? Zhuzi's eyes were slightly red. Whether from drink or agitation, it was unclear. That's impossible. He Yushui replied flatly, and you know the reason why. Please leave, I wish to sleep. He Yushui, you truly dare to defy me. Zhuzi's anger surged. What are you planning today? Do you want me to call Donga back? He Yushui raised her eyebrows defiantly. Zhuzi deflated like a punctured balloon. You are quite ruthless. I never imagined you could become so hard-hearted. Learning from Zhao Xiaodong, Qin Jie and Bang Geng are suffering in this heat. And you have 2 fans. What does it matter to you if Qin Huairu and Bang Geng are hot? He Yushui maintained her indifferent tone. Well, we are neighbors. We should unite and care for one another. Zhuzi attempted to appeal to reason. You, a single man, who cares about you? He Yushui scoffed. And you claim to care for your neighbors? The Zhang family and the Wu family are in greater hardship. Why don't you extend your concern to them? How can they compare to Qin Jie? Zhuzi blurted out. The moment the words escaped, Zhuzi realized he had misspoken, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to concede. This is settled then. But Zhuzi, you must understand that Qin Huairu is Jia Dongshu's wife, and Bang Geng is Jia Dongshu's son. He Yushui stated coldly. These 2 have no connection to you whatsoever. Yushui, I implore you today, as your elder brother, I beseech you. Zhuzi gritted his teeth, nearly pleading. Just give me that small fan. Providing you with one is not entirely out of the question. He Yushui's eyes glimmered frostily, but only if you agree to sign this severance letter. You, Yushui, you wish to sever ties with me? Zhuzi's complexion darkened instantly. Yes. He Yushui's tone was resolute. You are so infatuated with another's wife and child. Who knows what foolishness you might commit in the future? If you were to get into trouble over this, what would become of me? That would be most unjust. Struggling with his inner turmoil, Zhuzi's thoughts drifted to Qin Huairu's curvaceous figure and gentle voice, prompting him to resolve. Very well. Write it up. Tears welled in He Yushui's eyes, her heart aching as if pierced by a needle. Fine, I shall write it. She forced a smile. Sign here and provide your fingerprint, and you may take the small ceiling fan. As she lowered her head, tears fell to the ground, shattering like glass. She took out paper and pen, swiftly drafting 2 severance letters, signing her name and pressing her fingerprint. When Zhuzi received the documents, his hand trembled slightly in hesitation. Yet, upon turning, he caught sight of Qin Huairu standing at her doorway, gazing expectantly in their direction. In that moment, Zhuzi disregarded everything else. He hastily signed both severance letters, pressing his fingerprint down firmly, then shoved them back to He Yushui before hastily grabbing the small ceiling fan and rushing away without looking back. Truly, bewitched. He Yushui watched his silhouette disappear into the night, a bitter smile escaping her lips. Glancing at the still wet severance letters in her hand, she recalled the bond of siblinghood they once shared, contrasting it with Zhuzi's current demeanor. Her heart ached with a wrenching pain, compounded by a deep-rooted resentment towards Qin Huairu. Meanwhile, on the Jia family side, once the courtyard meeting concluded, the family swiftly retreated indoors. Jia Zhongshu eagerly fished out 3 fragrant melons from the water vat, barking at Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu, hurry, peel them. Where did these come from? Qin Huairu cast a worried glance at Bang Geng. What business is it of yours? If you don't want any, just keep your mouth shut. Jia Zhongshu snapped. We 3 Jia family members will eat. It's just right, 1 for each. In Jia Zhongshu's eyes, Qin Huairu and Xiao Dang were not even considered members of the Jia family. Qin Huairu could only silently peel the melons, placing them into a basin along with the knife before bringing them to the table. Jia Zhongshi and Bang Gung immediately grabbed one each, devouring them ravenously. Jia Dongshu sighed, cutting the remaining melon in half and offering a piece to Qin Huairu. Huairu, share this with Xiaodang. My mother is like that. Don't take it to heart. Jia Dongshu reassured in a low voice. We can discuss Bang Gung's issues later. Your concerns mirror my own. Qin Huairu managed a bitter smile. Her relationship with Jia Dongshu was, in fact, quite good. Although Jia Zhongshi was difficult, Jia Dongshu was considerate towards Qin Huairu in private. Coupled with Jia Dongshu's handsome appearance, Qin Huairu had endured without flipping the table. As Jia Zhongshi and Bang Gung continued to munch on the fragrant melons, their eyes darted furtively towards the outside. They happened to witness Zhao Xiaodong delivering a fan to He Yushui. Qin Huairu, you go and fetch a fan. Jia Zhongshi commanded with narrowed eyes. Mother, you know that He Yushui has completely turned against me. Qin Huairu explained gently, it would only bring me humiliation to go. It is futile. Who sent you to find He Yushui? Jia Zhongshi exclaimed angrily. Go seek out Xiaozhu instead. Have him request it from He Yushui. Furthermore, while you may converse with Xiaozhu, you must ensure that that wretched person does not take advantage. Otherwise, I shall send the both of you back to our rural hometown. At this moment, Jia Dongshu expressed his displeasure. Mother, what kind of talk is this? Huairu is not that sort of person. By speaking this way, are you not putting your son in an awkward position? Jia Zhongshi stuffed the last piece of cantaloupe into her mouth and, with a muffled voice, urged, Qin Huairu, hurry up, bring me back the electric fan. Chapter 58. Gluttony brings misfortune. Jia family reaps what they sow. Qin Huairu found herself with no alternative but to seek out Xiaozhu. All she needed to do was gently shake his hand a couple of times and utter a few sweet words, prompting Xiaozhu to become instantly fervent and rush off to demand a fan from He Yushui. Jia Zhongshi, observing Qin Huairu standing at the door, impatiently inquired, how did it go? Were you able to get it? You didn't let that simpleton take advantage of you, did you? Before Qin Huairu could respond, Jia Dongshu interjected angrily, Mother, what kind of talk is that? Huairu would never do such a thing. All right, Xiaozhu is bringing the fan now, Qin Huairu sighed. She was well aware that if she failed to secure the fan tonight, Jia Zhongshi would create an uproar for who knows how long. Thankfully, Xiaozhu, her loyal dog, was somewhat effective in handling affairs. Excellent. Hurry and set it by my bedside. I cannot allow my precious grandson to suffer from the heat. Jia Zhongshi exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Qin Jia, the fan. Xiaozhu presented the small fan to Qin Huairu, his expression brimming with pride, as if to say, aren't I capable? It's so small. I thought it would be a larger one. Qin Huairu pouted, her tone laced with disappointment. As she spoke in that soft voice, with her rosy lips pursed, and the faint scent of soap combined with her feminine fragrance wafting towards him, Xiaozhu felt himself swoon. Noticing Xiaozhu's unblinking gaze fixed on his wife, Jia Dongshu stepped forward to block his line of sight. Xiaozhu, give me the fan and hurry back home. Jia Dongshu extended his hand to take the fan. Xiaozhu reluctantly released it, assuring Qin Huairu, Qin Jia, you can use this small fan for now. I will think of another way for the larger one. Think of another way? If your sister refuses to give it, can't you just buy one from the black market? Jia Zhongshi interjected, if only you could. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiaozhu, like a cat with its tail stepped on, hurriedly turned and fled. Although Xiaozhu easily lost his wits in the presence of Qin Huairu, he remained clear-headed when faced with Jia Zhongshi, the formidable matriarch. Even when in front of Qin Huairu, it was impossible for Xiaozhu to part with large sums of money. After all, Jia Dongshu was still right there, and Xiaozhu understood that his little schemes would not come to fruition. However, he was more than willing to exchange inexpensive favors for the chance to be near Qin Huairu. Ultimately, his frugality was aimed at one day marrying a wife. Regrettably, he had yet to find a suitable partner that met his high standards. One who resembled Qin Huairu, possessed a city household registration, held a respectable job, and was well educated. He never considered that such a woman would hardly look twice at someone like He Yushui. Returning to his room, Zhao Xiaodong waited for quite some time, but the system remained silent. It appeared that no task had been triggered, but the system should actively issue a task. Zhao Xiaodong muttered to himself. The system paid him no heed. At 5 o'clock the following morning, Zhao Xiaodong awoke and sat cross-legged on his bed to practice his internal skills. As for external training, he decided to postpone that until moving to the spacious east courtyard. Around 6, he heard the sound of the kitchen door opening next door, followed by He Yushui's surprised exclamation. Zhao Xiaodong stepped out of his room. Dongge, Did you eat the sweet melon I left in the water tank last night? Eating too much of it can cause diarrhea. He Yushui asked. No, I didn't tea. I was completely unaware of it. It must have been stolen, Zhao Xiaodong replied, feigning surprise. From now on, we shouldn't leave food outside. He didn't need to guess. It was likely related to Bang Gong. I suspect so too. Never mind, let us not dwell on it. I'm going to make breakfast. He Yushui sighed. There's no need to cook. Let us just go out and buy something to eat, Zhao Xiaodong suggested casually. It's a hassle to cook so early in the morning. Cooking at home saves money. Buying food is wasteful. He Yushui shot him a look. Donggu, why don't you check if Xiao Ling and Xiao Yu are awake? The two little girls are in the north room. At that moment, Jia Zhangshi dashed past the front yard, her face pale and clutching her stomach, emitting loud flatulence as she ran, the foul odor quickly spreading. Zhao Xiaodong wrinkled his nose in disgust and turned to retreat into his room. The Jia family had begun their ruckus in the middle of the night. Bang Gong seemed to be in serious trouble and had been taken to the hospital before dawn. He Yushui shook her head and whispered, the central courtyard is filled with a terrible stench. As they spoke, Qin Huairu and Jia Dongshu returned, both with heavy dark circles under their eyes. Jia Dongshu carried the still sleeping Bang Gong on his back, suggesting they had just returned from the hospital. Jia Dongshu could barely keep his eyes open, thankful that it was Sunday and he didn't have to work. It turned out that shortly after Bang Gong went to bed last night, he had begun to have diarrhea, soiling the bed and splattering Jia Zhangshi, who had been blissfully sleeping with the fan blowing on her. The foul odor had awakened her. Jia Dongshu and Qin Huairu, who had been quietly engaged in their own nighttime activities, were startled by the commotion and had to hastily separate and dress to investigate. Upon witnessing the scene, Jia Dongshu and Qin Huairu were furious, but had no choice but to hold their noses and clean up. Just as they finished changing Jia Zhangshi and Bang Gong's soiled clothes to take outside for washing, Bang Gong had another accident. Fortunately, it was summer, and the bed was only covered with a reed mat, making it easy to rinse off outside. Had it been winter, the bedding would have suffered greatly, and with everyone's sleepwear being tightly packed, there would be no spare replacements. Before they could catch a breath, Jia Zhangshi began to stir, clutching her abdomen and rushing towards the public toilet with tissue in hand. It must have been from eating too much sweet melon. They each had 1.5, Jia Dongshu remarked, laughing bitterly at Qin Huairu, and that red braised meat was taken straight from the freezer without being heated. Mom, my stomach hurts, it really hurts. Bang Gong cried out again. In the end, there was no choice but to take Bang Gong to the hospital in the middle of the night, leaving the little one with a nearly exhausted Jia Zhangshi, who was fortunate that the young child, Xiao Dang, slept deeply and did not cause a commotion. Jia Zhangshi herself had made 5 or 6 trips to the toilet that night, leaving her legs weak from running. At this moment, Jia Dongshu and Qin Huairu, as they traversed the front courtyard, exchanged malevolent glances directed towards the residence of Zhao Xiaodong. In their hearts, they believed that had it not been for Zhao Xiaodong's family purchasing that accursed melon, the misfortunes of Bonging would not have befallen them, nor would they have had to endure a sleepless night. Of course, they could not openly articulate such sentiments. It would be utterly unreasonable to exclaim, "It is your family's melon that caused my son to indulge and suffer from diarrhea. You owe us compensation." The Jia family, at present, could not dare to act so brazenly. Yet who could say what would transpire once Jia Dongshu had departed from this world? In the original narrative, Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu had engaged in similar conduct on numerous occasions. Although Zhao Xiaodong had his back turned to them, as a master of the Huajin level, his perception was exceedingly acute. He abruptly turned his head, precisely capturing the resentful and venomous gaze of Jia Dongshu and Qin Huairu, which they had not yet retracted. Chapter 59. The injury of Bonging and the hypocrisy of Zhonghai. Zhao Xiaodong felt a sudden realization, understanding that the couple had developed a grudge against him due to the diarrhea of their 2 pigs. Jia Dongshu and Qin Huairu were utterly unprepared for Zhao Xiaodong's abrupt turn as he was about to enter the house. The sharpness of his gaze sent them hastily lowering their heads and quickening their steps, nearly brushing past Yan Bugui. Observing Jia Dongshu from 6 meters away, Zhao Xiaodong let out a cold snort in his heart. He subtly activated his mental power, unleashing an invisible force that precisely struck the bend of Jia Dongshu's left leg. As Jia Dongshu's left foot landed, he felt his leg give way beneath him, resulting in a loud thud as he knelt on the ground. His right leg was still in motion, causing him to lose his balance and tumble forward. Instinctively, Jia Dongshu placed his hands on the ground to catch himself, which caused the bonging on his back to be thrown off, landing with a resounding smack on the blue brick floor. Startled from a deep slumber, Bonging let out a wail of agony, crying out loudly. Qin Huairu hurriedly rushed to lift Bonging, only to discover a large bump on his forehead, 2 of his front teeth knocked out, and his mouth bleeding profusely. Who the hell struck my leg? Jia Dongxiu, enduring the piercing pain in his left knee, rose to his feet, immediately spotting Yin Bugui beside him. He seized Yin Bugui by the collar, lifting him up. As a skilled worker, Jia Dongxiu possessed considerable strength. Third uncle, it must be you. You were standing right next to me. Yin Bugui, still in a daze, was caught by Jia Dongxiu and quickly protested. Jia Dongxiu, are you insane? Why would I hit you? Dongxiu, what are you doing? Let go of third uncle at once. Zhonghai appeared just in time, adopting his usual tone. There are no parents without faults, only children who fail to meet expectations. Regardless of what third uncle did, you must first reflect on yourself. Under no circumstances should you lay a hand on your elder. I didn't hit him. If it weren't for your teachings, master, I would have struck him long ago. Look at what happened to Bonging. Jia Dongxiu, with a face full of grievance, released Yin Bugui and quickly scooped up Bonging from Qin Huairu's arms. His front teeth are gone. A fleeting pang of sympathy crossed Zhonghai's face before he swiftly concealed it. It's all right. Bonging hasn't reached the age for losing teeth yet, but it will be soon. Those teeth will grow back, Zhonghai reassured. Then turned to Yin Bugui. Old Yin, what transpired? I have no idea. Yin Bugui's face was etched with confusion and grievance as he recounted the events. Old Yin, don't take it to heart, Zhonghai said with a smile, keen on diffusing the situation. He is just a child, and his emotions got the better of him. How about this? Let him accompany you for a few drinks tonight to make amends. Yin Bugui's attention was indeed diverted. Right. You mentioned treating us to a meal today. Yes. I was just coming to find you so we could notify everyone together, Zhonghai responded with a smile. We can go buy some groceries together shortly. All right. Sounds good. Yin Bugui nodded eagerly. Zhonghai approached Bonging to examine his injuries, stating, It's fine, nothing serious. Dongxiu, take the child home. Huairu, please visit my house for a moment. I have some purple medicine to apply on the child's wounds. He gently patted Bonging's head, his voice filled with tenderness, yet subtly strained. Bonging, stop crying. You're a little man. This little pain is nothing. By the way, I also have some big white rabbit milk candies. Huairu, please take Bonging to find Anida for some. On the surface, Zhonghai's arrangements appeared flawless, resembling a just and benevolent elder. After finishing his words, he made his way home, prompting Yin Bugui to shout from behind, Oldie, I'll bring the dried fish over for you right away. Upon returning home, Zhonghai was followed by Qin Huairu and Bonging. He instructed Tan Jinhua to fetch the purple medicine while quietly reassuring Qin Huairu. Huairu, don't worry, Bonging will be fine. His 2 front teeth will grow back soon. Qin Huairu nodded, casting a charming glance at Zhonghai. Just as their eyes were about to engage further, Tan Jinhua arrived with the purple medicine. Let me apply the medicine on Bonging, Zhonghai said. Huairu, hold Bonging's head steady. He then addressed Tan Jinhua. Dear, could you fetch 2 pieces of big white rabbit milk candies? As Zhonghai applied the medicine, he endeavored to conceal the pained expression on his face, his acting skills commendable. Zhao Xiaodong had just finished breakfast and, noticing it was only 7 o'clock, was preparing to gather his fishing gear when he heard the sound of a car at the entrance. Shortly thereafter, Zhong Yuemin entered, accompanied by Zhang Haiyang and an unfamiliar young man. Zhao Ge, let's go hunting. Zhong Yuemin shouted as he reached the door. Hunting? Zhao Xiaodong pondered, recalling that he had just promised He Yushui and the 2 young girls to take them fishing. Donggu, you go hunting. I'll look after Xiaoling and Xiaoyer. He Yushui smiled understandingly. Yes, brother, I want to eat chicken legs. Xiaoyer's big eyes sparkled with excitement. The taste of the wild chicken Zhao Xiaodong had brought back last time lingered in the girl's memories, making the prospect of delicious food far more enticing than a mere outing. Brother, I want to eat chicken wings. Xiaoling chimed in sweetly. We won't go fishing, okay? Zhao Xiaodong paused for a moment before realizing that in these times of scarcity, the children had little concept of play. Their thoughts were solely focused on acquiring something delicious. All right then, I will prepare, Zhao Xiaodong nodded. Donggu, please be careful, He Yushui reminded. I will be at home making clothes. Xiaoling and Xiaoyer's new outfits just need a little more work. Zhao Xiaodong acknowledged her, entering the house to retrieve his bow and arrows, along with his hunting knife and other tools. Since Zhong Yuemin had driven, he decided against taking his motorcycle. Zhao Gu, this is Yuan Jun, a buddy of mine. His shooting skills are quite good, Zhong Yuemin introduced. Today, we brought along 2 rifles. I can't believe we might encounter wild boars again. Zhao Xiaodong interrupted with a shake of his head. Your skill is what matters, not the weapon you wield. Zhao Gu. That's not the point. My gun is definitely more effective than your bow. Zhong Yuemin quickly shifted the topic. The driver was Yuan Jun. Let's hope we encounter something big today, Zhao Xiaodong said with a faint smile. The vehicle soon reached the foot of the mountain. After parking, the 4 began their ascent. Zhong Yuemin and Yuan Jun carried rifles, while Zhonghai followed closely beside Zhao Xiaodong, seemingly intrigued by the bow and arrows. As they reached the halfway point up the mountain, Zhao Xiaodong suddenly raised his hand and shot an arrow. Using a light arrow without drawing his bow fully, the arrow struck a thicket, causing startled wild chickens to squawk and 3 of them to flutter up from the bushes. Zhao Xiaodong swiftly drew another arrow. At that moment, Zhong Yuemin and Yuan Jun finally reacted, hastily raising their rifles and firing 2 or 3 shots each. Chapter 60. Hunting wild boar in the deep mountains, a display of skill however. Despite firing 5 or 6 shots, Zhong Yuemin and Yuan Jun managed to hit only 1. The power of the rifle bullets was immense, rendering half of the wild chicken's body unrecognizable. Using a rifle for such small creatures is rather inappropriate, Zhao Xiaodong remarked, shaking his head. Zhong Yuemin and his companions were momentarily dumbfounded, as they had not anticipated that Zhao Xiaodong would effortlessly strike down 2 wild chickens with a single raise of his hand, while they, armed with rifles, could only manage to hit 1. Observing the 2 lightweight arrows precisely pierce the vital areas of the wild chickens, Zhao Xiaodong skillfully began to bleed the prey. Brother Zhao, your archery skills are truly remarkable, Zhonghai exclaimed with envy. Not bad, if you want to learn. Just practice diligently on your own, Zhao Xiaodong casually replied. Let us continue forward. There should be plenty of wild chickens and hares along the way. Indeed, the wild chickens and hares were abundant, yet spotting and capturing them was no simple task. However, for Zhao Xiaodong, it was as effortless as flipping a hand. After traversing 2 small hills, Zhao Xiaodong had successfully shot down 11 wild chickens and 9 hares. Often before Zhong Yuemin and the others even realized what had transpired, Zhonghai found a sturdy stick laden with wild chickens and hares. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuemin and Yuan Jun wore grim expressions, not from a desire to ruin the prey, but rather from the lack of opportunity to fire their weapons. It's already 11:30, Zhao Xiaodong glanced at his watch. We've gathered a decent amount. Shall we head back? That works. Let us find a place in the commune at the foot of the mountain for lunch before returning to the city, Zhong Yuemin agreed. Before we go back, we need to properly handle the wild chickens and hares. Otherwise, we might attract unwanted attention, Zhao Xiaodong cautioned, knowing that having such a bounty could incite envy. At that moment, they were descending a slope, joking as they made their way to the ridge. Upon reaching the ridge, they spotted a herd of wild boars about 20 meters below. This group comprised about a dozen wild boars, including 3 or 4 large ones estimated to weigh 200 to 300 pounds, along with 5 or 6 weighing around 80 to 90 pounds, and several smaller ones around 30 pounds. Climb the tree, Zhao Xiaodong commanded sharply, and without waiting for the 3 to react, he seized Zhong Yuemin and Yuan Jun by the scruffs of their necks and flung them onto a nearby branch over 2 meters high. Simultaneously, the 4 massive wild boars charged forward. Zhao Xiaodong swiftly positioned himself in front of Zhonghai, releasing 3 arrows in rapid succession. The entire process took no more than 5 seconds. 3 heavy arrows struck true into the foreheads of 3 wild boars, and they collapsed, sliding forward due to inertia. The last wild boar charged right at Zhao Xiaodong. At that moment, the 2 men in the tree were in a frenzy. Their gunslings had become entangled in the branches, and they hadn't even managed to draw their weapons, watching in pale-faced horror as they realized they were utterly helpless. Zhao Xiaodong leaned back, propelling Zhonghai several meters away. Using the momentum, he sidestepped the wild boar's frontal assault, holding the bow in his left hand while his right hand swiftly struck the wild boar's head. The wild boar collapsed in response, sliding away before finally coming to rest, convulsing on the ground, blood pouring from its mouth and nose, clearly on the brink of death. Only then did Zhao Xiaodong exhale a sigh of relief, drawing his hunting knife and proceeding to bleed each of the 4 wild boars one by one. Zhong Yuemin and the others gathered around, still shaken. Brother Zhao, I'm sorry Zhong Yuemin said, his face filled with embarrassment. It's all right. In the future, do refrain from hunting on your own. Zhao Xiaodong waved his hand dismissively, his tone serious. During summer, wild boars are foraging everywhere. Encountering them can lead to trouble. Brother Zhao, did you really kill that wild boar with just one slap? What kind of skill is that? Iron sandpalm. Yuan Jun inquired excitedly, his eyes gleaming. What iron sandpalm? I don't know that stuff. Zhao Xiaodong shook his head in denial. Quickly, gather some bamboo to make a makeshift sled to transport the wild boars. Zhong Yuemin, Yuan Jun, you two take care of the guns and keep watch. I fear the scent of blood may attract other ferocious beasts. Zhong Yuemin and Yuan Jun, not daring to slacken, promptly held their guns on guard atop the ridge. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaodong and Zhonghai chopped some green bamboo not far off, swiftly binding it with vines to create a sturdy sled. After loading the 4 wild boars onto it, Zhao Xiaodong quickly led the group away with the sled in tow. By 12:30, they finally arrived back at their vehicle. After considerable effort, they managed to fit 2 wild boars into the trunk, one into the gap in the back seat, and secured the last one on the roof. Let us hurry, Zhao Xiaodong urged. It's too hot. We can't let the meat spoil. Yuan Jun started the car, speeding back towards the city. Brother Zhao, today you truly had a bountiful harvest, Zhong Yuemin said with a smile. These 4 wild boars. 4 wild boars, just enough for each of us to have one, Zhao Xiaodong replied cheerfully. I'll take all the wild chickens. You can divide the hares among yourselves. Hey, Brother Zhao is so generous. Zhong Yuemin chuckled. Then we shall not be polite. We will process these 3 wild boars right away, and the money will be split among the 5 of us. Brother Zhao, you take 1 share. Li Kueyong should get 1 too. I wonder what he is busy with. But I heard you got him into the steel mill. That's only fair. Kueyong's life has been too difficult, Zhao Xiaodong sighed. We also want to help, but our capabilities are regrettably limited, Zhong Yuemin admitted awkwardly. Their parents had not provided much, and they had to spend lavishly to maintain appearances. Well then, let us head to the steel mill, Zhao Xiaodong said, raising his eyebrows. I'm the team leader of the procurement department as 3rd group. These goods can conveniently be purchased by the mill. Zhonghai and Yuan Jun grinned widely upon hearing this. They too were in need of money and had incurred expenses to maintain their image. Selling these 3 wild boars could easily net them a couple of hundred yuan, enough to enjoy some leisure for a while. Upon arriving at the steel mill, they located the duty personnel, weighed the wild boars, and sent them to the cold storage. The specific settlement would be processed the following workday. Zhao Xiaodong was wearing a military green canvas shoulder bag today, with the words "Serve the people" embroidered in red thread on the flap. He received a receipt for the goods. With this note, he could collect the payment of 750 yuan from the mill the next day. Zhao Xiaodong directly counted out 750 yuan from his bag and handed it to Zhong Yuemin. The receipt was naturally his, as the 3 wild boars counted towards his procurement task. Brother Zhao, you don't have to cover this, Zhong Yuemin said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's all the same. You all hurry and get back to work, Zhao Xiaodong replied. Zhao Xiaodong chuckled and waved his hand, pondering whether it would be appropriate to send a portion of the money to Li Kueyong. Indeed. Let us gather for a drink this evening, Zhong Yuemin promptly agreed. Zhao Xiaodong could not leave just yet. The factory was equipped with all necessary tools, and he needed to seize the moment to process the wild boar that belonged to him. Naturally, he would not forget to offer a token of appreciation to the 2 chefs on duty in the kitchen, who, in turn, worked with exceptional enthusiasm. Chapter 61. The bounty of the hunt. Kueyong has disappeared. Wang Wu, the portly figure, and Chef Lao Zhang were pleasantly surprised, never anticipating such a windfall during their weekend duty. The steel mill's critical departments also had personnel on call on Sundays, such as the factory office and the security division. With someone on duty, meals had to be prepared, necessitating staff at the canteen. In less than an hour, a large wild boar was skinned, cleaned, and processed. Wang Wu pedaled his tricycle, laden with the butchered pork, alongside Zhao Xiaodong back to the courtyard. While the two handled the wild boar, Zhao Xiaodong had efficiently cleaned 2 wild rabbits and 6 wild chickens. Upon returning to the courtyard, it was already 4 in the afternoon. The scorching sun continued to blaze, radiating relentless heat. In the back of Zhao Xiaodong's cart lay 20 pounds of coarse salt, which he had acquired by trading 2 pounds of wild boar meat at the supply and marketing cooperative. He was not particularly keen on wild boar meat, finding its gamey flavor overpowering, far inferior to the delicate taste of castrated domestic pigs. As soon as the cart came to a halt at the entrance, a throng of people surged forward. The sight of the gleaming pork was simply too enticing. Bugui seemed to have completely forgotten his previous discord with Zhao Xiaodong. Pushing to the front, eyes fixated on the pork, saliva nearly spilling from his mouth. The wild chickens and rabbits made him salivate even more, almost prompting him to reach out. Zhonghai was hosting a feast for the entire courtyard today, having purchased 10 pounds of pork, 20 pounds of tofu, and some vegetables. Shaju was busy preparing in the courtyard. Jia Zhongshi, leading bonging, stood nearby, her dark hands twitching involuntarily, contemplating how to gain a little advantage, ideally managing to snag a few succulent pieces of meat to take home. Step aside, what are you crowding around for? Zhao Xiaodong called to the 6 or 7 children pressed against the cart. Raining, take these chickens and rabbits back home. I need to place this pork on the cutting board, chop it up, and cure it into salted meat for gradual consumption. He Yushui arrived with Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling, taking the wild chickens and rabbits inside. Even Xiao Yu carefully carried a wild chicken in her hands, following closely behind. Wang Wu assisted Zhao Xiaodong in unloading the pork, placing it on the makeshift cutting board. Director Zhao, shall I help you chop the pork? You intend to cure it, right? Wang Wu offered eagerly. I can cut it into pieces that will absorb the flavor better. Thank you. Zhao Xiaodong replied with a slight smile. I'll go prepare the pig's head for braising. When Zhao Xiaodong returned, he had also procured a clean pig's head weighing over 20 pounds. He entered the kitchen, ready to utilize the pot of old marinade for the cooking. In his mind, he had no intention of consuming the wild boar meat due to its overpowering flavor. Only the pig's stomach and heart seemed acceptable. He chopped one wild chicken into pieces and, after blanching it with the pig's stomach, stuffed the chicken pieces inside the stomach, sewing it closed and placing it in the pot to stew. Donga, are you making pig stomach chicken? He Yushui asked with her sparkling eyes. Yes, indeed, pig stomach chicken, Zhao Xiaodong replied with a smile. Later, I'll put the remaining wild chickens into the old marinade to cook, then smoke them, and they will become smoked chicken. However, first, let us go outside to cure the pork. Zhao Xiaodong and He Yushui worked together to move the large water vat from the kitchen to the main room. Wang Wu had just finished cutting the pork. His skills were commendable, having scraped the bones so clean that not even a dog could gnaw them as thoroughly. Wang Wu, this is for you. Zhao Xiaodong quickly handed him a piece weighing about 3 pounds. I can't let you work for nothing. Wang Wu beamed with delight as he took the pork and walked away. Zhao Xiaodong and He Yushui began layering the pork in the vat, sprinkling coarse salt between each layer. At that moment, team leader Lin from the maintenance crew approached. Director Zhao, it seems you had quite a successful hunt today. Team leader Lin greeted with a smile. We have finished repairing the east courtyard. You should take a look. While team leader Lin spoke, a dozen workers gradually joined them. Zhao Xiaodong swiftly picked up a knife, skillfully slicing each piece of pork into roughly 1-pound portions. His previous life as a chef endowed him with precision. Everyone take one piece. Don't hesitate. Zhao Xiaodong cheered. Thank you for your hard work. Then thank you, Director Zhao. Team leader Lin replied with a smile, instructing his colleagues to take their share. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, the workers each left with a piece of pork, expressing their gratitude as they departed. Soon, only team leader Lin remained. Zhao Xiaodong followed him to the east courtyard to inspect. The newly renovated space appeared completely transformed. We did everything according to your specifications, Director Zhao. Given the weather, if it dries for a couple of days, we can move in. In fact, it should be ready by tomorrow evening, team leader Lin explained. Zhao Xiaodong nodded, acknowledging, thank you for your hard work, team leader Lin. By the way, I acquired a wild boar today. Please take the pig's head and trotters back with you. Team leader Lin agreed with a smile, feeling it was only fair to accept such items after all the labor he had contributed, which saved Zhao Xiaodong considerable effort and expense. Zhao Xiaodong locked the east courtyard's gate, returning to the front yard, allowing team leader Lin to carry a sack containing the pig's head and 4 trotters. Donga, when are we moving? He Yushui's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Once we move to the new house, I can go live there. Tomorrow evening, Zhao Xiaodong replied, raising his brow. This place needs to be returned to the factory, otherwise, over time, people might start to talk. It was nearly 6 o'clock. They decided to check on the items being braised. Donga, how about we have pancakes for dinner tonight? He Yushui suggested sweetly. Zhao Xiaodong raised an eyebrow. Sounds great. Pancakes wrapped around the pig's head meat. What a combination. Pancakes are made by scalding flour with boiling water, dividing the cooked dough into small portions, and rolling them thin with a small rolling pin, then frying them in a pan until done. They are delicious when used to wrap pig's head meat or stir-fried potato shreds with chili. or stir-fried eggplant with chili, making them a delightful dish suitable for both the affluent and the less fortunate alike. As they spoke, four figures emerged from behind the wall. It was Zhong Yuanmian, Zhonghai Yang, Yuan Juan, and trailing behind was Li Kueyong. At this moment, Li Kueyong wore a gloomy expression but still mustered the energy to approach. "Zhao Ge, what brings you here?" Zhao Xiaodong asked, somewhat puzzled. "Zhao Ge, we would like to invite you out for a drink," Zhong Yuanmian replied with a smile, though his demeanor soon turned serious. "By the way, Kueyong, your actions have been rather inconsiderate. Your father passed away last night, and he was taken to the mountain early this morning, yet you didn't inform us at all. If we hadn't gone looking for you, we would still be unaware. Everyone, I don't wish to trouble you." Li Kueyong replied with a wry smile, his voice tinged with exhaustion and regret. "Please forgive me." Chapter 62. The fragrant aroma of meat in the front yard. Chaos at the tables in the courtyard. Kueyong, your actions are indeed. I can comprehend your intentions, but they are truly inappropriate. Zhao Xiaodong spoke with a blend of sincerity and reproach. "Since it is so, let us indulge in some drinks here tonight. I have prepared braised pig's head, along with wild chicken and hare. Tonight shall be a feast of meat and wine." The rich aroma of the braised pig's head had already permeated the courtyard, its scent overwhelming. Moreover, Zhao Xiaodong's meticulously crafted marinade accentuated the meat's fragrance to perfection, stirring appetites with fervor. "That sounds agreeable." After exchanging glances with Yuan Jun and Zhonghai Yang, Zhong Yuanmin nodded in assent. At this moment, residents from the front yard and the back room began to make their way into the courtyard. As Zhao Xiaodong passed through the courtyard on his way to the eastern cross yard, he noticed 2 tables of banquets set up. Zhonghai was hosting, and it was impossible to invite all over 100 residents. That would require at least a dozen tables. He only invited the male heads of households and some individuals he deemed significant, gathering just enough for 2 tables. With about 20 households present, both tables were filled. However, only 2 individuals from the Jia family attended, Jia Dongshu and Jia Zhongshi. Qin Huairu stayed at home with Xiao Dang, while Bang Gung accompanied Jia Zhongshi. Although not seated at the table, they still indulged in the food and drink. The dishes prepared by Xia Zhu were quite commendable. Each table featured a large bowl of braised pork, stir-fried shredded meat as a side, and plates of perfectly roasted salted fish. The homemade tofu was served in a basin, adorned with flecks of minced meat, elevating its flavor. There were also stir-fried potato shreds with chili, sautéed greens, and other summer vegetables. Thus, each table managed to present around 11 or 12 dishes. "Everyone, please quiet down. I would like to say a few words." Lu Haizhong stood up, holding his stance. "Today, we gather for a meal hosted by Zhonghai to foster unity within our courtyard. Let us express our gratitude to Zhonghai. Is that all? What about me? I toiled all afternoon." Shaju shouted from the kitchen door. Lu Haizhong shot Shaju a glare and sat back down sulkily. People resumed their drinking and eating. Zhonghai stood up, his face radiating joy. "Our courtyard has always been a model of unity, respect for the elderly, and love for the young. Such a commendable spirit must be maintained. We must collectively disdain those who do not respect their elders. We must educate our children, ensuring they do not emulate such individuals. Furthermore, we must never tarnish the honor of our esteemed courtyard. Now let us commence our meal." At that moment, an intense and alluring scent of braised pig's head wafted from the front yard, causing everyone to instinctively inhale deeply. Jia Zhongshi could not help but exclaim, "It smells wonderful. So fragrant." "Shaju, the quality of that pig's head far surpasses your dishes." Jia Dongshu quickly rose to admonish, "Mother, what are you saying? Focus on your own meal, do not utter such nonsense." Seeing Jia Dongshu's furious glare from the neighboring table, Jia Zhongshi begrudgingly sat down, seizing her chopsticks to launch an assault on the bowl of braised pork. After 3 bites, she stuffed a piece into Bang Gung's mouth, quickly consuming half the bowl of braised pork. Wu Lauer, seated at the same table, watched in disbelief, exclaiming, "Jia Zhongshi, you cannot hog the braised pork all to yourself. There are others as well. Hurry up and eat. We will drink later," Zhang Laosan urged, tugging at Wu Lauer. Instantly, chopsticks began to whirl like windmills, all aimed at the meat dishes. Now, Jia Zhongshi could no longer take advantage. Her hands were not particularly long. Just moments earlier, everyone had been preoccupied chatting and drinking, allowing her to seize the opportunity. But the situation had changed. Watching the bowl of braised pork dwindle, along with the stir-fried chives with shredded meat and the homemade tofu, Jia Zhongshi hastily reached out, lifting the large bowl of braised pork and pouring all the meat and gravy into the basin that held the tofu. Everyone at the table was stunned, unable to comprehend Jia Zhongshi's intentions. Following this, she also overturned the plate of stir-fried chives with shredded meat into the large basin, then holding this hodgepodge aloft, called out to Bang Gong, "Bang Gong, I'm done eating. Let us head home. Also, there's a basket over there for the steamed buns. Go fetch a basket to take home." Bang Gong eagerly bounced off to retrieve the buns. Meanwhile, Zhonghai at the main table was furious, his face turning ashen. Jia Zhongshi was clearly intent on causing a scene. How dare she disrupt Zhonghai's gathering? This old meddler had forgotten her own place. Jia Dongshu's expression shifted from red to pale as he rushed over, delivering 2 sharp slaps to Bang Gong. "What are you doing? Get back home." Bang Gong opened his mouth to wail, his toothless grin appearing somewhat comical. "Dongshu, why are you hitting Bang Gong? Qin Huairu, where are you? Hurry and take Bang Gong back." Jia Zhongshi shrieked towards her house. Meanwhile, she hurriedly clutched the towering basin filled with food, scurrying back home, fearing Jia Dongshu might force her to set it down. The tantalizing allure of the food had just awakened her cravings, and she was determined to savor it thoroughly at home. Chapter 63. The new courtyard takes shape. Daily life of beast. Jia Dongshu returned to his seat, glancing at the ashen-faced Zhonghai, and hurriedly explained, "Master, my mother hasn't had meat for several days. In preparing for bonging, perhaps I overdid it a bit." Little did he know, Zhonghai's pallor was likely due to witnessing his earlier actions concerning bonging. The pain in Zhonghai's heart was profound. "No worries. It is all for the child." Zhonghai inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. "Dongshu, in the future, put more effort into your work and learn diligently from me. As your skills improve, it will be much easier to support your family." "Yes, I will certainly heed your advice, master." Jia Dongshu feigned compliance. Just do your best." Zhonghai sighed, his tone tinged with resignation. While Jia Dongshu could not be said to lack effort at the steel mill, his inherent limitations rendered him as foolish as a pig. If Zhonghai had not sought assistance for him to cheat, he might still be an apprentice. At this moment, Bugui was oblivious to everything else, relishing his red braised pork with gusto, completely neglecting his drink. Lu Haizhong, seated nearby, looked on with disdain. In the front yard, after a few drinks, Zhao Xiaodong and Zhong Yuemin turned serious and said to Li Kuyong, "Kuyong, in the future, be sure to inform us of any matters. What you did was not right. Indeed, your actions suggest you do not regard me as a friend." Zhong Yuemin added. Zhang Haiyang and Yuan Jun remained relatively silent. Their friendship with Li Kuyong had been forged through Zhong Yuemin, and they were not yet that close. "I understand. It's just that the events unfolded so suddenly." "My mind," Li Kuyong sighed, unable to continue. Though aware that his father's prolonged illness had reached a conclusion, he could not shake the discomfort within. "Do not be too sorrowful. This way, uncle suffers less," Zhong Yuemin consoled. "Yes, with his departure, all is resolved." Li Kuyong downed a glass of liquor, expressing gratitude to his friends. "Today's hunting trip is on me. However, in the future, it will not be necessary as I now have a proper job. I can still join Zhao Ge for some hunting on the side." Zhong Yuemin, with a smile, shifted the conversation. "Well, let us discuss future matters later. Zhao Ge, you possess martial skills. Could you teach me a few techniques?" Zhang Haiyang could not resist asking. "Today, you killed the wild boar with just a single slap. Truly remarkable. No one would believe it if I told them. You would not be able to learn." Zhao Xiaodong shook his head. Such skills require a foundation from childhood, coupled with innate talent. Moreover, even if you were to train to overpower a few ordinary individuals, given your current status and the state of the world, it is unnecessary. Haijun, refrain from asking. Zhong Yuemin quickly interjected, "Let us drink." As the drinking continued in high spirits, Li Kuyong, feeling somewhat inebriated, stumbled back to his room to sleep. Zhao Xiaodong escorted Zhong Yuemin and the others to the gate. Zhong Yuemin fondled the dragon-shaped wooden carving in his hands, unable to part with it even in his drunken state. The following morning, upon rising, Zhao Xiaodong first went to the east courtyard. He was immensely satisfied with the newly renovated space. "I shall find some vegetable seeds after work today to make use of this vacant lot," he mused, nodding approvingly at the over 100 square meters of empty ground. The courtyard also boasted several small fruit trees, 2 persimmon trees and 2 chestnut trees, each about 2 meters tall and laden with unripe fruits. The 3 main rooms, facing south, each approached 40 square meters, while the two eastern side rooms measured around 23 or 24 square meters. The southernmost eastern room had been divided into two, each with its own entrance. One served as a kitchen and the other as a bathroom, each approximately 10 square meters, ample for use. Both the kitchen and bathroom floors had been smoothed with cement, completely set and dried from the first day of work. Zhao Xiaodong sprinkled some water on the floor for maintenance, nodding with satisfaction at the two brand-new stoves in the kitchen. Among the three main rooms, the easternmost served as Zhao Xiaodong's bedroom, featuring a newly built kong. The middle room was also a bedroom, similarly equipped with a kong. However, all rooms remained bare, devoid of furniture. I shall craft my own furniture. It is time to purchase some timber. The steel mill has a carpentry shop. I can procure some from there, Zhao Xiaodong contemplated internally. To the west of the three main rooms lay a 2-meter-wide gap, beyond which was the back shed of the courtyard. The rear eaves wall of this row of main rooms aligned perfectly with that of the back shed. Behind the wall was a 3-meter-wide alley. One day, when the opportunity arises, I will open a door in this gap, so I need not share the same entrance with those beasts, Zhao Xiaodong mused, though he recognized that such a plan was not feasible at present. If I were to open a door here, those beasts in the courtyard, not to mention the street, would vehemently oppose it. After locking the courtyard gate, Zhao Xiaodong coincidentally encountered Lu Haizhong returning from the public restroom, reeking and heading toward the back courtyard. Zhao Xiaodong, locking the courtyard door is strictly prohibited. Your family is an exception. I must lodge a complaint regarding this matter, Lu Haizhong declared, puffing out his belly and adopting an authoritative tone. Get lost. Are you seeking trouble so early in the morning? Zhao Xiaodong's gaze sharpened, a hint of menace flashing in his eyes. Lu Haizhong, intimidated by his glare, shrank back and hurried away. As Zhao Xiaodong approached the central courtyard's water tank, he heard the wailing cries of Lu Guangfu and Lu Guangtian from the back courtyard. Unmistakably Lu Haizhong, taking his frustrations out on his two younger sons, a routine occurrence. Shaking his head, Zhao Xiaodong then noticed the familiar scene of Qin Huairu washing what seemed to be an endless pile of clothes by the water tank. Xiazhu stood opposite her, brushing his teeth, his triangular eyes fixated on Qin Huairu, utterly oblivious to his surroundings. Yet, Qin Huairu feigned ignorance, focusing intently on scrubbing her clothes, carefully conserving the precious soap. A smirk of derision passed across Zhao Xiaodong's face as he walked past. Xiazhu was entirely engrossed in Qin Huairu, completely unaware of anyone passing by. Of course, Qin Huairu noticed Zhao Xiaodong, but was indifferent to his presence. Zhuzi, she called in a sing-song voice, soft and sticky. Can you bring back a chicken today? Bongging is clamoring for chicken. Her tone was as if she were commanding her own man to bring food for their son. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiazhu eagerly replied, Sure, no problem. Tonight, I will make sure Bongging gets his favorite red braised chicken. Observing the earnest determination emanating from Xiazhu, who seemed eager to set forth immediately, Qin Huairu couldn't help but smile. She was confident that tonight, the bamboo shoot would indeed come to fruition. The sight of Qin Huairu's radiant smile left Xiazhu momentarily entranced, his gaze fixated solely upon her, as if the world around him had ceased to exist. Qin Huairu, aren't you coming back soon to see if the meal is ready? Jia Dongsu called out from the entrance of the Jia residence. His expression darkened. Chapter 64. Workplace changes and turmoil in the canteen. Jia Dongshu understood that Qin Huairu sought to gain some advantage from Shizuz. However, witnessing his wife entangled with another man filled his heart with an unbearable heaviness, akin to a cotton ball lodged in his chest. Qin Huairu turned to return to the room, carrying a basin of unwashed clothes. Xiazhu smacked his lips, swallowing the drool that nearly escaped, feeling an emptiness within. Today, Zhao Xiaodong set out on his 3-wheeled motorcycle, while He Yushui rode her brand-new bicycle. Xiao Yuer and Xiao Ling gleefully sat in the sidecar of the motorcycle. Upon arriving at the steel plant, Zhao Xiaodong first dropped the two girls off at the nursery before heading straight to find Li Huide. He Yushui proceeded to her broadcasting room. Xiaodong, I have good news. Li Huide enthusiastically invited Zhao Xiaodong to sit down, beaming with delight. The experimental workshop is no longer temporary. The factory has decided to expand production and will transfer 40 skilled mechanics from levels 3 to 5, as well as recruit another 40 apprentices. This means we have an additional 100 positions available. Li Huide spoke with fervor, unable to conceal his excitement. As the deputy factory director responsible for logistics, he had longed to engage in production but had lacked the opportunity. Now, Zhao Xiaodong's electric fan project provided him with a perfect entry point. and this new workshop would become his domain. Directorly, could you reserve a position for me? Zhao Xiaodong inquired. One position? Li Huaid waved his hand dismissively and pondered for a moment. Without you, Zhao Xiaodong, this workshop would never exist. I'll grant you 5 slots. After a pause, he lowered his voice. Originally, I thought of giving you more. But half of these 100 positions must be allocated to maintain balance. The factory's leaders and other units are all watching closely, causing quite a headache. Nevertheless, comparatively within the factory, you are receiving the most. Zhao Xiaodong nodded, smiling. I had already borrowed 1 slot from you for Li Kueyo. Just 3 more will suffice to settle that. Ah, Xiaodong, you are so meticulous. Li Huaid laughed, pointing at him. What is there to settle? The fan workshop will certainly expand in scale. You will have plenty of slots in the future. Recalling an important matter, Zhao Xiaodong quickly asked, Directorly, what if someone from a rural household wants to enter the factory? Is it feasible? Li Huaid frowned upon hearing this. That is quite difficult. According to current policies, only urban households are accepted, and they must be from the 49 cities. However, since you brought it up, I will find a way to secure one for you. We need to first transfer their household registration before they can be arranged for factory work. By the way, suitable young men and women are needed. Married individuals are fine, but their age cannot exceed 25. Zhao Xiaodong, hearing this, sighed in resignation. Then, forget it. I originally intended to bring Aunt Zhang into the factory, so her household registration could be converted to an urban one, allowing Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer to follow suit and benefit from the ration supplies. If her age isn't too far off, Li Huaid still wished to negotiate. Too much older. By the way, I want to transfer my 2 sisters' household registrations. Zhao Xiaodong settled for a compromise, stating he would cover any necessary favors or fees. That's easy. Li Huaid immediately replied. If you provide 2 position slots in exchange, I can arrange that for you swiftly. Zhao Xiaodong smiled upon hearing this. All right then, as the position slots are at your discretion. By the way, do we need to go to their original household registration location? No need. A letter from the police station will suffice for coordination. Li Huaid waved his hand dismissively. The key is to find a residence address and a recipient. It will be on my household registration. They are my sisters, Zhao Xiaodong assured him. Thus, the matter was settled. Just as Zhao Xiaodong was about to take his leave, he was called back by Li Huaid. Wait, I have even better news. Li Huaid's smile widened. You have officially become a staff member. Your administrative level is that of a deputy section chief, and your technical title has been set as a 9th level engineer. Is this a reward? Zhao Xiaodong was somewhat taken aback. That's not quite how it should be phrased. Your title and position are well-deserved based on your true abilities, Li Huaid smiled. A 9th level engineer is well within your capabilities. Your salary will increase significantly. Your primary identity now is deputy section chief and 9th level engineer. As for your work in the procurement department, you can just manage it when you have time. Zhao Xiaodong nodded. Understanding that he would no longer need to personally handle the subsequent specific tasks, Zhao Xiaodong busied himself in the experimental workshop until 11:30, ready to head to the canteen with his aluminum lunchbox. He had harbored the intention of confronting Shaju since discovering that He Yushui had exchanged the small fan for a severance from Shaju, fueling his desire to teach this scoundrel a lesson. He also hoped to trigger a system task in the process. Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer were having lunch at the factory kindergarten, only needing to pay a little extra. Before work in the morning, Zhao Xiaodong had agreed with He Yushui to have lunch together at the canteen. At this moment, they met at the entrance of the 3rd canteen. Donggu, why do we have to eat at this canteen? The chefs at the other canteens are equally skilled. He Yushui pouted, reluctant. As she would have to deal with Shazu here. I'm not feeling right about this, Zhao Xiaodong replied with irritation. The fan I personally made for you was taken advantage of by Shaju and given to the Jia family. I cannot let this go. Donggu, I'm sorry. He Yushui lowered her head, feeling dejected. This has nothing to do with you, so why apologize? Zhao Xiaodong raised an eyebrow, pulling her into the canteen. The canteen was bustling with activity, with a queue forming at nearly every serving window. The serving speed was decent, and soon it was Zhao Xiaodong and He Yushui's turn. However, the one serving them was not Shaju but his apprentice, Mahua. Shirgu, what would you like to eat? Mahua politely asked He Yushui, who stood in front of Zhao Xiaodong. Donggu, what are we having? He Yushui turned to seek Zhao Xiaodong's opinion. Shaju was stationed at the adjacent window serving food, yet it seemed he had not noticed Zhao Xiaodong and He Yushui, not lifting his eyelids even once. In Shaju's line, Jia Dongxiu and Yi Zhonghai were standing, along with Lu Haizhong, who was noticeably pregnant. Shaju, give me a portion of pork stew with potatoes. Don't let your hands shake. Ensure there's plenty of meat. Lu Haizhong instructed, don't just give me potatoes. I can't see a single piece of meat. Daju, you desire meat, and so do others. Shaju chuckled derisively, asserting that one must take what is available. I cannot very well remove my shoes and leap into the vegetable basin solely to select meat for you, can I? Furthermore, Daju, you consistently hold yourself to the standards of a cadre. Yet, truly, no cadre behaves as you do. You ought to lead by example and allow the meat to be enjoyed by us, the workers. Is that not so? Shaju, you better remember this. I will not let this go. Lu Hai trembled with indignation. However, Shaju remained unfazed, ladling a generous scoop of potato and pork stew into Lu Hai's lunchbox, where the majority consisted of potatoes, with only a pitiful few small chunks of meat, no larger than a mahjong tile. Zhuzi, do not always jest with your Daju. Yi Zhonghai chuckled from behind, attempting to mediate with a tone imbued with the gentleness of an elder, seemingly oblivious to the nature of the occasion, lacking any semblance of propriety at all times. Chapter 65. A turbulent day in the canteen. The wild boar that Zhao Xiaodong hunted yesterday was indeed distributed to various canteens today, providing the workers with a meager supply of meat. Naturally, the quantity was limited, making it impossible to indulge solely in meat. The dish of pork and potatoes had so little meat that one might think a pig had burrowed into the potato field. Finding a piece of meat required considerable effort. Nevertheless, the potatoes absorbed some of the meaty essence, offering a hint of richness. Although the wild boar meat carried an unpleasant odor that was difficult to eliminate, in these times, any meat was a rare delicacy. Lu Haizhong was seething with frustration. In his view, Shaju should have served him more pieces of meat, but to his surprise, that fool dared to be stingy. It was merely a mouthful of food. Did he think he could lead with such behavior? Shaju, with a smirk, scooped up a few more pieces of meat, deliberately provoking him. Second uncle, could you please pass your lunchbox over? If I don't serve you a few more pieces, you surely won't sleep well tonight. If you get too worked up, I'd be in big trouble. Fuming, Lu Haizhong turned and walked away. How could he pass the lunchbox now? His dignity was utterly tarnished. Uncle, look at this. I was just joking with second uncle, and he really got upset, Shaju said with a cheeky grin toward Yi Zhonghai. Shaju, you'll regret this one day. Yi Zhonghai shook his head in resignation, not taking it to heart. Presently, his hopes for retirement rested on Jia Dongxiu. Shaju was merely a backup, not worthy of too much effort to win over. When it was Shaju's turn to serve Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongxiu, his demeanor changed dramatically. The ladles seemed to have eyes, dishing out more pork than potatoes. Jia Dongxiu beamed with delight at the sight. At this moment, Zhao Xiaodong instructed Ma Hua at the window, for steamed buns and 2 bowls of tomato and egg soup, please. That will be all, no other dishes. Ma Hua appeared a bit bewildered but complied, serving the soup and buns. Brother Dong, why do we insist on coming to this canteen? He Yushui still didn't understand. Why not buy some more dishes? Zhao Xiaodong certainly wouldn't admit that he was merely testing his luck, hoping to trigger a system task. Shaju messed up your fan, so I came to see if I could find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Zhao Xiaodong raised an eyebrow, inventing an excuse. Besides, I brought pig head meat. We'll have buns stuffed with meat for lunch. But, on such a hot day, won't it spoil after being carried around all morning? He Yushui asked with concern. The pig head meat is preserved in a brine at home. The high salt content and spices have antibacterial properties. It will be fine for dinner, Zhao Xiaodong reassured her. As for his plan to deal with Shazu, He Yushui took it lightly. Zhao Xiaodong retrieved an aluminum lunchbox from his canvas bag. No worries, let us eat. I brought marinated meat and pig ears. He opened the box, revealing shredded pig ears and slices of pig head meat, the enticing aroma wafting into the air. Really not spoiled. He Yushui sniffed delicately, finding her own reasoning. You must have kept it in well water, right? Zhao Xiaodong smiled faintly, picking up his chopsticks. Without needing to explain, He Yushui filled in the gaps herself. Let us eat quickly. Should we send some to Xiaoling and Xiaoyu? He Yushui inquired, setting down her chopsticks. No need. I brought each of them a boiled egg. That has sufficient nutrition, Zhao Xiaodong replied. We'll eat together later tonight. The two then sat down to enjoy their meal, while Zhao Xiaodong contemplated how to find a reason to reprimand Shaju later. Jia Dongxiu and Yi Zhonghai were dining not far from them. Noticing the pig ears and pig head meat in Zhao Xiaodong's lunchbox, They exchanged knowing glances. Master, look at Zhao Xiaodong. He is far too arrogant, Jia Dongshu remarked, attempting to stir trouble. Seeing you here, he didn't even acknowledge you. And that He Yushui acts as if she hasn't seen you at all. He Yushui has started working now, assigned to the broadcasting room. Zhao Xiaodong seems to have some connections. I wonder if he could get Huiru in here too. Zhonghai's face darkened. He was acutely aware that his plans to deal with Zhao Xiaodong had crumbled. He had hoped to transfer Zhao Xiaodong to the fitting workshop upon Director Yang's return, where he could easily control him. However, this morning he received news that Zhao Xiaodong had made significant progress, not only being promoted to a formal deputy-level cadre, but also being recognized as a 9th-level engineer. How could he possibly be managed now? It was a miracle if Zhao Xiaodong didn't outmaneuver him. Even if Director Yang returned, it would be of no consequence. These appointments had come directly from the department and could not be contested by Director Yang. Isu, let it go, Zhonghai said in a low voice, his expression grim. Things are different now. I have reliable information that Zhao Xiaodong is now a deputy-level cadre and a 9th-level engineer. Therefore, all those previous plans are no longer viable. How is this possible? Jia Dongshu was momentarily stunned, stammering for a while. He never even attended university. How could this be? He's self-taught. Zhonghai sighed, realizing that while he once thought Zhao Xiaodong was merely idling away his time, he had actually been studying diligently at the library. At this moment, He Yushui was unaware of this news, as Zhao Xiaodong had not yet had the chance to inform her. Jia Dongshu, momentarily dazed, suddenly felt a spark of hope. So he has power now, right? Master, let us find a way for him to secure a job for Huiru. If Huiru gets a job, her household registration can be transferred here. Once she has an urban household registration, the issues with Bang Gung and Xiao Dang's registrations will be resolved. Zhonghai's expression turned troubled. That will be difficult. We both understand her situation, unless we involve old Lu and old Yin as well. Yin Jieqing and Yin Jiefang from the Yin family had not yet secured stable employment. Yin Jieqing was a temporary worker at the steel mill, burdened with strenuous labor, while Yin Jiefang was limited to odd jobs. If Yin Bugui were to hear that both of his sons could find work simultaneously, he would surely be overjoyed. Lu Haizhong was also preoccupied with transferring his son Lu Guangqi back to the steel mill as a cadre. Lu Guangqi had just graduated from a vocational school and was assigned to the textile factory, but Lu Haizhong was determined to have him return to the steel mill, where he could proudly showcase his son at every opportunity. Indeed, let us all join forces. I refuse to believe that Zhao Xiaodong dares to offend all of us. Jia Dongshu declared fiercely. Let us dine first, for work awaits us shortly. Zhonghai took a bite of the mian mantu, but the food tasted bland to him. Zhao Xiaodong and He Yushui swiftly finished their lunch. Zhao Xiaodong glanced around, seemingly unable to find an opportunity to confront Xia Zhu, as he remained ensconced in the kitchen, never venturing into the bustling dining hall. Let us return, Zhao Xiaodong whispered to He Yushui. The motorcycle requires some modifications. By the way, there is something else I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 66. Joyful news of the household registration. He Yushui's face radiated happiness. Zhao Xiaodong recounted the matter regarding the change of household registration, concluding with a chuckle. It won't be long before Xiao Ling and Xiao Yu's registrations are finalized. What? This position can sell for several hundred in the black market now. He Yushui exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment, resembling copper coins. Sell? What are you talking about? Zhao Xiaodong shot her a disapproving glance. This is a benefit for the leaders to arrange for their relatives and maintain social connections. Those who can secure a quota, do they really lack that bit of money? He Yushui chuckled awkwardly. That's true. By the way, Donggu, how much has your salary increased? It must have gone up. The basic salary for a 9th-level engineer is 105 yuan, 6 more than Zhonghai. Upon the mention of salary, He Yushui's spirit lifted. Yushui, we aren't short on that little money, Zhao Xiaodong replied with a smile. Look at the profits I make from hunting. It's all pure gain. That's different. He Yushui insisted earnestly. Salary is a legitimate income, no risks involved. You shouldn't go hunting wild boars anymore. It's too dangerous deep in the mountains. Even hunting mountain chickens or hares at the outskirts is problematic. Those hills are managed by the nearby commune and production teams. If you go hunting and get caught, it will certainly cause conflict. From now on, just go fishing. Yes, we'll discuss it later, Zhao Xiaodong replied casually, but he didn't take it seriously. We'll move tonight. Don't move tonight. He Yushui quickly interjected. Let's move in the morning instead. Moving at night is inauspicious. How about we take half a day off tomorrow? A morning is enough. Zhao Xiaodong nodded in agreement. After parting ways with He Yushui, he went to the experimental workshop. The modified tricycle had been completed, transformed into a three-wheeled vehicle with a cargo bed. The newly processed cargo bed was painted blue, having dried thoroughly days ago. The bed measured 1 meter in width and 1.5 meters in length. A simple cabin was added above the driver's seat, with a frame made of steel bars covered by waterproof oilcloth to serve as a canopy. A wooden board was placed inside the bed for comfortable seating. Very good, Zhao Xiaodong nodded in satisfaction. Though it needs to be a bit faster, it's still acceptable. Xiaodong, your design is truly impressive. Li Wenkai exclaimed, stroking his chin. If we had an engine, we could manufacture such small vehicles, which would be quite similar to cars. Zhao Xiaodong casually replied. I can build a car too. It's merely an engine attached to 4 wheels and a sofa. Li Wencai's face lit up with surprise. Xiaodong, can you really? That's wonderful. Seeing the expression on his face, Zhao Xiaodong's heart sank momentarily, and he quickly backtracked. I was just bragging. Manufacturing an engine is a monumental task, not to mention the gearbox. It's not that simple. I can only hunt and fish reasonably well. By the way, perhaps I could think of something for the electric motor. I don't believe it. You must have more hidden talents. Li Wenkai scrutinized Zhao Xiaodong. Just reveal what you can do. It's all for the sake of building our nation. Director Li, think about it. We haven't even fully sorted out the electric fans yet. Let us not think that far ahead. That's true. That is true. Li Wenkai agreed. We need to prepare the workshop as quickly as possible and gradually expand production later. That evening, Zhao Xiaodong rode the modified tricycle, carrying Xiao Ling and Xiao Yu home. The oilcloth canopy rolled up, and the 2 little girls sat on the wooden board in the cargo bed, laughing with delightful, tinkling voices. He Yushui followed behind on her bicycle. They quickly returned to the courtyard. They had previously bought some items from the supply and marketing cooperative, which delayed them slightly. Yushui, let us make some pancakes tonight and boil some thin porridge, Zhao Xiaodong said as he parked the tricycle and locked the handlebars. There is still some pig's head meat in the old brine. Donggu, someone pried open our door lock. He Yushui suddenly exclaimed while holding the key, ready to open the door. Zhao Xiaodong had just lifted Xiao Ling and Xiao Yu off the vehicle. Don't move. Zhao Xiaodong scanned the ground, noticing some fine salt particles left behind by dried brine. Ah, they came to steal the pork. How much do you think was stolen? What should we do? He Yushui asked anxiously. At that moment, Yin Bugui approached sneakily. Yushui, I know who stole it. If you give me 10 jin of pork, I'll tell you in secret. But you can't expose me. Yin Bugui looked smugly at Zhao Xiaodong. Although he was speaking to He Yushui, his words were intended for Zhao Xiaodong. He believed he had secured those 10 jin of pork. He really? Yin Bugui, you're a teacher and a voluntary mediator? Zhao Xiaodong scoffed. You see someone stealing, yet you don't stop them or report it. Instead, you come to extort the victim. Yin Bugui, are you even human? You're nothing but a beast. Tell me, are you a beast? Yin Bugui was momentarily taken aback. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. I was just joking with you. Yes, just joking. Seeing Zhao Xiaodong not buying his act, Yin Bugui immediately resorted to playing innocent. He had already thought of this. If Zhao Xiaodong did not agree, he would claim it was a joke. Hey, when we get to the police officer, you better say the same thing. Just claim it was a joke. Zhao Xiaodong replied nonchalantly. I wonder if you dare to withstand the police officer's interrogation. To lie in front of the police and commit perjury. Let us see if you have the guts. Also, perjury is a crime. Yin Bugui, you've gotten yourself into serious trouble this time. Yin Bugui was so frightened that his hair stood on end. Know this. The matter of the courtyard should be resolved in the courtyard. I will have Laoyi investigate. Shut up. Zhao Xiaodong interrupted sharply. If you think this courtyard matter can be settled here, try bringing it to the street office or to the police and see how that goes. Zhao Xiaodong, we're neighbors. Don't do this. Yin Bugui's face flushed red with anxiety. If you continue like this, you'll drive me to death. Lao Yin, what is going on? Who is pressuring you? Zhonghai entered with Jia Dongxiu and Shazhu, looking at Yin Bugui with concern. Behind him were Lu Haizhong and several residents returning home from work. Yin Bugui stammered, unsure of how to explain. Yin Bugui, think carefully about what you should say to the police later. Zhao Xiaodong said with a cold smile. This is truly unbelievable. There are plenty of beasts in this courtyard. Chapter 67. The obstruction of reporting and the inevitability of consequences. Zhonghai hastened forward in a flurry, his voice laced with urgency as he inquired. Yin Bugui, what on earth is happening? Why have you provoked Zhao Xiaodong once more? He then turned to the gathered crowd, raising his voice to announce, matters within the courtyard should be resolved here, without involving the police. Upon hearing this, a cold smirk graced Zhao Xiaodong's lips. Zhonghai, how flippant your words are. Do you believe you can handle criminal cases privately? Are you intending to establish your own court? Zhonghai's expression shifted dramatically as he waved his hands in protest. Absolutely not. I meant that minor disputes can be mediated. What criminal matter are you referring to? Why should I report to you? Who do you think you are? Zhao Xiaodong interjected without hesitation. You are merely a mediator. Even if it were a trivial issue, my consent is required for you to speak. He surveyed the surroundings, his voice rising suddenly. I am going to report this matter to the police. It is my legal right. Should anyone attempt to obstruct me, let them step forward and try. If I am later accused of being unlawfully detained, do not say I did not warn you. The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to intervene. They had all witnessed Zhao Xiaodong's formidable nature. Even the foolish Zhu could not contend with him, let alone these ordinary residents. Furthermore, to obstruct a police report would entail legal repercussions, a risk no one was willing to assume. Zhonghai, perspiring profusely, turned to Yin Bugui, pressing for answers. Old Yin, what exactly has transpired? At that moment, Zhao Xiaodong had already taken He Yushui's bicycle and was striding away, evidently en route to the police station to file a report. Yin Bugui, his face a mask of despair, trembled as he spoke. Bonging has stolen 10 pounds of pickled pork from Zhao Xiaodong's home. Hearing this, Zhonghai secretly sighed in relief. It is merely a child's craving. Compensating him should suffice. Why escalate this to the police? Upon learning of 10 pounds of pork, a glint of calculation flickered in his eyes as he pondered how to negotiate the amount he would need to reimburse, hoping to minimize the cost. Ideally, he would have Zhonghai mediate, allowing the Jia family to enjoy the wild boar meat at their leisure. At worst, they could later share a pound or two with Zhonghai as a personal favor. Meanwhile, Lu Haizhong shook his head and silently returned home. Just then, Su Damao entered the courtyard. His demeanor despondent and his countenance grave. He did not greet anyone, but headed straight to his own residence. He Yushui, who have you learned from to behave in this manner? Zhu scolded his sister with a furrowed brow. Could you not persuade Zhao Xiaodong to let this go? Bonging is such a delightful child. What harm is there in taking a bit of food? When Zhao Xiaodong returns, ensure he withdraws the case. Otherwise, do not recognize me as your brother. He Yushui responded indifferently. Zhu, do you think I signed a severance letter with you for mere jest? We are merely neighbors now, with no other connections. You infuriate me. Zhu exclaimed, exasperated. I shall return home. Jia Dongshu sniffled, having caught a whiff of the unique aroma of wild boar meat being prepared, a scent reminiscent of the wilderness. Are you still thinking of going home? This matter has escalated. The sky itself seems to be falling. Yin Bugui's eyes brimmed with tears in his distress. Yang Ruwa, standing nearby, silently wiped her tears. What is the matter? Why are you all in such a hurry? Zhonghai remained unperturbed. Are you not anxious? Bonging has broken in and stolen numerous items. Even if he is just a child, he could still be taken away. Oldie, do you not know of the juvenile detention center? Yin Bugui exclaimed, stamping his feet in frustration. That is precisely for children like Bonging. What? Such a thing exists? Zhonghai and Jia Dongshu's expressions shifted to alarm. Wait, why are you panicking so? Zhonghai sensed something amiss. I told Zhao Xiaodong that if he granted me 10 pounds of meat, I would reveal who stole the pork, Yin Bugui confessed hesitantly. Yin Bugui, how could you do such a thing? Zhonghai gasped. You intend to betray Bonging? What am I betraying? Zhao Xiaodong claims I am withholding information and attempting to extort him. Tears finally streamed down Yin Bugui's face. He is already going to report this. Once the police arrive, I must tell them everything. This is merely a small matter. If I am held accountable, and the school finds out, I might lose my job. At this point, Yin Bugui stomped his feet in frustration, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Zhao Xiaodong. He loathed that Zhao Xiaodong refused to yield any pork, and even more so, that he had turned the tables on him. Let us reason this out. How can I be deemed extortionate? I am merely asking for a service fee. Yes, a service fee. I cannot simply. At this juncture, he found himself at a loss for words. Deep down, he understood that his explanation was untenable. This was not a matter of service fees, but rather a criminal issue, one he could not dismiss lightly. Master, what should we do? Jia Dongshu implored, looking anxiously at Zhonghai. What to do? Convince Zhao Xiaodong to drop the case. Otherwise, he must leave our courtyard. We are a progressive community and cannot harbor someone who shows no respect for elders and children, Zhu shouted loudly. Let it go. He is a cadre. Zhonghai shook his head in resignation. Here is the plan. Shortly, Bongging will certainly be taken for education, and we can have Zhao Xiaodong write a letter of understanding. Bongging's issue is not significant. What about me? What shall I do? Yin Bugui leaped in agitation. At that moment, Yin Jiefeng and Yin Jieqing returned, and Yang Ruihua hurriedly recounted the events to the two brothers. Yin Jieqing and Yin Jiefeng exchanged glances, equally at a loss. Just then, two police officers followed Zhao Xiaodong into the courtyard. Officer Huang, you have come personally. This is not a significant matter. We can handle it ourselves. Zhonghai forced a smile, turning to Zhao Xiaodong. Xiaodong, it is merely a child's mischief. Let Dongshu compensate you double. Step aside. Who do you think you are? Zhao Xiaodong scoffed. Comrade Huang, I have already explained the situation on the way. This is Yin Bugui. Officer Huang, a man in his 40s, and Officer Jiang, in his 20s, fixed their gazes upon Yin Bugui simultaneously. With his legs growing weak, Yin Bugui nearly collapsed to the ground. Trembling, he confessed, I am here to report. It was Bongging who stole the items. Around 2 o'clock this afternoon, Bongging pried open Zhao Xiaodong's door lock and made 2 trips, carrying back quite a few things. Moreover, I recognize my mistake. I should not have asked Zhao Xiaodong for any favors. I should have stopped Bongging or reported it to the police instead. Xiaodong, please forgive me, I apologize. Yin Bugui concluded, looking at Zhao Xiaodong with pleading eyes, resembling a beggar seeking mercy. However, Zhao Xiaodong did not even glance at him. All right. Yin Bugui, you will accompany me back to the police station shortly to clarify the matter, said Officer Huang sternly. Comrade Zhao, let us first examine the scene. Zhao Xiaodong pushed open the door, and the two officers approached the large vat to conduct a meticulous investigation. Numerous water stains surrounded the vat, and several footprints embedded with salt grains were evident. A significant portion of the pork inside the vat was conspicuously missing. Zhonghai, Jia Dongshu, and Sha Zhu observed from a distance, their faces ashen. Yin Bugui, on the other hand, bore an expression of despair, contemplating his future prospects. This incident would undoubtedly reach the school. It would be a stroke of luck if he were not expelled, but he could certainly no longer be a teacher. At best, he would be relegated to a janitor's role, merely guarding the entrance. The salary would be substantially lower. For just 10 jin of wild boar meat, what a great loss. Yin Bugui calculated in his heart, his complexion pale as a ghost. Let us go to the Jia residence. Lao Yi, lead the way. Officer Huang looked towards Zhonghai. Dongshu, you take Officer Huang back home. Honestly address the issues at hand and strive for leniency, Zhonghai advised, casting a glance at Jia Dongshu. Jia Dongshu, looking dejected, led the two officers towards the courtyard, followed by a throng of onlookers. Yu Shui, you stay at home with your 2 younger sisters. I will check the situation in the back, Zhao Xiaodong remarked with a smile. Damn it, I cannot fathom what these people are thinking, believing I would engage in their petty games. Truly a pack of beasts. Yin Bugui did not join the crowd in the courtyard, as he lacked the spirit for such amusement. He was, after all, the center of the commotion. He stood obediently in place, awaiting Officer Huang's return to escort him to the police station. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaodong's mockery, he lowered his head, a vindictive glimmer flashing in his eyes as he plotted his revenge against Zhao Xiaodong. Zhao Xiaodong strolled into the courtyard, and from afar, he could hear the wailing of Jia Zhangshi, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. Heavens above, they are bullying us, bullying us. Old Jia, come up from the underworld and take these bullies away. Bring more little demons to help. Jia Zhangshi's voice was piercing, akin to that of a pig awaiting slaughter. Zhao Xiaodong observed Jia Zhangshi, disheveled and seated on the ground, her plump hands striking her stout legs. Qin Huairu stood nearby, wiping her tears, which tugged at Sha Zhu's heartstrings. Bang Geng had been seized by Xiao Jiang, who held him by the collar, and 2 distinct red handprints were evident on his face. It turned out that when Xiao Jiang captured Bang Geng, he had swung his fist at Xiao Jiang and hurled insults. The officers, of course, did not hold back and immediately delivered 2 resounding slaps, causing Bang Geng to become compliant. However, this deeply distressed Qin Huairu. Upon witnessing her beloved grandson being struck, Jia Zhangshi immediately resorted to her spirit-calling antics. Officer Huang, fully aware of Jia Zhangshi's antics, showed no mercy and stepped forward to deliver 2 loud slaps. causing blood to stream from her nose and her facial flesh to jiggle. Jia Zhongshi, how dare you engage in feudal superstition? Come, let us return together for education. Officer Huang barked. Chapter 68. Irrefutable Evidence and Unavoidable Consequences. Jia Mu's tantrum leads to punishment as two police officers stepped into the Jia residence. Qin Huairu emerged from the kitchen, carrying a heavy earthenware basin filled with steaming pork and potatoes. The enticing aroma wafted from the basin, in which the pork and potatoes were evenly divided. Old Huang, could you possibly show some leniency in this matter? Bang Gung is still a child, at an age of innocence and ignorance. Zhonghai stepped forward, attempting to plead on behalf of the boy, as he felt an intricate connection to Bang Gung. Old Yi, how can you lack such awareness? This is theft. He broke in and stole 10 jin of pork. Moreover, the third uncle in the courtyard not only failed to intervene, but also attempted to extort the victim. What is going on in your courtyard? I must report this to the street committee. I've heard rumors about your courtyard's issues, but I never imagined it had deteriorated to this extent. You claim Bang Gung is too young? He is around 8 or 9 years old. Does he not understand that stealing is wrong? Rest assured, he will spend 3 months in a juvenile detention center, and upon release, he shall be well aware of the consequences. Indeed, Bang Gung was as clever as Jia Zhongshi often boasted. The moment he heard he might be confined for 3 months, he panicked. Although he did not fully comprehend what a juvenile detention center entailed, he was certain it was not a pleasant place. It was my grandmother who sent me to get it. Bang Gung suddenly exclaimed. She said it was fine for a child to take a little something. Ah, so inciting a minor to commit theft, Jia Zhongshi, you truly excel. Officer Huang retorted coldly, and promptly took out handcuffs, fastening them around the still-dazed Jia Zhongshi. The handcuffs pinched Jia Zhongshi painfully, causing her to wail and then lash out in anger. Bang Gung, how could you betray me like this? What did I ever say to you? A hungry child just took a bit of food, and you think it would harm me? Quickly tell the police officer that everything you just said was nonsense. The bystanders were rendered speechless by Jia Zhongshi's foolishness. Let us go, Officer Huang said, shaking his head in resignation. Old Huang, what will happen to the child? Zhonghai asked cautiously. If it is indeed Jia Zhongshi who incited him, he will be released after 3 days. As for Jia Zhongshi, she will face at least 3 months of labor reform. Additionally, the Jia family must compensate Zhao Xiaodong with 10 yuan and 10 jin of meat tickets, along with 1 yuan for the broken lock. You will also need to pay a fine of 20 yuan at the police station tomorrow. At that time, police officers held significant authority, allowing Officer Huang to make such decisions on the spot. Of course, they would need to file a report upon return. Very well, Officer Huang. I will come by tomorrow to collect the money and tickets, Zhao Xiaodong replied, raising an eyebrow. Zhao, there is no need to trouble Officer Huang. I will have Dongshu hand it to you directly. Zhonghai interjected hastily. Trouble Officer Huang? Zhonghai, what are you implying? The police are here to serve the people. The police station has personnel on duty 24 hours a day. Zhao Xiaodong scoffed. Your insistence on not troubling the police officer raises questions about your intentions. At the very least, you wish to maintain your authority in the courtyard. At worst, you are attempting to undermine the police's role, usurping their duties. No, I absolutely did not mean that. Zhonghai's face flushed crimson. Resolving courtyard issues within the courtyard is your mantra, is it not? I can only imagine that when a murder occurs, you would find a way to cover it up, Zhao Xiaodong continued to rebuke. All the chaotic matters in the courtyard, haven't they all been suppressed by you? Officer Huang cast a stern glance at Zhonghai, stating, I will communicate these matters with the street committee. If there are any issues, you may explain them to them. Zhonghai felt bitterness rise in his mouth, glaring at Zhao Xiaodong in frustration. Ever since Zhao Xiaodong's uncle was buried, he had seemed like a different person, marking the beginning of Zhonghai's misfortunes. Just as Officer Huang and Xiao Jiang were about to escort Jia Zhongshi and Bang Gung away, a woman in her 40s, with short hair, hurried into the courtyard, accompanied by 2 robust women in their 30s. Director Wang, you have arrived. Please, have a seat. Old woman, fetch a stool. Upon seeing the middle-aged woman, Zhonghai immediately adopted a fawning demeanor. Oldie, no need for pleasantries. I am here to address the situation. Director Wang quickly waved her hand. Zhao Xiaodong observed Director Wang with a cold gaze. Earlier that morning, he had called her to report issues regarding Zhonghai and the others, only to receive non-committal responses, with her stating that Zhonghai had already briefed her, before abruptly hanging up. Director Wang, there are numerous issues in the Hongxing courtyard, Officer Huang remarked with a furrowed brow. I wish to report that Jia Zhangshi is quite adept at promoting feudal superstition. This appears to be a repeated offense. Furthermore, she has incited her grandson to break in and steal. I suspect there are many problems within this courtyard. If you are unaware, it is certainly because someone has concealed the issues, Zhao Xiaodong interjected with a smirk. He was certain that even if Director Wang did not know everything, she was well aware of several underlying matters. However, her lack of action was suspicious. Very well, Officer Huang, I understand. You are merely here to gather information. Director Wang forced a smile. I am the Deputy Director. Deputy Director Wang paused slightly, then spoke firmly. Director Wang, I shall take my leave now. By the way, Jia Dongxiu, please expedite the payment of fines and compensation to the station. There is still a large portion of pork left. I will return it to him. Is it possible to reduce the compensation? Jia Dongxiu was on the verge of tears. 10 yuan was manageable, but 10 jin of meat tickets. Their value far exceeded 10 yuan. That pork has passed through your family, and I find it repulsive, Zhao Xiaodong remarked indifferently. Deputy Director Wang completely ignored Jia Dongxiu and continued to push Jia Zhangshi out. Xiao Jiang closely followed with Bang Gung in tow. Zhonghai summoned the residents of the courtyard to gather. Director Wang was so furious that her hair nearly stood on end. Well, everyone is here. Zhonghai appeared dejected. He knew all too well that tonight, regardless of the circumstances, the three of them would face dire consequences. All right, we will now commence the meeting. Director Wang stood before the crowd. Zhonghai, please recount the specifics of today's events. It is quite simple. Bang Gung, being a child, was tempted and went to Zhao Xiaodong's home to take some pork. As a result, he relentlessly called the police. Zhonghai rambled on. Zhonghai, you old fool, be quiet. Zhao Xiaodong bellowed. Have you been feasting in a latrine? Must you spew such filth? Do you believe this is a child's play? Why, then, does the public security apprehend individuals? Are you suggesting their actions are unjust? Very well. I shall visit the police station and convey your perspective. Zhonghai was incensed by Zhao Xiaodong's words, his anger simmering. Zhao Xiaodong, let it go. This is merely a matter of differing viewpoints, Director Wang interjected diplomatically. Of course, this reflects a flaw in Zhonghai's thinking. He is indeed in the wrong. Where are Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui? Director Wang inquired, frowning upon noticing Yin Bugui's absence. Zhao Xiaodong replied calmly. Yin Bugui witnessed the theft and, rather than intervening, attempted to extort 10 jin of pork from me. The public security has taken him in for questioning. Director Wang's fury reached a boiling point. She was well aware of the true nature of these three individuals, yet for the sake of the street office's reputation and her own advancement, she had hoped to downplay the situation. Now, just when it mattered most, a crisis had emerged. Although it would not significantly impact her promotion, the rumors would undoubtedly be unflattering, and her rivals might seize upon any weaknesses to amplify them. Zhao Xiaodong, this morning you called me, prompting my decision to come this evening. I had no inkling such a significant incident would transpire, Director Wang stated. Her primary objective was to placate Zhao Xiaodong, preventing him from pursuing the matter further, thereby allowing her to minimize the fallout. In truth, Director Wang had come that evening because she had heard of the troubles at Hongxing Diyuan. Otherwise, she was already preoccupied with street affairs, and it was unlikely she would have made a special trip. Director Wang, you should be well aware of the character of these three old rascals, Zhao Xiaodong remarked bluntly. They strut about as if this were a kingdom unto itself. Zhonghai's oft-repeated mantra is that matters within the courtyard should be resolved therein. He even has the audacity to suggest we disregard facts. How perplexing. The elder insists we adhere to reality, yet wishes to discard the very facts at hand. Zhonghai, I truly do not comprehend your intentions. And as for that deaf old hag, elevating her to the status of Empress Dowager. Quite impressive indeed. Zhonghai's face turned ashen. He understood that if any of Zhao Xiaodong's claims were substantiated, it would be more than justified to subject him to severe consequences. Zhao, we should discuss certain matters in private, Director Wang urged, seeking to cut through the chaos. She recognized that prolonging this discussion would only lead to further embarrassment. Very well, I have no objections, Zhao Xiaodong nodded. I shall return home to brew some tea and await your arrival, Director Wang. As someone who had navigated the information age, Zhao Xiaodong was acutely aware of Director Wang's current intentions. He did not wish to offend her, as he still hoped to resolve Aunt Zhang's household registration issue through her. Offending the street office could result in various inconveniences. For instance, when storing cabbage in winter, one might end up with the worst batch, or when purchasing hairtail fish for the new year, one might receive the shortest and narrowest. In this era, the street office governed all aspects of daily life. While Zhao Xiaodong was unafraid of such issues, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. As Zhao Xiaodong made his way back, he heard Director Wang's furious voice. Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, both of you are to attend the street study class for 3 months. You will study for 2 hours after work each day. I refuse to believe that you cannot be reformed. Should any further issues arise, you may as well resign. Chapter 69. Yin Bugui's narrow escape and his unrepentant greed. Zhao Xiaodong shook his head inwardly, pondering, why does Director Wang show such favoritism towards Zhonghai? Is it truly due to the connections of the deaf old lady? They say she has some influential ties, but how can a frail old woman command such respect? Donggu, have you finished dealing with the matters at hand? He Yushui approached with a cheerful smile. Little fish wants to eat rice, and I've already set it to steam. We just need to heat the braised meat later. By the way, I just saw Yin Bugui leaving in tears. It's quite peaceful now. Zhao Xiaodong smiled nonchalantly. This is just the beginning. There will be plenty of opportunities for him to cry in the future. As they spoke, Director Wang approached. Zhao Xiaodong welcomed him into the living room, where he took a seat beneath the rotating ceiling fan, which cast a refreshing breeze throughout the room. He Yushui had placed several bowls of water around, ensuring the indoor temperature was significantly cooler than outside. Zhao, I had no idea you were self-taught and have now become a 9th-level engineer, Director Wang said with a beaming smile. It seems the days ahead. Please enjoy some tea, He Yushui interjected, entering with a tray bearing 2 cups of freshly brewed jasmine tea. Zhao Xiaodong had just retrieved the tea after recalling Heian Tea entered the lottery today. Surprisingly, he won 5 pounds of premium jasmine tea along with 2 pounds of top-quality Longjing tea. Director Wang, please, do try this tea, Zhao Xiaodong invited with a smile. Indeed, it is top-notch tea. It's hard to come by these days, Director Wang remarked with a slight frown, noting that money alone cannot procure such quality. By the way, Xiaodong, let me be straightforward. Could you refrain from pursuing the matter with Yin Bugui? Naturally, he must apologize to you. Zhao Xiaodong raised an eyebrow. And why is that? Well, to be candid, this year is crucial for our street office. We cannot afford such a major disruption. After all, this Sandiyi is someone we selected from our office. Director Wang hesitated. So, if we can resolve this internally, it would suffice. Of course, for Jia Zhangshi, feel free to handle it as you see fit. If you agree, I owe you a favor. I'll go to the police station and have Yin Bugui released. Otherwise, given his timid nature, he will likely disclose everything. Logically, Zhao Xiaodong, as a 9th-level engineer and deputy section chief, had no obligation to appease Director Wang. However, the wisdom from his past life reminded him that the world of human relations is not merely about conflict, but rather about understanding. Well, very well, Zhao Xiaodong conceded with a nod. I won't pursue the matter with Yin Bugui. Director Wang sighed in relief. That is excellent. I will head to the police station now and return with Yin Bugui to apologize. Just as Director Wang stood to leave, 2 bicycles arrived at Zhao Xiaodong's doorstep, ridden by Zhong Yuemin and Zhonghai. Upon seeing them, Director Wang's eyes flickered with surprise. She recognized them as youths from the compound, fully aware of their illustrious family backgrounds, far beyond her reach. Zhao, do you have guests? Zhong Yuemin inquired respectfully. Zhong Yuemin, Zhonghai, are you 2 here again for a meal? Zhao Xiaodong teased. You should have come earlier. There's not much prepared tonight, so we'll have to make do. Zhao, I brought you some good things, Zhonghai said with a grin. This box of canned beef is quite the treat. By the way, Yuemin brought 2 large cans of milk powder and 4 tubs of malted milk. Indeed, we need to nourish the 2 younger sisters. They cannot rely solely on meat, Zhong Yuemin added, carrying a large canvas bag, while Zhonghai retrieved a box of cans from the back of his bicycle. Seeing this, Director Wang smiled and nodded at Zhong Yuemin and Zhonghai, her face radiating warmth as she exited. Zhao, why isn't Li Kuiyong here? Zhong Yuemin noticed the locked door of Li Kuiyong's house. He might have matters to attend to. Let us prepare a few more dishes. If it gets late, he will surely come over to sleep, Zhao Xiaodong casually replied. Zhong Yuemin and Zhonghai did not inquire further about Director Wang's identity. Zhao Xiaodong went to the bedroom and returned with 5 pounds of venison, a wild rabbit, and 2 wild chickens, all cleaned and ready for cooking. These were retrieved from his storage space. Yushui, it's sweltering. Let us keep it simple, Zhao Xiaodong suggested. We'll stew the wild chickens and rabbit with potatoes, and just boil the venison in the old marinade. As Zhao Xiaodong prepared to cook with He Yushui, little fish ran over. Brother, brother, I want to eat that dish with pig intestines and chicken. Little fish looked up with her big, round eyes. Little fish, there are no pig intestines left. I will buy some tomorrow, Zhao Xiaodong replied gently. How does that sound? Okay, brother, don't forget. Sister likes it too, little fish reminded. Not forgetting to include Xiao Ling. Zhao Xiaodong chopped the wild chickens and rabbit into pieces, blanching them before tossing them into a sizzling iron wok. He first fried the onions, ginger, garlic, and spices in lard until fragrant, then added soy sauce. After a brief stir-fry, he poured in 2 large bottles of beer. He Yushui watched, her heart aching at the extravagance. Using so much oil and beer to cook wild chickens and rabbits was indeed a luxury. In these times of food scarcity, beer was not something one could merely buy with money. All right, let us throw some hardwood into the stove and step outside, Zhao Xiaodong said, feeling sympathetic towards He Yushui as the heat was unbearable. It's fine. We have the electric fan blowing, He Yushui replied with a bright smile. I don't need to stand by the stove the entire time. Zhao Xiaodong had moved the fan to the kitchen and now brought it out. The electric fan from this era was sturdy and quite heavy. Zhong Yuemin and Zhonghai were in the living room, enjoying watermelon while playing with Xiao Ling and little fish. Zhao Xiaodong set a small table at the door, positioning the fan to blow cool air outside. He planned to drink with Zhong Yuemin and Zhonghai on the porch. The table was already adorned with salted duck eggs, spiced peanuts, smashed cucumbers, and cold tomato salad, along with a large bowl of pig's head meat mixed with cilantro, chili, and minced garlic, perfect accompaniments for drinking. Let us start with these, and later we'll have venison and wild chicken stew with potatoes, Zhao Xiaodong said. As the 3 individuals settled at the entrance, Zhonghai hastily seized a bottle of liquor and began to pour. These 2 bottles of matai were discreetly taken from my father's study. Today, let us savor them. They are unlike the ones sold in the market. Zhao Xiaodong felt a pang of regret. If these 2 bottles were preserved properly, they could easily yield 2 apartments in the future. Just as Zhonghai was about to uncork the bottle, he noticed Director Wang returning with Yan Bugui. The 2 approached directly, with Yan Bugui's gaze fixed hungrily on the dishes laid out on the table. Director Wang, would you like to join us for a meal? Zhao Xiaodong greeted with a smile. Before Wang could respond, Yan Bugui plopped down eagerly. Sure. TSK. This meal comes with special matai. Pour me a glass. Zhao Xiaodong looked at Yan Bugui as if he were a fool. Director Wang, infuriated by Yan Bugui's audacity, nearly spat blood. Yan Bugui, what are you doing? Get up. Wang's voice, now sharp and piercing, echoed far and wide. Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong, deep in conversation, suddenly heard the commotion from the front yard and hurried over. It was only after Wang's furious shout that Yan Bugui snapped back to reality, realizing he had been blinded by greed. How could Zhao Xiaodong possibly invite him to dinner? What a pity. There was so much exquisite food and drink. The aroma wafting from the courtyard earlier had made Yan Bugui's stomach rumble. Director Wang, I'm sorry. I was merely trying to make a joke. Just a joke. I apologize sincerely. Zhao Xiaodong, I shouldn't have acted that way. I promised to. Yan Bugui hurriedly defended himself. Enough. Just scram. Zhao Xiaodong waved dismissively. I don't want to hear your nonsense. If you provoke me again, you shall bear the consequences. Yan Bugui nodded vigorously. Yes, I understand. Though Yan Bugui claimed to comprehend, he bore the memory of a large rat. Once he set his sights on something, he would quickly forget it. It was likely that within 3 days, upon spotting an opportunity, Yan Bugui would rush forward heedlessly once more. He was akin to a rat that couldn't resist shiny silver. So, you intend to leave? You've apologized, but what about making amends? Director Wang's tone was frigid. Yan Bugui began to sweat. Earlier, while waiting at the police station for the officers to interrogate him post-meal, he had felt like an ant on a hot pan. He hadn't expected Director Wang to arrive, converse with Director Zhang, and then lead him out, only requiring him to apologize to Zhao Xiaodong. This had delighted Yan Bugui, but now, faced with the demand for reparations from Wang, he felt dismayed. This would cost him money. Engineer Zhao, how much should he pay? Director Wang turned to Zhao Xiaodong, attempting to curry favor, having discerned Zhao's impressive connections and deciding to alter her demeanor. Zhao Xiaodong, I'm broke. My meager salary supports a whole family. Yan Bugui's eyes reddened as he feigned poverty. He tried to muster a few tears, but failed. Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong stood silently at the side, observing. I don't want your money. By the way, You can give me those 4 pots of chrysanthemums. Zhao Xiaodong gestured towards the entrance of Yan Bugui's home, where a flower rack was laden with a variety of potted plants. Chapter 70. The favor of Director Wang atop the 3-tiered flower rack, for pots of chrysanthemums were arranged with precision. The blossoms thrived within their porcelain containers, their lush foliage revealing Yan Bugui's evident proficiency in nurturing plants. Allow me to transplant these chrysanthemums for you, Yan Bugui said with a hint of reluctance. However, you must provide your own pots. What did you say? Director Wang shot him a cold glance. I was merely jesting. Yan Bugui quickly corrected himself, swallowing hard. I shall bring the flowers over right away. No need. We shall manage ourselves, Zhao Xiaodong interjected with a scoff, addressing the 2 young men beside him. Zhong Yuemin, Zhonghai, assist me in transporting the flowers to the new house. Zhao Gu, have you received a new house? Zhong Yuemin and Zhonghai's eyes brightened. Indeed, I just finished tidying up, and we shall move in tomorrow. Zhao Xiaodong replied with a smile. Then we shall come over to warm the house tomorrow. Zhong Yuemin exclaimed, is noon convenient? Or perhaps in the evening? Tomorrow evening will suffice. Zhao Xiaodong nodded. You needn't bring anything. I have ample provisions here. Zhao Xiaodong lifted 2 pots of flowers, while Zhong Yuemin and Zhang Haiyang each carried 1. Just as they were about to head toward the courtyard, Li Kueyong entered, followed closely by Yu Li. Zhao Gu, allow me to assist you. Li Kueyong hurriedly stepped forward. Just carry 1 pot, and we shall share a drink later, Zhao Xiaodong chuckled. The group carefully transported the 4 pots of chrysanthemums to the eastern courtyard, placing them gently beneath the corridor. The blue and white porcelain pots were adorned with designs of plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums. Zhao Xiaodong, having a modicum of knowledge about antiques from his previous life, could discern that these were vintage pieces. These 4 blue and white porcelain pots will surely fetch a handsome price in the future, Zhao Xiaodong mused inwardly. Kueyong, is there anything else at home that requires assistance? Feel free to ask, Zhong Yuemin said to Li Kueyong. Nothing major, just some trivial matters, Li Kueyong replied with a smile. I visited Yu Li's home today. We've agreed to obtain our marriage certificate after the 6th or 7th. That sounds wonderful, Zhang Haiyang remarked. We must make it a lively occasion. No, we plan to keep it simple, Li Kueyong said somewhat bashfully. We want to save some money. Besides, my father has been ill for quite some time, and relatives have drifted apart. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Xiaodong suggested, how about we brothers celebrate for you then? Just a table of food, to create a cheerful atmosphere among us. As they conversed, they made their way outside, with Zhao Xiaodong locking the main gate before returning to the front yard. Director Wang was still reprimanding Yi Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yan Bugui. Upon noticing Zhao Xiaodong's return, Director Wang hurried over. Engineer Zhao, I have already sternly criticized them. They will not. Director Wang, I am indifferent. If they fail to remember their lessons, I have my own methods to deal with them, Zhao Xiaodong replied with a faint smile. Would you care to join me for a drink? Not at all. I still need to discuss matters with them. Director Wang waved his hand with a smile, turning to Yi Zhonghai and the others. You 3, come with me to the courtyard. After Director Wang left with the 3 men, Zhong Yuemin shook his head. This director seems to be protecting those 3 old fellows. One can understand, Zhao Xiaodong said nonchalantly. But let us focus on enjoying our drinks. In the living room beneath the ceiling fan, Yu Li and He Yushui were dining, while Xiao Yuer and Xiao Ling clutched chicken legs, their mouths glistening with grease. Director Wang and the 3 men settled at the E residence, where Tan Jinhua served tea. The moment the lid was lifted, the rich aroma of jasmine wafted through the air, a favored flavor among the people of old Beijing. Oldie, what have you done to create such chaos? Director Wang, still simmering with anger, remarked, you've disturbed the entire courtyard. Had it not been for, I shall ensure you face consequences. Director Wang, you are unaware that Zhao Xiaodong does not regard us 3 managers with any respect. Lu Haizhong could not help but complain, otherwise, we would not. Wait, what did you just call Zhao Xiaodong? He is a deputy section level official and not yet 20. His future is boundless. Respect you. Director Wang's anger intensified. What do you 3 think you are? You are merely ordinary workers. How dare you look down upon Director Zhao? Lu Haizhong, you shall never secure a position. I am just a section level official, yet in 2 or 3 years, Director Zhao's rank will undoubtedly surpass mine. Lu Haizhong bowed his head, too intimidated to speak further. Yan Bugui and Yi Zhonghai's expressions also soured. Behave yourselves, or none shall be able to save you. Director Wang continued. I shall refrain from further elaboration. Inwardly, Director Wang thought, these three fools, once I am transferred, let us see how you will manage. Over the years, out of respect for the elderly lady, he had cleaned up after them countless times. Old Lu, you cannot say such things. We must respect the officials and the leadership. Zhonghai quickly interjected, regardless of Zhao Xiaodong's character. He is an official and a leader. We must be mindful of our words. Zhonghai began to understand that Director Wang was quite displeased with Lu Haizhong's disparagement of Zhao Xiaodong. Currently, Zhao Xiaodong was also an official, aligned with Director Wang, who would naturally speak from the perspective of the officials. Yes, I was wrong. Lu Haizhong repeatedly admitted his fault, feeling frustrated with himself for losing his composure. How could he aspire to be an official? Enough. Be wise in your actions. Director Wang shook his head. I will check on the elderly lady and then return. Do not forget about your studies. Zhonghai exclaimed in surprise. What? Is this merely a formality? He had assumed that Director Wang's directive to study was just for show before Zhao Xiaodong, but he did not expect it to be genuine. All of you must diligently pursue your studies, Director Wang stated sternly. Though it may be embarrassing, it will benefit you. With that, Director Wang rose and headed toward the backyard. Damn it, Lu Haizhong muttered under his breath. I still cannot outmaneuver that little brat. Old E, I will heed your advice this time. I have truly suffered a loss, Yin Bugui habitually complained. Wait, old Yin, did I instruct you to extort Zhao Xiaodong? Zhonghai scoffed. This has nothing to do with me. Yin Bugui momentarily lost his words. He had intended to seek compensation for his losses from Zhonghai, only to find that the other party showed no mercy. Let us speak of this no more. Tonight we shall drink at my house and discuss our future plans, Zhonghai suggested, his eyes glinting. I still have 2 bottles of Fingio. As Director Wang approached the door of the elderly lady's courtyard, she was sitting outside enjoying the breeze. Upon seeing Director Wang, she stood up from a distance. Xiao Wang has arrived. Please take a seat. I will prepare some tea for you, the elderly lady cheerfully said. I still have a 1 yuan jasmine flower. Please, do not trouble yourself. The Director Wang gently assisted the deaf elderly lady to sit at the entrance. Before taking a seat on a small stool himself, Xiao Wang, I am once again burdening you today, the deaf elderly lady said with a bitter smile. Although she had not ventured to the front courtyard, she was acutely aware of all that transpired in the inner courtyard. Elderly lady, you must advise Zhonghai more in the future, Director Wang said mildly. I have protected him for so many years, but I can no longer show favoritism. You must ensure he understands this. The deaf elderly lady immediately grasped the implication of Director Wang's words. This was a signal that the favor had been exhausted, and there should be no further mention of it. Understood. I understand, she sighed inwardly. Xiao Wang, rest assured, I will not trouble you again in the future. I shall take my leave now. Elderly lady, you have aged. It is time for you to enjoy your peace. Let the younger generation manage the affairs of the courtyard. Director Wang remarked. Director Zhao Xiaodong is indeed an outstanding young man. In a few years' time, I shall find myself looking up to him. The deaf elderly lady was momentarily taken aback. She certainly perceived the underlying meaning in Director Wang's words. As Director Wang turned to leave, the deaf elderly lady let out a soft sigh, thinking to herself, never mind, I have already reaped enough. Before the peaceful liberation of the 4-9 city, Director Wang had been engaged in intelligence work within the city and was injured while being pursued by secret agents. It was the deaf elderly lady who sheltered her and helped her escape the urban area. Later, when Director Wang worked at the street office, she encountered the deaf elderly lady again. At the lady's prompting, Director Wang felt compelled to repay the favor. The foolish actions of Zhonghai could only be overlooked by Director Wang. The deaf elderly lady wielded her influence within the Sihiyuan, and Director Wang was not oblivious to it. However, in order to repay the favor, she could only tolerate the grievances of the residents of Hongxing Courtyard. As Director Wang passed through the front courtyard, he exchanged greetings with Zhao Xiaodong before hastily departing. Zhao, you possess martial arts skills. Would you teach us a few techniques? Zhong Yuemin set down his cup. Well, I could teach you some basic grappling techniques, Zhao Xiaodong pondered. This does not demand particularly high foundational skills. Excellent, excellent. When shall we commence? Zhong Yuemin inquired excitedly. I will be moving tomorrow. Let us begin the day after. After I finish work in the evening, I will first teach you some fundamental skills. However, be prepared for some hardship. Zhao Xiaodong and He Yushui both took a day off. Early the next morning, they commenced moving. In truth, there was little to move. Starting at 6 o'clock, they completed the entire process before 8. Zhao Xiaodong locked the eastern wing of the front courtyard, signifying the task was complete. Zhao Xiaodong transplanted 4 pots of chrysanthemums into the ground. Possessing the strength of a transformation phase, he gently shook the blue and white porcelain pots, extracting the chrysanthemums along with their intact root balls. Chapter 71. A tease turns into a gift. Yin Bugui unexpectedly gains the morning sunlight, bathed the courtyard in warmth as Zhao Xiaodong bent down to plant the newly acquired chrysanthemums. He Yushui was busy hanging pieces of cured pork to dry. The sun blazed fiercely today, and by evening, the meat would be perfectly sun-dried. Brother, after the meat dries this evening, we'll hang it in the kitchen. He Yushui said with a smile as she approached. Just open the back window and door for ventilation. Brother, the toilet here is really nice to use. It doesn't smell at all now, Xiaoling remarked as she led Xiao Yuer over, though sitting on it feels a bit unfamiliar. Unfamiliar, is it? Zhao Xiaodong chuckled, ruffling her hair. You'll get used to it in no time. Brother, is this really our home? Xiao Yuer asked, still uncertain. What are those fruits? Can we eat them? That's a persimmon tree, and that one is a chestnut tree. They're not ripe yet, Xiaoling chimed in, clearly more knowledgeable. We can eat them when it gets cold. Zhao Xiaodong affectionately tousled the hair of the 2 little girls. Go on and play. This big courtyard is enough for you to frolic. He turned to He Yushui. I'll step out for a while to buy some things. Brother, I want to eat fish, Xiao Yuer said, looking up at Zhao Xiaodong with a sweet expression. All right, I'll go catch some fish right now, Zhao Xiaodong nodded. Yushui, it's 8 o'clock now. I'll be back before 11. Zhao Xiaodong set off on his 3-wheeled motorcycle, which was indeed convenient, as he loaded his fishing rod, fish net, and a small stool into the cargo area. He returned once more to the banks of Zhonghai, finding a shady spot to park. Just as he set up, he noticed Yin Bugui approaching from a distance. Yin Bugui had arrived early to fish, but after 2 hours, he had only managed to catch 3 small silver crucians, leaving him quite disheartened. Just as he contemplated his next steps, he heard the sound of a motorcycle and turned to see Zhao Xiaodong preparing to fish nearby. Recalling Zhao Xiaodong's past fishing triumphs, Yin Bugui hoped to perhaps benefit from his luck and catch a few fish to sell for some extra cash. Zhao Xiaodong retrieved a fist-sized, blood-red bait from his bucket and tossed it into the water about 6 or 7 meters away. He then attached corn kernels to his hook and cast his line. Soon, a gathering of small whitebait and silver crucians swarmed the baited area, yet these were not the target fish Zhao Xiaodong sought. As the little fish attempted to bite, he deftly flicked his fishing rod, skillfully avoiding them. Fishing from a distance of 6 or 7 meters, Yin Bugui watched as half an hour passed without Zhao Xiaodong catching even a single catfish, his disappointment mounting. Zhao Xiaodong felt a twinge of discontent too, realizing that his previous success with larger fish had likely been a stroke of luck, or perhaps the benefits of being a novice. Suddenly, he perked up, spotting several larger fish approaching. In just 5 or 6 minutes, he successfully reeled them in one after the other. Yin Bugui's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the bounty. 2 carp weighing over 3 pounds each, a nearly 2-pound perch, and 2 more weighing over 2 pounds each. Yin Bugui was filled with envy, wanting nothing more than to snatch the fish for himself. Seeing Zhao Xiaodong's success, he wasted no time, filling his bucket with water and transferring the fish from his net without sparing Yin Bugui a glance. As Zhao Xiaodong packed up his fishing gear, Yin Bugui seized the opportunity to cast his hook into Zhao Xiaodong's fishing spot, plastering a sycophantic smile on his face. Xiaodong, you're quite lucky today. Having reflected deeply the night before, Yin Bugui regretted not being more cordial. He knew that with Zhao Xiaodong's current standing, getting Yin Jiexing promoted was merely a matter of asking. However, persuading Zhao Xiaodong to speak up was another challenge altogether. Yin Bugui was eager to build rapport with Zhao Xiaodong, but was reluctant to part with any money. Zhao Xiaodong found Yin Bugui's obsequious smile repugnant and decided to have a little fun at his expense. After placing his belongings in the cargo area, he washed his hands by the water's edge and used his mental power to scan the fishing spot, identifying a 2-pound white catfish. In that moment, Zhao Xiaodong used telekinesis to guide Yin Bugui's hook towards the catfish's mouth. Yin Bugui, feeling a tug on his line, eagerly lifted his rod, sensing the weight of the fish. His excitement soared, as he believed this fish would be quite valuable. Zhao Xiaodong then manipulated a large needle with his mental power, piercing through the fish's left eye and emerging from the right. This action incapacitated the catfish, rendering it motionless. Standing just 6 or 7 meters from the fishing spot, made this task effortless for Zhao Xiaodong. As he stood up and shook the water from his hands, he heard Yin Bugui's astonished voice. "Why isn't this fish struggling?" Yin Bugui queried, perplexed. The fish, entirely still, was effortlessly pulled from the water by Yin Bugui, who quickly realized it was a white catfish, his disappointment palpable as he recognized its lack of value. "Old Yin, there's something odd about this fish," one of the onlookers observed, drawing attention. "What is odd? It's just a white catfish. Not worth anything. Just for us to eat," Yin Bugui retorted, aggrieved. "No, this fish is dead," the older man exclaimed. "How could you catch a dead fish on a hook?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers quickly distanced themselves from Yin Bugui. "What is there to fear? It's broad daylight," Yin Bugui scoffed. "This fish is fresh, just dead. I see now. It must have been killed by something in the water," Yin Bugui surmised, removing the fish only to notice its eyes were not right. Upon closer inspection, he finally uncovered the truth. Damn it, instead of being frightened, Yin Bugui had inadvertently gained an advantage. Zhao Xiaodong felt a pang of disappointment as he hurried back home on his three-wheeled motorcycle. Zhao Xiaodong arrived at Zhonghai Courtyard at precisely 10:30. As he pushed the motorcycle into the courtyard, Xiao Ling and Xiao Yu'er rushed over. Brother, did you catch any fish?" Xiao Ling asked sweetly. Xiao Yu'er clung to Zhao Xiaodong's leg, eager to climb up. "I caught some. Take a look." "They're all still alive," Zhao Xiaodong replied, setting the bucket down for the two little girls to eagerly peer inside. "Xiao Ling, Xiao Yu'er, stop playing with them," He Shui interjected. "Let us keep them in the big vat for now. I want to eat fish." Xiao Yu'er held her finger in her mouth, preventing any drool from escaping. "Then let's steam the mandarin fish," Zhao Xiaodong chuckled. "I will get to it shortly." As Zhao Xiaodong turned to close the door, he was taken aback to find Lu Xiaoyi and Su Damao approaching, both laden with items. Su Damao carried 2 enamel basins in one hand and 2 thermoses in the other, the thermoses wrapped in finely woven bamboo, a hallmark of that era. Lu Xiaoyi cradled a large crimson blanket in her arms. "Zhao Xiaodong, we congratulate you on your new residence," she beamed, her round face brimming with smiles. "Why not invite us inside?" Zhao Xiaodong was reluctant to engage in lengthy conversation with the pair, but He Shui hurried over. "Sister Xiaoyi, please come in," she greeted with a smile. Lu Xiaoyi and Su Damao entered the courtyard, both marveling at the surroundings. They placed their belongings on a chair in the main room. "Lu Xiaoyi, if you have something to say, please be direct," Zhao Xiaodong said with a wry smile. "I have already mentioned that I have repaid your favor." Su Damao, feeling awkward, interjected. "Zhao Xiaodong, I apologize. I should not have offended you earlier. I now wish to ask you." "Lu Xiaoyi, just speak plainly," Zhao Xiaodong interrupted, refusing to even glance at Su Damao. "Your ailment. You can surely treat it, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have identified it so quickly. You must be honest with me." Lu Xiaoyi fixed her gaze on Zhao Xiaodong. "Yes, I can treat this illness," Zhao Xiaodong nodded, "but do not expect me to cure him. While I am not a villain, I am certainly not a saint." Upon hearing that Zhao Xiaodong could cure the illness, Lu Xiaoyi and Su Damao were filled with excitement. As for Zhao Xiaodong's refusal to treat Su Damao, Lu Xiaoyi dismissed it, viewing it merely as a matter of cost. Thank you. I will discuss this matter with you later," she said eagerly. "We shall take our leave now. Goodbye, Xiao Yu'er and Xiao Ling." Both Lu Xiaoyi and Su Damao recognized that it was not the appropriate moment for discussions. As they prepared to depart, Zhao Xiaodong hastily said, "Lu Xiaoyi, please take your items back. I appreciate your sentiments." He truly wished to avoid any entanglements with Lu Xiaoyi and Su Damao. "Donggu, such exchanges of goodwill are not conducted this way," He Shui interjected quickly. "Sister Xiaoyi, take these 4 jars of canned goods home to sample. They are not easily obtainable even with money. And this exquisite jasmine tea, there is not much, only half a pound." During this time, tea was quite valuable, particularly the premium varieties. The tea Zhao Xiaodong had signed for was packaged in porcelain jars of half a pound each, exuding elegance and prestige. In fact, merely the porcelain jars themselves were quite valuable. "This gift seems rather extravagant," Lu Xiaoyi hesitated. She was well aware of the worth of beef canned goods, and the tea was evidently of high quality, worth a considerable sum. "Sister Xiaoyi, it is nothing," He Shui replied sweetly. "We have just moved in and are still organizing. Otherwise, we would have invited you for lunch today." In truth, the kitchen had long been tidied by He Shui. But she discerned Zhao Xiaodong's desire to avoid interaction with Su Damao, so she pretended that nothing was ready. "There is no need for formality. You both go about your business," Lu Xiaoyi smiled. "Yu Shui, Do visit my home often in the future. Chapter 72. The deaf old lady's underhanded schemes and the futility of infatuation. As Zhao Xiaodong watched Su Demao and Lu Xiaoyi depart, he could not help but scoff and shake his head. Donggu, Sister Xiaoyi is quite a decent person. If you can help her, please do so, he Yushui hesitated to say. She has done me a favor. Thus, it was difficult for me to refuse her earlier. Done you a favor? Zhao Xiaodong exclaimed in surprise. When did this happen? Indeed, when I was feeling faint from hunger, it was Sister Xiaoyi who provided me with food and even gave me some money, he Yushui reminisced. To her, it may have seemed trivial, but at that moment, it truly saved my life. I did return the money later. It's all that scoundrel Sha Zhu's fault, Zhao Xiaodong replied with bitterness. Very well, I shall repay this kindness. But I will ensure Su Demao receives no benefit from it. He is inherently malevolent. Among the various beasts in this courtyard, only Su Demao would harm others without any ulterior motive, purely for his own amusement. Zhao Xiaodong had previously suffered at his hands on multiple occasions, while the other creatures in the courtyard harmed others solely for personal gain. Thank you, Donggu. He Yushui gazed at Zhao Xiaodong with wide eyes, her affection threatening to overflow. She felt she had truly encountered a noble person. Must we still exchange such pleasantries? Zhao Xiaodong raised an eyebrow. Come, let us prepare a meal. I shall take charge of the kitchen at noon. Zhao Xiaodong meticulously cleaned the mandarin fish, slicing 2 fillets and scoring them before placing them in a dish for steaming. The fish bones, head, and tail were sautéed in lard until fragrant, followed by the addition of water and tofu to simmer into a soup. Previously, he Yushui had stir-fried shredded green peppers and potatoes, as well as braised eggplant, and steamed a batch of 2 harmony flour buns. This meal was quite sumptuous. Little Yuer and Xiao Ling were thoroughly enjoying their feast. The aroma of Zhao Xiaodong's cooking wafted through the air. Today was a day of favorable winds. The deaf old lady was sitting at her doorstep, seeking respite while awaiting Tan Jinhua to bring her meals. The scent of fish wafted on the breeze, entering her nostrils. Mandarin fish, and steamed, no less. And fish soup. This little creature truly knows how to indulge. The deaf old lady mused silently. Surely, there must be quite a bit of lard in the cooking. Slurp. Unable to restrain herself, she swallowed her saliva, feeling quite tempted. She had experienced fine dining in her youth, and could instantly discern the dish Zhao Xiaodong was preparing from the aroma alone. I must devise a plan. This little creature can hunt and fish. If I must endure this enticing aroma daily, that's simply one to do. The deaf old lady calculated quietly, pondering the possibility of having that young man support me. Perhaps I could stage a fall in front of him? Oh, but he rides a motorcycle. I must. No, that could cost me my life. I shall seek out He Yushui, that will suffice. He Yushui has dined here a few times before. The deaf old lady chuckled to herself, convinced it was time for her to receive her due. Just a small favor would suffice. 1 bowl of meat each day would be enough. As she was mulling over her plans, Tan Jinhua approached with a tray. It contained a bowl of thin porridge, a cornmeal bun, and a dish of overcooked, blackened shredded green peppers and potatoes. Tan Jinhua was considerate, knowing the deaf old lady had few teeth and needed her food softened. More of the same. Jinhua, I have some money and meat tickets. Please buy me some meat. Have Zhuzi prepare braised pork for me tonight, the deaf old lady sighed. Old lady, you shouldn't want your money. Tan Jinhua replied. I'll go see if I can buy some meat this afternoon, but it may not be of good quality. By the way, Jia Dongshu has pork. Tan Jinhua suddenly recalled. Alas, how has Zhonghai focused all his thoughts on Jia Dongshu? The deaf old lady sighed again. You know what kind of person he is, don't you, and your husband understand him? Just look at the recent incident where the police fined him. Was it not your money and tickets that paid for it? Has he shared even a small portion of the pork with your family? No, even a tiny piece would have been a gesture of goodwill. Tan Jinhua fell silent, uncertain of what to say. Just moments ago, the aroma of wild boar meat had wafted from the courtyard, and it was evident Jia's family was cooking. Furthermore, Jia Dongshu had borrowed a vehicle to rush back for dinner, which needed no further elaboration. Tan Jinhua turned and walked back into the courtyard, arriving at Jia's doorstep. Jia Dongshu was dining with Qin Huairu and Xiao Dang. Bang Gung and Jia Zhangshi were still in the detention center. Shirmu, come sit down and share a meal with us. Jia Dongshu said awkwardly. No need. How much wild boar meat is left? Tan Jinhua suppressed her rising temper. Bring it all out. Jia Dongshu was momentarily taken aback. Shirmu Yu, the money and tickets were all provided by our family. Expecting you to repay us is unrealistic. Tan Jinhua replied coldly. The meat tickets were borrowed from Lao Yi. We won't have any for the next 10 months. Just bring the meat out. I won't ask you for repayment or tickets. Jia Dongshu's face turned pale. He opened his mouth to speak, but then swallowed his words. I'm so sorry, Shermo. The children were clamoring for meat. I had planned to prepare some for you. Qin Huairu hurriedly interjected, her voice soft and delicate, as if she bore an immense grievance. While this may have swayed the men, it held no weight with Tan Jinhua. Spare me, Qin Huairu. You truly know how to speak, Tan Jinhua scoffed. Actions speak louder than words. Hand over the meat. Tan Jinhua resolved to confront them. Over the years, numerous instances flashed through her mind. This was not a search for support. It was clearly an attempt to live off others. At Jia Dongshu's silent cue, Qin Huairu reluctantly brought forth the remaining pork. Tan Jinhua weighed it in her hands, realizing there were only 4 to 5 pounds left. 10 pounds of pork? You 3 have devoured half since yesterday. She remarked with a cold snort, before turning to leave. Not far from her departure, the sound of something crashing echoed behind her. Damn it, damn it. This old hag dares to treat me this way. Don't expect me to take care of her in the future. Jia Dongshu seethed, infuriated, as he smashed a bowl in frustration. Dongshu, hurry and eat. Don't be late for work. After your shift, go visit Bang Gung and your mother, Qin Huairu said, collecting the shards of porcelain. Damn it. I need to find a way to get that old widow's money. Jia Dongshu fumed, his nostrils flaring. That way, I won't have to endure their nonsense any longer. This one be easy. Dongshu, don't be angry. We have plenty of time to plan, Qin Huairu advised. That's true. Let us eat. Jia Dongshu resumed with his chopsticks. Tan Jinhua placed the pork within her home and turned to visit the deaf old lady. The old lady was slowly savoring her meal. Upon noticing Tan Jinhua's arrival, she inquired, How is it? Did you manage to bring it back? Indeed, their family is truly a pig. 5 pounds of pork has been devoured so easily. Tan Jinhua's anger still simmered. By the way, you must speak to Zhonghai when he returns. I suspect he will still be upset with me over this matter. While I do have faith in Juzi, Zhonghai merely treats him as a backup. Upon hearing this, the old lady chuckled, No problem. I will wait for Zhonghai to come back this afternoon. By the way, there are so many delectable treats at Zhao Xiaodong's home. Tan Jinhua gasped in alarm. Old lady, that idea is not to be trifled with. You know well the hardships Lao Yi and the others endured. I am aware. I intend to seek He Yushui. I have always brought her along and provided her with food. Now, if she could deliver a bowl of meat daily, that should be manageable, right? The old lady's mouth watered at the thought. This could indeed be worth a try, Tan Jinhua mused. That would be a breakthrough for the little creature. Once we open that gap with He Yushui, we can gradually influence him. The old lady spoke with a sinister edge. If you cultivate a good relationship with him, perhaps he will provide for your old age. With the two of you and Juzi, your retirement life. I don't think I will live to see that day. It requires a long time. Indeed. If that were truly the case, it would be simply wonderful. Tan Jinhua expressed with longing. Regardless, we must sever ties with the Jia family. How much time and energy have been squandered on them over the years. That Jia Dongshu is nothing but a treacherous wolf, a spineless good-for-nothing. Zhao Xiaodong ate quickly and, upon finishing his meal, prepared to head to the supply and marketing cooperative. The household was in need of some daily necessities, and he needed to procure them. Brother, I want to go with you. Xiao Yuer wiped her mouth, her face smeared with soup like a little kitten. It's too hot. You should stay home and enjoy the electric fan, Zhao Xiaodong said, patting Xiao Yuer on the head. I will bring back 2 large watermelons shortly. Yes, and I want a hair tie? Xiao Yuer tugged at her small ponytail. All right, Xiaoling has one too, Zhao Xiaodong replied. Nodding in agreement, you all will have one. As Zhao Xiaodong stepped into the front yard, he unexpectedly encountered Yen Bugui. Yen Bugui, wearing a large straw hat, pushed his old bicycle into the yard. The shirt, which was supposed to be white, had turned yellow, adorned with black and blue spots, and peppered with small holes the size of soybeans. Wife, hurry and pickle this white catfish, Yen Bugui called to Yang Ruihua. It weighs over 3 pounds. We can eat it slowly after it dries. Why not take it to sell? Yang Ruihua came out, looked at it, and shook her head with regret. It's a white catfish. It won't fetch much. We can only eat it ourselves. Upon realizing this, Zhao Xiaodong felt regretful. He had intended to tease Yen Bugui, but inadvertently allowed this shrewd man to profit. After leaving the courtyard, Zhao Xiaodong remembered he had yet to sign in for the lottery today. He silently recited, "System lottery activated." The last item is the black iron box. Congratulations to the host for winning 2 watermelons, each weighing 20 pounds. Zhao Xiaodong was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, now I won't need to buy watermelons. Chapter 73. A fortuitous encounter with shattered bottles. Zhao Xiaodong returned to the courtyard, cradling 2 plump, striped watermelons that resembled 2 little piglets. He had stuffed various trifles into the canvas bag slung over his shoulder. Upon reaching his doorstep, he gently nudged the door with his foot. He Yushui, open the door. He called out. Coming, coming. He Yushui responded, her voice accompanied by the cheerful sounds of Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling. At that moment, the deaf old lady passed by, leaning on her cane. Upon seeing the 2 large watermelons Zhao Xiaodong was holding, she instinctively swallowed, but could only quicken her pace toward the courtyard. Such thick rinds, Zhao Xiaodong remarked as he gazed at the cut watermelon. But indeed, the seeds are black and the flesh red. The watermelon seeds were all jet black, plump, and ripe. The watermelons of the future could not compare. Even the finest ones contained numerous underdeveloped seeds, likely due to technological interventions. We can fry these thick rinds tonight, He Yushui suggested with a smile, or even pickle them for a delightful cold dish. Xiao Ling and Xiao Yu's little bellies were already round and full, and it was then that they remembered the hair ties. Zhao Xiaodong rummaged through his bag and pulled out a dozen colorful hair ties, delighting the 2 little girls as they eagerly divided them. I also bought 2 water jars. I had a wobble fetch them from the storeroom, Zhao Xiaodong mentioned. They should be arriving shortly. Look, here they come. Through the open courtyard gate, one could see a wobble pulling a flatbed cart to the entrance. After a struggle, the cart turned into the courtyard, placing both water jars beneath the corridor. I'll go fetch some water. Let us keep the watermelons cool. Zhao Xiaodong said. I need to devise a way to create a refrigerator, otherwise, it's quite inconvenient. He headed to the well at the corner of the courtyard to draw water. The well water was icy and piercing, yet during winter, it would emit steam. However, this well's water was bitter and undrinkable, only utilized for washing clothes and vegetables. When there was no running water, residents would buy water from kiosks. Since few sweet water wells existed in Sijiacheng, numerous water kiosks had emerged, each housing a sweet water well. Those who struck sweet water wells turned it into a business. With business came competition, and some sought to monopolize the market. Before liberation, many water barons emerged. After liberation, residents quickly transitioned to tap water, leading to the closure of these kiosks. The well in Hongxing Courtyard was now only used in summer, where residents would lower baskets containing leftover food to prevent spoilage until the next day. Additionally, like Zhao Xiaodong, they drew water to chill their watermelons. There was another method, of simply tossing the watermelon into the well. However, if one did that, they would need to guard it closely, lest it be claimed by someone else. By 5 in the afternoon, Zhao Xiaodong and He Yushui had prepared the meal. Soon, Zhong Yuemin arrived with Zhonghai and Yuan Jun. So what is the matter? Li Kueyong hasn't he finished work yet? Zhao Xiaodong inquired with a chuckle. He feels embarrassed to come over with you, Li here, Zhong Yuemin replied with a grin. And to be honest, Kueyong is quite fortunate. Yuli is truly lovely. You already have Xiao Bai, right? Zhonghai said with a hint of jealousy. Why still think about other things? Planning to pursue other women? Xiao Bai and I are nothing serious. Zhong Yuemin quickly shook his head. You mustn't say such things. Isn't it true that you don't understand Xiao Bai's intentions? Zhonghai's jealousy was evident on his face. Xiao Bai is so beautiful, and you, with your carefree attitude, seem a bit unworthy of her. You don't understand. I also think Xiao Bai is wonderful, but I feel something isn't quite right, Zhong Yuemin lamented. What is not right, I can't say. It just feels like something is missing. Get lost. Yuan Jun scoffed. You're just a fickle fool. You don't want to be tied down until you've had enough fun. I absolutely agree with Yuan Jun, Zhonghai added. Zhong Yuemin, if you don't have those intentions, you should clarify things with Xiao Bai. Don't harm others or yourself. Zhao Xiaodong observed the unfolding drama, understanding Zhonghai's meaning without needing to watch closely. Zhonghai harbored deep feelings for Zhou Xiaobai, yet he recognized that he did not possess the looks of Zhong Yuemin, who had already captured Zhou Xiaobai's heart. Zhonghai could only bury his feelings deep within. I. Zhong Yuemin furrowed his brow. It was evident he was reluctant to let go. After all, finding a partner like Zhou Xiaobai might not present itself again. Yet, agreeing in such a manner left Zhong Yuemin feeling as though he was lacking something essential in his life. In truth, the situation was straightforward. Zhong Yuemin was a wild stallion yearning for freedom, while the girl simply wished for a stable life with him. Zhao Xiaodong remarked with a smile, and therein lies the conflict. Zhongyuemin, you would feel restless if you didn't stir things up, which is why you sense something is amiss. Zhongyuemin paused for a moment, then exclaimed, yes, yes. Zhao Gu, you truly are a kindred spirit. You see so clearly. However, if I were in your shoes, I would steadfastly cherish the girl I cannot let go of, Zhao Xiaodong advised. Of course, the decision lies with you. I'll go fetch Li Kueyong. I wonder if he has had dinner. Zhao Xiaodong sauntered to the front courtyard. Li Kueyong was tidying up the house with Yuli. Their home had been partitioned and freshly plastered, looking clean and orderly. Zhao Gu, Li Kueyong, and Yuli greeted in unison. Let us go, lock the door and come eat with us, Zhao Xiaodong smiled. I've moved. Donggu, we were just about to head over, Li Kueyong hurriedly replied. These 2 vases are heirlooms from our family. We had them appraised. They're late Qing dynasty pieces and not worth much. But they'd look nice with flowers on the table. Li Kueyong chuckled awkwardly. We were thinking of wrapping them up. Don't be so polite. I'll gladly accept them, Zhao Xiaodong smiled. On the table were 2 plum vases. Though not exquisite, they were acceptable. Yuli rushed to fetch one of the vases but hadn't dried her hands properly after washing them, and with a loud crash, one vase fell to the floor, shattering into pieces. I am sorry. Yuli's face flushed crimson. Li Kueyong felt equally embarrassed, as the gift he had prepared was now in ruins. If he were to prepare another, Zhao Xiaodong would surely refuse. Yet, not going empty-handed felt disgraceful. But Li Kueyong needed to first comfort Yuli. Xiaoli, it's nothing. If it's broken, it's broken. Li Kueyong chuckled. Zhao Gu, it seems I can only gift you a vase. Zhao Xiaodong bent down to pick up a shard of porcelain. The fragment was quite substantial, yet its edge revealed a hint of metallic yellow. Zhao Xiaodong crushed the shard, extracting a copper coin from within. Upon seeing the inscription De Qi Tong Bao in pristine condition, he immediately smashed the remaining pieces on the ground into smaller bits. Finding no further coins, Zhao Xiaodong, without hesitation, shattered another Meiping vase. Ultimately, he felt disheartened, having acquired only a single copper coin. Li Kueyong and Yuli gazed in astonishment, yet they understood that the coin Zhao Xiaodong obtained was surely extraordinary. Kueyong, this coin. Zhao Xiaodong began. Zhao Gu, spare your words. Regardless of its nature, it shall serve as my gift to you for your housewarming, Li Kueyong replied earnestly. Let it be, for if you utter its value, my greed may awaken. I had no intention of offering you money. Zhao Xiaodong smiled gently. Very well, I shall handle Yuli's employment matters. Bring her to report to me tomorrow, and she shall become a formal worker. You may also receive housing, he added with a grin. I wonder if we can secure that east wing room. The main house in the front yard still has one room available on the east side. The most eastern room is occupied, while the western room has just become vacant. Yin Bugui and the Jia family, along with Lu Haizhong's family, are all scheming. They too desire the east wing of the front yard, but knowing it's impossible, they can only settle for less. Thank you, Zhao Gu. I will not refuse this position. However, I shall remember this favor, Li Kueyong declared, his eyes glistening with tears. Yuli trembled with excitement, realizing she had secured a job as a formal worker, something she had scarcely dared to dream of. Following Li Kueyong, she initially felt a tinge of regret regarding his family's hardships, anticipating a life of shared toil and struggle. Yet, in the blink of an eye, circumstances had transformed dramatically. Now both she and Li Kueyong had jobs, with Zhao Xiaodong looking after them, and financial worries seemed to dissipate. What more could one desire? It is worth noting that Yuli had initially been drawn to Li Kueyong himself, having given little thought to anything else. Yet she felt that good deeds would be rewarded, and now it seemed she had gained everything. We are all comrades. Why dwell on such matters? Let us go? For Zhongyuemin and the others are still waiting, Zhao Xiaodong laughed. Upon exiting, the trio spotted Xiao Meng from the housing management, accompanied by another individual, conversing in front of the east wing. The man accompanying Xiao Meng appeared peculiar at first glance. He looked to be in his early 20s, with a face resembling a gourd, narrow at the top and broad at the bottom, tapering in the middle. His hairstyle resembled a toilet seat, with broom-like eyebrows and small eyes, while his nose tilted upwards. The disproportionate features of his face culminated in a wide, fish-like mouth. Xiao Ming quickly spotted Zhao Xiaodong and greeted him with a smile. Director Zhao, I see you've finished moving. Director Li has allocated this house to Comrade Cui Dake. Zhao Xiaodong appraised Cui Dake with a smile and replied to Xiao Ming. Yes, I am done moving and am preparing to hand over the keys tomorrow. Here, Take them now. Chapter 74. Yan Bugui's unchanging greed and Cui Decu's clever evasion of schemes. Zhao Xiaodong felt a quiet astonishment. The appearance of Cui Decu signified that the television series Ren Shi Tai Fan Shi Gang had also woven itself into this world. With a sycophantic smile, Cui Decu approached. Director Zhao? You are the director Zhao that factory director Li mentioned. Greetings. As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Zhao Xiaodong. Zhao Xiaodong, with a slight raise of his sword-like brows, appeared oblivious to the outstretched hand of Cui Decu. Xiao Meng, unable to bear the scene, remarked, Old Cui, be a little more perceptive. Look at your hands, covered in grease, and you still wish to shake hands with him? Only then did Cui Decu notice the grime on his hands, awkwardly explaining. I was in a hurry regarding the adjustments today and rushed over from the mechanical repair workshop without washing up. Zhao Xiaodong smiled faintly. Xiao Meng, are you free later? I will be hosting some friends tonight. Come over for a few drinks. No, it's unnecessary. Xiao Meng hurriedly shook his head. I have matters to attend to. He understood that this occasion was not one he could partake in, and their statuses were not equivalent. Zhao Xiaodong nodded and pulled out a pack of premium Zhonghai cigarettes from his pocket, handing it to Xiao Meng. You are too kind, Director Zhao, Xiao Meng said, flustered, yet he accepted the cigarettes. I have a friend starting work tomorrow. Please reserve this room for her. Zhao Xiaodong indicated the main room, which was significantly larger than the side rooms. He then led Li Kuei-yong and Yu Li to the backyard. Cui Decu, with his peculiar eyes, watched Zhao Xiaodong's retreating figure, his expression complex. However, he quickly shifted to a look of excitement, opening the door to the east wing and inspecting each room. Yan Bugui returned with a bottle of liquor containing half a gin of aged bygone. He planned to cook half a fish tonight and thought to enjoy a couple of drinks. This half gin of sweet potato liquor cost merely a dime. With an alcohol content exceeding 60 degrees, Yan Bugui intended to dilute it with water upon returning home. As he entered the front yard, he noticed the door of the east wing ajar. He hurried over and saw a strangely appearing man emerging from the room. Who are you? How did you get into our compound? Yan Bugui inquired, feeling uneasy. He desired the east wing, and although he knew it was futile, he was reluctant to watch it fall into someone else's hands. My name is Cui Decu, and I am an employee of the steel mill. This house has been allocated to me, Cui Decu stated. Observing the frail old man before him, he paid little heed. I am Yan Bugui, the third elder of the compound. He replied with an air of arrogance. You are under my jurisdiction if you reside in the front yard. Cui Decu paused for a moment. He had heard of these elders in the communal courtyard and politely responded, Third elder, this is my first day here. I hope for your guidance in the future. Of course. How many people live in your household? Yan Bugui inquired, his eyes glinting with calculation. He aimed to see if he could extract something advantageous from Cui Decu. Just me. I work here alone, Cui Decu replied. Instantly, he heightened his vigilance, sensing that this old man had ulterior motives. Alone, you say? Why not join us for meals? It is not easy to cook for oneself. Yan Bugui's eyes sparkled. If you bring your supply of grains and provide 5 yuan for monthly groceries, you can dine with us. Cui Decu's mouth fell open in surprise, and just as he was about to respond, Yan Bugui hurriedly added, Well, you could contribute a little less money. If you live frugally, 5 yuan is enough to sustain one for a month. Now, Yan Bugui felt that mentioning 5 yuan outright might ruin his chances. I am not accustomed to dining with others. Cui Decu shook his head. Third elder, please do not insist. By the way, I have some matters to attend to at the supply and marketing cooperative. Despite his appearance, Cui Decu possessed a sharp mind. He instinctively recognized that Yan Bugui was attempting to take advantage of him. There was no way he would comply with Yan Bugui's proposal. Watching Cui Decu's departing figure, Yan Bugui spat disdainfully. This fellow looks like a misshapen fruit, but he possesses some wit. He may have evaded my scheme this time, yet there is plenty of time ahead. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Once Cui Decu returned from shopping, that would be an opportunity. Yan Bugui placed his belongings back at home, and, holding a cup of tea, waited at the door. As for Yang Ruihua's mention of dining together, Yan Bugui instructed her to wait a moment. Yang Ruihua quickly understood that her husband had a target in mind and anticipated that he would soon bring something back. Yan Bugui waited for about 20 minutes when he finally spotted Cui Decu returning, laden with bags filled with everyday items. It was summer, and a simple straw mat would suffice for sleeping. Among the large bag that Cui Decu brought was a mosquito net. What caught Yan Bugui's eye was that Cui Decu was holding some potatoes and even a small rooster. These were all purchased at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, which sold everything imaginable during this era. Ah, Deku, with so many items, let me help you carry them. Yen Bugui rushed over, reaching for the small rooster. No need. I carried everything from the cooperative to here myself. It is just a few steps home. Why would I need assistance? Choi Deku glared at Yen Bugui. While at the cooperative, Choi Deku had overheard the sales clerk discussing the matters of Hongxing Courtyard and the three elders. Zhonghai and his companions believed they had kept their affairs under wraps, maintaining a respectable image outside, yet they were unaware that others had already seen through them. To the rest, they were mere jokes. Choi Deku comprehended that Yen Bugui was the type of person who would take advantage of any opportunity. There was no way he would allow Yen Bugui to get his hands on his belongings. It seems you just arrived and have yet to acquire firewood. Why not cook this small rooster and the potatoes at our place? I'll provide the staple food, and we can enjoy a meal together, Yen Bugui proposed with a beaming smile. He had already schemed that if these items were prepared at their home, he would only use half of the small rooster, keeping the other half in the well to chill, or perhaps even salt it. When it came time to eat, his family of 6 would feast together, while he would consider it a success if Choi Deku managed to grab a couple of pieces of chicken. As for the staple food, they would have cornmeal steamed buns, with each person receiving a bun the size of an egg. The thought of this made Yen Bugui want to laugh aloud. No, I have purchased firewood and an iron pot. I can manage on my own, Choi Deku replied, shaking his head. A flatbed cart approached, laden with various items bought by Choi Deku. Well, just give them to me. Rest assured, your Sandama's roast chicken is truly exceptional. Why bother cooking when you can enjoy it ready-made? Yen Bugui clung tightly to the small rooster. What, do you intend to steal it? Choi Deku exclaimed in frustration. Old Yen, have you lost your mind? Zhonghai's exasperated voice rang out. After having dinner, Zhonghai had intended to challenge Yen Bugui to a game of chess, only to discover Yen Bugui seizing someone else's belongings. Zhonghai was thoroughly incensed. If Yen Bugui were to be apprehended for theft, it would undoubtedly implicate him and Lu Haizhong. Prompted by Zhonghai's words, Yen Bugui hastily released his grip. He had no desire to be taken to the police station again. If he were to be detained this time, it was likely that no one would bail him out. I was merely trying to help. Yen Bugui chuckled awkwardly. Old E, this is the newly assigned Choi Deku, residing in the East Wing. Greetings, Comrade Choi Deku, Zhonghai nodded. I am Zhonghai, the elder of the courtyard. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance. Thank you very much. I have much to attend to since just moving in, so I won't keep you two any longer, Choi Deku said with a slight disdain. He busied himself with his tasks. Zhonghai shot a fierce glare at Yen Bugui, pulling him away while whispering, Old Yen, if this continues and someone reports you, both old accounts and new grievances will be settled with you. No, that won't happen. I will exercise caution. I have managed well in the past. Yen Bugui chuckled nervously, attributing the situation to that scoundrel Zhao Xiaodong, who acted irrationally. Old Yen, I will say no more. Whether you heed my warning is your own choice. Just ensure that you do not drag me and old Lu into any trouble. I have already counseled you, Zhonghai stated grimly before departing, leaving Yen Bugui feeling somewhat embarrassed. What a nerve. If I were to earn a mere 99 yuan a month, I certainly wouldn't behave this way. Yen Bugui thought inwardly. At that moment, he noticed Choi Deku preparing to slaughter a chicken, prompting him to step forward. Deku, is this a celebration for your new home? I shall return home to fetch some wine to toast your good fortune. I just procured some, Yen Bugui said with a beaming smile. He had already devised a plan. When he returned to retrieve the wine, he would fill the bottle with water to ensure he could bring it back if they did not finish it. He intended to indulge in the meat while abstaining from drinking, estimating that he could manage 3 to 5 cups at most. Mr. Yen, we are not acquainted, Choi Deku replied. I heard what sort of person you are when I went out to buy supplies earlier, so do not attempt to take advantage of me. Watered down liquor for free, just to dine on my meat? Yen Bugui's face flushed crimson. He had not anticipated Choi Deku's bluntness. Although the neighbors in the courtyard disapproved of his exploitative behavior, none had previously confronted him so directly. They had at least shown him some semblance of respect. Never mind. You are clearly incapable of recognizing kindness, Yen Bugui said, turning away in embarrassment. Yet he swallowed hard, glancing at the small rooster still flapping on the ground, feeling as though he had lost 5 yuan. Chapter 75. The greedy schemes of the deaf old lady and He Yushui's anger unveils old matters. Zhao Xiaodong entered the eastern courtyard with Li Kuyong and Yu Li, who was astonished by the spaciousness of the yard, particularly by the meticulously cultivated plot of approximately 60 to 70 square meters, which prompted her to contemplate what crops to plant. What will you plant in this land, Yushui? Yuli could not help but inquire. For now, we can only plant vegetables, spinach and radishes, he Yushui replied with a smile. I have already procured the seeds and will sow them tomorrow morning. He Yushui, along with Yuli, shared a meal in the living room with Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer, while Zhao Xiaodong and his companions indulged in drinks beneath the persimmon tree in the courtyard. Nearby stood a pedestal fan and a standing fan, while a small table was laden with a variety of dishes. A generous platter of marinated venison and a bowl brimming with marinated pork intestines were accompanied by 2 boxes of beef canned with potatoes, as well as plates of smashed cucumbers, peanuts, and salted duck eggs. 2 carp were braised, while another 2 were steamed delicately. The intoxicating aroma of Maotai liquor intertwined with the fragrance of the dishes, creating an almost ethereal allure in these times of scarcity. The deaf old lady, outside her home, struck her cane rhythmically, evidently disturbed by the enticing scent wafting through the air. Lu Haizhong was enjoying his meal, with several large bowls of corn porridge and a small basket of steamed buns made from 2-part flour on the table. Accompanying the meal were a dish of pickled vegetables and a plate of shredded potatoes stir-fried with chili, as well as a plate of glistening scrambled eggs made from 3 eggs and a bowl of over 30 peanuts, his favorite snacks to accompany the liquor. Lu Guangfu and Lu Guangtian dared not touch any of it, fearing a merciless beating if they did. Lu Guangqi, along with his brothers, was also dining. Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu could only nibble on the 2-part flour buns, paired with some pickled vegetables and shredded potatoes stir-fried with chili, while Lu Guangqi casually reached for the peanuts and scrambled eggs. Guangqi, how is your work at the textile factory? Lu Haizhong inquired, setting down his wine cup. I am considering transferring you to the steel rolling mill. Please speak with Deputy Factory Director Li tomorrow. Dad, I am doing very well at the textile factory. There is no need for a transfer, Lu Guangqi quickly replied, aware of Lu Haizhong's intentions. Lu Guangqi had graduated from a technical school and already held a position as a cadre. Lu Haizhong, unable to secure a cadre position for himself, wished to transfer his son to the steel rolling mill to showcase that, although he himself was not a cadre, his son had achieved that status. Leave this matter to me. I plan to invest some capital to persuade Deputy Factory Director Li, Lu Haizhong contemplated, believing it would not pose much of a challenge. If only Zhao Xiaodong could speak on my behalf, we wouldn't even need to spend money. In fact, if he spoke up, I could also become an official. Dad, I have found a partner at the textile factory, Lu Guangqi hurriedly interjected. Why would you want to transfer me now? Are you trying to ruin my relationship? What? Both Lu Haizhong and his wife exclaimed in surprise. Yes. We have been dating for nearly 20 days, Lu Guangqi explained. What are her family's circumstances? Lu Haizhong quickly asked. She is their only daughter, and both parents are cadres at the factory. Her father is the deputy factory director, and her mother is the director of the Women's Federation, Lu Guangqi replied, adding, she is quite attractive as well. Excellent, excellent. Lu Haizhong and his wife beamed with delight. Therefore, you need not interfere with my work matters. Lu Guangqi stated firmly. Of course, having a father-in-law who is a deputy factory director will certainly facilitate your future promotions, Lu Haizhong declared proudly, not anticipating that he would not only have a son who is an official, but also a future son-in-law who is a factory director. Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu exchanged glances, thinking that since their father was so pleased, it would be acceptable to have a bit of egg to eat. Despite having been reprimanded countless times, they seemed to have forgotten their lessons. Thus, they each took a large piece of scrambled egg and stuffed it into their mouths, intoxicated by the flavor, only to reach for more. Lu Haizhong noticed them reaching for the eggs for the first time, and, before Zhao Xiaodong stood up and coldly remarked that there were numerous instances like the steel rolling mill. He Yushui only requested the smallest ear room among the 3 houses. I have long since reported this to you. The foolish Zhu was still struggling in vain, proclaiming that it could not be true, that his grandmother would never do such a thing, and insisted that you must be mistaken. What does a mere child understand? Please, Zhu, take your leave, he Yushui said with composure, asserting that henceforth, she would not recognize him. Nor would he recognize her. They could pass each other without a word. What a complete fool. To distrust his own kin and place faith in an outsider. That old hag, Yuan Jun, could not help but exclaim. How dare you speak in such a manner, lacking any respect for the elderly and love for the young? Zhonghai interjected, unable to contain himself, reminding everyone of his age. Silence. Who do you think you are? And you speak of respect for the elderly and love for the young? On what grounds do you demand such from others? Yuan Jun scoffed, observing her frail feet that could barely support her, suggesting she must have been a landlord's wife in her prime. And you still wish to support her? It appears you are no better than she is. Upon hearing this, Zhonghai was taken aback, hastily calling out to Zhu, Zhu, why haven't you escorted the old lady back yet? We must uphold respect for the elderly and love for the young, fostering such values. As he spoke, Zhonghai assisted the deaf old lady back to the courtyard. The old lady had been at Zhonghai's home earlier, and upon his return, he calmly learned from Tan Jinhua about the events of the afternoon. Of course, he had also heard from Jia Dongshu earlier that day, who had shared his grievances about the situation. After Tan Jinhua spoke, she turned to Zhonghai, saying, look at such a person, how can he care for us in our old age? From now on, if we entrust our money to him, it will be as if we are handing it over upon our demise. I am well aware of this. He wanted to relinquish the money until the very end. The deaf old lady sighed. When you grow old, many things will be beyond your control. That Jia Dongshu has plenty of ways to make you part with your money, unless you sever ties with him. Trust me, Zhu is the reliable one. Indeed, I shall consider this. Fear not, old lady, I will not afford Jia Dongshu such an opportunity. Zhonghai replied confidently. By the way, let us dine, let us dine. After finishing their meal, Zhonghai went to seek out Yin Bugui for a game of chess. However, he returned shortly after stepping outside, just as Zhu was escorting the old lady back to the courtyard. Now Zhonghai and Zhu accompanied the deaf old lady to the back. Zhu did not linger and departed, for he was eager to enjoy Qin Huai Ru. I aim to open a dialogue with Zhao Xiaodong through He Shui, but it seems I've made quite a blunder, the deaf old lady said with a wry smile. Never mind, Zhonghai, you must also be cautious in the future. Zhao Xiaodong arose at 5 o'clock the following morning to practice. The previous evening, he had instructed Zhong Yuemin and the others to train on their fundamentals, teaching them how to stand firm and exercises to strengthen their fingers and wrists. Upon emerging from the bathroom, Zhao Xiaodong felt an immense sense of relief. Never again would he have to visit the outhouse. Just the thought of it made him feel nauseated. Chapter 76. The return of Director Yang and underlying currents in this era. The conditions of the dry toilets are truly unbearable. A 20-meter-long cement platform, with a 10-centimeter wide slope carved out every 60 centimeters, leads to a small pit below for collecting urine, which ultimately drains into a pit outside the wall. This pit, roughly 1 meter square and 2 meters deep, is visited nightly by a flatbed cart drawn by large wooden barrels to collect the urine. Behind the cement platform lies the feces pit. During busy mornings, the accumulated excrement nearly reaches the height of the seated person's posterior. Typically, in the afternoons, a cleaner arrives with water and a shovel to clear the waste into the pit. Every few days, someone comes to empty the pit. Of course, both the urine and feces pits are covered. The odors in the summer are unimaginable, not to mention the wriggling maggots that elicit feelings of revulsion. He Shui rises early, having already planted spinach, vegetables, and radishes, and is now carrying water in a bucket to irrigate the crops. There is no need to inquire why hoses are not used for irrigation. In this era, plastic and rubber are precious commodities. A peachwood comb holds far less value than a plastic one. Furthermore, all forms of plastic are generically referred to as chemical products, such as chemical sandals and chemical combs, which are simply plastic sandals and combs. At 7 in the morning, Zhao Xiaodong and He Shui, along with the newly awakened Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer, have breakfast before heading to the steel rolling mill. After a period of activity, Zhao Xiaodong sits behind his desk, having just completed the employment paperwork for Yuli. The housing arrangements have also been organized according to Zhao Xiaodong's promises. After brewing himself a cup of Longjing tea, he sees Li Huai knocking at the office door. Zhao Xiaodong's office is located in a corner on the 3rd floor of the administrative building, marked with a sign indicating it is an engineer's office. He is not part of the technical department, hence his office is not located in that area. The technical department of the steel mill consists of 2 level 9 engineers and 1 level 8 engineer, along with several technicians of varying ranks. Xiaodong, come on. We're going to a meeting, Li Huai cheerfully beckons. Director Yang and Secretary Wang have returned. They probably wish to meet you. Understood. I am merely a technical staff member, Zhao Xiaodong replies with a slight smile. I won't concern myself with other matters. By the way, I intend to experiment with making refrigerators and will need some materials certainly, even if upper management does not approve our production. We can still attempt to manufacture some samples and build up our technical reserves, Li Huaid responds. Zhao Xiaodong follows Li Huaid, holding his enamel tea mug. Li Huaid carries a porcelain teacup, appearing somewhat more refined than Zhao Xiaodong's enamel mug. The meeting is held in a large conference room on the 4th floor. This building reaches a maximum of 5 stories, with Director Yang and Secretary Wang's offices on the 5th floor. The offices of the 2 deputy directors are located on the 4th floor. The 3rd floor houses the Women's Federation, the factory office, and other administrative offices, including Li Huaid's office and Zhao Xiaodong's small office. Upon entering the conference room, Li Huaid ascends to the podium, while Zhao Xiaodong takes a seat in a corner at the back. The room is modest in size, suitable only for small meetings. 6 individuals occupy the podium, with seating for 40 to 50 people below, although only around 20 individuals are present. Everyone, please be quiet. We are commencing the meeting, Li Huaid announces. Now, I would like to invite Director Yang to speak. Please join me in welcoming him with applause. After Li Huaid concludes, he leads the applause. Despite being rivals in the struggle for control of the steel mill, the 2 maintain a facade of cordiality. Hello everyone. During my trip to Jinmen with Secretary Wang, Comrade Li Huaid has brought a talented individual to our factory. This deserves recognition. Director Yang states with a smile. Li Huaid comprehends the underlying message from Director Yang, which conveys a sense of I am still in charge, and you are merely the heir apparent. This sentiment unsettles Li Huaid, yet he can only muster an awkward smile in such circumstances. Due to the successful production of electric fans, the department has granted us the opportunity to establish an electric fan workshop, which will be overseen by Comrade Li Huaid. Director Yang continues, his teeth clenched slightly. By the way, which one of you is Comrade Zhao Xiaodong? Please stand and greet everyone. We must assist each other in our work. Reluctantly, Zhao Xiaodong rises to acknowledge the gathering. Those present are mid-level and senior officials from the factory, rendering Zhao Xiaodong somewhat embarrassed. The remaining 50 recruitment slots at the factory have been distributed among the officials present. Those seated at the podium have received multiple slots, while the individuals below have received 1 each. Zhao Xiaodong has already utilized 3 of his 5 slots, 2 for Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer's household registrations, and 1 for Yu Li, in exchange for that large Qi Tongbao coin. Finally, Secretary Wang delivers a few remarks, emphasizing the need for unity and hard work to establish the fan workshop. Following this, Li Huaid announces the meeting is adjourned. As Zhao Xiaodong stands with his empty enamel tea cup, preparing to leave, Director Yang smiles and says, Engineer Zhao, would you care to join me in my office? This is our first meeting. Zhao Xiaodong can only nod in agreement and follows Director Yang to the 5th floor office. Director Yang courteously invites Zhao Xiaodong to take a seat on the sofa. Upon sitting, Zhao Xiaodong surveys the office. It spans over 30 square meters, with a brand new desk and cabinets, exuding an air of sophistication. There is a small door on the side, the purpose of which is unclear. Perhaps it leads to a restroom or a lounge, or possibly both. Engineer Zhao, allow me to pour you some water. This tea is delightful. Exceptional Longjing. Such a commodity is hard to come by, Yang Weiming remarks as he picks up Zhao Xiaodong's enamel cup from the coffee table, lifting the lid to inspect it. This was a gift from a friend, Zhao Xiaodong replies with a dry chuckle. Zhao Xiaodong realizes the tea is quite exquisite, yet he had not anticipated its rarity. After a brief period of casual conversation, during which they become somewhat acquainted, Director Yang concludes, Engineer Zhao, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Zhao Xiaodong smiles faintly, certainly, I will. Then I shall take my leave, Director Yang. Zhao Xiaodong rises to bid farewell. He understands Director Yang's intent to win him over. As long as Zhao Xiaodong finds an excuse to visit a couple of times, it will signify his inclination to align with Director Yang. Yang Weiming appears upright. Yet Zhao Xiaodong harbors doubts about his true character. His past actions, such as taking Sha Zhu and Su Damao to curry favor with senior officials, reveal his true nature. To be his subordinate means that you shall perform the labor while he reaps the rewards, and should any blame arise, it is you who must bear the burden. Li Huaid may not be a paragon of virtue, yet he remains steadfast amidst the storms of adversity. Moreover, as long as one possesses talent, Li Huaid demonstrates a commendable degree of tolerance. However, when the tumult arises, I, along with He Shui and my 2 younger sisters, could escape to Gangdao to cultivate our prospects, returning to showcase our skills once the reforms commence. As Zhao Xiaodong pondered this, he descended from the 5th floor to his office on the 3rd floor. Once seated, he began drafting a list of materials required for the production of refrigerators. Just as he completed the task, he noticed Li Huai standing at the doorway, poised to knock. Zhao Xiaodong's office door was wide open. The office, approximately 15 square meters, contained a writing desk and a chair for square stools, a small table in one corner, and several metal filing cabinets. "Director Li, I have prepared the list and was just about to seek you out," Zhao Xiaodong greeted with a smile. Li Huai chuckled, aware that Yang Weiming's attempts at persuasion had faltered. "Indeed, I shall ensure it is taken care of by tomorrow. However, this quantity seems a tad insufficient. Shall we consider increasing it 5-fold? Li Huai suggested, glancing at the list. "Well, this comprises the materials for 2 refrigerators and 2 freezers. Increasing it 5-fold would." Zhao Xiaodong hesitated. "Rest assured, there is no harm in producing a bit more. Experiments invariably entail failures and material wastage." Li Huai replied with an air of satisfaction. "By the way, I wish to purchase some timber. I moved yesterday and find myself lacking in furniture." Zhao Xiaodong hesitated, recalling his visit to the truss shop where he had found nothing of quality. "I shall accompany you. There are some fine items that have been set aside," Li Huai offered with a smile. "We can go now, as there is little to occupy us at the factory. Furthermore, the mobilization of personnel will not be completed until tomorrow, at which point you can organize production. With the seasoned workers and planners present, the task will be quite manageable." Zhao Xiaodong climbed into Li Huai's jeep, and they swiftly arrived at a truss shop. Li Huai went straight to the shop's manager. "Director Li, I have little in the way of quality furniture left," the man, around 40, said with a frown. "It's not that I do not wish to sell, but all I have are second-hand goods. What I seek are traditional pieces, as long as they are sturdy and intact. A fresh coat of paint and some repairs can make them as good as new," Li Huai remarked. "Old Ba, surely you must have something suitable?" "Indeed, I do have some items, though they may be on the pricier side. I possess a set of furniture crafted from golden Nanmu wood, acquired from the 8 Banners' descendants," Manager Ba responded. "Money is no object as long as the quality is assured," Zhao Xiaodong said with a subtle smile. "By the way, this is Zhao Gong from our factory," Li Huai introduced, an expert in hunting. Manager Ba's eyes lit up, and he quickly engaged in pleasantries with Zhao Xiaodong while leading them to a warehouse. "There." Zhao Xiaodong spotted the furniture he desired. "Very well, I shall take these. How much do you require, Director Ba?" Zhao Xiaodong inquired, raising an eyebrow. "There's no profit to be made here. These are public assets," Manager Ba chuckled. "How about $550? We acquired them for $500, and the additional $50 helps with reporting to the higher-ups." Chapter 77. The malicious intent of the Yin family in broad daylight. Zhao Xiaodong stood outside, observing as 4 workers loaded newly purchased furniture onto 4 flatbed carts. Among the items were a long table, an 8 immortals table, 12 grand chairs, for tall tea tables, 2 Kong tables, and 2 large wardrobes. Zhao Xiaodong's face beamed with delight, though he suppressed his inner pride. After providing the address, he climbed into his jeep and returned to the Sihiyuan. "Director Li, come have some tea," Zhao Xiaodong offered, producing his exquisite Longjing tea and brewing 2 cups to share with Li Huai. Approximately half an hour later, the workers arrived with the furniture. After settling their payment, Zhao Xiaodong locked the door and departed with Li Huai. By then, it was around 11 o'clock, and the 2 hurried back to the factory for lunch. In the afternoon, Zhao Xiaodong busied himself, and at 4 o'clock, he promptly prepared to leave with He Yushui, accompanied by Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer. Just as they approached the office building, Li Huai hurried out to meet them. "Xiao Gong, wait. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you on your new home. I will come by later to express my regards," Li Huai said with a cheerful smile. "Ah, that is fine. We'll go prepare dinner," Zhao Xiaodong replied thoughtfully. "Please come by at 6. The meal should be ready by then." "All right, sounds good," Li Huai responded with a grin. Zhao Xiaodong drove back, with He Yushui cycling closely behind. Around 4:30, they arrived at the entrance of Hongxing Courtyard. Earlier, Zhao Xiaodong had purchased a considerable amount of vegetables at the supply and marketing cooperative. As Zhao Xiaodong wheeled his cart into the courtyard, he encountered Yin Bugui. The latter's eyes nearly bulged with envy as he fixated on the vegetables in Zhao Xiaodong's cart. Yin Bugui had initially intended to take advantage of the situation, but realized that Zhao Xiaodong was not someone he could manipulate. He could only watch as Zhao Xiaodong made his way toward the central courtyard. Damn it, being wealthy is truly advantageous. He bought so many vegetables in one night, Yin Bugui muttered to himself, lamenting the fact that he couldn't even get his hands on a single scallion. Upon returning home, Zhao Xiaodong and He Yushui immediately began preparing dinner. With Li Huide visiting that evening, Zhao Xiaodong aimed to make a sumptuous meal. Yin Bugui lingered at the door, hoping to seize an opportunity, as it was now the end of the workday. Zhao Xiaodong had returned first, and the others would soon follow. As Yin Bugui pondered his next move, he noticed Li Kueyong and Yu Li returning. Yu Li, having just started her job that day, was assigned a house and had come over to tidy up. Before leaving work, she had bought some items at the cooperative while waiting for Li Kueyong to return. "Kueyong, how do you find this house?" "I've cleaned it up nicely," Yu Li said, beaming with joy. She had never dared to dream that she could resolve both her employment and housing issues in a single day. The house allocated to her was divided into 2 rooms, one serving as a bedroom and another featuring a large Kong. Yin Bugui had also just returned. Earlier, he had taken his wife out to exchange ration tickets. Seeing Yu Li open the vacant room stirred excitement within him. Wait, how can you take this house?" "It was assigned to me," Yin Bugui exclaimed. "If you have an issue, go to the steel mill and address it there," Yu Li replied coolly. "Now please step aside." "But you aren't even an employee of the steel mill. How could you be assigned?" Yin Bugui stammered, feeling agitated. This house, which he had coveted, was now being claimed by someone else before he could act. At that moment, Yin Jiefeng also returned. "Dad, what is going on? What is going on? I just applied for this house at the street office. How can it be assigned to Yu Li?" Yin Bugui fumed. "What? How could she possibly get a house?" Yin Jieching asked in disbelief, glancing at Yu Li. "Yu Li, how do you have? I am a formal worker at the steel mill. Isn't it only natural for me to receive housing?" Yu Li replied nonchalantly. "However, this matter has nothing to do with your family, and I owe you no explanation. Kueyong, let us go prepare dinner," Yu Li said, carrying some vegetables and tofu. Yin Bugui, seeing Zhao Xiaodong nearby, retracted his desire to seize an opportunity. Once inside, Yin Bugui and Yin Jieching fanned themselves with banana leaf fans. "This is truly frustrating," Yin Jieching lamented, feeling on the verge of tears. Yu Li now had a formal job and a house, both of which should have been his. In his eyes, if he had become involved with Yu Li, he could have secured her position and housing. Unfortunately, Yu Li had been snatched away by Li Kueyong. Yin Bugui shared similar thoughts, realizing that with Yu Li now employed and housed, if Yin Jieching married her, he would have to spend nothing and could even gain financially in the future. The thought pierced Yin Bugui's heart like a knife. "Damn it. This Li Kueyong has ruined our Yin family's good fortune," he spat. "Jieching, you need to come up with a plan to win Yu Li back." Yin Jieching, with a bitter expression, replied, "I wish I could. Yu Li has both a job and a house, and she is quite attractive. Don't I want to marry her? But she probably wouldn't even look at me now." Quietly, the younger Yin Jiefeng, who was a year younger than Yin Jieching, interjected, "It's not that she might not look at you. It's certain she doesn't. What do you have?" Yin Jieching retorted angrily. "What do I have? My appearance is," he started, but Yin Jiefeng cut him off. "Your looks are far inferior to Li Kueyong's. He is a formal worker and has a house," Yin Jiefeng said. "What do you have to compare with him?" "You. What does that have to do with you?" Yin Jieching shouted. "It has nothing to do with me, but I want you to see reality clearly," Yin Jiefeng replied. "Stop harboring any delusions. You have no chance." With a sharp slap, Yin Bugui struck Yin Jiefeng on the back of the head. "Get lost. Just get out of here. This isn't your concern." Yin Jiefeng, disdainful, stood up and left. Feeling indignant, he reflected on how he could only take odd jobs, while Yin Bugui had secured a temporary position for Yin Jieching through Zhonghai. Although it was a temporary role, diligent work and good relations with leadership could lead to a permanent position. Yin Jieching's temporary job had sparked envy in Yin Jiefeng. Once Yin Jiefeng departed, Yin Bugui furrowed his brow and said to Yin Jieching, "Do you have any ideas? If you could marry Yu Li, you would be set for life." "I don't know. Do you need to ask? If it were not for Li Kueyong, Yu Li would have long been my wife. That scoundrel, I cannot coexist with him." Yin Jieching expressed his intense resentment. He harbored a desire to eliminate Li Kueyong. "I have an idea," Yin Jieching whispered. "I will seek someone to ambush Li Kueyong, and then find an opportunity to spend time alone with Yu Li. I will employ a forceful approach. Afterward, she will undoubtedly obediently marry me." Yin Bugui's eyes glimmered with a cunning expression as he nodded slightly, saying, "This matter must be meticulously planned. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences." "Hee, this is precisely what I am discussing with my father," Yin Jieching chuckled. "All right, I shall offer you advice. But once the plan succeeds, what benefits will I reap?" Yin Bugui lifted his teacup and took a sip. At present, only Yin Bugui and Yin Jieqing were in the room. Yin Jieti and Yin Jiekong were in the kitchen assisting Yang Ruihua with dinner. Yin Jiefeng was pacing in the courtyard, contemplating his future path. What more do you wish from me, father? Yin Jieqing frowned. I will give you advice, Yin Bugui stated. From now on, you shall give me 10 yuan every month. This is additional. For shared meals, you must pay separately. This is unacceptable. Yuli has her own house. Why should I dine with you? Yin Jieqing shook his head vehemently. Why should I pay you 10 yuan monthly? Do you expect me to continue sharing meals with you, eating meat while I consume steamed buns, and still pay rent each month? Yin Bugui rolled his eyes. What do you think? I raised you to this point. Now it is time for you to repay me. Even without my advice, you ought to be filial and set a good example for your younger siblings. This is undeniable. Impossible. I no longer wish for your counsel. Yin Jieqing stormed off in anger. You cannot escape from my grasp, no matter how you struggle, Yin Bugui thought as he watched Yin Jieqing's retreating figure. Zhao Xiaodong arrived at his doorstep and had just opened the front door when He Yushui rushed into the yard with Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer. The weather outside was unbearably hot. Zhao Xiaodong shook his head with a smile. Just as he was about to push his motorcycle tricycle inside, he spotted Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu approaching. The two were carrying a cloth bag, within which something seemed to be wriggling. Are you catching cicadas? Zhao Xiaodong inquired. Indeed, Guangfu and I have been catching them all afternoon. There are plenty here, Lu Guangtian replied. That sounds like an excellent snack to pair with drinks. How about I trade you something for it? Zhao Xiaodong proposed with a smile. Trade with me? Lu Guangtian glanced at the beer bottles in Zhao Xiaodong's vehicle. Well, if you could give us 2 bottles of beer and some steamed buns, that would suffice. If you have pickles, that would be even better. Look at how many cicadas I caught. After examining the bag and estimating its contents, Zhao Xiaodong nodded. That's no problem. Let us make this exchange. Please come in. Zhao Xiaodong welcomed them inside. There was a pig lung in the old brine soup, which Zhao Xiaodong had no desire to eat. He cut it up, took out 2 steamed buns and 2 bottles of beer. Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu began to eat and drink, their faces radiating happiness. Chapter 78. The Lu family's night visit and Zhao Xiaodong's guidance. Zhao Xiaodong deftly extracted a cicada from his bag, promptly severing both its head and tail, discarding the latter. He meticulously retained only the plump segment of its abdomen, removing the legs and wings as well. Once he completed the preparations, he submerged the cicada in a saline solution. Brother, I want to play with one. Little Yuer nestled against Zhao Xiaodong. All right, each of you can have 2. Zhao Xiaodong produced 4 cicadas, detached their wings, and handed them to Little Yuer and Little Ling, exclaiming, they can all make sounds. Cicadas are classified into singing and silent types. The males produce the characteristic cicada song, while the females remain silent. This distinction is easily recognized. Male cicadas possess 2 sound-producing organs resembling spring strips on their abdomens. Little Ling and Little Yuer grabbed the cicadas and dashed around the courtyard in glee. He Yushui did not inquire about the source of the venison or the few wild chickens and hares, as all were already cleaned and merely required a rinse. Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu finished their meal. They drained the remnants of beer from the bottle in one swift motion. Burp. Thank you, Zhao Gu, Lu Guangtian said, satisfied. We're off. That was a hearty meal. Indeed, indeed. The steamed buns are particularly delicious, Lu Guangfu echoed, his face reflecting contentment. Zhao Gu, how about we catch cicadas with you again tomorrow? There's no need, Zhao Xiaodong quickly replied. This is merely a novelty. Having them daily would lose its charm. If you wish for more later, I will let you know. Lu Guangfu, aged 15, was in his 2nd year of junior high, while Lu Guangtian, at 16, had graduated but had yet to secure employment, having neither passed the vocational school entrance nor the high school entrance exams. Watching the brothers depart, Zhao Xiaodong shook his head. Just then, he finished processing the cicadas, filling a large bowl. It reminded him that he had yet to check in for the lottery. The system's black iron lottery awaited, and he carried the bowl into the kitchen, where He Yushui was busy preparing to chop the wild chickens and hares. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a complete set of barbecue tools, the system's mechanical voice announced. Zhao Xiaodong momentarily paused, using his mental energy to scan his storage space, discovering a full set of grilling utensils along with various seasonings and fruit woods. Yushui, please prepare some cold dishes. I will handle this, Zhao Xiaodong said, raising his brow. I bought the barbecue equipment today. I will retrieve it now. He Yushui did not doubt Zhao Xiaodong's words, as she had witnessed the furniture he had brought home. Returning to his bedroom, Zhao Xiaodong retrieved all the grilling tools from his storage space and placed them under a persimmon tree at the entrance. The chopped fruit wood, roughly 2 cubic feet in size, was discreetly discarded outside the east wing of the house when no one was watching. "Little Ling, little Yue, look at you too. You're drenched in sweat," Zhao Xiaodong called out. "Come wash up quickly and stay under the ceiling fan. Brother, can you buy us 2 more children's books?" Little Ling, carefully washing her face, asked Zhao Xiaodong. "Sure, I will bring them back tomorrow," Zhao Xiaodong replied, nodding in agreement. "I will stop by the bookstore." "Thank you, brother," Little Ling and Little Yue chimed in unison. He Yushui emerged from the kitchen, gazing at the iron stove and grill in surprise. "Oh, this is brand new. Quite nice. I will wash it first. It will be perfect for grilling venison." "Yes, I still need to prepare the dipping sauce," He Yushui said, diving into her tasks as Zhao Xiaodong busied himself in the kitchen. When everything was nearly ready, they awaited Li Huaida's arrival. At that moment, 2 individuals stood at the open courtyard door, knocking. "Sister Xiaoyi, please come in and have a seat," He Yushui urged politely. "Hello, Yushui," Lu Xiaoyi replied somewhat awkwardly. "This is my father, Mr. Lu Hongyi. We have come to visit Mr. Zhao." "Mr. Lu, it is an honor to finally meet you," Zhao Xiaodong said, stepping forward to greet them. "Please, come in and enjoy some tea." Both Lu Hongyi and Lu Xiaoyi carried various items, which they placed down upon entering the elegantly furnished living room, adorned with golden silk Nanmu furniture that exuded an air of deep heritage despite its not being brand new. A small token of appreciation to congratulate Mr. Zhao on his new residence, Lu Hongyi smiled. Lu Hongyi appeared to be in his 50s, his hair graying, and he wore gold-rimmed glasses, giving him a harmless demeanor. "You are too kind," Zhao Xiaodong replied with a mild smile. "You need not have gone to such lengths for my mere relocation." Meanwhile, Little Yue and Little Ling had gone outside to play. He Yushui entered with a tray carrying 3 teacups, the type that Zhao Xiaodong had purchased earlier that day. "These teacups are indeed new," Lu Hongyi remarked, lifting the lid to reveal the tea. "What excellent tea! Premium Longjing." His eyes brightened at the sight. Although he possessed wealth and could easily acquire fine tea, such exquisite varieties were not readily accessible to everyone. "Hee, a gift from a friend," Zhao Xiaodong replied with a smile. "Please, savor it." After a few sips, Zhao Xiaodong set the teacup down on the table. Having fulfilled the customary pleasantries, he felt it was time to address matters directly. "Mr. Lu, I presume you have come for a specific reason. Please, feel free to speak your mind," Zhao Xiaodong stated calmly. "Then I shall not hold back," Lu Hongyi said with a smile. "My son-in-law has a few minor issues, and I would like to request your assistance. The consultation fees are negotiable." "Su Damao is indeed a scoundrel," Zhao Xiaodong replied, shaking his head. "He is no better than Shaju. Some of my words stem from the gratitude I owe to Miss Lu for her kindness towards Yushui. By the way, please refrain from interrupting. Allow me to finish speaking," Zhao Xiaodong said, gesturing for Lu Xiaoyi to hold her tongue. Yet Lu Xiaoyi could not contain herself. "You call Damao a scoundrel. This. Listen to me. Su Damao has a penchant for seducing young widows in every village he visits while showing films. If you investigate, you will surely find evidence," Zhao Xiaodong said with a calm demeanor. "Of course, this is a mutual affair. His financial support is something only Miss Lu would care about. It does not concern others. I label him as a scoundrel because he engages in actions that harm others for his own amusement. I believe Miss Lu is aware of some of my past actions. Otherwise, I would not have sought an excuse to teach him a lesson the other day." Lu Hongyi remained silent, gritting his teeth. He had not anticipated Su Damao's true nature. He had married Lu Xiaoyi to balance his own interests. Moreover, Su Damao is the son of the family servant, which makes him somewhat familiar. Who would have known that Su Damao could be so despicable? As for Zhao Xiaodong's alleged deceit, that is implausible. The matters Zhao Xiaodong spoke of could easily be clarified with a bit of inquiry. Lu Xiaoyi understood this as well and murmured, "How could this be? How could this be? It is impossible, impossible. Su Damao is unable to conceive, and this ailment is within my capability to treat. However, I shall never provide treatment for Su Damao." Zhao Xiaodong smiled faintly. "And I ask for your understanding regarding this matter. I will offer 5,000. Lu Hongyi stated nonchalantly. He began to wield money as a weapon. Lu Hongyi believed that 5,000 was a fair sum. Indeed, 5,000 is a considerable amount of money. "Mr. Lu, you are quite generous," Zhao Xiaodong remarked with a smile, "but your judgment leaves much to be desired. Do I appear to be a person who would abandon principles for money? Of course. Had I not possessed means to earn, I might indeed forsake my principles. Zhao Xiaodong's statement was meant to convey to Lu Hongyi that he indeed had an affinity for wealth, yet he had the means to earn, thus emboldening him to uphold his principles. Never mind. In light of Miss Lu's kindness towards my partner, I shall speak a bit more. Consider it my way of repaying Miss Lu's graciousness. Zhao Xiaodong continued, Mr. Lu, having your daughter wed Su Damao must have stemmed from some realization. You, Lu Hongyi exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Yet this is insufficient, far from enough. Zhao Xiaodong shook his head. Even if you were to surrender your entire estate, it would still fall short. After all, once capital enters this world, it is stained with blood from every pore. Now that the nation has weathered difficult times, it is only natural to rectify certain matters. Lu Hongyi gazed at Zhao Xiaodong in disbelief. How do you know this? In my leisure time over the years, I have taken to reading historical texts, economic theories, political treatises, etc. Is it really so difficult to arrive at this conclusion? Zhao Xiaodong feigned nonchalance. Is there truly no refuge in this vast world? Lu Hongyi said with a bitter smile. While there is still time to depart, make haste in your arrangements. Take the whole family and head to Guangdao. Within 20 years, there will be an opportunity to return with dignity and splendor, Zhao Xiaodong advised. This, Lu Hongyi hesitated for a moment. Thank you for your guidance. I will contemplate it. Just please, do not speak of this to anyone. I wouldn't. If I did, it would bring misfortune upon me as well, Zhao Xiaodong replied with a smile. Indeed, Lu Hongyi chuckled in agreement. As for Miss Lu, do not utter a word in front of Su Damao. That scoundrel resorts to any means necessary. Xiaoyi, please gather your belongings and accompany me home, Lu Hongyi said with a faint smile. Su Damao has gone out to watch a movie and will not return for 2 or 3 days. That should suffice. Just as they were conversing, 2 individuals arrived at the entrance. Leading the way was Li Huaid, followed closely by Li Wenkai, who was carrying a large cloth bag. Behind them was a driver holding a cardboard box. Oh, Mr. Lu is here too, Li Huaid exclaimed upon entering. Hee, I have come to congratulate you on your new residence, Zhao Gong, Lu Hongyi said with a smile. Director Li, you have arrived late. You will owe 3 cups of penalty wine. At that moment, the aroma of braised wild chicken and rabbit wafted through the air. Chapter 79. A feast for guests amidst underlying currents. The 3 elders faced retribution. Yushui busied herself in the kitchen, braising wild chicken and hare, the rich aroma wafting through the summer breeze. The cold dishes were meticulously prepared, elegantly arranged on the platter. The deaf old lady sat at her doorstep, savoring the enticing scent of meat, her mouth watering as her cane tapped impatiently against the ground. Lu Haizhong returned home later than usual, having worked overtime to craft a component. As he stepped into the courtyard, the alluring aroma of meat compelled him to smack his lips. Upon reaching the inner courtyard, he caught a whiff of the fried cicadas, a true culinary delight, distinct from those merely sautéed with a hint of oil. Zhao Xiaodong had specifically instructed Yushui on the preparation of this dish, frying the cicadas in ample oil until golden, discarding the oil, and then quickly stir-frying them in a hot pan with light soy sauce. Lu Guangfu and Lu Guangtian must have gone to catch cicadas today, planning to enjoy them fried with drinks tonight. Lu Haizhong, with his protruding belly, made his way home. As he passed the eastern courtyard gate, he caught sight of Li Huaid and Lu Hongyi. What on earth, how did they end up here? Lu Haizhong hesitated at the entrance, contemplating whether to flatter them. Yet he felt unworthy. Upon returning home and noticing the absence of his 3 sons, he inquired of his wife, "Aren't the boys home?" Lu Guangxi was still out, having gone to the movies with his girlfriend, expected back around 8 or 9. Zhang Yuxiang informed him that Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu had briefly returned to grab some things before heading out to fish. So, they didn't catch any cicadas to fry, Lu Haizhong remarked. No. They returned empty-handed, Zhang Yuxiang replied. At this, Lu Haizhong erupted in fury. Those 2 scoundrels, I provide for them, and yet they accomplish nothing. I'll make sure they go hungry tonight. Though he yearned to vent his frustrations on someone, with his usual targets absent, he resolutely decided that Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu would not be dining that evening. After sitting down for a cup of tea, his anger subsided somewhat. Glancing at the peanuts and scrambled eggs on the table, he pondered for a moment, then picked up 2 plates and headed outside. Darling, where are you going? Zhang Yuxiang asked anxiously. I'm off to find Zhonghai for a drink. There is something to discuss, Lu Haizhong replied. When he arrived at Zhonghai's house, he found he about to sit down for dinner, and upon seeing Lu Haizhong's round face, he exclaimed, Old Lu, are you here to share a drink? Indeed, Lu Haizhong chuckled, setting down the plates. Li factory director is at Zhao Xiaodong's place, along with Lu Hongyi. Shall we pay them a visit? Zhonghai immediately grasped Lu Haizhong's intentions. Old Lu, let it be. Even if you wish to curry favor with Li Huide and the others, now is not the time. Think it over, he advised, rising to fetch a bottle of erguo too. Dinner at Zhonghai's consisted of corn porridge, steamed buns, spicy stir-fried tofu, and braised eggplant. As he retrieved the liquor, he also brought some roasted peanuts in their shells. Lu Haizhong, after contemplating for a moment, realized the folly of seizing this opportunity. Zhao Xiaodong would surely speak ill of him. Zhonghai shook his head, refraining from correcting Lu Haizhong, thinking him rather foolish. Just as the two were about to raise their glasses, Yin Bugui ambled over. Upon spotting Lu Haizhong, he quickly hopped over and plopped himself down at the table. Yin Bugui was elated. He had intended to consult Zhonghai about something, but now he found himself in the fortunate position of joining them for drinks. Old Yin, your legs are quite long, Lu Haizhong remarked with a roll of his eyes. Let us drink. I'll fetch the cups and chopsticks myself, Yin Bugui declared, unceremoniously retrieving the items. As the three men raised their glasses, Director Wang stormed up to Zhonghai's door, followed by a crowd of onlookers. Trouble. The same thought flashed through the minds of Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui. They suddenly remembered that they were supposed to attend a meeting at the street office after work, a duty they had neglected for the past couple of days. You three, come out. Director Wang barked. Please don't be angry. We've been so busy at work that we forgot. Zhonghai quickly explained. We'll go right now. Forgotten? What else can you three remember? It seems you have yet to learn your lesson. Perhaps you should skip the meeting, and we will select new mediators for the courtyard, Director Wang stated. No need for that. We'll go right now, Lu Haizhong interjected, leaping up and racing toward the street office. Zhonghai and Yin Bugui had no choice but to follow in his wake. Director Wang scoffed and trailed after them. Upon reaching the courtyard gate, Zhonghai and Yin Bugui spotted Shaju, who was nonchalantly carrying a net bag filled with 3 hefty lunchboxes. Shaju had left at 3 in the afternoon to prepare a banquet. Having just finished the dishes, he returned with the boxes and 2 yuan in hand. Elder, what this Shaju began. Eager to chat. Shaju, we have matters to attend to. Hurry home for dinner, Zhonghai called out as he hurried past. Shaju shook his head, about to step forward when he noticed Jia Dongxiu and Qin Huairu disembarking from a tricycle. Along with them was Bang Gong, who appeared unchanged in size, but with bruises marring his face, clearly the result of a beating. Earlier, Qin Huairu had inquired with concern about who had harmed him. But Bang Gong remained silent. Dongxiu, Jia, you brought Bang Gong back? Shaju exclaimed with delight. That is wonderful. Seeing Shaju's worn and unkempt visage, Qin Huairu felt a wave of disgust. However, for the sake of the lunchboxes in Shaju's possession, she forced a smile at him under Jia Dongxiu's watchful gaze. Shaju, you're truly thoughtful. Knowing Bang Gong was returning, you prepared 3 lunchboxes. Thank you, Qin Huairu said sweetly, reaching for the net bag, intentionally misplacing her grip to touch Shaju's hand. Unfazed, Jia Dongxiu had already led Bang Gong into the front yard. Shaju's face flushed crimson, his body trembling with embarrassment. As he was about to reach out and touch Qin Huairu's delicate hand, he noticed that she had already taken her net bag and departed. Somehow, the net bag had found its way into Qin Huairu's grasp. Hee. Qin Jia truly dotes on the child, Shaju murmured to himself, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth while watching her silhouette disappear. After Zhao Xiaodong and Li Huide had settled down, he lit a charcoal fire outside and began to roast deer meat on the grill. The deer meat had already been sliced into 2mm thick pieces and marinated to perfection. Zhao Xiaodong, accompanied by Li Huide, Li Wenkai, and Lu Hongyi, took their seats at the round table. He felt it inappropriate to let Lu Hongyi leave without treating him to a meal, especially since he had come bearing gifts to congratulate them on their new home. The driver placed a box of Wuliangya on the table and stepped outside to wait for Li Huide. Lu Hongyi had arrived in a private car, without even bringing his driver inside. He Yushui and Lu Xiao were dining outside with Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer. The dishes on the small table outside were equally plentiful, albeit in smaller portions. A table fan and a standing fan provided a gentle breeze. He Yushui first tended to the grilling, the deer meat sizzling enticingly on the grill. Soon, a large platter of perfectly roasted meat was brought to the round table in the living room. Lu Xiao, intrigued, joined in on the grilling, believing it added to the flavor. This is deer meat, Li Huide exclaimed, savoring the taste. Li Wenkai was also enjoying the meal immensely. Zhao Gong, it seems your team leader is overwhelmed. Perhaps we should assign a deputy leader to assist you, Li Huai suggested with a smile, to handle some of the miscellaneous tasks that you cannot manage alone. Sure, that sounds good. No problem at all, Zhao Xiaodong replied with a grin. If it weren't for the need to offload some game, I would prefer not to be a procurement officer at all. Regarding your remuneration, the department has confirmed it. As a level 9 engineer, you will receive 115 yuan. Adding the deputy workshop director's allowance, the total comes to 145 yuan, Li Huai said with a smile. As a procurement officer, there is no salary. But you will receive a bonus at the end of the month. We cannot let you work for nothing. I thank the organization. Zhao Xiaodong raised his glass, expressing gratitude to the factory leadership and to Director Li. Lu Hongyi spoke rarely, seemingly lost in thought, yet whenever he did speak, it contributed to the lively atmosphere at the table. By the time the banquet concluded, it was nearly 8 in the evening. Zhao Xiaodong escorted Lu Hongyi, Li Huai, and Li Wenkai to the gate. Lu Xiaoa had already made a trip home and was now carrying a small box as she approached the car. After watching the vehicle depart, Zhao Xiaodong turned to return to the courtyard. To his surprise, he encountered Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui, who appeared weary from their return. The three had received quite a lesson on the street and were now famished, their legs feeling somewhat weak. Zhao Xiaodong seemed to disregard their presence and headed straight into the courtyard. It's all due to that little rascal. Yin Bugui gritted his teeth. We must devise a way to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, who will listen to us three in the courtyard? You think of a plan, Lu Haizhong panted. Chapter 80. An unexpected incident in the workshop. Xiaodong's ingenious rescue. One cannot rush matters. They must be approached with patience, Yin Bugui remarked with an awkward smile. He lacked any effective solutions. Otherwise, he would not be resorting to mere words at this juncture. Old Yin, old Lu, cease your rivalry and return home to rest, Zhonghai said, his head throbbing. We shall discuss other matters later. The physical exhaustion of the three men was one thing, but the mental fatigue was indeed unbearable. During their time at the street office, they felt as though they were enduring a fate worse than death. Furthermore, this situation required daily attention for at least 2 to 3 months. Zhonghai walked directly through the courtyard and returned home. As he passed by the Jia family's residence, he noticed the 4 members of the Jia family gathered around the dining table. Upon spotting Zhonghai, Jia Dongsu quickly lowered his head, pretending not to see him, which momentarily flashed a sinister glint in Zhonghai's eyes. After Zhonghai had passed, Jia Dongsu scoffed, "That old bastard. I wonder what has him so worked up. He didn't make a peep when he was supposed to give me 10 jean of cornmeal yesterday. With his attitude, he expects me to support him? I might as well send him to the crematorium." Isu, this is not the way to think, Qin Huairu admonished. Without Zhonghai's monthly assistance, our lives would be unsustainable. My mother-in-law eats more than both of us combined, and she doesn't even care for cornmeal. If it weren't for the foolish Zhu and his lunchbox, our lives would be even more difficult. Jia Dongsu's face darkened. This is all that old fool's fault. He teaches me the craft with little care, thinking I wouldn't notice. Tomorrow, I must discreetly bring this up. It cannot continue like this. Thankfully, my mother has been in prison for the past 3 months. Otherwise, life would truly be unbearable. Upon returning home, Zhonghai collapsed into a chair, exhaling a long sigh. Damn it, this is all that little beast's doing. I've saved you some food. I even bought some pig intestines and heart, Tianjin Hua said gently. Would you like some wine? I can fetch it for you. Sure, a little drink to ease the fatigue, Zhonghai replied with a sigh, just as he reached for the wine bottle. Yin Bugui appeared at his doorstep unexpectedly, his eyes fixated on the food on the table, sparkling with desire. Old Yin, you startled me. What business do you have at this hour? Zhonghai suppressed his rising anger. Yin Bugui sensed Zhonghai's impending outburst and quickly said, I just wanted to inform you that a room in the main house of the front yard has been allocated. We must address this matter. Allocated? Zhonghai exclaimed in surprise. He had applied for that room for his son and his child's mother to ensure their comfort, not to facilitate the Jia family. Yes, it has been given to Li Kuei-yang's partner, Yu Li, Yin Bugui said indignantly. That foolish woman, unable to appreciate our family's good fortune, has chosen someone like Li Kuei-yang. Old Yin, that room belongs to the steel mill, Zhonghai replied curtly. Even if it were allocated by the street, there is nothing we can do. Do not dwell on it. Go home and rest. We have all had a taxing day. I will have a drink and quickly retire, as I need to rise early for work tomorrow. This statement caught Yin Bugui off guard. He had intended to share a drink with Zhonghai, but now Zhonghai's unusual demeanor urged him to leave. With a reluctant glance back, Bugui departed, and Zhonghai shook his head in exasperation. Upon returning home, Lu Haizhong found Lu Guangqi already present, while Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu were still absent. Where are those two rascals? It's already late, Lu Haizhong said angrily. I'll give them a piece of my mind once they return. Have you eaten dinner? Lu Guangqi sighed. No. I just got back after dropping someone off from the movies, Lu Haizhong replied. Make sure to carry more money next time. When you go out, you should at least take the girls out for dinner. Just then, Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu returned, carrying a water bucket filled with miscellaneous fish and eels. You two scoundrels, returning after being out all day, Lu Haizhong scolded. Did you even catch any cicadas? How could we catch cicadas without anything to stick them to? Lu Guangtian responded defiantly. We didn't find any tree sap today, and I wouldn't dare touch the white flour for making noodles. Couldn't find tree sap? You fools. Luckily I didn't hit you. Oh, these eels are quite something. Wife, could you cook these? Lu Haizhong's eyes lit up, originally intending to reprimand Lu Guangtian. He was quickly distracted by the prospect of the nutritious eels. Zhang Yuxiang took the bucket outside, while Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu exchanged glances and stealthily slipped away to avoid further scolding. Once in their room, both bore troubled expressions, aware of their precarious situation and future uncertainties. Third brother, how will we manage from here on? Lu Guangtian lamented. Lu Guangqi is getting married, and the house will belong to him. Lu Haizhong's residence consisted of 2 rooms in the eastern wing of the back courtyard, partitioned into 2 separate spaces. One was Lu Haizhong's bedroom and living room, while the other was occupied by Lu Guangqi and his 2 brothers. Now, it was common knowledge that should Lu Guangqi marry, the house would rightfully belong to him, leaving the 2 brothers to ponder where they would reside. Indeed, they might send us to live in the kitchen, Lu Guangfu frowned. There's a shed along the wall that's south about 10 square meters. Living in the kitchen? Is that even feasible? It would be sweltering in summer and freezing in winter, Lu Guangtian shivered. We need to devise a plan. I must find a proper job. Father wants you to do odd jobs, Lu Guangfu remarked. What sort of odd jobs? I need to secure a formal position, Lu Guangtian murmured. You still hope for a formal job? You can't even find temporary work, Lu Guangfu scoffed. The next morning, Zhao Xiaodong rode his bike to the steel mill. The canvas on the trailer rolled up, with Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer seated at the back, laughing heartily all the way. Zhao Xiaodong was busy in the workshop until 11 before returning to his office. He fetched his meal and dined within the confines of his office. He Huashui also collected her meal to enjoy in the broadcasting room. Zhao Xiaodong purchased only tomato soup and steamed white buns. In the office, he took out the lunchbox he had brought, which contained braised meat. After finishing his lunch, Zhao Xiaodong recalled that he had yet to sign in for the lottery today. I wish to participate in the lottery. Let it be the 15th box, he casually remarked. The system responded in a mechanical voice. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in for the lottery. The host has received a complete set of silver needles and disinfection tools. Well, this is quite good, Zhao Xiaodong murmured. With my national-level medical skills, these silver needles arrived just in time. At that moment, Li Huaid entered, informing Zhao Xiaodong that he had already purchased the materials for the refrigerator and freezer. As for the copper pipes, he mentioned that they were available in the first machining workshop. What type do you need? Just head to the first machining workshop for processing, Li Huaid added. Zhao Gong, have you drawn up the blueprints for the refrigerator and freezer? He inquired. Not yet, but it's all in my mind. I will procure 2 copper pipes for the refrigerator and 2 for the freezer now. Zhao Xiaodong replied with a slight lift of his brow. Zhao Xiaodong and Li Huaid proceeded to the first machining workshop, where Zhao Xiaodong found some copper pipes and began to bend and shape them himself. Zhao Gong, are you sure you want to do it yourself? I can call Lao Yi over, Li Huaid suggested. No need. This task is too simple. A second-level machinist can manage it well, Zhao Xiaodong smiled, confidently asserting that he would finish it shortly. With a canvas bag slung over his shoulder, Zhao Xiaodong focused diligently on his work, while Li Huaid watched and directed 2 machinists to assist. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed through the workshop, followed by a brief, anguished scream. Zhao Xiaodong looked up, momentarily stunned. After all, he was a soul traversing from a future era and was not particularly attuned to the happenings of this time. Oh no, something has happened, Li Huaid exclaimed instinctively. Although the production was overseen by Yang Weiming, in the case of a fatal accident, Li Huaid would also be implicated. Zhao Xiaodong hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly followed Li Huai towards the source of the commotion. By the time they arrived, a crowd had gathered around a machine. Li Huai parted the crowd and approached the front with Zhao Xia. Chapter 81. The tumultuous incident at the Jiazhong factory. An oppressive stench of blood pervaded the workshop, where Jia Dongshu lay in a pool of crimson, an iron fragment piercing through his abdomen, his complexion as pale as parchment. Zhonghai, jolted from his shock, rushed to Jia Dongshu's side, wailing, "Dongshu, my dear Dongshu, how could you leave us like this?" Silence. Jia Dongshu is not dead yet. He will not perish. Zhao Xiaodong, unable to contain his frustration, barked, "Step aside. If we wait any longer for the doctor, Jia Dongshu will truly be beyond saving." He quickly approached, crouching down to assess Jia Dongshu's injuries. "I will attend to this. First, we must staunch the bleeding to preserve his life." Zhonghai, taken aback by Zhao Xiaodong's reprimand, blinked in disbelief, ready to retort, when Director Yang and Secretary Wang hurriedly arrived on the scene. Zhao Xiaodong had already retrieved a syringe and a glass bottle containing alcohol-soaked cotton from his bag. "Zhao, do you possess medical knowledge?" Director Yang inquired anxiously. "I am confident in stopping the bleeding," Zhao Xiaodong replied succinctly. "I cannot guarantee anything beyond that, but at the very least, I can ensure that Jia Dongshu does not succumb to excessive blood loss before reaching the hospital." "Then please act swiftly. Where is Dr. Wang?" Director Yang surveyed the area anxiously. "Director Yang, this Zhao Xiaodong knows nothing of medicine." Zhonghai suddenly shouted, "For reasons unknown, we cannot allow him to meddle." At that moment, a doctor clad in a white coat, accompanied by 2 nurses, rushed in. Dr. Wang, assess this situation. Director Yang hastily approached. This, we must expedite his transfer to the hospital. The issue is, once the iron fragment is removed, it will cause severe hemorrhaging, and he may not survive a minute. Dr. Wang's face was etched with concern. "We need to stop the bleeding immediately, but we lack the necessary conditions here. Quickly, call the hospital and have them bring the required equipment. But that won't suffice. By the time the ambulance arrives, he won't last." Director Yang turned his anxious gaze to Zhao Xiaodong. "Zhao, then you." Zhao Xiaodong nodded. His thoughts focused solely on the task at hand. The silver needles in his hand had been sterilized. He gently lifted Jia Dongshu's shirt and swiftly inserted 13 silver needles into his abdomen. Miraculously, the blood that had been oozing from the wound ceased its flow. "All done. Do not remove these needles before he reaches the operating table," Zhao Xiaodong instructed. "Act quickly. This method will only sustain its effect for half an hour. Then you must accompany him to the hospital." Zhonghai interjected abruptly. "Hurry, carry Dongshu to the vehicle outside." "Are you out of your mind?" Zhao Xiaodong retorted bluntly. "Who do you think you are to give orders here?" Zhao Xiaodong found Zhonghai's behavior utterly detestable, having saved Jia Dongshu merely to vex Zhonghai. With Jia Dongshu incapacitated yet alive, it would be intriguing to see how Zhonghai would support the Jia family. Any attempts by Zhonghai to exploit the situation for his own gain, while seeking a good reputation, would be futile. Now, Zhonghai's request for Zhao Xiaodong to carry Jia Dongshu to the vehicle was clearly an attempt to implicate him in the bloodshed. After Jia Dongshu's incapacitation, the Jiazhong family would undoubtedly blame Zhao Xiaodong. Regardless of how much they could extract from him, it would serve to extricate Zhonghai from his predicament. Zhonghai, feeling humiliated by Zhao Xiaodong's scathing rebuke, turned crimson with embarrassment, realizing he was no longer in the courtyard, no longer the elder who could command the youth at will. "You two, move this machinery aside." Director Yang instructed the workers, "Lift Jia Dongshu into the vehicle and transport him to the hospital immediately." Zhonghai, as Jia Dongshu's mentor, you will accompany the vehicle. Director Yang's patience with Zhonghai was waning. "You are merely an ordinary worker. How dare you issue commands to a deputy section chief without considering your own standing?" Such a display of disrespect towards a superior was, in Director Yang's eyes, utterly intolerable. "Indeed, Zhonghai, you have crossed the line," Li Huai interjected. "You ought to reflect on your own position. You are just an old worker, with no authority to dictate others' actions." Zhonghai fell silent, his gaze fixed on Jia Dongshu. The workers lifted the machinery, which weighed 250 pounds. After they did so, Dr. Wang remarked, "There's no other option. He will need a." Zhonghai forcefully pushed Jia Zhongshi away. "Zhonghai, why is it not you? I entrusted my son to you, and now he has turned into this. Why don't you just die?" Jia Zhongshi bellowed. Yan Bugui and Lu Haizhong were also present. Yan Bugui had yet to start school, so he had ample time, while Lu Haizhong, eager to make an impression, had taken leave to visit Jia Dongxiu. In truth, Lu Haizhong relished the misfortune. Jia Dongxiu was Zhonghai's choice for caring for him in his old age, and now he was left in such a state. Observing Zhonghai's expression, as if he had swallowed a fly, Lu Haizhong felt a surge of delight within. Jia Zhongshi, who could have predicted such an accident? Zhonghai defended himself. I dedicated myself to teaching Dongxiu skills and supported you in life, only to receive this outcome? You, Jia Zhongshi, attribute all the blame to me? Do not pretend to be the good person here. Your actions are merely an attempt to have Dongxiu care for you in your old age. That is impossible. As long as I draw breath, I shall not allow Dongxiu to support you. Jia Zhongshi erupted in fury. Qin Huairu inwardly cursed Jia Zhongshi for being a foolish pig. How could she utter such words and still expect Zhonghai to assist the Jia family? Zhonghai regained his composure. Very well, those are your words. I no longer expect anything from Jia Dongxiu. The assistance I previously provided was a grave error on my part, raising such ungrateful wretches as yourselves. Jia Zhongshi screamed in response. What a dream. You think you can just sever ties with our family? You earn such a high salary, and you should give us 50 yuan a month. It must be handed over to me. Get lost. Zhonghai could no longer suppress his rage and stormed out of the hospital room. Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui hurried after him. Are you really leaving? Don't go. What will happen next? Jia Zhongshi shouted. Mother, stop yelling. You've offended the elder. What will our family do now? Qin Huairu rubbed her eyes and remarked. What will we do? Do you plan to remarry? As long as I live, you are a member of the Jia family, and even in death, you will remain a ghost of the Jia family, Jia Zhongshi said fiercely. Keep your little schemes to yourself, or I will make you regret it. Qin Huairu cursed inwardly, but nodded obediently on the surface. At that moment, several individuals entered the hospital room, led by Li Huaid. As the deputy factory director in charge of logistics, it was only natural for him to address such matters, especially since he also held the position of union chairman. Wang Shuji accompanied him as well. The two had just gathered information from the doctor and had come to express concern for the workers. Following them were Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui, who naturally returned with them upon encountering Li Huaid and Wang Shuji. Jia Zhongshi, this is Wang Shuji and Li factory director from the factory. They are here to see Dongxiu, Zhonghai introduced. Elder sister-in-law, Qin Huairu, please be polite. So you are the factory director? Jia Zhongshi glared fiercely at Li Huaid. Li Huaid's gaze lingered on Qin Huairu for too long, which made Jia Zhongshi uneasy. Seizing the opportunity to demand more compensation and assistance from the factory, she decided to target the factory director. My heavens, you must compensate for Dongxiu's 2 legs. You must pay. Jia Zhongshi sat down abruptly on the ground, wrapping her arms around one of Li Huaid's legs and weeping uncontrollably. She rubbed her snot and tears onto his trousers, along with her body odor, nearly causing Li Huaid to retch. Let go. You must let go. Li Huaid struggled urgently, but Jia Zhongshi clung tightly to his leg, as if welded to him, making it impossible for him to break free easily. Chapter 82. Li Huaid's humiliation and schemes compensate for my son. You must compensate for my son's legs. Jia Zhongshi sat on the ground, clutching Li Huaid's thigh with a fervent grip, her voice hoarse from crying out. Secretary Wang stood by, utterly astonished, quietly retreating from the ward to observe from the corridor, ready to distance himself at any moment. Witnessing Li Huaid's disheveled state inexplicably brought a sense of satisfaction to Secretary Wang. In the factory, he and factory director Yang were not allies, nor did they share a common front with Li Huaid. He relished the spectacle of watching Li Huaid and Yang vie for power and profit. Let go. Damn it, let me go. If you don't release me, I might just kick you. Li Huaid nearly burst into tears. If it were a beauty like Qin Huairu clinging to his leg, he might have endured it. However, being wrapped up by this old and unattractive woman, reeking of unpleasant odors, was akin to a nightmare. Jia Zhongshi was utterly unconcerned by Li Huaid's threats. If he truly kicked her, it would only work to her advantage, allowing her to demand an additional 200 yuan in compensation. Go ahead, kick me to death. Let me leave with my son. Jia Zhongshi howled at the top of her lungs. Her words elicited an eye roll from Qin Huairu, who inwardly cursed. How absurd. Jia Dongxiu is clearly still alive. What are you saying? Li Huaid caught sight of Lu Haizhong and Zhonghai and urgently called out. You too. Come over here and drag her away. Lu Haizhong had longed to step forward and display his prowess, but had momentarily hesitated. Now, he hurried to pry Jia Zhongshi's hands apart. while Zhonghai pulled her aside. What nonsense is this? Li Huaid scoffed angrily before turning to leave. The onlookers, medical staff and patients alike, quickly parted to make way. Secretary Wang, witnessing this, naturally would not venture alone into the ward and departed alongside Li Huaid. Jia Zhangshi, you truly are. That is Factory Director Li, responsible for disbursing compensation. Zhonghai sighed heavily. With you causing such a commotion, how much can Dongshu's compensation amount to? Jia Zhangshi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly retorted, if it's a penny less. I will fight him to the end. You think you can fight him? He can have you thrown into prison with a mere gesture. Zhonghai's expression darkened. If you continue this uproar, the Jia family can forget about living well. Jia Zhangshi stood in silence for a moment, murmuring, I merely want to secure a little more money. Money is Dongshu's business. Zhonghai replied sharply. Damn it, whether good or bad, if someone meddles, everything becomes worse. Enough. I have already stated, I will no longer involve myself in your family's affairs. Uncle, please do not judge my grandmother harshly. She speaks without thinking. Given our current situation, if you do not offer some assistance, we truly cannot survive. Qin Huairu said, wiping her tears. Her fragile and helpless demeanor tugged at Zhonghai's heartstrings, making him yearn to embrace and comfort her. For the sake of Qin Huairu and Bonging, I shall refrain from meddling in your family's private matters, Zhonghai said, his face grim. However, in the public eye, I still must uphold appearances. I will organize a fundraising event for your family tonight. Qin Huairu understood the implications behind Zhonghai's words. Henceforth, he would no longer openly support the Jia family, but would discreetly assist her and her children. Naturally, such assistance would need to remain clandestine. Zhonghai would still proceed with the fundraising initiative for the Jia family. With this in mind, Qin Huairu felt a sense of relief. Zhonghai's prior aid to the Jia family had only amounted to a mere 10 to 20 jin of corn flour each month, which was hardly worth anything on the black market. Raising funds monthly to secure a few dozen yuan would prove far more beneficial, as long as there was money. What grain could not be retrieved from Gizi City? Upon hearing this, Jia Zhangshi eagerly replied, wonderful. We shall return to gather funds. Qin Huairu, you stay here. I will go check on my dear grandson. Zhonghai exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Huairu before leaving with Lu Haizhong. They departed swiftly, not waiting for Jia Zhangshi. Jia Zhangshi hurried into the courtyard. Arriving at the central yard to find Bonging and Xiao Dang relaxing under the shade of the Polonia tree, being looked after by Aunt Tanjinhua. Zhonghai had just finished washing his hands and was searching for a cigarette. My dear grandson, come to grandma, Jia Zhangshi exclaimed, her foul breath wafting as she reached to embrace Bonging. You smell terrible. Go away. Bonging recoiled with a look of disdain. What? How can you say that to your grandmother? Jia Zhangshi exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, Zhao Xiaodong approached, pushing a bicycle adorned with plump red tomatoes, with a large watermelon strapped to the back. This watermelon had been purchased with Zhao Xiaodong's own money. The sight of the tomatoes and watermelon made Jia Zhangshi's mouth water uncontrollably. You little rascal, what brings you to the central yard? Jia Zhangshi began to scold. Zhao Xiaodong set down the bicycle, stepped forward, and, holding his breath, delivered 2 resounding slaps to Jia Zhangshi's face. The force made her flesh quiver, causing her to spin around twice before landing on the ground. Zhao Xiaodong turned towards the water basin and washed his hands. Damn it, have you eaten too much excrement? He remarked casually as he cleansed his hands. My heavens. Jia Zhangshi, now seated on the ground, prepared to commence her usual antics for summoning spirits. Engage in any more futile superstitious activities, and I'll send you back to the countryside. Zhonghai stepped forward and delivered a slap to Jia Zhangshi. Silence yourself. Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui were obliged to attend street learning sessions every evening, all due to the troubles instigated by the Jia family. Zhonghai was well aware that if Jia Zhangshi continued her spirit summoning, the repercussions would inevitably fall upon him. At that moment, Zhao Xiaodong paused. As the system task he had eagerly anticipated was unexpectedly triggered. It was a hidden task. Congratulations, host, for completing a hidden task. Welcome Jia Zhangshi back home. The mechanical voice of the system announced, granting the host a bronze lottery draw. Zhao Xiaodong remained momentarily stunned, contemplating. This dogged system has ceased issuing conventional tasks, yet has introduced hidden ones. It seems I am to create disturbances to see if I can trigger more hidden tasks. Pushing the bicycle towards the eastern courtyard, Zhao Xiaodong silently recited, System Lottery, Bronze Lottery First Box. The system's mechanical voice responded, "Congratulations, host. You have received 1 piglet and 20 chickens. The prizes have been deposited into the host's storage space." Ah, is there still such an abundance of delightful treasures? Zhao Xiaodong marveled inwardly. He focused his mental energy on the storage space. The white-striped pig, after being slaughtered, weighed over 200 jin. The entrails and other components were meticulously cleaned and neatly categorized. With the presence of pig stomach, tonight he shall prepare pig stomach chicken. Zhao Xiaodong contemplated, as Xiao Yuer had long desired to savor it. By the way, Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer also wished for illustrated books. Perhaps he should take them to purchase some now? Upon returning home, he found Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer refreshing themselves with water. He remarked with a smile that he would take the two of them to buy illustrated books. No sooner had Zhao Xiaodong finished speaking than Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer bounced over excitedly. He Yushui was busy placing the dried meat out to sunbathe. It was around 4:30, and the sun still blazed fiercely. "Hurry back, I will prepare dinner," He Yushui called sweetly. "These dried meats will be ready after a night in the sun. There are still more than 2 hours until sunset." Zhao Xiaodong mounted his bicycle, with one girl perched on the front and the other on the back, embarking on their journey with Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer. The two little girls nibbled on fragrant melons, giggling all the way. As they passed through the courtyard, Jia Zhangshi had settled down, returning home to bathe and change. Bang Geng and Xiao Dang were idly sitting beneath the Polonia tree, while Tan Jinhua had gone to prepare dinner. Yan Bugui returned from the street, engaged in conversation with Zhonghai. "Have you spoken to Director Wang? This matter requires his approval," Zhonghai said to Yan Bugui. "Otherwise, we may face complications." "Rest assured, we can take leave tonight and tomorrow," Yan Bugui replied. "That is splendid news." Zhonghai exhaled in relief. "Old Yan, you must lead the fundraising for the Jia family tonight, just like before. Contribute 10 yuan, and after the event, you will receive 11 back." Yan Bugui nodded with a smile. This was a scheme concocted between him and Zhonghai. Yan Bugui would contribute 10 yuan and retrieve 11 from the donation box once the fundraising concluded. It only took a mere 10 minutes to earn a profit of 1 yuan, a delightful arrangement that Yan Bugui naturally embraced. However, this had no bearing on Lu Haizhong, who was genuinely putting forth his own money. "Go fetch old Lu. Let us share a few drinks and discuss tonight's affairs," Zhonghai said, nodding with satisfaction. At that moment, Bang Geng spotted Zhao Xiaodong pushing his bicycle, with Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer munching on fragrant melons. Bang Geng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "Shaju, I want some fragrant melon." Bang Geng called out to the approaching Shaju. Shaju had returned home to prepare a meal and had brought back some pig's head meat. He intended to invite Bang Geng and Xiao Dang over for dinner, hoping to curry favor with Qin Huairu and perhaps taste some sweetness in return. Fragrant melon? Truly, there is nowhere to buy such a thing. "Hey, Zhao Xiaodong, why not share some of your fragrant melon with Bang Geng and Xiao Dang?" Shaju said, as if it were a matter of course, knowing how children could be greedy for treats. "Shaju, you cannot be that foolish, can you?" Zhao Xiaodong scrutinized Shaju with disdain. "Get lost, or you know the consequences." Seeing the murderous intent in Zhao Xiaodong's eyes, Shaju hurriedly sidestepped. Only after Zhao Xiaodong exited the courtyard did Shaju mutter to himself, "What a miser, quarreling with children over food. I truly wonder how your teachers guided you in school." Chapter 83. A glimpse of opportunity. Zhao Xiaodong halted his steps and turned back to Shaju with a cold remark. "You ought to seek medical attention for that brain of yours. I truly wonder how you have managed to grow up this way." With that, he shook his head and departed. "Bah, what a heartless rich man. He knows nothing of respecting the elderly and caring for the young," Shaju muttered under his breath. Too intimidated to voice his thoughts aloud, Zhao Xiaodong was not Su Dumao, who would allow Shaju to mold him at will. "By the way, Di, where is Su Dumao? He mustn't miss tonight's donation," Shaju inquired, turning to Zhonghai. "Perhaps he has gone to the countryside to show a film," Zhonghai replied. "Even if he is absent, his wife is here. Lu Xiaoyi is always generous," Shaju said with a lewd grin, eagerly anticipating her contributions. He also contemplated ways to encourage the officials to lead by example, for they were not short on funds either. Zhonghai understood whom Shaju was referring to and shared the same intention. If they could persuade Zhao Xiaodong to part with some money, the subsequent matters would fall into place. Once Zhao Xiaodong made a donation, it would be akin to creating a small breach in a dam, which could eventually lead to a catastrophic overflow. Zhonghai even began to envision the scenario where he completely held Zhao Xiaodong in his grasp. Zhao Xiaodong returned shortly, accompanied by Xiao Ling and Xiao Yuer, both clutching a few children's books. Hello, Zhao Gong. Cui Dake greeted with a broad smile. Zhao Xiaodong, well aware of Cui Dake's true nature, merely nodded and walked towards the backyard. With Cui Dake around, South Yi and Ding Xiaonan must be nearby, Zhao Xiaodong mused, contemplating whether to inquire about them tomorrow. Both South Yi and Liang Lady were decent individuals, and he could not allow Ding Xiaonan to fall into Cui Dake's hands. Indeed, Cui Dake had harmed many after that fierce windstorm. Zhao Xiaodong needed to devise a plan to reveal his true self and send him back to the countryside to farm. Zhao Gu, I was just about to look for you, Li Kueyong said with a smile as he emerged from the house. My mother made a lot of mung bean cakes today and wanted to bring some to you. Li Kueyong held a small enamel basin containing mung bean cakes slightly larger than mahjong tiles, which looked quite appealing. Thank you, I will gladly accept this, Zhao Xiaodong replied with a smile. By the way, when do you plan to settle matters with you, Li? My mother said it would be fine after my father has recovered, Li Kueyong said with a wry smile. We, being a poor family, do not have many pretensions. When you find a good girl, you must marry her quickly. Otherwise, when misfortune strikes, it will be too late. Indeed, do hurry to prepare your home. If you need money, just let me know, Zhao Xiaodong smiled. This week, I will take you hunting. I will speak to Zhong Yuemin when I have a moment. No need. That guy Yuemin just ran into me. He asked me to tell you to come for hunting on Sunday morning, Li Kueyong replied, adding that he planned to bring Zhou Xiaobai and her good friend along. Goodness, is he going hunting or on a date? Zhao Xiaodong chuckled. You should join us that morning as well. As Zhao Xiaodong pushed the cart back, he noticed Zhonghai still sitting outside with Lu Haizhong and Yan Bugui. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaodong approach, Zhonghai stood up and took a deep breath. Zhao Gong, there will be a meeting for the entire courtyard at 8 o'clock tonight. Please come by. Zhao Xiaodong scoffed dismissively. Very well, I shall arrive punctually at 8. Let us see what this meeting entails. Heh. With that, Zhao Xiaodong continued on his way. Shaju leaned closer to Zhonghai and remarked, this fellow is far too arrogant, showing no regard for you esteemed gentlemen. Shaju had already dined with Bang Geng and Xiao Dang, and he was too indifferent to concern himself with Jia Zhang's family. It was hardly surprising, after all. Youthful success? Zhonghai sighed and shook his head. You call that success? Just because he holds a minor position at the factory? He still has to answer to us 3 elders, Lu Haizhong grunted. Spare me. If you had any real ability, you would compel him to make a substantial donation when the time comes. Yan Bugui retorted. When Zhao Xiaodong returned home, He Yushui was preparing pig stomach chicken. She stuffed the blanched chicken pieces into the pig's stomach, sewn it up, and placed it in a clay pot to simmer. Xiao Yuer, you will have to wait an hour for the pig stomach chicken you want, He Yushui said, tousling Xiao Yuer's hair. I can wait. Xiao Yuer waved her small hand. Xiao Ling then took Xiao Yuer away to look at children's books. Upon their return home, each girl indulged in a piece of sakama before munching on some cantaloupe. Zhao Xiaodong retreated to his bedroom to draft the blueprint for the refrigerator, a task he was exceedingly familiar with. In his previous life, he had been a chef and had owned a restaurant, where he repaired the iceboxes and refrigerators himself. To save costs, he had extensively researched various designs online. Now, with an exceptional memory, Zhao Xiaodong merely needed to make slight modifications to those designs and draw them out. Just as he immersed himself in his drawings, Lu Guangtian knocked at the courtyard door. Is there something you need? He Yushui inquired. Come in. Hearing the commotion outside, Zhao Xiaodong set down his pen and emerged from his room. Zhao Gu, I need to discuss something with you, Lu Guangtian said, adjusting the yellow canvas bag slung over his shoulder. Zhao Xiaodong scrutinized Lu Guangtian for a moment before nodding. Very well, come inside. Lu Guangtian followed Zhao Xiaodong into the living room and cautiously retrieved a piece of yellow stone about 10 centimeters tall and 2 centimeters square from his bag. Zhao Gu, I know you can carve. I found this piece of stone, and it seems to be Tianhuang stone. Lu Guangtian said, extending the stone toward Zhao Xiaodong. Please take a look. Zhao Xiaodong examined the stone and asked, You found this? Yes, I stumbled upon it while fishing in the river. I've heard people say it might be Tianhuang stone, which is quite valuable, Lu Guangtian explained. Do you seek money or a job? I can offer you a position, Zhao Xiaodong inquired, raising an eyebrow. A formal position in the electric fan workshop. Zhao Xiaodong's offer was not born out of kindness. He knew that if he provided Lu Guangtian with a sense of security, the young man would quickly turn against Lu Haizhong. Great. I want the position, Lu Guangtian exclaimed excitedly. Initially, he had hoped to earn a few dozen yuan, but now he was unexpectedly offered a job. This was truly beyond his expectations, and he was naturally overjoyed. All right, you should come to the steel mill to find me tomorrow. Zhao Xiaodong nodded. Can we get a separate room? Lu Guangtian asked cautiously. Sure. How about we allocate the rooms in the back? Zhao Xiaodong pondered for a moment. There are still 2 rooms in the back, although each is only about 10 square meters and lacks sunlight. It would be quite satisfactory for Lu Guangtian. All right. That sounds good, Lu Guangtian exclaimed with delight. I'll take those 2 rooms and just install a window on the back wall. Are you prepared to face Lu Haizhong? Zhao Xiaodong inquired nonchalantly. Haha, I have my own job and money now. What can he do to me? If he hits me, I'll report him to the police. Lu Guangtian gritted his teeth. Living in this large compound allows me to confront him. Zhao Xiaodong nodded with satisfaction. Good. Remember to bring your household registration book tomorrow. With a job, you can apply for an independent household registration. As for money, I will give you 50 yuan. That should be enough for you to get by. Well, there's no rush for the money. Please give it to me tomorrow instead, Lu Guangtian said with a glint in his eye. All right, when you start work tomorrow, I will hand you the money. Zhao Xiaodong agreed with a nod. Lu Guangtian returned home with a broad smile. As soon as he entered, he saw Lu Haizhong with a sullen face. Lu Guangtian, where have you been? Have you only caught this little fish all day? Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu had gone fishing that day. Lu Haizhong specifically instructed them to catch some yellow eels. However, they only managed to catch small crucian carp and meat fish. We brought everything back. But to catch yellow eels, we need to go at night, Lu Guangtian said, suppressing his excitement. It's difficult to catch them during the day. Moreover, we were driven away quite far yesterday when we went fishing. Lu Haizhong shouted angrily. Truly a couple of good-for-nothings. What use have I had in raising you? Get out of my sight. Lu Haizhong took his scrambled eggs and peanuts to the courtyard. The family also had fried tofu made from oil residue, which was Lu Guangqi and Zhang Yuxiang's accompaniment for their meal. Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu only had pickles to eat. Today, I didn't get beaten, Lu Guangfu said with some excitement. Lu Guangtian curled his lip, secretly thinking, damn it, tomorrow will be different. I will no longer endure Lu Haizhong's wrath. If he wants to hit me again, not a chance. And that Lu Dineo. The more I look at him, the more infuriating he becomes. Lu Guangqi was there, munching on steamed buns. The oily fried tofu exuded a fragrance that made Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu swallow hard. Guangtian, don't run around tomorrow. Find a temporary job first. Your elder brother is about to get married and will need quite a bit of money, so anything you can contribute would be appreciated, Zhang Yuxiang said. Lu Guangtian let out a sigh, took a sip of corn porridge, and swallowed the flour bun. All right, I will go look for a job tomorrow, Lu Guangtian replied casually. Yes, you must earn some money, Zhang Yuxiang remarked. This way you can avoid getting beaten. Guangqi, how about meeting the in-laws on Sunday? Let us arrange it at Dua Tower. The food there is said to be quite good, according to your father. No way. They are all officials. It must be at Fengziyuan restaurant. Lu Guangqi shook his big head. We cannot let them look down on us. After so many years of hard work, when else would we spend your father's money, if not now? Chapter 84. The instigator appears. By the time Zhao Xiaodong finished dinner, it was around 7:30. Xiaoling and Xiaoyer, the 2 little ones, wore expressions of sheer contentment, their cheeks now a rosy hue, having shed the previous pallid yellow. Even their hair had transformed into a lustrous black, radiating a healthy shine. However, there was still a lack of flesh on their faces, which would require some time for nourishment. With their nutrition now adequate, their complexions instantly improved. Zhao Xiaodong smiled at He Yushui and said, later, you can bathe them while I check on Zhonghai and see what tricks he has up his sleeve tonight. I shall not allow them to succeed. He Yushui sighed softly, reminiscing. Back when Jia Dongshu was still well, the Jia family relied on Qin Huairu to take advantage of Shaju. Now that Jia Dongshu is incapacitated, they are even less likely to let Shaju off the hook. This fool is beyond saving. The root cause is Zhonghai. Zhao Xiaodong shook his head. This is also Shaju's own fault. If he weren't so tempted by someone else's wife, he wouldn't have fallen so deeply into this predicament. His words held some truth. The men of the He family were all similarly inclined. But never mind that. He Yushui dismissed the thought with a shake of her head. Zhao Xiaodong carried a stool to the courtyard and settled into a corner. No sooner had he sat down than he noticed Li Kueyong approaching with 3 younger brothers in tow. Li Kueyong had brought his brothers to stay without seating for them, so they stood rigidly behind Zhao Xiaodong, resembling his personal bodyguards. An unusual aroma wafted through the courtyard, accompanied by a hint of earthy musk. As a renowned chef in this life, Zhao Xiaodong immediately recognized it as dog meat being cooked. Shaju was engaged in light banter with Yin Jieqing. Shaju, this dog meat smells delightful. Let me have a taste later, Yin Jieqing said, licking his lips. You can't possibly eat all this meat by yourself. Bah, if I can't finish it, why should it concern you? Shaju scoffed. If you're so capable, go catch a wild dog yourself. Jia Zhongshi, also enticed by the aroma, had just returned from bathing and changing clothes, only to remember that she still needed to prepare dinner. Feeling quite lazy, she hesitated and soon realized that Bongging and Xiaodang had already eaten at Shaju's place, leaving her, Jia Zhongshi, alone and hungry. Angered, she went out and consumed a bowl of braised meat, all without her beloved grandson, Bongging, knowing. With the smell of dog meat wafting through the air, Jia Zhongshi exclaimed, Shaju, you heartless wretch. You didn't call me for the pig's head meat earlier. You better let me have my fill of dog meat later. Get lost. Shaju rolled his eyes. Why should I call you for meat? If you starve, it's none of my concern. Want dog meat? Not a chance. On his way home, Shaju had encountered a wild dog weighing over 30 pounds, which he killed with a stick and brought back to cook. Of course, preparing such a dish required some time. You little beast. Jia Zhongshi began to curse. Old witch, are you looking for trouble? Shaju stood up. Jia Zhongshi trembled slightly. Since Zhao Xiaodong had slapped her, the people in the courtyard no longer feared her as they once did, a fact she could clearly feel. Now, with Shaju glaring fiercely, it was evident he was capable of striking her. Zhonghai, unable to bear the scene any longer, sat in front with Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui. Zhonghai despised any lack of respect shown to elders. Shaju, enough. Dongshi's mother is your elder. How can you behave like this? Zhonghai frowned. That is not right, Uncle Yi. We're neighbors, and I recognize someone like you as an elder. But someone like her. Shaju glared at Jia Zhongshi with disdain. She does not count as my elder. You. Fine. You truly disappoint me. I've taught you to respect your elders and cherish the young, yet you've forgotten all those lessons. Zhonghai's face darkened. Uncle Yi, you should also consider what Jiaoni has said. Shaju protested. There are no parents without fault. Only children who do not fulfill their duties. Zhonghai declared with righteous fervor, preparing to wield his moral authority. Zhonghai, are you still holding meetings? Zhao Xiaodong interjected with a cold laugh. There are no parents without fault. Only children who do not fulfill their duties? Then what about Hidaching? What wrong did Yushui commit? He left when she was just a child. And what connection does Jia Zhongshi have with the He family? You're saying that there are no parents without fault is merely an endorsement of feudal societal foolishness. Ultimately, it is the ruler who demands the subject's demise. The subjects must comply. It is the father who wishes for the son's demise. The son must comply. TSK. Zhonghai, you have quite the audacity. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaodong speak, Zhonghai realized the situation was turning dire. Now struck by Zhao Xiaodong's words, he felt dizzy. Taking a deep breath, Zhonghai replied, I apologize. My level of understanding is insufficient, but I am currently striving to learn. I will certainly be more mindful in the future. I ask for everyone's forgiveness. Zhonghai approached the spot where the table used to be, bent down, and performed a deep bow to everyone. Zhao Xiaodong, this is a matter between me and Uncle Yi. What does it have to do with you? Shaju leaped up, rushing to assist the bowing Zhonghai. You meddler. Shaju, enough. This concerns all of us. Zhonghai hastily interjected. We are here to discuss important matters. Dongshu is currently lying in the hospital. We are all neighbors. We are all family. Wait a moment. Zhonghai, you claim we are all neighbors, which is correct. But to say we are all family is incorrect, Zhao Xiaodong remarked. Zhonghai, you still have much to learn. In the future, refrain from mixing personal motives into discussions. Given the situation with the Jiao family, I propose we donate to their household. Zhonghai stated, emphasizing that contributions would be voluntary, not forced. Whether the amount is large or small, it is the thought that counts. In a surprising display, Zhonghai produced a small cardboard box, adorned with red paper and inscribed with the words donation box. He pulled out 5 large bills and added them to the box, declaring, I will donate 50. Yin Bugui, armed with a pen and notebook, sat down to record the donations. The box was placed on a nearby bench. Lu Haizhong, displeased, silently cursed. Damn it. We agreed you'd donate 20 and I'd donate 10. This bastard is donating 50. This scoundrel, who used to donate a maximum of 20, is now trying to take advantage of me. Gritting his teeth, Lu Haizhong produced 2 large bills and stood up, facing everyone. I will donate 20. After all, my son is getting married. and I need to save some money. You're donating 50. Wasn't it the case that you matched Zhonghai's donation before? Jia Zhangshi exclaimed sharply. How can you use our money to fund your son's wedding? Everyone present looked at Jia Zhangshi as though she were a fool. The overweight woman is truly insufferable. It is indeed a rarity to encounter another like her. What do you mean by that, Jia Zhangshi? If you do not wish for everyone to contribute, just say so, Zhonghai declared, his eyes wide with intensity. Jia Zhangshi mumbled as she took her seat, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the donation box. I shall contribute 10 yuan. Everyone is aware of my circumstances, and this 10 yuan is already a considerable effort on my part. Yin Bugui chuckled lightly and inserted a large 10 yuan note into the donation box. Very well, old Yin. Your situation is understood by all, Zhonghai responded hastily. Now it is Shizhu's turn. Shizhu stood up, somewhat regretful that his sister Qin was not present. Nevertheless, he felt the need to make a gesture. I will donate 20. Shizhu produced 2 large 10 yuan notes and placed them into the donation box. Should we not ask Director Zhao to lead by example? Zhonghai forced a smile. Zhao Xiaodong rose and sauntered to the front. Clad in a shabby shirt, his bare arms were clearly visible to everyone. Led by example, Zhao Xiaodong tapped the donation box. I truly do not understand what you, Zhonghai, have learned on the street. Are you unaware that fundraising requires approval from the street committee? Not only must there be street approval, but representatives must also supervise the process. Without these protocols, everything is illegal. You 3 have quite the audacity. Furthermore, does the Jia family even require donations? All expenses for Jia Dongshu are covered by the factory. Is there not also compensation to be given? How does the Jia family need donations? Zhonghai and the other 2 were taken aback, not anticipating Zhao Xiaodong's response. Zhonghai, this was your suggestion. I shall not take the blame for it. Lu Haizhong exclaimed, I want my money back. I will not engage in a venture that requires financial contributions while committing errors. Jia Zhangshi cast a venomous glare at Zhao Xiaodong, realizing that persuading everyone to donate today was impossible. Yet, she needed to safeguard the 100 yuan in the box. Seeing Lu Haizhong approach, Jia Zhangshi hurriedly lunged toward the donation box, seizing it and scurrying back home like a large rat. With a resounding thud, she slammed the door shut. Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui stood in shock, utterly taken aback by Jia Zhangshi's audacity, truly a case of burying one's head in the sand. Zhao Xiaodong shook his head, chuckling. Fortunately, it is not anyone else's money. Lu Haizhong grasped Zhonghai firmly. Old return my money. This mess is your doing. If you refuse to return the funds, do not blame me for reporting you to the street committee. Indeed, yes, and my 10 yuan as well. I do not wish to argue with Jia Zhangshi, Yin Bugui added hastily. Yin Bugui tugged at Zhonghai's other sleeve with such force that it nearly tore. This, let go, and I will give you the money, Zhonghai said darkly. Jia Zhangshi, hurry and bring out the donation box, or else. Before Zhonghai could finish his sentence, the Jia family door suddenly swung open. Jia Zhangshi burst forth from the house, which relieved Zhonghai, as she had spared him from further distress.